Red Victory, A History of the Russian Civil War, by W. Bruce Lincoln. For Mary with Love. Preface. Civil wars are tragedies that shape the histories of nations. They mark those pivotal moments when men and women choose death before compromise in the belief that their vision of the future can survive only at the cost of eradicating all others. Such national tragedies leave lasting scars, for defeat in civil war obliterates the principles for which the vanquished fought, just as victory elevates the beliefs of the victors into new, self-evident truths that reshape a nation's destiny. No nation has ever set aside the principles that triumphed in its civil war, nor has any ever erased the imprint from its national character. Nowhere has this been more true than in Russia, where, between 1918 and 1921, civil war set an exhausted nation upon a course yet untried by any other. Unable to chart their path by the experience of others, the Russians found themselves alone. In an important sense, the history of the Soviet Union has become the story of the Russians' efforts to complete the passage through unknown waters that their civil war had begun. The Russian Civil War grew out of two revolutions in 1917, which, in turn, grew out of Russia's disastrous defeats in the Great War of 1914 to 1918. The violent background heightened the Civil War's tragedy and deepened its turmoil, for war and revolution had claimed the lives of more than 7 million Russians before Red began to fight against White. Before they fell into the abyss of civil conflict, the Russians already had overthrown the dynasty that had ruled their land for more than 300 years. They had tried democracy and failed. Their army had collapsed, and so had those political institutions and industrial establishments upon which nations depend to sustain them in war. Weakened by the attacks of foreign enemies, her stability shattered, and her economy in ruins, Russia in 1918 entered upon one of the most bitter civil wars of modern times. Combined with the revolutionary turmoil of 1917, that terrible conflict makes up the Soviet Union's revolutionary heritage. The Bolsheviks' desperate struggle to survive during the Russian Civil War shaped the Soviet system of government and dictated its future course. Only by placing all human and natural resources within reach at the service of a government that spoke in the name of the people but acted in the interest of the Communist Party did Lenin and his comrades defeat their enemies. These included soldiers from 14 foreign countries, the armed forces of nearly a dozen national groups that struggled to establish independent governments upon the lands that once had been part of the Russian Empire, and a half-dozen white armies that formed on Russia's frontiers between 1918 and 1920. To comprehend the Soviet Union of today, it is important to understand how the Bolsheviks triumphed against such crushing odds and how that struggle shaped their vision of the future. Red Victory tells the story of Russia's terrible civil war. Here, sons fight against fathers, and brothers kill brothers as they come to learn the full dimensions of the revolutionary course upon which they had embarked in 1917. Before the struggle reached its end, hundreds of battles and tens of thousands of executions combined with epidemics and mass starvation to claim millions more lives on both sides. Uprooted by the conflict that had torn their homeland for so long, millions of Russians struggled to build new lives far from home in those parts of the Soviet Union into which the war's turmoil had cast them, and hundreds of thousands more men and women fled abroad lest they be added to the Civil War's list of casualties. Yet the end of the fighting did not end the suffering, for the brave new world that the Bolsheviks had envisioned proved more difficult to shape than they had imagined. From their victory emerged a state in which despotic party officials terrorized their nation's citizens, while a growing army of petty bureaucrats tyrannized those whom they were supposed to serve. Such despotism created a society permeated with illegality, and although time has moderated that heritage, the Soviet Union's Civil War experience continues to determine the framework within which its people think and govern. Only by understanding that experience can we start to unravel the mystery of the Soviet Union and begin to estimate its future course. Although by no means as complete as an historian might wish, the sources for a book about the Russian Civil War are extremely rich, and no single volume can do justice to the many fascinating tales that constitute the story of Russia during that terrible conflict. More needs to be written about the inner history of the Bolshevik Party during these years, just as the full extent of other socialists' efforts to oppose the Bolsheviks and their monolithic state needs to be better understood. As in the first 2 volumes of this trilogy, I must beg readers' indulgence for giving too little attention to the immensely complex nationality problems that plagued the Russian Empire and Soviet Union. the successful struggles of Finns, Poles, Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians for independence, and the failed attempts of Ukrainians, Georgians, Armenians, and the peoples of Central Asia to follow their example, still require more study before they can be fully explained. Much more will be known about these problems a decade hence, after a new generation of young historians has taken up their study in universities across America and the Soviet Union. Yet, other parts of Russia's Civil War story will almost certainly never be told, for the documents needed to do so remain locked away in Soviet archives. As in the earlier volumes of this trilogy, I should remind readers that, until February 1, 1918, when Lenin's government adopted the Western Gregorian calendar, the dates in this book are cited according to the Julian calendar. In the 20th century, this is 13 days behind that used in the West. To note this change, I have marked the first date cited according to the Gregorian calendar with an asterisk. Russian names and place names continue to pose the usual problems, but I shall spare readers additional explanations and refer them to the rules I have followed in my previous books. Few historians have the good fortune to study Russia's past in archives and libraries halfway around the globe, and I should not have been able to do so had it not been for the financial and logistical support so generously provided by archives, libraries, research foundations, and academic institutions that stretch from California to Moscow. Among those to whom I am grateful are the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, Leningrad, Archives de la Guerre, Service Historique de l'Armée de la Terre, Château de Vincennes, the Bakhmediev Archive, Columbia University, New York, Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, the British Museum, London, the Central State Historical Archive, Leningrad, the Fulbright Hays Faculty Research Abroad Program, U.S. Department of Education, Washington, D.C., the Harriman Institute, Columbia University, New York, the Hoover Institution, Stanford, California, the Imperial War Museum, London, the International Research and Exchanges Board, Princeton, New Jersey, the Kennan Institution, Woodrow Wilson Center, the Smithsonian, Washington, D.C., the Library of Congress, Washington, D.C., the Lenin Library, Moscow, the National Endowment for the Humanities, Washington, D.C., Northern Illinois University, DeKalb, the Public Records Office, Kew, England, the Russian and East European Center, University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, Urbana, the Regenstein Library, University of Chicago, the Saltykov-Shchedrin Public Library, Leningrad, the Slavic Library, University of Helsinki, Stanford University, Stanford, California. Beyond the acknowledgments listed above, the University of Illinois Library deserves a special added note of thanks. Without access to its outstanding Slavic collection, and without the generous help given by Susan Burke, Mariana Colden, Lawrence Miller, and Helen Sullivan in its Slavic reference service, my research would have gone more slowly and my task would have been more difficult. As always, I owe a particular intellectual debt to Mark Reif, recently retired as Bakhmediev Professor of Russian History at Columbia University. Although the list of other scholars who have been generous in helping me by discussing some of the problems relating to Russia's history during this complex and confusing era is, regrettably, too long to include here, I should mention at least Michael Hickey and John Long, who read nearly all of the manuscript in an earlier form. Among the people at Northern Illinois University who helped me while I was writing this book, Gerald Czar, Dean of the Graduate School and Associate Provost for Research, came to my aid on several occasions, as did James Norris, Dean of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, whose dedication to supporting research among his faculty made the task of writing this book both easier and more pleasant. I continue to be grateful to Robert Gottlieb, who has played a part in my work for over a decade as one of those rare literary agents whose talent for providing proper measures of enthusiasm, encouragement, and reassurance grows more amazing with the passage of time. Most of all, I owe more than I can express here to my wife Mary, whose critical judgment and generous spirit have made my life so much richer than it would have been without her. Dedicating this book to her is but another small payment against a debt that grows larger with each year that passes. W. Bruce Lincoln, DeKalb, Illinois, September 6, 1988. Part 1, 1918. Prologue. Christmas 1916 found the people of Europe weary of war and sick at heart. Gone was the romantic thirst for glory that had inspired millions of young men all across the continent to take up arms at the outbreak of the Great War 29 months before. Gone, too, was the belief that a better, brighter world would somehow emerge from the Great War's carnage. In its place, a morbid fatalism that saw a future filled with death and dying reigned supreme. Men now concluded, as a young English officer confessed, that Armageddon was too immense for anyone's solitary understanding. The Great War seemed destined to be with them always. George Bernard Shaw had come away from a visit with England's Commander-in-Chief Sir Douglas Haig at the front that fall feeling certain that the war would last 30 years. Even the Times of London set aside its usual rose-colored optimism on New Year's Day 1917 to remark that, after 29 months of fighting, which has involved nearly all the states of Europe, anything like a definite decision seems far distant. England's enemies feared the same. "I see no end to it," a captured German army doctor told an English writer. "It is the suicide of nations." The exalted hopes with which Europeans had greeted the great wars coming now made their disillusionment more bitter still. Before the guns of August had shattered the peace of Europe in 1914, Germany's great novelist Thomas Mann remembered, young men had believed that a great war would come as a purification, a liberation, and enormous hope. In those days of peace, some had thought war inevitable, others had thought it desirable, and General Friedrich von Bombardy of the German General Staff had even insisted, in his widely read Germany and the Next War, that it was a biological necessity. War, the straight-backed Bombardy had explained loftily in 1911, was an indispensable factor of culture because it evoked the noblest activities of the human nature. On the British side, one of the characters in Richard Aldington's autobiographical Death of a Hero spoke more simply. "We're getting stale," he muttered. "Too much peace. Need a bit of bloodletting." As the Western world had moved through its last days of peace in the summer of 1914, many men and women thus had come to believe that a great war would invigorate nations whose people had become too lethargic and complacent. Russia's Empress Alexandra had even insisted that such a war would be healthy in the moral sense. Now, in the final days of 1916, everyone who had seen the modem god of war face to face knew otherwise. It had cost Europe's great nations several million lives and billions of pounds, francs, marks, shillings, and rubles to discover how false their grand illusions of 1914 had been. During 1916 alone, more than 1 million men had fallen during General Brusilov's summer offensive in Galicia, and even more had died in the great battles that stretched across most of that year at Verdun and along the Somme. Thinking men no longer cared to remember that they once had sought purification in war's cleansing flames. Now they thought only of the awful devastation that war wrought upon the minds and souls of those who survived its terrors. Everywhere the Great War had become a curse that touched everyone. Men now knew that they never would find the highest expression of strength and vitality that von Bombardy had promised anywhere in the 30,000 miles of stinking trenches that zigzagged across northern France, Belgium, and western Russia. "The poetry of the trenches is a thing of the past," a German theology student in uniform explained bitterly. "The spirit of adventure is dead. We are oppressed by the reflection that we have seen what battle is like and shall see it again." Such disillusionment came not so much from the agony and dying that filled the third year of the Great War as from the cold impersonality with which its machines took men's lives. Chivalry, bravery, the exaltation of testing oneself in combat, all counted for very little in trenches where the instruments of death fell unseen from the sky, or in no man's land, where massed machine guns spewed death as each hosed the advancing enemy, the term then in popular use, with several hundred bullets every minute. That is the disgusting part of this war. It's all so mechanical. A young graduate from one of Germany's technological academies exclaimed, "One might call it the trade of systematic manslaughter." With its killing machines and poison gases, the first great war to employ the fruits of modem technology thus became what one commentator called a blindly crushing mechanism which was kept in motion by an army of hirelings, some of them skilled mechanics but all of them soulless men. Men in battle no longer even remotely resembled the stalwart warriors who, in bygone days, had marched tall, straight, and brave for the glory of God, king, and country. Fighters of the new technological age appeared in dehumanized form, as instruments bound by some common technological heritage to the death-dealing machines they tended. They filed by, England's Richard Aldington wrote of his comrades during a German gas attack. Grotesques with India rubber faces, great dead-looking goggles, and long tubes from their mouths to the box respirators that hung from their sides. During the great slaughters of 1916, men lived, made ready to kill and prepared to die below ground, with the slit of sky that hung over their trenches the only proof that they had not already crossed into the world beyond the grave. Hideous landscapes, vile noises, foul language, everything unnatural, broken, blasted. The young English poet Wilfred Owen wrote to his mother in describing the most execrable sights on earth that he found in the troglodyte world of the trenches. There, only rats flourished as they gorged themselves on the rotting cadavers of men that had lain for months unburied in the no-man's land beyond the trenches. No pen or drawing can convey this country, the artist Paul Nash wrote to his wife then. The black dying trees ooze and sweat. It is unspeakable, godless, hopeless. Cynically, Nash later gave the title, "We Are Making a New World," to a painting in which those nether regions resembled more the moon's barren surface than anything ever touched by the hand of man. No longer heroic, no longer glorious, war and death thus had become the depersonalized products of the same great technological age that, in a touch of supreme irony, had provided man with the means to preserve life through the wonders of immunology and sterile surgery at the very moment it had given him the means to destroy it on an unprecedented scale. Man, as it were, is shoved into the background in modem war. One critic wrote, even though it is ultimately his destruction which is at stake. Nowhere was that truth more certain than on Europe's Eastern Front, where thousands of unarmed Russian soldiers stood defenseless in reserve trenches awaiting the moment when they could charge forth to seize the rifles of their fallen comrades and continue their attack. While they waited until casualties in the firing line should make rifles available, Britain's General Sir Alfred Knox reported in outraged amazement, they were churned into gruel by the Germans' heavy guns. Such men never faced their enemies on the field of battle. Death came to them unseen, inflicted by foes who, from their positions far beyond the horizon, never once glimpsed their victims but merely adjusted the elevation of their heavy guns according to numerical coordinates set down on their gunnery maps. Much more than on the Western Front, the Germans had tested their killing machines in the East during 1915, the year before the great battles in the West. First along a narrow 35-kilometer front between Tamo and Gorlice in May, and again, as he drove northward toward Lublin, Cholm, and Brest-Litovsk 2 months later, the hard-eyed General August von Mackensen perfected his Mackensen wedge, in which massed heavy guns hurled more than 1,000 high-explosive shells a minute onto the enemy's positions before his soldiers began to advance. Mackensen's was a strategy calculated not to challenge his enemies but to eradicate them. Creeping like some huge beast, the German army would move, one Russian general remembered. Their heavy guns would start to shower their shells on the Russian trenches, until nothing of the trenches remained and their defenders would be destroyed. Then the beast would cautiously stretch out its paws, the infantry units, which would seize the demolished trenches. Again and again during Russia's Great Retreat in the summer of 1915, Europe's Eastern Front witnessed this unequal confrontation between technology and man as the heavy weapons of the German army battered their way ahead. The Germans literally plow up the field of battle with a hail of metal and level our trenches and defenses, often burying their defenders in the process. One desperate Russian division commander reported. They use up metal, he concluded bitterly. We use up human life. As the cost in lives soared, Russians' disillusionment with modern warfare turned to outright defeatism that demanded an end to the war at any price. Complete demoralization is in progress. A member of one of Russia's most prominent civic groups reported in the fall of 1916. Soldiers began to demand peace a long time ago, but never was this done so openly and with such force as now. The Tsar's secret police, the fearsome Okhrana, whose business it was to report on Russians' attitudes toward their government and its policies, understood the sentiments of the country and sensed the danger of revolution all too clearly. Everybody is impatiently waiting for an end to this damned war. One of its senior officials stated in a secret report in October 1916, there is a marked increase in hostile feelings among the peasants, from whose midst most of Russia's soldiers came, not only against the government but against all other social groups. No one expressed Russians' hatred for the war more forcefully than Vladimir Mayakovsky, the 23-year-old futurist poet who had become a revolutionary at the age of 15 and had been in Tsarist jails on 3 separate occasions before his 16th birthday. Like so many others who had been caught up in the war's first surge of patriotic enthusiasm, Mayakovsky in 1914 had cursed the Germans for their barbarity and had tried to enter the army as a volunteer. More quickly than most of his countrymen, however, he had shifted to a broader indictment of the war itself in which he condemned everyone in any country who supported it. Every person, even someone who is of no use, has the right to live, he raged in Vojna I mir, war and the world. You can't, simply cannot, bury him alive, in trenches and dugouts. Murderers. For Mayakovsky, the war had taken on a life of its own by 1916, and he feared it would consume victors and vanquished equally. Not even victory, he insisted, could justify war's cost in lives and treasure lost. To an armless stump left over from the bloody banquet, he exclaimed angrily. What the hell good is it? Filled with hatred for the politicians and generals who continued to send men to their deaths in the uneven struggle against the killing machines of Germany, Mayakovsky's indictment of the war nonetheless contained a flash of optimism that accorded strangely with the pessimism overwhelming East and West as 1916 neared its end. For if Russia's angry young poet remained second to none in his outrage at the Great War's brutality, he nonetheless closed Vojna I mir with a rare vision of a new and better world that might emerge from its carnage. At the end, Mayakovsky promised, his brave new world would bring freedom. The free man, about whom I shout, will come, he concluded. Believe me, believe me, .. Behind Mayakovsky's new vision of a world of freedom lay his belief that the thorny crown of revolution soon would settle upon Russia and its people. For, if the Great Retreat of 1915 marked the low point in Russia's military effort, 1916 brought political crises of equal magnitude. Ever since the Emperor Nicholas II had taken command of his country's collapsing armies in August 1915, he had allowed his neurotically introspective empress to turn his empire onto one of the most bizarre courses ever taken by a nation at war. A woman who believed that God had chosen her as his instrument, the Empress Alexandra surrounded herself with an assortment of prattling holy men and corrupt hangers on who flattered her belief that God had chosen her to save Russia. With an urgency that proved all but impossible to resist, she pressed her weak-willed husband to appoint ineffectual nonentities and gross incompetence to high office and changed their appointments so rapidly that one sharp-tongued conservative politician dubbed the entire farce ministerial leapfrog. Alexandra praised Alexei Kvostov, a corrupt influence peddler whose lust for food and drink was exceeded only by his greed for power, as a man whose soul was light and clear, when she insisted, in the fall of 1915, that his appointment as Minister of Internal Affairs could not be delayed for a moment. A few months later she urgently pleaded for the honest and excellent Boris Sturmer, a man whom others described as worse than a mediocrity, with limited intelligence, mean spirit, low character, questionable honesty, no experience and no idea of statecraft, to be named Prime Minister. Not long after, she concluded that the devil had somehow got hold of Kvostov and championed as his replacement Alexander Protopopov, a man who, according to rumor, once claimed that he had seen Christ standing behind her and whose ailments, recurrent paresis, hallucinations, and tubercular leg ulcers, bore a disturbing resemblance to the symptoms of advanced syphilis. Protopopov proceeded to insult Russia's National Assembly, the Duma, by appearing before it dressed in the uniform of the repressive Imperial Gendarmerie, while Alexandra calmly insisted that Protopopov is honesty for us and that his efforts will be blessed. One of Protopopov's great virtues as a statesman, Alexandra assured Nicholas, was that he venerates our friend Rasputin, the sinister pseudo-saint, whose every word, she thought, bore God's imprint. From all of the men she chose to direct Russia's affairs, Alexandra demanded unswerving devotion to Rasputin, whose prayers and wise counsels, she insisted, were the rock of faith and help that would save Russia. A charlatan who pretended to stand close to God and the Russian people, Rasputin had, for more than a decade, used his strange, hypnotic ability to stem the bleeding of Russia's hemophilic Tsarevich to gain the Empress's unreserved confidence. In the Tsar's absence, he readily used that trust to raise to high office men who paid handsomely for his favor, and through them he seems to have pursued an array of unsavory schemes that boded ill for Russia and his imperial patrons. Rasputin's widely reported sexual excesses and outrageous public behavior angered the very men and women who had formed the bulwark of Russia's throne for centuries. Yet no amount of pleading from statesmen, courtiers, and even members of the imperial family could shake Alexandra's belief that God spoke through the man whom one disgusted conservative branded a filthy, depraved, corrupt peasant. Rasputin thus became a symbol of ominous, dark forces lurking behind the throne, which, too many Russians feared, would drive their nation into the chaos of revolution and defeat. Oh, how terrible an autocracy is without an autocrat! A loyal monarchist confided to his diary as 1916 came to an end. The Tsar offends the nation by what he allows to go on in the palace, while the country offends the Tsar by its terrible suspicions. As Russia's old-fashioned Julian calendar passed Christmas 1916 and turned toward the New Year 13 days after Western nations had celebrated those events, many sober-minded citizens thought revolution had become a near certainty. "We're heading for revolution," former Prime Minister Vladimir Kokovtsev had warned France's ambassador Maurice Paleolog some months earlier while they had sat at dinner with the great Petrograd industrialist Alexei Putilov. Putilov expected something even worse. "We're heading for anarchy," he insisted. "There's a vast difference. The revolutionary has the intention to reconstruct. The anarchist thinks of nothing but destruction." As the new year opened, Paleolog thought for a moment that anarchy already had come, but from the right, not the left. "Anything is preferable to the state of anarchy that characterizes the present situation," he reported, as he described to his superiors at the Quai d'Orsay the outrageous flounderings of Protopopov and Alexandra's other favorites. "I am obliged to report," he concluded in amazement, "that, at the present moment, the Russian Empire is run by lunatics. Many Russians no longer even bothered to ask if there would be a revolution, but only debated when it would break out. The revolutionary path of struggle is inevitable," one influential liberal politician concluded. "The only question is when to start the fight." Even members of the imperial family saw the danger. "We are watching an unheard-of plot," one of the emperor's cousins lamented on New Year's Day 1917. "We are looking on while the revolution comes from above, not from below." Then, for a brief moment at the beginning of February, a false calm settled upon Russia. As sub-zero temperatures slowed the pace of life and blizzards piled the snow in deep drifts across the land, men, machines, and political conflicts all came to a standstill and Russia's rulers took heart. "You are exaggerating the danger," Alexandra Confidenti chided Grand Duke Alexander Mihailovich when he warned that revolution lay just beyond the horizon. "When you are less excited, you will admit that I knew better." Few besides Alexandra were deceived. As snow-clogged railways and disabled locomotives halted vital food and fuel shipments, Russia's cities froze and people went hungry. Bread prices climbed by more than 2% each week after the first of the year, potatoes and cabbage by 3%, milk by 5%, meat and sausage by 7%, and chocolate and sugar by more than 10%. As in earlier less prosperous times, workers no longer ate eggs, meat, milk, and fruit and settled for watery cabbage soup and bits of black bread that were increasingly hard to come by. In Moscow and Petrograd, bread lines began to form, even though the temperature stood well below zero. "Children are starving in the literal sense of the word," an Okhrana agent reported as he grimly warned his superiors to prepare for hunger riots that could turn all too easily into revolution. "Underneath, everything is seething," a worried Moscow newspaper editor wrote. "The tighter the government screws down the top on the cauldron, the bigger the explosion is going to be." Although thoughtful Russians sensed that an explosion was all but certain, they remained as innocent about the nature of modern revolution at the beginning of 1917 as they had been ignorant about the terrors of modern warfare when they had sought national regeneration on the Great War's first battlefields. Certainly, they knew the history of Europe's revolutions, but even the most recent of those, in 1848, had come during the early days of the Industrial Revolution, when men and women still thought mainly in pre-industrial terms. During the Great French Revolution of 1789, the absence of modern transportation and communications had kept the angry masses of town and country apart, and Europe's 19th-century revolutions had been staged by city crowds for the same reason. In 1917, no one knew what might happen when modern transportation and communications allowed the urban and rural mobs to unite in common cause. Nor could anyone imagine what a revolution would be like when each side had modern weapons at its disposal and the insurgents numbered in the millions. No one, in fact, could even envision what sort of government such a revolution might produce. hopeful, perhaps, that they might find in the revolutionary abyss the uplifting forces they had failed to find in the Great War's carnage. Less timid men and women moved toward the events that forced the abdication of Nicholas II on March 2, 1917, with a thrill of anticipation. Yet, despite their clear sense of its inevitability, they at first did not recognize the revolution when it began. Starting as a protest by 7,000 underpaid female textile mill workers on the morning of Thursday, February 23, 1917, the ranks of Petrograd's revolutionary demonstrators swelled to over 70,000 by nightfall. The mob doubled the next day. On the next, it almost doubled again until it numbered more than 250,000. On Sunday, the fourth day, the Petrograd garrison joined the revolution, and only the city's police force of less than 2,000 remained to defend the government. Now far stronger than the police, and with the army's machine guns and armored cars on their side, Petrograd's working men and women opened the city's prisons and called the first Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies into session. Although some of the Duma's most prominent politicians desperately tried to regain control by forming a provisional committee for the restoration of order, they could do little but preside over the demise of Imperial Russia. Less than a week after Petrograd's angry women first took to the streets, Nicholas II abdicated, and the Duma's provisional committee became Russia's first provisional government. Joyfully, Petrograd's crowds felt the weight of the fallen imperial government drop from their shoulders. The government no longer gives any signs of life. One of the city's most celebrated poets confided to her diary one evening. "Someone somewhere, something is giving orders," she went on. "It's like some gigantic corpse is suffocating. And that's all." A strange sensation. Almost as Mayakovsky had predicted in the closing stanzas of Voyna I Mir, freedom came suddenly upon the men and women of Russia. "We have triumphed," the young poet exclaimed as cheering crowds tore Russia's famed two-headed imperial eagles from buildings all across Petrograd. "Glory to us all. Glory to us all." Freed from symbols too long associated with oppression, the Russians now set out upon a path as yet untrod by any modem nation. No one yet knew who would govern, nor did they know to whom their as yet unnamed leaders would be responsible. Men like the loyal monarchist Vasily Shulgin hoped that sober statesmen, industrialists, and professional men and women would unite to lead Russia's foundering state formation without a name, along the moderate political path that the nations of Western Europe had taken after the revolutions of 1830 and 1848. Others, like Mayakovsky, hoped that the revolution of February 1917 marked only the first step on a journey that would carry Russia through a socialist revolution to a brave new world shaped not by the example of Europe's democracies but according to the vision of proletarian democracy in which workers' rights to food, housing, and medical care replaced the sacred Western freedoms of speech, religion, and assembly. Unable to predict which of these courses Russia might take, the men of substance who made up the first cabinet of the revolutionary provisional government at the beginning of March 1917 dedicated themselves to Shulgin's more moderate course and insisted that newly liberated Russia must remain loyal to her allies. Victory in the Great War, they said, must be won before the government could turn to the urgent domestic crises that had made possible the Romanovs' overthrow, and the Russians therefore must prepare for the new and bloodier battles to come that spring and summer. Together with her common soldiers, Russia's working men and women thought differently. Although they remained uncertain about taking power into their own hands and continuing Russia's march toward a socialist revolution, Petrograd's Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies bitterly opposed any effort to set aside the issues that had driven their comrades to overthrow the Romanovs. Formed at the end of February to represent the city's workers and soldiers, Petrograd's Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies became the assembly to which the civilian and military masses of the capital gave their first allegiance, and it was within its walls that Russia's revolutionary workers, soldiers, and sailors took their first steps to seize political power. Ironically, they did so in spite of their leaders' calls for caution. Too long used to debating the complexities of revolutionary theory, while they remained unschooled in revolutionary practice, the men who stepped forward to lead the Petrograd Soviet during the revolution's first weeks proved to be timid advocates for Russia's proletarians. Content for the moment with the provisional government's promise of complete political freedom, these halting theorists preached that the revolution neither had the practical strength to bring about the rapid socialistic transformation of Russia, nor were the conditions yet ripe for doing so. Political power, they insisted, must be delivered first into the hands of those sober politicians who represented Russia's men and women of property, and they moved with unseemly haste to see that accomplished. Petrograd's workers and soldiers proved much less willing than the Soviets' leaders to surrender their newly won revolutionary victories. Led by representatives of Russia's common soldiers, they approved Prikaz No. 1, Order No. 1, the most fateful document to emerge from the February Revolution. Only in those cases where they do not conflict with the orders and resolutions of the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers' Deputies, Prikaz No. 1 decreed, should the soldiers and sailors in Russia's armed forces execute the orders of the provisional government. Russia's newly established provisional government thus remained responsible for governing on a day-to-day basis, but could enforce only those policies that the Soviet sanctioned. The awkward and contradictory result, what politicians and historians have called dvoevlasti or dual power, left both the provisional government and the Soviet unable to govern effectively, while each struggled desperately to prevent the other from accomplishing its revolutionary vision. While Russia's crises deepened that spring and summer, men and women debated their nation's future. Across the entire country, an unending, disorderly meeting went on day and night. One young journalist wrote as he remembered how the February Revolution had loosened Russians' tongues beyond anyone's expectations. Although prices had begun to soar, talk became incredibly cheap. For the moment, to speak openly, to write freely, and to disagree became ends in themselves for men and women who had been kept in silence for centuries. Everywhere, people spoke of hopes and plans and dreams to be fulfilled in an unceasing orgy of words. Faith in the future, as yet uncertain and undefined, captivated Russians' imaginations. Everyone is overcome by a recognition that a miracle has occurred, and, consequently, that more miracles will follow, wrote Alexander Blok, the passionate symbolist poet whose verse, one admirer later confessed, had affected Petrograd's avant-garde as the moon affects lunatics in the days before the Great War. "Freedom is extraordinarily majestic," he exclaimed as he welcomed Russia's new revolutionary future. "Everything now is possible." No one personified the verbal tempest that swept across Russia in those days more vividly than Alexander Kerensky, the obscure provincial lawyer who rode the crest of the revolutionary wave to become Prime Minister of Russia. Kerensky had first come to Petrograd as a deputy to the Duma in 1912, where his virtuosity at shaping words to accommodate his listeners' moods and preferences had won him enthusiastic supporters among several left-wing groups. During the Great War, he had nurtured his following with such success that the Okhrana identified him as the man most likely to unify Russia's badly splintered revolutionary movement long before the revolution actually broke out. After the February Revolution, Kerensky's rising star soared as he used his sensitivity to the revolution's progress to further his quest for political power. Only Kerensky, Shulgin concluded with reluctant admiration, knew how to dance upon the revolutionary quagmire in those days. For several months he did so with unmatched virtuosity as he stirred crowds to anger, fierce patriotism, revolutionary zeal, or charity for the vanquished statesmen of the old regime as it suited his purpose. With consummate skill, Kerensky maneuvered to become the only person in Russia who could move freely across the barrier that dvoevlasti had erected between the Soviet and the provisional government. As vice president of the Petrograd Soviet, he claimed to be the hostage of revolutionary democracy in the camp of the bourgeoisie. While as Minister of Justice in the provisional government's first cabinet, he announced his moral mission to keep the revolution undefiled by shameful bloodshed and prevent revolutionary extremists from taking revenge against their former oppressors. One contemporary recalled him pallid, and with an outstretched arm, striding forth like the flaming sword of revolutionary justice to save fallen czarist statesmen from crowds of vengeful proletarians. In factories, at street rallies, and in the Soviet, Kerensky preached the doctrine of Russia's revolutionary rebirth. Everywhere he summoned men and women to believe in the future, never telling its content or offering a clear program, but always speaking with a passion that infected his listeners with his enthusiasm for the new order that would, by definition, be better than the past or present. Unleashing verbal torrents upon his audiences as he struggled to keep the revolution's natural anarchy from diverting its progress, Kerensky always gave the impression that he stood at the revolution's vortex. Konstantin Postovsky, a young streetcar conductor in Tsarist Russia whose literary portrayals of the agonies that men and women suffered during wartime eventually won him the Lenin Prize, remembered Kerensky's lemon-colored puffy face, reddened eyelids, and close-cropped, thinning grayish hair. As he struggled to knock the broken pieces of Russia back together with his ecstatic eloquence. Ambassador Paleolog thought Kerensky acted like a monomaniac or one possessed, and reported that, at certain moments, a mysterious or prophetically apocalyptic inspiration radiates around him in magnetic waves. Some 15 years later, Robert Bruce Lockhart, Britain's vice-consul in Russia during 1917, still recalled an epic performance by Kerensky in Moscow as being more impressive in its emotional reactions than any early speech of Hitler, proclaiming that, "I am sent by the revolution." Kerensky thus became the personification of the new order for many Russians during the spring and summer of 1917. He promised his listeners everything but gave them nothing, and people always found it easier to recall how he had spoken than to report what he had said. One of his arch-enemies concluded at the time that Kerensky expressed more completely than anyone else the first epoch of the revolution, its national formlessness, and the idealism of its hopes and expectations. What Kerensky's enemies called his formless radicalism of phrase 61 worked its magic upon the hearts of men and women ready to be captivated by a golden tongue. But it could do nothing to feed, clothe, house, or protect them. Even before the revolution, inflation had begun to drive too many men and women who had clawed their way into the lower middle class back into the depths of poverty. Now the shortages grew worse, and prices soared until inflation threatened Russia's workers with starvation. In 1914, a single ruble had bought enough food to produce 1,400 calories. Now, it bought a mere 168. A terrible war, an acute food shortage, a paralyzed transportation system, an empty treasury, and a population in a state of furious discontent and anarchic disintegration was the heritage that Nicholas II's fallen government had bequeathed, Kerensky later explained. Although gross efforts at self-justification were to mar much of what he published after the revolution, in that instance Kerensky wrote the simple truth. Throughout 1917, people spoke of the broad Russian nature and its potential for exploring untried courses. Yet it was self-discipline, not revolutionary enthusiasm, that was needed to save the Russians from themselves that spring. Clearly, the revolution's anarchistic turbulence had to be brought under control. Workers had to be gotten back to their looms and their lathes. Peasants had to be urged to get on with their spring planting, and trains had to be made to move again. At the front, where soldiers had taken to electing their commanders and voting about whether to obey orders to attack, discipline had to be restored. In the rear, the rule of law had to be re-established among peasants who felt free to seize others' lands and workers who demanded control of the factories in which they were supposed to work. What was wanted, England's acid-tongued military attaché to Russia later remarked, was a little narrow common sense. Yet there seemed to be no way to bring Russia's unruly masses to heel without betraying the revolution's most cherished principles. Failing to understand, as Postovsky later wrote, that the establishment of justice and freedom was going to require a great deal of hard work and even some brutality, Russians continued to celebrate their newly won freedom in a manner certain to destroy it. Moscow's thieves held mass meetings to discuss liberty, equality, and brotherhood. While they plied their trade with greater enthusiasm than ever, so did the city's prostitutes. That summer, as the Russians prepared to launch a new offensive with divisions whose discipline had crumbled, the Petrograd Soviet abolished the death penalty for deserters and for soldiers who refused to attack. Worst of all, the Great War continued. In addition to more than 1 million refugees who had perished from starvation and disease, Russia's losses in men killed, wounded, and taken captive had passed the 6 million mark before the revolution had broken out in February. Enemy victories had cost Russia 500,000 square miles of territory that had produced 1/10 of her iron or 1/5 of her coal and 2/3 of her chemicals before the war. The great industrial centers of Warsaw, Radom, Lublin, and Lodz all lay behind enemy lines, as did some of Russia's most fertile farmlands. War had touched the life of each Russian directly, and there was not the comforting sense of isolation from the fighting as there was in England, where such fashionable London shops as Fortnum and Mason's and Harrods sent special gift packages of gingerbread, cakes, tarts, and even fresh flowers to men who fought beyond the English Channel. For Russians in 1917, the Great War had become too frightful, too pervasive, and too near. Although the Petrograd crowd that had toppled the government of Nicholas II in February 1917 had borne placards that proclaimed, "Down with the war," the statesmen who replaced the Tsar's fallen ministers failed to take their message seriously. Pavel Milyakov, leader of Russia's liberal constitutional Democrats and a longtime student of his nation's policies in the Near East, insisted that it was necessary to save Russia by carrying on the war to victory. And as the provisional government's STEM and professorial minister of foreign affairs, he had promised his nation's allies that Russia would continue to fight against the common enemy until the end, without cessation and without faltering. In doing so, he enraged the Petrograd Soviet, whose representatives had called upon the toilers of all countries to refuse to serve as an instrument of violence and conquest in the hands of kings, landlords, and bankers, and had promised that, by our united efforts, Russia's workers would put an end to this frightful carnage. When Milyakov insisted that Russia would fight to the last drop of her blood, and spoke of her firm resolve to bring the World War to a decisive victory, Petrograd's workers and soldiers stormed into the streets. Armed and angry, they provoked the April crisis that drove Milyakov and his supporters from office. That Milyakov's determination to continue the war had cost him the foreign ministry did not mean that Kerensky, whose voice dominated the new cabinet, was prepared to make peace. As Russia's new Minister of War and Navy, he insisted that his nation must fight on, not for the annexations and indemnities with which her allies had promised to reward her, but to protect the revolution and avoid the great territorial losses that defeat would bring. For the sake of the nation's life, he later explained, it was necessary to restore the army's will to die. Soldiers must be convinced to fight again, and commanders must be given the authority to order men into battle if Russia was ever to have an efficient fighting force. Kerensky knew that an unshakable, almost automatic conviction of the inevitability and necessity of sacrifice must rule the hearts of Russia's soldiers if Russia was not to be left standing defenseless before her enemies. Determined to make it possible again for everybody to look death in the face calmly and unflinchingly, he stormed back and forth along the front that spring and summer. "Forward to the battle for freedom," he proclaimed in his grandest manner. "I summon you not to a feast but to death." To him it seemed certain that soldiers who had fought for a czar and society that had offered them so few material rewards now should gladly sacrifice their lives for the revolution that had given them freedom. "Let the freest army in the world prove that there is strength and not weakness in liberty," he exclaimed. "Let them forge a new iron discipline of duty." As the commander-in-chief of the forces on Russia's Western Front explained some years later, the word created hypnosis and self-hypnosis. And, for a brief moment, it seemed that Kerensky's ringing summons to war had stirred the hearts of men long wearied of the Great War's killing. But it was one thing to stir men's hearts and quite another to convince them to face machine-gun bullets and artillery shells. Russia's millions of peasants in uniform defined freedom in the very concrete sense of being free to seize for themselves the land that belonged to aristocrats and landlords, and that posed a dilemma that no amount of golden rhetoric could resolve. "What's the use of the peasants getting land?" one peasant soldier asked. "If I'm killed and get no land?" Given the choice between answering Kerensky's summons to die for freedom and seizing the lands that they and their ancestors had looked upon with such longing for so many years, Russia's land-hungry peasant soldiers walked away from the war by the tens of thousands during the summer of 1917. They recalled to mind a vast migration of peoples. The Menshevik memoirist Nikolai Sukhanov wrote in amazement, "Always, this ever-growing wave of humanity flowed eastward, anxious to forget the fighting and the killing in order to return to their villages and seize whatever land's opportunity might put in their way. The war was becoming more and more unbearable," Sukhanov remembered. "The elemental forces against the war, against its support, and against its entire organization were accumulating. As hordes of soldiers left the front and public opposition to the war deepened in the rear, Kerensky announced a new offensive. Thanks to the Allies' efforts, the Russians' heavy guns outnumbered the enemy's, and they had enough shells to support their advancing troops properly for the first time since the first days of the war. Too quickly, Kerensky rushed to proclaim a handful of successes as a great triumph of the revolution, only to see his nation's war-weary soldiers turn their backs on victory. When some units received orders to attack, they elected committees to discuss them. Others retreated even before the Germans and Austrians launched their first counterattacks. and still others actually overran enemy positions and then withdrew without a shot having been fired in their direction. "The army is on the run," one commander reported. "It is hard to conjecture where the enemy might be stopped. The army remained nothing but human dust." One disgusted commander concluded less than a month after Kerensky's offensive. Another estimated that, if all the men who had retreated were brought to trial, half the army would end up in Siberia. As summer neared its end, men at both ends of the political spectrum acted upon visions of Russia's future that diverged sharply from Kerensky's own. As Kerensky himself later confessed, that summer's defeats had caused many of his countrymen to yearn for a general on a white horse to weld their nation's human and institutional shards back together. To some, General Lavr Kornilov, the daring son of a Siberian Cossack, whose courage, coolness, and contempt for death, General Denikin later explained, had made him a legend in a nation starved for heroes, seemed to be the man to do so. While Kerensky hesitated to take the stem measures required to halt the army's collapse that summer for fear of angering his supporters in the Petrograd Soviet, Kornilov had unashamedly hanged deserters at every crossroads in the rear of his Eighth Army. The lives of a few cowards and traitors, he had stated bluntly when criticized for his action, was a small price to pay to save many innocent lives. Now, perhaps hoping that Kornilov's hero's aura would brighten his own dimming star, Kerensky appointed him supreme commander of Russia's armies in mid-July, only to find that Kornilov was neither biddable nor cooperative when it came to allowing politics to moderate the stern principles that ruled his life. The two men were bound to clash. Kornilov's first direct confrontation with Kerensky came in mid-August, when both addressed the state conference in Moscow, where, in sharp contrast to Petrograd, a more moderate political atmosphere prevailed. As men and women spoke of property, order, and security in words not heard since the February Revolution, Kornilov's flatly stated warning that only an army welded together by iron discipline could save Russia from disaster provoked an enthusiastic response, while the theatrical rantings with which Kerensky had so often delighted Petrograd's proletarians received a less sympathetic reception. After their meeting in Moscow, neither man trusted the other, and their mutual antagonism soon led to an open break between them. At the end of August, Kerensky's suspicion that Russia's supreme commander was about to seize the reins of government, and Kornilov's certainty that Kerensky had betrayed his vow to restore order in the army, culminated in the Kornilov Revolt, in which Kornilov marched upon Petrograd to save the city from the pact he believed Kerensky had struck with the Bolsheviks. With the resources of Russia's frontline commanders at his disposal, Kornilov's victory seemed certain. Yet, to the unanimous surprise of Allied diplomats and military attaches in Petrograd, Kerensky triumphed. In less than a week, he took near-dictatorial powers and the title of Supreme Commander of Russia's armed forces, while Kornilov and several of the generals who had stood closest to him found themselves imprisoned on charges of treason. With Kornilov's arrest, the last remnants of discipline in Russia's armies collapsed. Bitter, disillusioned, and tired of living facing machine guns while machine guns pointed at their backs. As Alexei Tolstoy explained in his great novel about the Revolution and Civil War, Russia's peasant soldiers moved eastward toward peace and home. Home to the land, home to their women. The great tide of deserters that flowed away from the front that summer now swelled into a human flood so vast that none could count its numbers. Tolstoy described the herds of crawling troop trains. Their windows shattered, their doors torn from their hinges, their roofs and couplings cluttered with men unable to force their way inside, cutting their way across the great Russian steppe like plowshares, leaving in their wake a trail of battered railway stations, smashed rolling stock, and looted towns. Nothing deterred them. They froze to death, Tolstoy wrote. They were killed under the wheels and smashed their heads against the cross-girders of bridges. But still the human tide continued to flow, home to divide up the lands that they had looked at with such longing for so long. As her armed masses flowed homeward in the days after the Kornilov Revolt, Russia's political horizon darkened. Never had Russian workers had so many weapons in their hands. Never before had so many been trained to use them. All the dark instincts of the crowd, irritated by the disintegration of life and by the lies and filth of politics, will flare up and fume, poisoning us with anger, hate, and revenge. The dean of Russia's proletarian writers, Maxim Gorky, predicted that fall. People will kill one another, unable to suppress their own animal stupidity, he warned. They will fire at each other only because They want to kill their fear. Unlike Gorky, Lenin and Trotsky were delighted by that course of events. As the Bolsheviks won their first majorities in the Soviets of Moscow, Petrograd, and the Ukrainian capital of Kiev in early September, Lenin rejoiced that all the objective conditions exist for a successful insurrection, and he shifted course dramatically. In contrast to those revolutionary leaders who continued to insist that Russia's workers ought to leave the business of government to others for some time to come, he now insisted that the present task must be an armed uprising in Petrograd and Moscow, the seizure of power, and the overthrow of the government. The crisis has matured, Lenin insisted as he thrust aside the pleas of his shocked comrades on the Bolshevik Central Committee that they had not yet the strength to overthrow Kerensky's government. The whole future of the revolution is at stake. On the night of October 10th, at a secret meeting in an out-of-the-way apartment on the outer edge of one of Petrograd's working-class districts, the Bolsheviks settled their differences and agreed to an uneasy peace that committed the majority of the Central Committee to Lenin's daring revolutionary course. Obliged to remain in hiding because Kerensky had ordered the police to arrest him on sight, Lenin now looked on while Trotsky led the Bolsheviks toward the armed uprising that he believed to be inevitable and imminent. Blessed with a gift for bending crowds to his will, Trotsky set out to make Lenin's prediction come true. "The time for words has passed," he thundered. "The hour has come for a duel to the death between the revolution and the counter-revolution." In a fortnight, Trotsky's followers were ready. On the afternoon of October 24th, two of his agents, both of whom had forgotten to bring weapons, took command of Petrograd's Central Telegraph Office to signal the beginning of the armed insurrection that Lenin had promised. In less than 48 hours, the Bolsheviks had driven Kerensky from office, seized control of Petrograd, issued their famous decrees on land and peace, and established Russia's first government of people's commissars. So quickly had the October Revolution succeeded that even Lenin seemed stunned for a moment. "You know," he confided to Trotsky on the evening that Kerensky's government fell, "to pass so quickly from persecutions and living in hiding to power as Schwindelt, it makes one's head spin." The moment he had arrived in Petrograd in April 1917, Lenin had promised the Russians peace and land. These stood at the center of the masses' hopes and dreams, although every cabinet of the provisional government that had ruled Russia between March and October had failed to understand that obvious fact, and each had fallen for that simple reason. No longer could peasant soldiers be coaxed into bat by promises too often postponed. Or could they be denied their share of the revolution's fruits? Without peace and land, Russian soldiers refused to give their lives to defend either the revolution or Russia. As Kornilov had warned his listeners at the Moscow State Conference in August, the events of 1917 had transformed the army into a mindless mob, valuing nothing but its own life. No one understood that better than Lenin, and he therefore spoke of peace the moment the Bolsheviks overthrew Kerensky's government. "The question of peace is a burning question," he told the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets on the evening of October 26. "The overwhelming majority of the working class and other working people of all the belligerent countries," he continued, "are craving an immediate peace, and Russia must therefore take the lead in calling for a peace without annexations and without indemnities. Her victorious proletariat must stop at nothing to bring the fighting to an end." For the first time in 39 months, Russians began to believe that peace had become possible. But the war's end proved to be much more elusive than Lenin or his listeners had expected. Even as Lenin addressed the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets on October 26, a new and more terrible conflict already had begun as men and women who stood to lose too much under Lenin's revolutionary socialist government vowed to fight to regain what the October Revolution promised to take from them. On the Pulkovo Heights, within sight of revolutionary Petrograd, Trotsky's Red Guards fought against the Whites for the first time on the morning of Monday, October 30th, 1917, and the confrontation sowed new seeds of hatred whose bitter harvest Russians were destined to reap for 4 long years. "Oh God, we haven't seen the end of it yet," the poet Zinaida Gypius exclaimed as the men she called Lenin's pack of scoundrels began to tighten their grip on the prize they had won. This one-time lioness of Petrograd's avant-garde salons, now middle-aged, stared into a nocturnal void filled with black, clotting blood, to learn the shape of Russia's future. Then she confided her worst fears to her diary. "Civil war without end and without limit. Others felt the same and began to prepare. Several hundred miles to the southwest, where a long-abandoned Roman Catholic monastery in the ancient western Russian town of Baikov had been converted into a small prison, General Kornilov and the comrades who had stood with him against Kerensky had spent a tedious fall under arrest. There, under the monastery's low roof, behind deep-set windows whose ancient iron bars remained still in place, Russia's former quartermaster General Ivan Romanovsky shared a Spartan second-floor room with Anton Denikin, former commander-in-chief of Russia's western and southwestern fronts, and Denikin's longtime friend and faithful chief of staff General Sergei Markov. General Alexander Lukamsky, an officer of scrupulous honesty who had refused Kerensky's offer of his fallen chief's position, occupied a solitary room next door to Kornilov, who also enjoyed the comparative luxury of a small room to himself. Kornilov's guards still called him Verkhovny, a title held in particular esteem and reserved for the supreme commander of Russia's armies, and treated him and his comrades with all the deference that their high positions had commanded before their arrests. "We had the impression," General Denikin recalled, "that everyone was embarrassed about having to act as our jailers." Guarded by Kornilov's Tikhonsy, the fierce Central Asian tribesmen who had been his protectors during his days as Russia's supreme commander, these 5 generals had spent the fall of 1917 waiting for the public trial they had demanded to prove their innocence. Despite their guards' repeated urgings, they had made no effort to flee during those crucial October days when Kerensky's frantic efforts to stem the revolution's leftward march had collapsed into futile self-delusions and outfight political paralysis. Nor did they join the fight of Krasnov's Whites against the Reds on the Pulkovo Heights at the end of October. Only after Lenin's supporters seized Moscow, sent a Bolshevik ensign to take command at Supreme Headquarters, and began to extend their authority throughout Central Russia did Kornilov and his comrades conclude that they must escape because they, and the Russia in which they believed, could survive only if they declared war upon their enemies. In that thought they were not alone. During the winter of 1917 to 1918, many of the moderate and sober men who had led Russia's government and armies during the first 8 months of the revolution made their way southward from Petrograd and Moscow toward Novocherkassk, the capital of the lands of the Don Cossacks, in search of the means to overthrow the Bolsheviks. Mikhail Rodzianko, the loyal monarchist who, as president of the Duma, had pleaded in vain with Nicholas II to rule wisely before revolution devoured them all, went there in mid-November after traveling the entire 740 miles from Moscow disguised as an invalid whose vast 280-pound bulk had to be confined to a wheelchair. Milyakov, who had always preferred monarchies to republics, followed him, and dozens more arrived closely upon their heels. Some came alone. Others traveled in small groups. One clever army nurse escorted several hundred able-bodied white officers from Moscow to Novocherkassk by disguising them as sick and wounded soldiers. In the past some had been rivals, even enemies. Now united by their hatred of the Reds, they stood together as whites who pledged themselves to free Russia from her Bolshevik rulers. Many of these weary political refugees dreamed of a white general, a man of fierce patriotism, legendary daring, and iron will who would free them from the tyranny of the mob, save Russia from destruction, and somehow restore their nation's lost greatness, to lead them against the Reds. Some hoped to find him in General Mikhail Alexeyev, who, for all practical purposes, had commanded Russia's armies between August 1915 and February 1917 as Nicholas II's chief of staff and had become revolutionary Russia's first supreme commander after his emperor had lost his throne. But Alexeyev was far too quiet, plain, and modest to project the aura of authority expected from Russia's white savior. Many influential men and women therefore looked to the Baikov generals. They looked to Kornilov most of all. By mid-November, Baikov's imprisoned generals knew that they must join the white migration to Novocherkassk or face certain death at the hands of the Red Guards who were marching in their direction. Disguised as an ensign and armed with forged documents, Romanovsky set out directly for Novocherkassk by train on November 19th, while the elegant, fastidious Markov transformed himself into a swaggering, cursing private to travel as his orderly. As Markov and Romanovsky began their journey south, Lukamsky traveled east. His impeccably groomed Van Dyke beard shaved clean and his general's overcoat replaced by a peasant's sheepskin, Lukamsky slowly made his way to Moscow aboard trains packed with deserters before he turned toward the Don lands. Posing as the civilian assistant to the director of a Polish first aid unit, Denikin in the meantime made his way southeast to Kharkov and Rostov. Then, like his comrades, he too turned toward Novocherkassk. More than any of his comrades, Denikin sensed the pulse of the new Russia during his journey and felt the depths of the anger that overflowed from its trenches, factories, and peasant huts into its cities and villages. Wherever he turned, Denikin saw the enraged masses smashing whatever symbols of the old order had survived Russia's first 9 months of revolutionary turmoil. No one and no thing escaped. Officers who reprimanded privates for being drunk, businessmen and aristocrats whose better manners spoiled their efforts to travel in disguise, even the velvet upholstery in the first and second-class carriages from which their poverty had excluded them before the revolution, all became targets of the primitive outrage of men and women oppressed for too long. I saw clearly unbounded hatred everywhere, Denikin remembered. Only one desire reigned supreme: to seize or destroy. Its aim seemed to be not to better itself, but to drag down to its level anything that in one way or another stood out or seemed different. A few months later, Trotsky explained the masses' anger differently. Perhaps for the first time in his life, the exhausted, downtrodden Russian peasant found himself in a first-class compartment and saw the velvet upholstery. He told a group of cadets at Moscow's new military academy in an effort to describe how the revolution had brought Russia's masses to life. In his own boots he had nothing but stinking rags to wrap his feet, and so he tore off the velvet, saying that he too had the right to have something good. Although patrols of rude Red Guards checked their forged papers on several tense occasions and every railroad station displayed posters warning travelers to be on the lookout for them, it took the 4 fugitive generals from Baikov only a few days to reach the safety of the Don Cossack lands. Only for Kornilov, who had scorned the disguises and forged papers upon which his comrades had chosen to rely and had marched away from Baikov at the head of his Tekency, did the journey take longer. Such daring bordered upon foolhardiness, for 400 red-coated Asiatic tribesmen could not pass unnoticed, even in a land where communications were as shattered as they had become in revolutionary Russia. Bolshevik Red Guard units quickly charted Kornilov's line of march and moved to the attack. For more than a week the Tekency fought off Red Guard assaults, but their resolve to continue broke before they had covered even half the distance to the Don. As the Tekency opted for peace, Kornilov hastily exchanged his general's uniform for peasant rags and continued his journey alone. On December 6th he finally limped into the railroad station at Novicherkassk, looking for all the world like the tattered old Romanian peasant refugee that his forged passport proclaimed him to be. Even before Kornilov reached Novicherkassk, the fighting began in South Russia. On November 26th, Bolshevik factory workers in the nearby industrial center of Rostov revolted against the authority of the Cossack general Alexei Kayldin and seized the city. As he recaptured Rostov with the help of a handful of officers from the fledgling White Army a week later, Kayldin was all too conscious of the battle's tragedy. "My heart is heavy," he told Rostov's citizens when he entered their city on December 2nd. "Blood was shed and we have nothing to be glad about." He spoke a truth more bitter than he knew. Russia's civil war, which would claim the lives of Kayldin, all the Baikov generals except for Denikin and Lukomsky, and millions of men and women as victims of battles, executions, starvation, and disease during the next 3 years, had begun a full 3 months before Lenin freed Russia from the Great War's grip. Raw cruelty and fanaticism unlike anything seen in those gigantic battles of the Great War became a part of Russia's civil war from its beginning. On one occasion, whites filled 3 freight cars with the bodies of Red Guards, their frozen corpses placed in obscene positions, according to one observer, and returned them to their starving enemies marked, "Fresh meat, destination Petrograd." Some months later, General Denikin remembered, a diver found the bodies of a group of white officers whom the Reds had drowned in the harbor at Novorossiysk. Their livid, greenish, swollen, mangled corpses kept upright owing to the weights tied to their legs, so that they stood in serried ranks, swaying to and fro, as if talking to one another. All over Russia it was the same, as Red and White Terror condemned men and women to suffer for what they were, not for what they had done. Although the Reds' brutality stemmed in part from that instinctive hatred of privilege that Denikin had witnessed during his incognito journey to Novicherkassk, it grew much more from their desire to defend a vision of the future and a new order that offered broader opportunity and promised greater justice than they could have hoped to enjoy under any white government. For this they killed willingly and justified their crudest acts by the self-righteous vow that, to quote a Bolshevik commissar for foreign affairs, "In Russia, Violence is employed only for the sake of the sacred interests of liberation of the masses. Thus, any amount of brutality could be justified in the name of the masses. The bourgeoisie of international imperialism killed 10 million and mutilated 20 million human beings in its war. To decide whether British or German robbers should rule the whole world, Lenin explained at one point, "If our war, the war of the oppressed and exploited against the oppressors and exploiters, will cost 500,000 or 1,000,000 victims, the bourgeoisie will say that the former sacrifices were justified, but that the latter were criminal." While the Reds killed to implement Lenin's vision, the Whites' vicious treatment of Reds came from their certainty that a Russia founded upon Lenin's principles would deprive them of everything they had hoped to bring with them from the old Russia into the new. Always the Whites relied upon an elite to shape the future and lead the Russian masses to it. Where does salvation come from in times like these? General Lukomsky once asked. Certainly not from any great deeds on the part of the masses, which are always gray, colorless, and small-minded. He went on. But from the heroic deeds of the best and chosen men, people, not the masses, Lukomsky concluded, make history. In December 1917, the Russians therefore turned upon each other in deadly fury, certain that the Russian land could not accommodate red and white together. Yet, as their leaders prepared for the bitter battles that would determine their nation's future course, others struggled to survive the present. At the beginning of 1918, Russia's people faced hunger on a scale more massive than any they had known in modern times. The hungry spring of 1918, when the food ration in Petrograd and Moscow plummeted to a tenth of the calories needed to sustain men and women engaged in manual labor, brought many within a hair's breadth of not surviving at all. The hungry spring. During the year after the Petrograd crowd had driven the Romanovs from their throne, Russians had reveled in an orgy of proletarian self-indulgence. At the front, soldiers elected committees to discuss whether to retreat or attack. In the rear, factory workers demanded exorbitant raises, bonuses, and control over their employers. Peasants rampaged across the countryside, burned manor houses, killed landlords, and seized lands and livestock. Working men and women stopped cleaning streets, repairing trains, running lathes and looms, and plowing fields to take part in an endless succession of impromptu assemblies and political speeches. Russia had started talking, the young revolutionary journalist Konstantin Postovsky explained. In a few months Russia managed to say all those things about which she had been obliged to keep silent for centuries. In this new revolutionary world, Russians believed that anything was possible and that nothing stood beyond their reach. With the broad Russian nature experiments are possible that could not be tried in Western countries. They promised one another during those days. Russia will find a Dostoevsky, not a Napoleon. Bright promises for the future could not remove the danger of the present. With no traditional frame of reference within which to command obedience, the provisional government had worked at cross-purposes with Russia's Soviets of workers and soldiers' deputies as disasters far greater than any that had brought the revolution loomed above them all. Russia is not ripe for a purely democratic form of government. England's ambassador Sir George Buchanan warned his superiors at the Foreign Office. The Russian idea of liberty, he wrote in disgust, is to take things easy, to claim double wages, to demonstrate in the streets, and to waste time in talking and in passing resolutions at public meetings. By the fall of 1917, Russia thus stood at the brink of defeat, starvation, and economic collapse. Only if order returned could her proletarians, weak, ignorant people with an inborn inclination toward anarchism, in the words of Maxim Gorky, hope to see the future of which they had dreamed and talked so eagerly throughout the year. That some form of the stern authority to which the Russians had been accustomed to respond throughout their history must be restored thus was only too clear to Lenin and his Bolsheviks from the moment they overthrew Kerensky's crumbling provisional government. Learn discipline from the Germans, Lenin exhorted his followers during the weeks that followed. We must produce order. Trotsky echoed the same theme. The only way to save ourselves is by dogged labor and revolutionary discipline, he insisted. Work, order, persistence, self-sacrifice, and discipline. Then we shall triumph. Discipline imposed from above had always distinguished the Bolsheviks' revolutionary organization from its rivals. Now it became a key element in their struggle against the chaos of 1917. Nowhere was this chaos more clearly etched upon Russia's countenance than in Petrograd, where shortages of food, fuel, goods, and public services threatened to overwhelm the city. Never in Petrograd's 200-year history had life been worse for its people, nor as uncertain, as the Bolsheviks' revolutionary egalitarianism erased all the traditional points of reference at once. Before the end of 1917, Russia's new government abolished church marriage and made divorce available on demand. Gold, silver, precious stones, large savings accounts, and certain factories all became state property. And so did large private homes, into which the Bolsheviks immediately began to move tens of thousands of former slum dwellers. Everything was being cancelled. Alexei Tolstoy wrote at the beginning of 1918 why the second part of his Stalin Prize-winning trilogy about the Revolution and Civil War. Ranks, honors, pensions, officers' epaulets, the 30th letter of the alphabet, God, private property, and even the right to live as one wished. All were being cancelled. When he returned to Petrograd that winter, the young literary critic Viktor Shklovsky thought the atmosphere in the city seemed like after an explosion, when it's all over, when everything's blown up. Some felt that the city of Peter the Great was dying. For others, life in the capital of the new Russia took on a dullness that no amount of revolutionary fervor could enliven. Once the grande dame of the city's literary salons, the poet Zinaida Gypius now declared life in Bolshevik Petrograd to be boring above all else. "What I am going to say at this moment is very strange," she confided to her diary that winter. "But it is boring for me to write. Yes, even among these loathsome and unprecedented horrors, it is boring." None who lived in Petrograd at the end of 1917 could doubt the speed with which the old Russia, the Russia of privilege, wealth, and grinding poverty, was breaking up. All that was real, all that was vital, the best and the worst of men, lay close to the surface. One American journalist recalled as she described the uncertainty of those turbulent days. Overnight, people of no experience or accomplishment rose to command, while men and women of rank and distinction fell into abject poverty. Revolutionary sailors turned the Stroganov's gorgeous Baroque palace, with which Russia's greatest 18th-century architect Rastrelli had adorned the corner of Nevsky Prospect and the Moika embankment, into an amusement center for their off-duty hours. They smoked their cigarettes and spit out their sunflower seeds beneath the Claude Lorraines and the Poussins. The French diplomat Louis de Robien lamented, "They want to make openings in the wonderful paneling in the ballroom and turn it into a cinema." Everywhere, men and women who had stood on the peaks of old Russia slipped to its lowest depths, as Petrograd's new masters insisted that those they once had served now must serve them. "I saw an old general and a priest, the old Russia itself, clearing the streets of snow in order not to die of starvation," de Robien reported elsewhere in his diary. Princess Obolenskaya was seen clearing snow from the Fontanka embankment in the very center of the city, and Countess Sofia Panina had to stand trial for embezzlement because she refused to turn over to the Bolsheviks 100,000 rubles entrusted to her by Kerensky's government. "Our grandfathers, great-grandfathers, and fathers all had to clean up the shit and filth of your grandfathers and fathers," Trotsky exclaimed at one point. "Now you are going to do the same thing for us." Petrograd was awash with tales of lives broken and hopes lost. Officers, barristers, schoolmasters, and engineers got employment as house porters and as messengers, while others were breaking up the ice, selling newspapers, cigarettes, and chocolate. One sympathetic observer remembered. Rumor had it that a former colonel in the elite Imperial Guards had been seen begging a bowl of soup from the head waiter who had served him in better times at the once elegant Everpaiskia Hotel. Others found themselves in even more desperate straits, and more than a few formerly well-to-do wives and daughters turned to prostitution rather than see their families starve. Perhaps nothing captured the sad spirit of the fallen in those days better than the watercolors of Ivan Vladimirov, one of which portrayed Prince Vasilshikov sitting on a crumbling stone wall in an overgrown courtyard. Vasilshikov's ragged trousers still bore the broad red stripe of a Tsarist general, but the goat that stood tethered to his bony wrist spoke amply of the wretched plight of Russia's former lords, who faced poverty and physical danger at every turn. Violence, or the threat of it, seemed everywhere that winter, as mobs of armed soldiers roamed Petrograd's streets. Numbered at more than 100,000 at the beginning of 1917, the city's garrison had grown steadily as men joined it to defend the revolution. Soldiers clustered on streetcorners, barged through the crowds that clogged Petrograd's sidewalks, and forced their way onto streetcars from which people hung by any available handhold. There always were so many soldiers about in the streets of Petrograd that civilians were swallowed up by their grayish tidal wave. One woman remembered. Civilians hurried to hide themselves, she continued. They tried to run away, to get into the shadow. War had long since rendered life cheap. Now, too many gray-coated men with too many guns made violence a way of life. Soldiers and ex-soldiers killed for money, for such luxuries as furs and jewelry, for clothing and for food. Sometimes they killed for no reason at all. Not more than 5 minutes' walk from the American embassy, Dorobian saw 2 soldiers shoot an old woman street vendor rather than pay for 2 of the stunted green apples she offered for sale. When you recall that all this is going on in a country where human life is ridiculously cheap, where there is no respect for the individual and his work, and when you think that the simplicity of killing becomes a habit, an everyday occurrence, you grow fearful for Russia, Maxim Gorky wrote at the end of January. Himself risen from their midst, Gorky feared the masses' dark, brooding violence and explained the unspeakably foul acts of Petrograd's soldiers as a product of Russia's sad past. Dorobian viewed the situation more generously. These simple people, who for 4 years have been allowed to kill and be rewarded for it with crosses and decorations, now do it automatically, he explained sadly. They know of no other rule than that of die rifle and the bayonet. As murder became commonplace on Petrograd's streets, robbery grew rampant, leaving no person safe and no one's possessions immune. According to one estimate, almost 800 robberies occurred in Petrograd every day during January 1918, as the Russians stole from their government, their church, and each other with equal enthusiasm. One winter night, Petrograd's robbers even dragged Moise Uritsky from his sleigh, stole every stitch of his clothing, and left him to make his way home naked. That Uritsky commanded the Petrograd Chaika, the Bolsheviks' newly established security police force, did not deter the thieves in the slightest. As is well known, one of the loudest and most heartily welcomed slogans of our peculiarly Russian Revolution has been the slogan, "Rob the robbers." Gorky wrote, "No doubt history will tell of this process of Russia's self-robbery with the greatest inspiration." He added with bitter sarcasm, "This is an original, and we can be proud. There was nothing similar even in the era of the Great French Revolution. Nowhere did proletarians rob Petrograd's rich with more enthusiasm than in their assaults upon their wine cellars. During the October Revolution there had been scattered instances in which Red Guards and groups of workers had broken into stores of wine and spirits, but the full force of the storm, the so-called wine riots, broke only a month later, when Petrograd's workers invaded the cellars of the Winter Palace and then the cellars of Grand Dukes, great lords, rich merchants, and some of the city's best shops and restaurants. To the Bolsheviks' dismay, their hand-picked guards joined the workers all too readily. The Preobrazhensky Guards regiment assigned to guard these cellars got totally drunk. One of Petrograd's senior Red Guard commanders wrote, "We sent guards from various other picked units, all got utterly drunk. We posted guards especially chosen from regimental committees, i.e. men long known for their dedication to the revolution. They succumbed as well. We dispatched armored cars to drive away the crowd. After patrolling up and down a few times, they also began to weave suspiciously. We tried sealing up the entrances with brick. The crowd came back through the windows, smashing in the gratings and seizing what remained. We tried flooding the cellars with water. The firemen sent to do the job got drunk instead. Finally, a detachment of sailors, described as men of iron, more used to killing than drinking, ended the orgy by smashing the casks and bottles that remained unemptied in the cellars of Russia's former tsars. It is sickening to see such good stuff thrown away," Dorobian lamented to his diary. "There were bottles of Tokay there from the time of Catherine the Great. Bottles containing some of Chateau Mouton Rothschild's greatest vintages perished in the mob's assault against Grand Duke Pavel Alexandrovich's palace at nearby Tsarsko Selo. Konstantin's elegant restaurant, the favorite of those diplomats who still remained in the city, only kept its wine cellars intact by hiring special detachments of machine gun-carrying guards. It was as if guerrilla warfare was going on for the right of entrance to the kingdom of Bacchus. One observer remembered. Trotsky called for the sternest measures to bring Petrograd under control. If you do not succeed in barring the path to drunken excess, all you will have left in the way of defenses will be the armored cars. He warned the Petrograd Soviet on December 2nd. Remember this, he concluded. Each day of drunkenness brings the other side closer to victory and us nearer to returning to the old slavery. In desperation, Lenin's government gave a special military commissar of Petrograd for combating drunkenness and pogroms the authority to shoot looters on the spot. Because experience has shown that less decisive measures have not had the desired result, the regiment assigned to restore order on Vasilievsky Island announced in a special proclamation, storehouses of alcoholic beverages will be blown up with dynamite, and no advanced warning will be given before the explosions. The orgy of intoxication, robbery, confiscation, expropriation, and murder that filled the last days of 1917 left no doubt among Petrograd's former well-to-do that the old days would never return so long as the Bolsheviks ruled Russia. But the flood of decrees calculated to make life wretched for the men and women who had stood at the pinnacle of the old order did nothing to relieve the misery of the proletarians whose interests the new government now claimed to serve. As shipments of grain, coal, wood, and raw materials grew more erratic, shops and factories closed their doors and left tens of thousands of the city's proletarians without food and work. Starving Petrograd, the city without coal or bread, with its factory chimneys gone cold. Alexei Tolstoy wrote in 1918, Russia's capital, he remembered, was a terrible place at the end of 1917. To men and women whose labor counted for little, the passage of hours and days had little meaning, and for centuries Russians had moved according to their own sense of time. Time was of so little value in Russia, one caustic observer explained, that nobody had ever bothered to learn how to save it. In 1917 this meant that, although Russia's revolutionary upheavals produced shortages of everything else, they created a surplus of waiting. Every day brought longer lines in which people with shorter tempers waited more hours for less food and fewer goods. Petrograders stood in line for bread, meat, sugar, kerosene, cloth, tobacco, chocolate, and theater tickets. People even stood in line that winter to receive tickets that allowed them to come back to stand in line another day to buy such scarce items as shoes, boots, and galoshes. Because tradition dictated that mothers with infants be served first, Petrograd's women began to rent infants so that they could get to the head of the line more quickly. Men and women with nothing left to sell but their time began to post signs offering themselves for queue work only, as they struggled to turn the hours spent in lines to some account. The search for food became all-consuming. Even in the drawing rooms, Dorobian wrote, people can only talk of the best way to get hold of a sack of flour or a few eggs. Vicious winter storms combined with food and fuel shortages to add to Petrograders' misery that winter. For blizzards struck the city during the last 10 days of December and piled mountains of snow upon streets and tram lines. As swirling and drifting snow in other parts of Russia slowed rail shipments of wood and coal, fuel became as scarce in Petrograd as the snow was plentiful. Coal and firewood could be obtained only at the price of heroic effort. One of the Bolsheviks remembered many years later. As the midwinter nights lengthened beyond 18 hours, dwindling fuel supplies produced an acute shortage of electricity that plunged Petrograd's buildings into darkness for all but 2 or 3 hours each day and extinguished its street lamps for weeks on end. When anxious men and women hurried to replace electric lights with lamps, they found that they could buy no more than a paltry ounce and 3/4 of kerosene each day. Despite bitter rumors that Russia's new leaders lived in luxury while the masses froze and starved, the men who grappled with these crises suffered along with the rest. We froze, one old Bolshevik remembered. Our leaders froze in their offices. Even Lenin froze. In a nation where the masses' diet consisted mainly of bread, Petrograd's bakers had to knead and bake 725 tons of flour into bread every day to feed the city's 2.25 million people. Because the trains that had made their way to the capital along Russia's crumbling railways during the fall of 1917 had carried less than a third of that amount, Petrograders' daily bread ration fell to a mere half-pound, supplemented by trifling quantities of meat, sugar, fats, and 1 egg every 16 days, several weeks before the Bolsheviks overthrew Kerensky's provisional government. Although experts estimated that a laborer required an absolute minimum of 2,700 calories to survive, a Petrograder's daily rations supplied 1,395 calories as the winter of 1917 to 1918 began. As diligent Bolshevik Red Guards combed Petrograd for hidden reserves of food, they discovered some 50,000 tons of provisions in freight cars that had been shunted to remote railway sidings and forgotten. More searches, careful planning, and the discovery of great stores of precious supplies that enterprising speculators had hidden away added another few weeks to the Bolsheviks' period of grace. At the same time, Lenin ordered detachments of revolutionary soldiers, sailors, and workers into nearby provinces to obtain grain through voluntary sales at fixed official prices, if possible, to barter previous reserves of cloth, thread, and tools if necessary, and to seize the grain from recalcitrant peasants by force if all else failed. Such resolute action could not wipe away the crisis that hung over Petrograd, although it postponed the day when it would strike at full force. When the Soviet of People's Commissars, known by its Russian acronym Sovnarkom, increased the city's bread ration by half before the end of November, even the most hopeful among Russia's new leaders knew that workers would begin to starve soon after the new year unless other food reserves could be tapped. Just when the December blizzards buried Petrograd beneath the heaviest snow of the year, workers' daily rations slipped to 1,038 calories and then plummeted to a pitiful 698 in January. For God's sake, use the most energetic and revolutionary measures to send grain, and more grain, Lenin telegraphed to his special agents in the provinces. Otherwise, Peter, a slang term for Petrograd, may perish. In a desperate effort to feed the city, the Bolsheviks sent small groups of dedicated workers, soldiers, and sailors to barter for grain in Russia's rich grain-growing provinces in western Siberia. Whatever the cost, Petrograd's citizens had to have grain. During the first 3 months of 1918, good-starved western Siberian peasants exchanged over 250,000 tons of grain reserves for more than 60 million rubles worth of manufactured goods. Yet the best efforts of the Bolsheviks' grain gatherers could not free Petrograd from hunger's grip, for it proved to be nearly as difficult to transport food across hundreds, sometimes thousands, of miles of unruly lands as it was to find the food itself. A tenth of the freight cars and a third of the locomotives on Russia's railways had broken down even before the Bolsheviks inherited them from Kerensky's government, and the blizzards that struck so frequently between December and March disabled many more. By the end of January, nearly half of Russia's locomotives no longer ran. Mechanical corpses of locomotives stripped for spare parts clogged rail sidings all across the land. Without enough trains to move grain from the countryside to her cities, Russia's food crisis worsened. When the Bolsheviks moved their capital to Moscow in February, the city's daily bread ration had fallen below a quarter pound, and the workers' entire daily ration produced a pitiful 306 calories, less than a tenth of what experts thought necessary for a healthy diet. In Petrograd, the authorities raised the daily bread allotment to a quarter of a pound by ordering bakers to add more surrogates and moisture to the dough, only to cut that ration of famine bread in half a few weeks later. Elsewhere, it was the same. In Novgorod, Pskov, Tver, Ryazan, and Yaroslavl, in all the towns and cities in which the Bolsheviks ruled, hunger deepened as the winter of 1917 to 1918 turned toward spring. To add to the Bolsheviks' difficulties, Russia's hard-drinking peasants continued to distill hundreds of thousands of tons of precious grain into raw samagon, moonshine, vodka throughout the winter. Thirsty country folk in one large Siberian province distilled an estimated 250,000 tons of grain into samagon during the winter of 1917 to 1918, and the authorities discovered one village in south-central Russia where peasants had distilled enough grain that winter to have fed a town of 10,000 people. Not yet able to extend their authority into each of Russia's hundreds of thousands of tiny peasant villages, the Bolsheviks could only lament the loss of such desperately needed food supplies and appeal to those poor peasants whose hunger had begun to rival that of their city brethren to take matters into their own hands. Whole cities, entire provinces, are starving, one Bolshevik propagandist wrote. Join together, all you poor folk in town and country, all you workers in field and factory. Remember, Russia's entire future, the fate of all her toilers, lies in your hands alone. You overthrew Tsar Nicholas. You dumped that petty Tsarlit Kerensky. Did you do all that just so you could be defeated now by Tsar hunger? Clearly, The Bolsheviks hoped that Russia's poorest peasants would take their side against those who still held surplus grain. But the response of the Russian countryside proved to be far more complex than they had hoped. The persistence of the Samagon trade in time of famine stemmed in part from the most productive peasants' hatred for the government's wartime price-fixing policies and their hunger for hard-to-come-by farm implements and tools. When this comparative handful of prosperous peasants, or kulaks, had begun to hoard grain after the harvest of 1914, they had hoped to force the government to lift its controls, drive prices higher, and reap richer profits. But factors they had not foreseen undermined their plans. In order to manufacture more profitable war supplies, weapons, and ammunition, Russian factory owners had stopped producing for the civilian market, and the prices of scarce consumer goods had risen much faster than grain. When badly needed tools, iron, and boots no longer could be bought in Russia's provinces, the kulaks refused to sell their grain at any price, and during the winter of 1917 to 1918 they had begun to transform their reserves into more easily concealed samagon, which could be transported more conveniently and sold more profitably than grain. Such men stood to gain nothing from the Bolsheviks' October victory, and they continued to refuse all pleas to release grain for the common good. While the Bolsheviks fought their battle against kulak distillers, the food shortages that had plagued the towns and cities of central Russia during the fall of 1917 therefore began to spread to hundreds of thousands of poor peasant households. Even in normal times, the last days of winter always had brought hunger to Russia's countryside, for only one peasant family in 9 or 10 usually had enough grain to last from harvest to harvest. The first months of 1918 saw such shortages become unusually severe, and poor peasants in the provinces around Petrograd, Pskov, and Novgorod began to eat bark, straw, and moss long before the spring thaw. At about the same time, peasants in the nearby province of Yaroslavl began to mix their last precious stores of coarse flour with calm husks, chaff, hay, and nettles. A few years later, one of them still remembered how luxurious bread baked from a mixture of potato bits, oat siftings, vegetable husks, a bit of rye flour had seemed during those hungry times. As hungry crowds pleaded for food, violence flared. An angry mob in Taldom killed the local food commissar and stuffed his mouth full of ration cards. In Rybinsk and Pavlovsky Posad, hungry peasants burned the headquarters of the local Soviet and beat several of its members to death. 50 Red Guards had to be rushed from Moscow to disperse a mob at Zvenigorod that threatened to take matters into its own hands after it had swelled to nearly 10,000. Always, hunger drove the masses on, and the promise of food dampened their outrage just as surely as useless ration cards stirred it. Not far from Petrograd, in the village of Kolpino, the authorities dispersed a starving mob with a promise to increase the bread ration to a paltry £1/4 a day. Such promises could not stave off death by hunger as famine began to take its deadly toll in Russia's towns and villages. By the thousands, and then by the tens of thousands, Russians began to bury their dead as the spring thaw came. To make matters worse, the Bolsheviks' enemies seized the very areas from which Lenin's hungry followers had hoped to draw more grain during the lean spring and early summer months. That spring, German armies occupied the north shore of the Black Sea and the Ukraine, easily the most productive of all grain fields in Russia and the breadbasket not only of the former Russian Empire but of much of Eastern and Central Europe. On the heels of that loss, victorious whites seized Siberia, the Transvolga region, and the rich lands that lay along the lower reaches of the Kuban and Don rivers. Before the hungry spring of 1918 had moved into midsummer, more than 8 out of every 10 bushels of the grain that Russia's peasants had stored after the harvest of 1917 lay beyond the Bolsheviks' reach. If there had been too little food in March, there was much less by June. Soaring unemployment made the plight of Russia's hungry proletarians more desperate still. In Petrograd alone, 40 large factories that had employed nearly 80,000 mill hands at the time of the October Revolution closed their doors before spring. Out of more than 5,000 workers at the Franko-Ruskii factory, only a handful remained as caretakers, and even the gigantic Obukhov and Putilov works laid off almost 2/3 of their workforce. Within 4 months after the October Revolution, the number of Petrograd's unemployed factory workers increased by more than 100,000. Then, shortages of coal, electricity, and raw materials drove that number even higher. Before fall came in 1918, Petrograd's factories employed less than 1/3 of the men and women who had worked there the year before. Ironically, unemployment struck hardest at the metallisty, Those elite skilled metalworkers who had been among the most active supporters of Russia's revolutionary movement since the 1880s and had formed the core of the Bolshevik strength. Metallisty lost so many jobs during the Bolsheviks' first year in power that less than 50,000 out of a wartime contingent of nearly 250,000 remained in Petrograd at the end of 1918. Some have been killed in the struggles for freedom, Petrograd's Metalworkers Union reported as it looked back upon the Bolsheviks' first year in power. Others have gone off to fight against the Whites. A third group left at the time of the evacuation to Moscow, and a fourth group has been scattered all across the country in search of food for themselves and their families. So vast was the flight from Petrograd during the Civil War that 7 out of every 10 men and women who had lived there in 1917 no longer remained in the summer of 1920. Russia's factory workers thus turned their backs upon those urban centers that had been their beacons of hope ever since the emancipation of 1861, had freed them from serfdom's heavy yoke, and made their way back to the villages whence they or their parents had come. There they found traditional points of reference slipping away almost as rapidly as in the cities as their peasant relatives struggled to make sense out of Lenin's decree on land. On the evening after the Bolsheviks' revolutionary triumph, Lenin had proclaimed that private ownership of land shall be abolished forever, and had promised that the right to use the land shall be accorded to all citizens of the Russian state, without distinction of sex, desiring to cultivate it by their own labor. Yet he had purposely left vague his explanations about how those principles might be put into practice. During the first months of 1918, Russia's peasants therefore moved to shape Lenin's promises to accord with their own understanding. Almost everywhere, peasants had looted livestock, farm implements, and valuables from local manor houses in response to Lenin's decree on land. Yet, despite the sense of violence that emerges from memoirs and newspaper reports of that time, the number of such outbreaks remained small compared to the great number of landlords who were dispossessed. The peasants' natural caution, common sense, and sense of fair play inevitably overbalanced their first impulse to give vent to centuries of accumulated anger, and instances in which they helped former landlords to find a place in the new order seem nearly as numerous as the incidents in which they looted their estates. Far more frequently, hungry peasants directed their anger against local officials who met their pleas for bread with more regulations and more useless ration cards. During the hungry spring of 1918, nothing spoke more dramatically of the hunger in town and country than the reports that poured into the People's Commissariat for food supply. None could doubt Russian masses' desperation as telegram after telegram chronicled their daily confrontations with hunger and death. We have no bread. The situation is hopeless. Hunger reigns. May 19th, from the village of Pokrov. The food situation in Kinishma has taken an ominous turn that is leading to catastrophe. Individual rations for April and May have been equal to only 2 pounds of flour for an entire month. May 22nd, from the town of Kinishma. Yaroslav province is in an absolutely, unprecedentedly impoverished and catastrophic condition so far as food supplies are concerned. Absolutely no shipments of grain have arrived for 2 weeks. May 24th, from the provincial capital of Yaroslav. Starving workers are collapsing at their machines. Everyone who is able continues to work and will continue to do so. We beg you to send us bread. This is not a threat but a final cry of despair. May 25th, from the town of Viksa. The words absolutely critical, urgent, desperate, unprecedented, and catastrophic became commonplace in the telegrams that poured into the offices of the Sovnarkom and the Commissariat for Food Supply in Moscow. From all comers of the Bolsheviks' domains came word of the last reserves being eaten, of people collapsing from hunger, of men, women, and children dying by the thousands. In Moscow, grain shipments fell to a mere third of the amount needed to bake the quarter-pound daily bread ration that stood between its people and starvation. But news from Petrograd grew even worse. After desperate telegrams marked urgent to Lenin brought no new shipments of grain, officials cut workers' daily bread rations there to 1/8 of a pound. Disease quickly joined the scourges that the Russians suffered during the hungry spring of 1918. The age-old traveling companion of famine in Russia, typhus, ran rampant, its spread facilitated by the chronic lack of toilet and bathing facilities for the hordes of demobilized soldiers and hungry city folk who made their way along the railways into the Russian countryside. Carried by lice that flourished amid the famine's filth and poverty, Typhus rivaled starvation as Russia's greatest killer, for the bite of even one louse could mean death. Every Russian who knew that fact carried fear deep within his heart. "Today I caught an insect on my body," one perpetually apprehensive diarist wrote. "Is it a typhus louse or not? Let us wait a fortnight and see. If it is typhus, that means the end of me. I am too weak to live through the fever." Without enough disinfectants, or even enough soap, few Russians could escape the deadly daily presence of such insects. An article in Pravda reported that dead lice became so thick on the floor of the disinfecting room where the clothing of Red Army soldiers was treated that they looked like a 2-inch thick layer of gray sand. Was starvation inevitable that spring? Or could the hoarded grain of the Kulaks have fed the Russians? Although Bolshevik apologists crudely overstated their case and grossly underplayed the problems caused by their own disorderly assumption of power, their clumsy inexperience, and the collapse of Russia's railroads, there was an element of truth to what they said. Despite the loss of Russia's richest grainlands to the Whites and the Germans, Kulak storehouses in the Bolsheviks' shrunken domains at midsummer probably still contained nearly 750,000 tons of grain from the 1917 harvest plus a great deal more from earlier years. "It is not because there is no grain in Russia that we face hunger," Lenin told Petrograd's workers that spring as he called upon workers and poor peasants to wrest the grain from those who would keep it from them. The battle for grain had to be viewed not merely as a struggle for bread, but as a conflict upon which the revolution's very survival depended. Warning that the entire future of socialism is at stake, Lenin thus summoned Russia's masses to battle against the Kulaks. Convinced that only the most decisive measures could feed the Russians and save the world's first proletarian state, Lenin announced on May 9, 1918, that those who have grain and fail to deliver it to properly designated rail stations and shipping points are to be declared enemies of the people a fortnight later. He proclaimed a great crusade against grain speculators, kulaks, bloodsuckers, disorganizers, and bribe-takers, who, after growing fat and rich during the war, he added in a separate note, now refuse to give bread to starving people. Russia's toilers must join the battle for bread, not only against those nobles and great grain merchants who had traded in grain in the old days, but most of all against the kulaks, the village bourgeoisie. These enemies of Soviet power, Lenin warned, planned to bind the workers and poor peasants with the chains of capitalist slavery. As part of the battle for Soviet power and for socialism, the battle for bread thus must become a pitiless struggle in which no weapon could be too terrible and no tactic too brutal to crush those who sought to profit from the misfortunes of others. Not all who believed in socialism advocated class warfare so readily. When the Bolsheviks asked the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviets to approve their plans for sending detachments of armed workers to confiscate the peasants' grain, the Menshevik leader Yuliy Martov spoke angrily against it, just as he had stormed against their resolution to rule without the support of other socialists the previous October. Martov's voice thundered from the tribune, one reporter remembered. This is treachery. You've thought this up in order to get all the discontented workers, the finest flower of the proletariat, out of Moscow and Petrograd. Martov's outrage quickly polarized the members of the Central Executive Committee, whose shouts of traitor and bravo Martov shook the walls. Force, so often the Bolsheviks' favored course in moments of crisis, finally ended Martov's outburst, when the committee's Bolshevik president ordered the guards who stood outside the chamber to remove him. The times were ominous, filled with murky predictions, expectations, brutal passions, and contradictions. Konstantin Postovsky wrote when he recalled how Martov had stalked away, his boiling rage suddenly frozen into cold hatred. The life of the country, Postovsky concluded, had been shaken right down to its 1,000-year-old roots. With starvation looming on every corner of the horizon, Lenin and the Bolsheviks held firmly to their course despite the opposition of Martov and his allies. Firm in their belief that the higher goal of social justice justified the violence of class warfare, they called upon all toilers and landless peasants to join together at once in a merciless struggle against the kulaks. Long live civil war in the name of bread for children and old people, for the workers and the Red Army, in the name of direct and merciless struggle with counter-revolution, Trotsky announced to a workers' meeting in Moscow. But class warfare could not solve the problem of too little land cultivated to feed too many people. The civil war is not likely to induce the peasants to increase the area under cultivation. One of the Mensheviks warned grimly as he listened to the Bolsheviks' efforts to turn Russia's poor peasants against their slightly better-off neighbors. None with the power to alter Russia's course heeded that wise objection. Instead, the Bolsheviks worked to deepen the conflict between those who had grain and those who did not in Russia's villages. There remains only one solution, Lenin announced at the beginning of May. Russia's government must meet the violence of grain owners against the starving poor with violence against the grain owners. The Bolsheviks now insisted that all grain must be sold at the official price, which, at times, fell to less than a 20th of what grain fetched on the black market. Anyone who refused to do so, or who was caught hoarding grain or distilling samagon after May 9, 1918, would have his grain confiscated and be sentenced to not less than 10 years in prison. No longer would the government barter goods for grain as it had during the previous winter. Manufactured goods, Lenin explained, are to be distributed among the needy population, as an incentive to stimulate those who have no grain to force those that have it to hand it over. Trotsky announced the Bolsheviks' new policy in more dramatic terms. We communists recognize only one sacred right, the right of the working man, his wife, and his child to live, he stated eloquently. We did not hesitate to wrest the land away from the landlords, to transfer the factories, mills, and railroads into the hands of the people, and, by force of arms, to tear the crown from the stupid Tsar's head. He continued. Why then should we hesitate to take the grain away from the kulaks? No longer a commodity to be sold, bought, or traded, grain became one of the chief spoils of class warfare to be shared out in a fraternal fashion, in Trotsky's words, among the starving masses in town and country. Its distribution would be controlled, Lenin said, by a dictatorship, a regime of violence against the exploiters. Such a dictatorship came into being several weeks before Russia's spring ended. Born in the same year as Lenin, a loyal Bolshevik for almost 2 decades, and the People's Commissar for Food Supply ever since he had ousted his former chief from that office in February, the tough party infighter Alexander Tsaruppa was the ideal man to direct the dictatorship of food supply that the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviets approved over the bitter opposition of Mensheviks and left-wing socialist revolutionaries on May 9. As a graduate of the Kherson Agricultural Institute who had lived most of his early life in the provinces, Tsaruppa knew how the peasants lived, what they produced, and where to find it. We are going to organize grain requisitioning detachments, he explained to his colleagues on the Central Executive Committee, not only for the purpose of collecting and requisitioning grain, but also to demonstrate that grain will be taken by force. Pravda hurried to underscore his stern position. The war against hunger, it announced a few days later, is the war against the bourgeoisie carried from the city into the countryside. A dictatorship of food supply, it added, would support the poorest of the peasants and compel the rich, the village bourgeoisie, to surrender their huge grain reserves to the starving people of Russia. Only by turning the rural poor against those who stood above in the rural economic hierarchy could the Bolsheviks hope to solidify their authority outside Russia's cities. Yakov Sverdlov, the Bolsheviks' chief organizer during the revolution and now, at the age of 33, chairman of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, summarized the situation in the bluntest terms less than 2 weeks after the supply detachments had been approved. If we cannot split the villages into 2 irreconcilably hostile camps, he warned in a report dated May 20th, if we cannot unite the village poor against the rich, then we are going to live through some very bad days. For the manpower to fill the grain requisitioning detachments that would fight the many battles with Russia's stubborn peasantry, Tsaruppa's Commissariat of Food Supply turned to the workers of Moscow, Petrograd, and other industrial centers. The main task of the workers' detachments should be to organize the toiling peasantry against the kulaks. Its circulars announced. If we smash the resistance of the village bourgeoisie immediately, another decree promised, we shall be invincible and the socialist revolution will be established forever. In such a struggle, the Bolsheviks insisted that the workers of Moscow and, especially, of starving Petrograd, must lead the way. Comrades, time will not wait, the Petrograd Soviet warned. Hundreds and thousands of honest workers are needed. We can't waste time. Immediately, Bolshevik-controlled committees of factory and mill workers spoke out as expected. Let each factory, each workshop, each group of railroad workers, each group of service workers immediately select from its ranks 3 to 5 people out of every 100. They urged. Let the task of organizing grain requisitioning detachments move forward at top speed. They therefore rose up far more reluctantly than the Bolsheviks had hoped and required considerably more urging than expected. To sit in Peter, to starve, to hang around empty factories, to amuse oneself with absurd dreams is stupid and criminal. Lenin raged. If Petrograd's workers did not take the lead in the battle for bread, he warned, it would mean the death of our revolution. While Trotsky and Lenin remained in Moscow, some of their most persuasive comrades hurried to organize the workers in Petrograd, now revered by Bolshevik propagandists as the cradle of the revolution. Mikhail Kalinin, a peasant-turned metalworker who spoke the language of humble folk and was affectionately known to them as Papa. People's Commissar of Public Enlightenment Anatoly Lunacharsky, a provincial clerk's son whose ready pen had spoken out in the workers' cause for the better part of a quarter century, and Concordia Samoilova, a Siberian village priest's daughter who had devoted her life to the cause of proletarian women, all urged Petrograd's workers to defend the revolution by enlisting in Tsayuripa's grain requisitioning detachments. At first slowly, then with more enthusiasm, the workers joined the battle for bread, and Petrograd's detachment set out to do battle with the Kulaks less than a week after Lunacharsky, Samoilova, and Kalinin arrived from Moscow. Within a month, 4,000 more working men had joined their ranks. While workers from other cities followed the example of their Petrograd comrades, Trotsky summoned working women to join in the battle. Our detachments ought to take with them a few women, real proletarian wives and mothers, who know better than anyone else just what hunger means to a family where there are many children. He urged the Moscow workers. Such toiling mothers, he added with grim satisfaction, will really give the Kulaks a piece of their minds. By mid-June, workers from Moscow's great Prokhorov cotton mill, the even larger mills in Ivanovo-Voznesensk, the Ryabushinsky factory in Vishnya-Volochyok, and scores of others had joined Tsayuripa's grain requisitioning detachments. It was dangerous to go into the countryside then, a member of one detachment remembered. But we had to have grain and we had to go and get it. Trotsky insisted that the rewards would far outweigh any dangers the grain requisitioning detachments might face. We shall find help everywhere, even in the most out-of-the-way places, he assured Moscow's workers as he reminded them that they and the poor peasants outnumbered the Kulaks by at least 20 to 1. Can anyone think that the Kulaks will dare to stand against such odds? He asked. In almost all cases, he assured those who might doubt the readiness of village capitalists to capitulate so readily. It will be enough to have several thousand politically conscious and disciplined workers appear along with honest, disciplined Red Army men and say, Moscow needs grain. Give it to us at the official price that has been set by Soviet authority. Comrades, he promised, there will be grain. By any calculation, workers and poor peasants outnumbered the Kulaks by a huge margin. But as men and women whose hard work, stubbornness, and greater readiness to take risks had raised them to the top of the village's pitifully low economic heap, the Kulaks proved less willing to bow to superior numbers than Trotsky's optimistic promises indicated. Even before the grain requisitioning detachments had been formed, scores of Kulak revolts against Bolshevik authority were being reported in Russia's fertile grain belt, with more than 50 concentrated in just 4 provinces that spring. When the grain requisitioning detachments moved into Russia's villages, Kulak resistance stiffened, and Tsayuripa had to take special measures to make certain that the grain requisitioning detachments could defend themselves against all but the most overwhelming threats. Every detachment is to consist of not less than 75 men and 2 or 3 machine guns, he ordered. There should be continuous cavalry communication between different detachments, and, at the same time, senior commanders must distribute the forces under their command in such a way that will make it easy for 2 or 3 detachments to unite in a short time. Every grain requisitioning detachment thus had reinforcements near at hand when its searches provoked opposition. In some cases, entire villages resisted, making it clear that the Bolsheviks' definition of a Kulak reached far down toward the bottom of the village economic pyramid. In other instances, Red Army units threatened to destroy entire villages unless those peasants whom they named as the resident class enemies surrendered a quota of grain. Such choices of class enemies sometimes were made purely by chance. Poor to the right, rich to the left, commanded one leader of a Bolshevik workers' detachment sent to seize grain from one village. With rifles pointed at their heads, the rich did as they were told and found ways to settle scores afterward. Reports from commanders of the first grain requisitioning detachments all across Russia left no doubt that the kulaks were ready and willing to defend their farms and grain against them. That July and August the number of kulak revolts in Russia's central provinces rose beyond 200. Grain requisitioning detachments therefore operated as if they were in enemy-held territory and supported their frequent house-to-house searches with machine gun fire, hand grenades, and even artillery shells. Such were needed, one commander explained, to produce the necessary moral effect upon the peasants. Men and women officially classified as the village poor formed a key element in the Bolsheviks' plans as the grain requisitioning detachments moved through Russia's countryside. Established in response to Tsar's direct orders, village committees of the poor were expected to help grain requisitioning detachments uncover hidden supplies in return for part of the grain and desperately needed manufactured goods. Certainly, some of the poorest peasants hurried to join such committees, although it is by no means certain that they did so for any reason other than to take advantage of the food, tools, and clothing that Tsar's Commissariat of Food Supply promised in return for their energetic support in removing surpluses from the hands of the kulaks and the rich. More frequently, committees of the poor were formed by units of the Red Army or by the grain requisitioning detachments themselves. Before fall came to an end, such poor peasants, assisted by large numbers of those city workers who had joined grain requisitioning detachments and settled temporarily in the villages, had formed more than 30,000 village and district committees. By the end of the year, that number had risen well beyond 100,000. Even committees of the poor and grain requisitioning detachments together could not feed the Russians. On the average, Tsar's Commissariat of Food Supply collected a paltry 36 pounds of grain, not even enough to produce a daily bread ration of 1/8 of a pound, for each person in Bolshevik Russia during 1918, and most city folk would have starved had they relied solely upon its efforts. That most of them survived that year's dreadful food shortages was due in part, perhaps in large part, to a legion of itinerant peddlers known as bagmen who carried tools, hinges, nails, pipes, pots and pans, leather and cloth to peasant villages and exchanged them for food products that they took back to sell in the city. Always buying and selling at prices far above those paid by the government, Russia's bagmen had reaped immense profits since the early days of the revolution, yet all of Russia's provisional governments had tolerated them because they alone stood between the nation's collapsing food supply network and starvation in the cities. A report issued in the fall of 1917 had spoken of tens of thousands of bagmen who plied their trade along the railroads and rivers that passed through Russia's most fertile provinces. After the October Revolution, they continued to flourish despite the Bolsheviks' ideological hatred for their petty bourgeois greed. Even contemporary Soviet planners admitted that bagmen accounted for more than half of the grain consumed by city dwellers during the year after the October Revolution. Because no one understood that fact better than Tsarpa himself, the Commissariat of Food Supply issued special regulations which, under the guise of limiting the private transport of food into Moscow and Petrograd, allowed the bagmen to continue their work even after the Sovnarkom authorized special paramilitary units to stop trains and riverboats, search for bagmen, and confiscate the foodstuffs they carried. But Tsarpa's grudging awareness that the bagmen must be tolerated for the moment did not prevent the Bolsheviks from unleashing bitter propaganda attacks against them. Along with the grasping kulak, whose sinister image loomed so large in the Bolsheviks' decrees against village capitalists, the bagmen became the other enemy of the people during the summer and fall of 1918. Now that regulations permitted the bagmen to function and forbade them from doing so, their fate depended upon the whim of the individual commanders they encountered. They thus began to operate in that vast twilight zone that Bolshevik rule brought to Russia, in which things were forbidden and permitted at the same time. Men and women now had to break the law to survive. The real rule, one survivor wrote bitterly, was, "To each man nothing unless he gets it by transgressing the laws of the communist government." With misplaced hopes that the harvest of 1918 would end the food shortages that had crippled their first efforts to govern Russia, the Bolsheviks intensified their campaign against the bagmen when peasant reapers began their work in the countryside that fall. In early September, Dzerzhinsky's Chaika warned Russians against various types of marauders, speculators, and professional bagmen, whose operations had thrown the nation's transport facilities into chaos. When it proved all but impossible to distinguish bagmen from genuine starving proletarians, Dzerzhinsky urged his colleagues on the Sovnarkom to close the loophole through which Tsarapa had allowed them to operate their black market trade in Russia's largest cities. Significantly, the Sovnarkom did not issue its prohibition until the harvest was nearly finished in October. By then, the bagmen's illicit trade had kept Russia's cities alive during the worst months of that year's food shortages. The Bolsheviks' repressive methods during Russia's Hungry Spring provoked bitter criticism from the rapidly shrinking body of political adversaries who still remained at liberty in Russia. Just more than a month after the Menshevik leaders Dan and Martov had attacked Lenin's plans to organize armed grain requisitioning detachments, the Bolshevik majority expelled the Mensheviks and all other socialists except for the left-wing socialist revolutionaries from the All-Russian Central Executive Committee. The Soviet government is living through its most difficult period, the committee's chairman Sverdlov warned on June 14, because the presence in Soviet organizations of representatives of parties which are obviously endeavoring to discredit and overthrow the Soviet government is absolutely intolerable. He went on, the Central Executive Committee had found it necessary to exclude them from its membership. 9 days later, Chaika agents arrested 39 moderate socialist leaders who had met to discuss how their parties should respond to the Bolsheviks' heavy-handed tactics. By the end of June, only the left SRs, who shared some of the Bolsheviks' views but rejected their decision to bring class conflict to Russia's villages as violently as they condemned their willingness to accept peace with Germany at any price, remained free to oppose their plans. Within a month, the left SRs, too, would be gone from the Central Executive Committee after their condemnation of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and their moral outrage at the Bolsheviks' readiness to incite Russia's peasants to war against each other culminated in a wild, romantic attempt to win in the streets of Moscow the revolutionary victory that had eluded them elsewhere. Yet the Bolsheviks' ability to crush the left SR's uprising and establish themselves as undisputed masters of Moscow in July 1918 did not assure their hold upon the Russian land, for they faced challenges on every side from men and women who considered the Bolshevik vision of Russia's future as abhorrent as their efforts to split Russia apart by means of class conflict. By the summer of 1918, 30 different governments functioned in the lands that once had been the Russian Empire, and 29 of them stood against the Bolsheviks. Their enemies pressing upon them from all sides, the Bolsheviks expected no quarter and gave none. From the very beginning, the Bolsheviks defined the character of the Civil War in a single word: annihilation, General Denikin recalled in his memoirs. For years of war and the nightmare of revolution had left their mark on everyone, he continued. There was heroism and brutality, compassion and hatred, social tolerance and class conflict. Most of all, it seemed to Denikin that the Civil War's first battles heightened the tension between the exalted and base tendencies in the natures of men. Absolutes began to rule men's minds as they never had during the Great War. As the Reds and Whites fought their first battles in the spring of 1918, neither thought simply of victory or defeat. Each planned the other's annihilation. The fighting begins. Marooned in starving Moscow, nearsighted, impractical, frightened of automobiles and elevators, and without any means of support, the young Russian poet Marina Tsvetiva looked southward as the winter of 1918 neared its end. Her husband already had enlisted in the embryonic volunteer army that soon would become the backbone of the white forces in South Russia, and she longed to join him. Yet the lines of battle between red and white already had been drawn, and it would be 4 long years before she and her 2 small children could make the journey. Anxious to escape the constraints of the new order that she found so deadening, but condemned by circumstances to spend the Civil War in the very center of Russia's red heart, Tsvetiva saw a time to come when thoughtful grandchildren would ask their grandfathers, "Where were you?" during those dark and terrible days of 1918. The reply, she wrote in neat, round, schoolgirl letters in a small notebook from the American YMCA, crashes forth like thunder. For men who believed in duty, valor, and honor, she insisted, the place to be at the beginning of 1918 must be on the Don. The Don. For centuries, those lands that stretched beyond the horizon in every direction to encompass more than 165 OCX, square kilometers of the Great Don River Basin in southern Russia, had stirred dreams of freedom in the minds of oppressed and restless men and women. Beginning in the 15th century, when Ivan the Great and his grandson Ivan the Terrible had begun to gather the far-flung Russian lands under Moscow's control, serfs and slaves from central Russia had fled to the Don lands, where they had found freedom from the Tsar's relentlessly tightening grip. With their Cossack allies on the Dnieper-Zaporozhian Sich to the west and the lower reaches of the Kuban, Volga, and Ayak rivers to the east, thousands of fugitives had lived close to their horses and to nature, free from want, servitude, and fear. Theirs was the steppe, a land as vast as it was virginal, where the grass grew taller than a man on horseback and stretched as far as the eye could see. Never had the plow cut through the immense waves of its grasses. A Russian novelist had written almost a century before die revolutions of 1917. The entire surface of the earth was an ocean of green and gold, sprinkled with millions of different flowers. So it had been in the days of the fictional hero Taras Bulba. So, too, had it been when the rebel Cossack chieftains Ivan Bolotnikov, Stenka Razin, Kondraty Bulavin, and Emelian Pugachev had led their followers in some of the greatest uprisings ever known in the history of the Western world. On 4 occasions between 1600 and 1800, these Cossack leaders had challenged the authority of the autocrats who ruled from Moscow and St. Petersburg by forming hordes of oppressed peasants into formidable armies. Always their rallying cry had been freedom for Russia's poor and unfortunate. Knights errant of the Russian common people. The 19th-century radical Alexander Herzen once had called them a race of warrior peasants who had lived free until the Empress Catherine the Great had tamed them by tempering the blows her armies dealt the forces of the Cossack Pugachev with promises of privileges and rewards. Thanks to Catherine's artful co-optation of their leaders, the Cossacks became the Russian autocrats' most staunch defenders. Cossacks had ridden for Tsar, faith, and country against Napoleon in 1812, against the armies of England and France during the Crimean War, and against the Turks on at least 4 occasions after Catherine's death. Cossack squadrons had been the government's best weapon during the revolutionary disturbances of 1905, when they had ridden against striking workers, their slashing, weighted whips scattering their victims like so many flocks of frightened geese. In 1904, Cossack cavalry had traveled halfway around the globe to fight the Japanese. In 1914, they had struck terror into the hearts of even the superbly trained German armies, whose soldiers instinctively recoiled from the terrible cry, "Kosaken kommen," which their ancestors had first learned to fear during the 7 Years' War a century and a half before. As with all tales of knights errant, legends of the Cossacks as freedom-loving fighters survived long after they had become autocracy's bulwark against revolution. For much of the 19th century, peasants in those parts of Russia where Pugachev had won his greatest victories in 1773 and 1774 dated events from the time of his revolt, instead of from the time of Christ, as they waited impatiently for his successor to appear. Revolutionaries in the 20th century knew the importance of such Cossack legends to Russia's masses and tried to use them to political advantage. Even Lenin took care to stress his kinship with Stenka Razin in the struggle against oppression in Russia. Both Reds and Whites therefore looked to the Cossacks in 1918. The former recalled their deeds as long-ago champions in the people's struggle against Russia's Tsars, while the latter drew comfort from their more recent exploits as the autocrats' first line of defense against revolution. Yet, neither Red nor White understood how seriously the turmoil of the First World War and the revolutions of 1917 had weakened the Cossacks' unity and eroded their sense of common purpose. Nor did they realize how bitterly divided the Cossacks had become among themselves. As they had done for centuries, younger Cossacks had ridden away from the Don in 1914 to add to the glory that their forebears had won in wars past. Yet the grinding brutality of war on Europe's Eastern Front had taken a bitter toll, and they had sickened of the killing as their elders never had. When these men from the front returned home in 1917, they were much more radical than those who had stayed behind. This produced a confrontation between fathers and sons that frequently led to bloodshed. One observer wrote, "It split families apart and brought bitter disagreements into the Cossack communities of the Don and Kuban lands." To the chagrin of Red and White alike, the first months of the Civil War therefore saw groups with very contradictory aims and loyalties emerge among the Cossacks. Very quickly, the Don lands became a microcosm of the conflicts that divided men and women all across Russia. None looked to the Cossacks and the Don lands with greater hope than General Mikhail Alexeyev. Short and slight, his slender hands and wire-rimmed spectacles making him appear for all the world like a man who lived by his pen, not his sword. Alexeyev at 60 was dying of cancer and had only 11 months to live when Lenin and Trotsky ousted Kerensky from office. Scrupulously honest, and content to remain in the background while less deserving men basked in the public acclaim that was rightly his, Alexeyev always had asked much less for himself than for others. During the trying months of the Great War, men better trained in the ways of the imperial court had gossiped about how this unassuming man of simple faith and simpler manners thought coffee should be drunk during meals rather than afterward, and many had raised their eyebrows in contempt when he left the dinner table before the Tsar in order to return to his workroom. If you ever see before you a stern general looking every inch the part, whose countenance reflects his own great appreciation of the grandeur of his position, an admiring future Bolshevik correspondent once wrote, then you are not in the presence of Alexeyev. As the Imperial Chief of Staff beginning in August 1915, Alexeyev had regrouped Russia's shattered armed forces, rebuilt and rearmed its decimated divisions, and launched new offensives, while the inept and indecisive Emperor Nicholas II had posed as his nation's supreme commander. Solely as a consequence of his immense capacity for work and his single-minded dedication to his country, this son of a non-commissioned infantry officer had risen to take full command of Russia's armies in 1917 after the February Revolution had driven the Romanovs from their throne. Yet the revolution that Alexeyev accepted had promised to lead Russia along the path to Western constitutional democracy, not reshape her around values he found politically dangerous and morally repugnant. Bitterly opposed to every principle for which Lenin and the Bolsheviks stood, Alexeyev refused to accept their victory. Certain that nothing short of military force could dislodge the Bolsheviks, Alexeyev hurried to the south within hours after their victory in the hope that Novichorkassk, the capital of the Don territory, could become a base from which to march against them. Relying upon the rich harvests and abundant natural resources of the region to support his effort, Alexeyev intended to restore the order and regularity of civic life that the revolutionary year had destroyed. Still certain, as he had written some months earlier, that the fate of Russia depends on the army, Alexeyev planned to assemble fugitive officers, military cadets, experienced non-coms returning from the front, and especially the Don Cossacks, who, he mistakenly thought, had sufficient strength not only for defense but for an offensive, to form a volunteer army that would defend the Don and, one day, grow strong enough to defeat the Bolsheviks. At best, the volunteer army was a far cry from the military force that Alexeyev had commanded from Russia's supreme headquarters earlier that year, for volunteers proved to be scarce, weapons and ammunition scarcer still, and money scarcest of all. It was touching to see how the former supreme commander of Russia's armies, so recently in command of millions of men and a billion-ruble budget, now scurried and bustled here and there and fretted about getting a dozen cots, a few sacks of sugar and tiny sums of money. General Denikin wrote some years later, Alexeyev forced the deaf to hear and those who slept to awaken. Denikin added in amazement, he dedicated all his strength and energy to what he liked to call his last labor on this earth. The obstacles seemed insurmountable. Nonetheless, Alexeyev insisted that the business of saving the state could best be begun on the Don. Russian state authority will establish itself here, he explained. The fragments of the old Russian government that has just been shattered by this unprecedented storm will gradually be put back together into the nucleus of a healthy state here in the southwest. The prospects for Alexeyev's success looked brighter in mid-November, when, in the elections for delegates to the Constituent Assembly, 49 out of every 50 Cossacks had cast their ballots against the Bolsheviks. All too quickly, fugitive generals and politicians who had joined Alexeyev in Novichorkassk began to dream about broadening their struggle against the Bolsheviks into a national movement. Whoever controls the mineral fuels of the country, one of the refugees from Moscow explained at a meeting in Novichorkassk on November 11th, can exercise the greatest influence on all areas of national life. Thus, the coal of the Don and the wealth of its banks could be used to deprive Central Russia of the food and fuel that the Bolsheviks' government needed to survive. Then, if the mineral-rich Don could be allied with the grain-rich Ukraine, which already had declared its independence from Lenin's regime, they could pose a powerful threat to Bolshevik power. Although immensely seductive for men whose world had been shattered by the Bolsheviks' victories in Petrograd and Moscow, such a dream ignored the realities of life in the Don lands. Proud of their traditions of freedom and democratic institutions, The Cossacks resented those politicians from Moscow and Petrograd who had appeared so suddenly in their midst and spoke so readily as their representatives. Most of these politicians belonged to the Constitutional Democratic or Cadet Party, which had been founded in the wake of the Revolution of 1905 and had represented in Russia those basic traditions of European liberalism that emphasized proper legal procedure, civil liberty, and political democracy, as opposed to the class-leveling social democracy called for by the Bolsheviks. Yet such politicians knew nothing of the Cossacks' own traditions and remained foreigners among them. So quickly did the Cossacks' Ataman General Alexei Kayldin regret his brief willingness to make common cause with the politicians and generals from the north, that he asked many of them to leave Novichorkassk before the end of November. Unfamiliar with the society of the Don lands, the whites also failed to anticipate the animosity of the men and women of peasant stock who now worked in the factories of Rostov, labored in the coal mines of the Donbass, and eked out a marginal living on lands rented from Cossack landlords. Drawn by the prospect of richer soil and more temperate climate, Russian peasants had been making their way into the Don lands ever since Catherine the Great had pacified the Cossacks in the 1770s. Yet, unlike those who had sought refuge on the Don in earlier times, these peasants had remained aliens. Called Inogorodnai by the Cossacks and destined always to live and labor under heavy disabilities, they made up nearly half of the population in the Don lands in 1917 but owned only a tenth of the land, most of it broken up into tiny parcels of less than 4 acres. Beginning in the late 19th century, rising rents in the Don and the nearby Kuban had driven many of the Inogorodnai to seek work in nearby factories or mines. Bitter, poor, and rebellious, the Inogorodnai stood ready to support the Bolsheviks against mine owners, factory managers, and Cossack landlords. Before the end of November, a growing bond of common interest among the Inogorodnai who had remained on the land, the factory workers of Rostov and Taganrog, and the coal miners of the Donbass encouraged Bolshevik workers to seize control of Rostov and proclaim the Soviet Republic of the Don. With typical Cossack disdain for men and women of proletarian background, Kayldin ordered his men to retake Rostov, only to have the younger men from the front refuse. Then Kayldin turned to Alexeyev and the whites for support. "Let us be like brothers and help each other," wrote the Cossack Ataman who, a few days before, had been on the point of ordering Alexeyev to leave the Don and build his volunteer army elsewhere. "Let us save whatever can yet be saved." Alexeyev's reply reflected that unhesitating willingness to sacrifice personal interests for the general good that had characterized his lifelong service to Russia. "Everything that I have at my command," he told Kayldin, "I will gladly give for our common cause." At that point, Alexeyev's volunteer army numbered about 600, yet he sent most of them to fight under Kaledin's command. With their help, the Cossack leader drove the Bolshevik Red Guards from Rostov on December 2nd. The role that the embryonic volunteer army played in Kaledin's victory convinced him that he must reach an agreement with those exiled politicians and fugitive generals who insisted that the time had come for the whites to launch a national crusade against the Bolsheviks. To do so proved as difficult as restoring unity among the Cossacks, for if the exiles in Novichorkassk shared a common hatred for the Bolsheviks, they did not have much affection for each other. The coldly professorial cadet leader Pavel Milyakov remained unrepentantly arrogant as he insisted that civilians, not generals, must determine Russia's course. To make matters worse, General Kornilov, who reached the Don 4 days after Kaledin's victory, continued to despise Alexeyev for carrying out Kerensky's orders to arrest him the previous September. As they searched for common ground upon which to unite during the 2nd and 3rd weeks of December, White and Cossack leaders knew that they could not build the volunteer army without Kornilov's great personal magnetism, but they knew for certain that Kornilov would never serve where Alexeyev commanded. General Denikin long remembered the distressing scene on December 18th, when generals spoke too bluntly and politicians spoke too glibly of self-sacrifice and national need, after Kornilov had threatened to leave the Don and carry his battle against the Bolsheviks to Siberia unless he received undisputed command of the volunteer army. Only after long hours of bitter debate did the adversaries agree to form a triumvirate that gave Kayldin control of Cossack affairs, placed Alexeyev in charge of civilian and diplomatic matters, and installed Kornilov at the head of the volunteer army. General Kornilov therefore took command of the White forces in South Russia on Christmas Day, 1917. Once again the Russian land must arise to defend its holy relics and rights that have been trampled upon as it did 3 centuries ago, during the time of troubles, he proclaimed. The Russian people, gathering in the south from all comers of our homeland, will defend to the last drop of their blood. This last bastion of Russian independence, this final hope for the restoration of a free and great Russia. Kornilov had pitifully little with which to support his heroic words. When he took command, the volunteer army still numbered less than 4,000, most of them still without uniforms, winter clothing, or rifles. Its first weapons came from troops who had abandoned the war on Russia's Western Front and were all too eager to discard the instruments of war, daring raids on Cossack arms depots, and, when their desperately limited funds permitted it, the black market run by greedy Cossack quartermasters. On one occasion, some of Kornilov's men boldly stole an entire battery of field guns. On another, they got a company of Cossack gunners drunk on bootleg vodka and bought their entire battery of guns for 5,000 rubles. At one point, volunteer army officers simply borrowed 2 field guns to fire a ceremonial artillery salute, and then claimed to have lost them. Such efforts could arm a handful of fighters, but they could not equip the modern army Alexeyev hoped to put into the field against the Reds. Because Russia's weapons industries remained in territories under Bolshevik control, every field gun, rifle, and bullet had to be imported into the White Lands, and each had to be paid for before it was delivered. Money thus became particularly crucial to the Whites' success. Maria Nestorovic, an army nurse who served as a messenger for Alexeyev, collected over 70,000 rubles as she traveled clandestinely back and forth between Novocherkassk and Moscow, and sympathetic men and women all across Russia donated silver and gold objects ranging from military medals and teaspoons to serving dishes and jewelry. Larger sums reached the volunteer army only in mid-December, when anti-communist organizations in Moscow sent over 500,000 rubles and South Russian banks donated several million more. Even these funds could do little but pay the volunteer army token wages. To buy weapons and supplies for the army of 20,000 men that they hoped to recruit, Kornilov and Alexeyev needed the support of Russia's former allies. But these governments did not yet share their sense of desperation. While the Whites waited for help, the French, British, and Americans continued to debate whom to support and to search for the most effective channels through which to send their aid. Because Westerners still thought of the Cossacks as the staunch anti-revolutionaries they had been before 1917, French, British, and American diplomatic and military circles continued to think that Kaledin, not Alexeyev or Kornilov, could provide the best leadership for the anti-Bolshevik forces in South Russia. Despite strong protests from diplomats and military men knowledgeable about Russia, they continued to hold that view. With too little understanding of conditions in Russia, the National City Bank of New York hurriedly transferred $500,000 of Imperial Russian government assets to Kaledin, while the chief of Britain's Imperial General Staff sent word that England would grant Kaledin financial support up to any figure necessary. Although his superiors in England's war cabinet hurried to add that such sums would be paid in installments, only so long as the recipients continued the struggle. Captivated by the vision that their francs, pounds, and dollars somehow would send divisions of raging Cossacks into battle against what they now perceived as an ungodly union of Bolshevik forces assisted and controlled by the Germans, Russia's former allies still looked to Kaledin, even after Kornilov took command of the volunteer army. How badly the Allies had misread the situation in the Don lands became clear at the end of January 1918. As Red Guards advanced, Kaledin's authority over the Cossacks collapsed. On January 29, certain that he could not stem the Reds' victorious advance into the Don lands, the man whom the Allies had expected to lead the White armies to victory resigned as Ataman of the Don Cossacks, bade his officers farewell, walked into an adjoining room, and shot himself through the heart. That same day, the leaders of the volunteer army held a particularly acrimonious meeting in Rostov at which even Denikin lost his temper. "Only the devil knows," he exclaimed as he stormed out of the room, "why we have to have these discussions." At that point, the Whites' leaders were nearly as ready to fight among themselves as they were to confront the Bolshevik forces marching against them. For a time, only Alexeyev's peacemaking held them together. Although the Bolsheviks' military forces in those days were no more disciplined than Kaledin's turbulent Cossacks or Kornilov's hesitant volunteers, some of their commanders boasted military records that equaled the best of the White generals. Not all Tsarist officers and not even all Tsarist generals fought on the side of the Whites in Russia's civil war, and a number of Russia's senior commanders, a majority of Tsarist general staff officers according to some reliable estimates, placed their talents at the Bolsheviks' disposal during the year after the October Revolution. Certain that they were acting in the best interests of the land they loved, These men provided much of the organizational talent that transformed the unruly Red Guards into a highly disciplined Red Army before the Civil War ended. The first Tsarist general to join the Bolsheviks, General Mikhail Bonchbrovich, had entered the Great War as Quartermaster General of the Third Army in Galicia and had risen to command the Northern Front at the time of Kornilov's revolt. With a younger brother who had become one of Lenin's most dedicated disciples, Bonchbrovich readily transferred his loyalties to Russia's new order. Within a fortnight after the October Revolution, he became the Bolsheviks' chief of staff and, in February 1918, took command of the defenses of Petrograd. He was joined later by General Alexei Alexeyevich Brusilov, architect of the victorious Brusilov offensive that sent Russian armies storming into Austria's Galician lands in 1916 and commander-in-chief of Russia's armies between May and July 1917. Brusilov had none of Bonchbrovich's ties to the new order, nor did his background mark him in any way as a potential leader in the Red Army. The son of a fighting general in the army of Nicholas I, educated as a courtier in the Imperial Corps of Pages, and married to the cousin of the renowned Imperial Prime Minister Petr Stolypin, Brusilov compiled an impressive record of victories while other commanders had suffered defeats. On the eve of the February Revolution, he stood high in the confidence of the imperial government as commander-in-chief of Russia's Southwest Front. 64 When the Bolsheviks seized power, he remained a dashing cavalry officer among proletarians, his body slim and straight, his mustaches still waxed and curled. Yet, aristocrat that he was, Brusilov could not share the whites' belief that it was better to kill his countrymen than to allow them to live under Bolshevism. He therefore remained in Moscow after the October Revolution and, before the end of the Civil War, moved into the Red Army with several of his most trusted adjutants, the youngest of whom was to become a hero of the Soviet Union during the Second World War. A man of conscience who loved high-dollar country above all, Brusilov in no way merited Denikin's scathing curse that he had lost his honor and virtue by entering the service of the enemies of the Russian people. Men such as Brusilov and Bonchbrovich entered the Red Army to organize and plan, not to command in the field. The Bolsheviks drew many of their best field commanders from the ranks of talented Tsarist non-commissioned and junior grade officers whose plebeian origins had slowed their promotions in an army that placed a premium upon birth and wealth. Other Bolshevik commanders had evaded military service during the Great War and only drew their first blood in revolutionary combat. Such was true of Vladimir Antonov-Ovchenko, the revolutionary street tactician who commanded the Bolsheviks' attack against the Winter Palace in October 1917. Antonov's rumpled clothing gave him the look of a down-at-the-heels provincial schoolmaster on the night he arrested the ministers of Kerensky's fallen provisional government. His collar and shirt and cuffs and hands, one of his fastidious prisoners remembered with disgust, were those of a very dirty man. Yet, Antonov's rusty, unkempt hair, wire-rimmed spectacles, and wispy mustache masked an instinctive sense for tactics and military organization that sometimes crossed the threshold of brilliance. Less than a week after his assault on the Winter Palace, he became commander of the Petrograd Military District and a member of the Central Committee of the People's Commissariat for Military and Naval Affairs. Early in December, Lenin and the Sovnarkom gave him command of the forces that were being assembled against the Whites in the Don lands. Bearing Lenin's promise that the land question in the Don region would be settled in the interests of the toilers among the Cossacks and all working men and women on the basis of the program of the Soviets, Antonov-Ovchenko began his march to the south on December 8, 1917. Supported by Red Guards and detachments of revolutionary workers that had been sent from Petrograd, Moscow, and the coalfields of the Donbass, he not only expected to command the loyalty of those proletarians of Rostov, Ekaterinoslav, and Taganrog who had proclaimed the Soviet Republic of the Don in mid-November, but he hoped to win the Cossacks' land-hungry Inogordny tenant farmers to his cause. From his headquarters at Kharkov, a city of about 250,000, Antonov sent part of his force southeast along the Voronezh-Novocherkassk railway against the Cossacks in Novocherkassk and the Volunteer Army in Rostov, while he took the remainder south against Ekaterinoslav and Taganrog. Supported by more than 100 machine guns, nearly 20 field guns, 5 airplanes, and an armored train, Antonov's Reds outnumbered the Whites by more than 2-1 when he began his advance on Christmas Day 1917. By the time they approached the Don lands, the strength of his assault groups had nearly tripled to more than 20,000. The one-time revolutionary propagandist and organizer thus faced the former supreme commander of Russia's armies. Kornilov had tactical genius, long experience, and the advice of some of the best military minds that the Imperial Russian army had produced. Although many of his soldiers had never before been subjected to military discipline and their readiness to obey orders remained completely open to question, Antonov had the advantage of revolutionary fervor, greater numbers, and many more weapons. Considering the disorderly nature of his forces, Antonov moved with surprising speed. Before Kaledin's suicide at the end of January, his Red Guards had taken Ekaterinoslav, Kupiansk, Lugansk, Mariupol, and Taganrog and stood ready to fall upon Rostov and Novichorkassk. The Red Army was advancing against Novichorkassk from the north and Rostov from the south and west. One young officer in the White forces remembered. The Red troops were tightening a ring around these cities, and the volunteer army found itself in its very center. We didn't have the strength to hold out, but our commanders kept trying to shore up our lines by shifting exhausted groups of men from one critical point to another. Briefly, the Whites held, then they had to retreat. These first battles showed all too vividly the type of fighting that would dominate Russia's civil war, for terror coldly and brutally applied became a part of the struggle of Red against White from the very beginning. In contrast to the exalted notions of glory that had sent men to war in 1914, raw ideological passions that rivaled those of Europe's 16th and 17th century religious wars in their intensity spurred those Russians who now turned upon each other. Their followers, either passionately drawn to the Bolsheviks' credo of class struggle or morally repelled by it, Kornilov and Lenin therefore both sanctioned terror more readily than commanders in Europe's Great War ever had. The greater the terror, the greater our victories, Kornilov told his men as Antonov's Red Guards began their march. We must save Russia, he added later. Even if we have to set fire to half of it and shed the blood of 3/4 of all the Russians. The Bolsheviks spoke in similarly absolute terms. Trotsky demanded that measures be taken to wipe off the face of the earth the counter-revolution of the Cossack generals and the cadet bourgeoisie, while Lenin ordered Dzerzhinsky's Chaika to defend Russia's proletarians against the most heinous crimes of the Whites. Such passions led men to commit atrocities unheard of during the battles of the First World War. When a detachment of Whites trapped a handful of Bolshevik factory workers in the sleepy seaport town of Taganrog, they blinded and mutilated them before they buried them alive. Antonov's men repaid the Reds in the same coin. I shall never forget the terrible impression it made on me the first time that they brought in the bodies of 8 tortured volunteers. Denikin later wrote, they had been beaten and cut up so badly, and their faces so disfigured, that their grief-stricken relatives could scarcely recognize them. Elsewhere, Denikin's men found the body of a man whom Antonov's Reds had buried alive after they had cut off his hands and feet and slit open his abdomen. He had been tortured only because his son had joined the Whites. No one emerged from 3 years of such cruelty and terror unscathed. Not only did the experience cripple the body, Denikin confessed sadly, it deformed the soul as well. As the volunteer army began its retreat on February 22nd, Antonov's forces entered Rostov and Novichorkassk. Madness came in our wake, General Denikin later wrote. Reckless debauchery, hatred, robbery, and murder filled those towns and cities we had abandoned. Forced to leave their families behind, the men who followed Kornilov faced the certainty that their lives had veered onto a new course in which ranks held in earlier times counted for little. Among us marched 2 former supreme commanders of the Russian armies, a former commander-in-chief of one of our World War I fronts, former high-ranking chiefs of staff, corps commanders, and senior colonels, Denikin remembered. Few in number, ragged, hunted, and surrounded, the volunteer army stood as the symbol of persecuted Russia as it wended its way across the wide expanses of the Don and Kuban steppe. Still struggling to moderate Kornilov's dark, consuming hatred for Bolsheviks and politicians of any sort, Alexeyev shared Denikin's sentiments. We are retreating into the steppe, he wrote to a friend. We must light a lamp so that at least one small flame will continue to shine through the darkness that has descended upon Russia. Driven by a sense of moral duty, one of his officers later remembered, Alexeyev became the spirit and the ideology of the first campaign into the Kuban. For the next 80 days, the men of the volunteer army endured what its survivors remembered as the Icy March, which took them into the wilds of the Kuban steppe that lay to the east of the Black Sea. Tragically ignorant about the region into which they marched, the leaders of the volunteer army hoped to launch a new campaign against Antonov's forces from the city of Ekaterinodar, whose inhabitants included some 25,000 turbulent workers sympathetic to the Bolsheviks. On March 14, 1918, as the volunteer army struggled south and southwest through freezing winds and swirling snow, the proletarians of Ekaterinodar seized the city, proclaimed their loyalty to Lenin's government, and forced Kornilov to delay his attack while he awaited reinforcements. When he approached Ekaterinodar for a second time at the beginning of April, Kornilov found that the Bolsheviks had a force of some 18,000, including armed women and teenagers, ready to bar his way. For 4 days, weary white troops probed the Reds' new defenses with little success. Then, with food, ammunition, and medicines in desperately short supply, Kornilov ordered a final assault. "I see no way out except to take Ekaterinodar," he told a military council on April 12. "Therefore, I have decided to attack along our entire front tomorrow at dawn. Retreat," Kornilov insisted, would bring the slow agony of certain defeat, while a final assault offered at least a slim hope for success. "We all may perish here," he concluded. "But, in my opinion, it is better to die with honor." Always the proper aristocrat, the elegant General Sergei Markov, who once had described the purpose of the Kuban campaign as a march to the devil in quest of bluebirds, returned to his quarters after the meeting with few illusions about the difficulties the Whites faced. "Put on clean underwear if you have any," he told his staff with studied indifference. "We won't succeed in taking Ekaterinodar, but even if we do, we'll get killed anyway." Fate gave Markov 2 more months to live, but the next day's events radically changed the future of the volunteer army. When the Red artillery began to shell the volunteer army with particular ferocity, Denikin urged Kornilov to move his headquarters to a less exposed location, fearful that the whitewashed walls of the small farmhouse in which his chief had established his command post would present too easy a target to the Bolshevik gunners in the valley below. "It's not worth it," Kornilov replied with a shrug. "Tomorrow we're going to launch our final attack." Denikin left, intent upon the progress of the fighting. As the sun rose and warmed the morning air, he heard an explosion in a nearby grove. "I saw horses and men quickly scatter," he wrote later. Then, there was another explosion, this time very nearby. A Bolshevik gunner had fired a high-explosive shell directly into the room in which Denikin had left his commander a few minutes before. The door to Kornilov's room crashed open and a cloud of white plaster dust streamed forth. A staff officer who was in the corridor remembered. Kornilov lay on the floor, covered with dust, his right leg shattered. Only when they turned their general over did his aides see that a small piece of shrapnel had penetrated his left temple. The daring officer, who had defied death so many times during the great battles of the First World War, lay only moments away from death. Still clad in the civilian overcoat he had worn ever since his escape from Baikov, General Denikin took command of the volunteer army. "You have inherited a heavy burden," General Alexeyev said with deep sadness when aides brought him to the farmhouse where Kornilov's body lay. "May God help you." Certain that Ekaterinodar could not be attacked with any serious hope of success, Denikin led his men, exhausted, filthy, and infected with every sort of parasite imaginable, in a torturous retreat. Desperately trying to preserve enough of the volunteer army to continue the White struggle against the Bolsheviks in the south, he left most of his wounded behind and drove the survivors along forced marches of as much as 50 kilometers a day. Without telephone, radio, or telegraph, he and his men marched in ignorance of events in the outside world, as they circled back in the direction whence they had come in search of a haven in which to recoup their strength. Finally, less than 75 kilometers from Rostov, Denikin regrouped his forces in the large villages of Mechetinskia and Egerlikskia, and the icy march, whose campaign medal would be a crown of thorns pierced by a sword, reached its end. Of the 3,685 men who answered muster on May 13, 2,368 had been officers before the Bolshevik Revolution, and another 1,036 had served as corporals or sergeants. Clearly, Denikin still faced the awkward dilemma of sending into the fighting line as common soldiers men who once had held high commands. That so small a force included 36 generals who had commanded divisions, corps, armies, and entire fronts during the First World War, and almost 200 colonels who had commanded regiments and brigades before they had joined the White forces in the South, would prove a mixed blessing. Men so long accustomed to giving orders found it nearly as difficult not to question commands as did Antonev's untrained and undisciplined legions. Only Denikin's genius for welding men of volatile and diverse temperaments together would enable the volunteer army to survive into the summer. Like Kornilov and Alexeyev, Anton Ivanovich Denikin had risen from humble birth and poverty to a position of high command in the Imperial Russian army. The son of a Polish Catholic seamstress and a Russian serf soldier who had fought in 3 wars before he retired with the rank of major in 1869, Denikin had entered the army at the age of 17 and the General Staff Academy at 22. A childhood spent in a shabby 2-room apartment in the Polish industrial town of Tosiłek had given him the tenacity to succeed where men of lesser will failed. Just 45 when he took command of the volunteer army, Denikin devoted all of his stubbornness, resourcefulness, and energy to building upon the foundations laid by Kornilov and the dying Alexeyev. He needed time and resources. In the late spring and summer of 1918, rapid and unforeseen shifts in the course of events in Russia's southwest briefly gave him both. While Denikin and his senior commanders struggled to keep the volunteer army alive, their enemies faced other problems. Grinding its teeth, as its representative said, Lenin's government had signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with Imperial Germany on March 3, 1918, just 9 days after Kornilov had begun his icy march. 300 years of triumphs won by Russian arms and diplomacy dissolved in a single moment. 60 million people and 2 million square kilometers of territory, including land that had produced nearly a third of Imperial Russia's crops, slipped from the Bolsheviks' grasp at Brest-Litovsk. When they moved their capital to Moscow in mid-March, their domains included only a seventh of the former Russian Empire's sugar beet fields, a quarter of its coal mines, iron foundries, and steel mills, and less than 3/5 of its population. Russians must measure to the very bottom that abyss of defeat, dismemberment, enslavement, and humiliation, Lenin announced bitterly. They must, he said, understand that an epoch of most grievous defeats was upon them. On the eve of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, Germany's jackbooted armies had marched into the Ukraine, the vast repository of natural wealth that had made up the southwest of the Russian Empire, in order to secure its iron, coal, and foodstuffs for their war effort. Advancing along rail lines, they received an enthusiastic welcome from anti-Bolshevik railroad workers and restored the Ukrainian national government that the Bolsheviks had driven into exile a scant 3 weeks before. Soon afterward, they replaced the ineffectual Ukrainian national government with a more efficiently pro-German regime headed by General Pavlo Skoropadsky, a former aide-de-camp to Nicholas II and one of the wealthiest men in the Ukraine. Skoropadsky made no secret of his monarchist sympathies, met with Germany's Kaiser in Berlin, and, to the outrage of Ukrainian patriots, proclaimed his gratitude for the powerful backing of the Central Powers, 77 to whom the Ukraine owed its salvation. At the same time, the Germans continued their march east. Almost unopposed by Antonov's inexperienced Red Guards, they entered Kharkov, Odessa, and, on May 6, Taganrog at the request of the anti-Bolshevik Ukrainian government they had just installed. Clearly, the Germans in May 1918 were in a better position to deliver military support to the Whites than any of Russia's wartime allies, although few among the Whites were so naive as to think that they would do so for any reasons other than their pressing short-term need to bring Russia's natural resources into the struggle on Europe's Western Front. On their side, White generals desperately needed weapons, and White politicians could not help but hope that the Germans would bring to South Russia the order and stability that they seemed to have established so easily in the western Ukraine. Could military aid from Russia's former enemies now be used against the Bolsheviks? That was the question that the Whites struggled to answer in the spring of 1918. The law of national preservation, Cadet leader Milyakov insisted as he struggled to set aside 4 years of anti-German speeches, must take precedence over any moral commitments made in earlier times to former allies. Against the Bolshevik menace, Milyakov urged that the volunteer army accept an alliance with the Germans to bring about the resurrection of a true Russian government. Like too many politicians, Milyakov used semantic shadings to widen the gray area that separated right from wrong. Yet for men of more straightforward views among the Don Cossacks, the prospect of German aid against the Bolsheviks also offered enticing prospects. Now led by Petr Krasnov, the Cossack general who had fought the Bolsheviks on the Pulkovo Heights a few days after the October Revolution, a special Cossack, Assembly for the Salvation of the Don, abolished all laws that had been issued in Russia since the abdication of Nicholas II. Not at all troubled by the issues of principle and allegiance that Milyakov tried so deviously to explain away, Krasnov hurried to exchange Cossack grain for German weapons at the rate of 1 rifle and 30 cartridges for 1 pud, 36 pounds, of grain. Within 8 weeks, the Germans delivered machine guns, artillery, shells, and more than 11,000 rifles and 11 million cartridges to Krasnov. Although Krasnov and the Cossacks had no objections to exchanging Russian grain for German guns, Denikin and Alexeyev remained stubbornly opposed to making agreements with the Germans. Alliance with the Germans, Alexeyev announced grimly, is morally intolerable and politically inexpedient. In any union with Germany, he warned, Russians would be condemned to live as political slaves and economic paupers. Insisting upon no relations whatsoever with either Germans or Bolsheviks, Alexeyev announced that the tasks of the volunteer army are, and will continue to remain, unchanged. There must be a powerful, disciplined, and patriotic army to wage an unrelenting fight against Bolshevism in order to establish a unified and legal government. Convinced that the leaders of the volunteer army must remain loyal to Russia's wartime allies, neither Denikin nor Alexeyev would accept Milyakov's view that treason and desertion must take on new meanings in the struggle against the Bolsheviks. Nor would they repeat Krasnov's assurances to the Germans that they would observe complete neutrality in the conflict that still raged in Europe. Denikin, Alexeyev, and Krasnov could not agree about an alliance with the Germans, and they remained sharply at odds about the future of monarchy and democracy should Russia be liberated. Although convinced that, in the normal course of events, Russia ought to come to a restoration of the monarchy, Alexeyev feared that an open declaration of support for any political principle would split the volunteer army. Wisely, Denikin supported him. What right have we, a small handful of men, to decide the fate of the nation unknown to the Russian people and without their knowledge? He asked. The army ought not to meddle in politics, he concluded. As far as I am concerned personally, I shall not fight for any form of government. Yet Krasnov could not set his monarchist sympathies to rest so readily. Although he later claimed to have counseled the Cossacks not to meddle in the affairs of the Russian state and leave it free to set up whatever form of government it preferred, he already had convinced his followers to repudiate the socialism of the October Revolution and the democracy of its February predecessor. Greatly outnumbered by their Bolshevik foes, the Whites desperately needed to settle their differences and unite their fragmented forces. On May 28, 1918, Krasnov and the High Command of the Volunteer Army met for that purpose at the village of Manekskaya, yet their differences proved too broad, their personalities too much in conflict, and their aspirations too diverse. Krasnov and the Cossacks thought mainly of a war to liberate Cossack territory from the Bolsheviks, while Denikin and Alexeyev called for a national struggle to create a great, united, and indivisible Russia. For that reason, Krasnov never would subordinate his Cossacks to Denikin, nor would he allow them to fight outside the territory of the Don. Most of all, he disdained the double standard that allowed Denikin to disdain all contact with the Germans but accept German weapons and ammunition so long as they first passed through Cossack hands. The volunteer army is pure and without sin, Krasnov remarked bitterly some weeks later. For it is I, the Don Cossack Ataman, whose filthy hands take the German shells and bullets, wash them in the waters of the quiet Don, and, once cleaned, pass them on to the volunteer army. To their credit, Krasnov's Cossacks continued to supply Denikin's forces with German weapons and munitions, provide limited funds that had come into their hands from the banks of South Russia, and allow wounded volunteers to recuperate in Cossack hospitals in exchange for Denikin's promise to defend the Don against Bolshevik attacks from the Kuban. Yet they could come no closer than that to creating a common force against the Bolsheviks, for Krasnov resented Denikin's condescending view of him as an upstart commander. When Denikin launched his second campaign into the Kuban on June 22, Krasnov marched north and east against Tsaritsyn, the bastion on the lower Volga to which the Bolsheviks had retreated after the Germans had driven them from Rostov and Novocherkassk at the beginning of May. As one of the most important railroad centers in Russia, Tsaritsyn had become the home of new armaments and petroleum industries during the First World War. With these to support them, and spared from facing the full weight of the White armies by the failure of Denikin and Krasnov to unite their forces, the Bolsheviks built Tsaritsyn into a fortress to anchor their defenses in the southeast that summer. Krasnov and Denikin did not command the only anti-Bolshevik forces in Russia during the spring of 1918, nor were theirs even the most significant. On May 25, 3 days before the disappointing meeting between Krasnov and Denikin at Manekskaya, the Czech Legion, a corps of 35,000 Czechs and Slovaks, challenged Soviet authority along more than 4,000 miles of the Trans-Siberian Railway and launched one of the most startling campaigns of the entire Civil War. The force that history remembers as the Czech Legion began in the fall of 1914 as a brigade of less than 1,000 men recruited by the Tsarist government from among Czechs and Slovaks who had settled in Russia some years before. Originally formed to undertake reconnaissance and propaganda assignments behind the Austrian lines, this unit quickly became a focus for the political ambitions of those Czech nationalists who had fled to Paris from Austrian Bohemia at the war's outbreak. Encouraged by Tomáš Masaryk and Eduard Beneš, the Czech nationalist leaders who hoped to use its exploits as an allied force to bolster their efforts to wrest an independent Czechoslovakia from the Habsburg Empire should the Allies triumph at the war's end. This Czech brigade fought bravely in the 3rd, 7th, 8th, and 11th Russian armies on Austrian territory. Instinctively fearful of all dissident nationalist movements, Tsarist authorities refused the leaders of the Czech brigade permission to recruit replacements among the hundreds of thousands of Czech and Slovak prisoners taken in Russia's victories against the Austrians in 1914 and 1916. Only after Russia's new provisional government opened its prisoner-of-war camps to Czech recruiting officers in the spring of 1917 did new volunteers swell the brigade's ranks to the size of an army corps before the collapse of Russia's war effort left its future in doubt. Briefly, the enlarged Czech corps floundered in Russia's revolutionary tempest until Masaryk proclaimed it part of the Czech armed forces in France and called for its troops to be transported eastward across Siberia, the Pacific, North America, and the Atlantic to the battlefields of Western Europe. On the surface, Masaryk's was a preposterous scheme that required not only Allied help but extensive cooperation from the Bolsheviks, who had to face intense pressure from the Germans and Austrians to return the Czechs for punishment after they signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. Fearful that even the slightest Bolshevik betrayal could bring them before Austro-German firing squads, the Czech Legion's commanders viewed the safe passage agreement that Masaryk negotiated with Lenin's government at the end of March 1918 with alarm because it required them to surrender most of their weapons. Hesitantly, and with much suspicion and great caution, they began their journey. Then, on May 25, they intercepted a telegram sent by Trotsky to Soviets in the towns and cities along the Trans-Siberian Railway ordering that every Czech who is found carrying a weapon anywhere along the route of the railway is to be shot on the spot. Certain that they had been betrayed, the Czechs attacked the small red forces that held the Trans-Siberian stations of Marianovka and Mariinsk and made ready to fight their way to the Pacific port of Vladivostok. The Czechs' victories against the disorganized Siberian Reds during the early summer of 1918 underscored the weakness of the Bolsheviks and showed that a comparatively small but well-trained and well-led armed force could be very potent in the chaotic conditions that prevailed in Russia. Within 48 hours, the Czechs seized the central Siberian cities of Novonikolaevsk and Chelyabinsk and arrested the Soviet commissar for food supply Tsayurpa, who had come to Siberia to speed shipments of grain to Petrograd and Moscow. Before the end of the month, they captured the Siberian provincial capital city of Tomsk and added Omsk, the largest city in western Siberia, with an armory that held 1,000 rifles and 168 Mikine guns, and Samara, key to the Middle Volga region, to their victories before the middle of June. That Siberia was honeycombed with anti-Bolshevik organizations made their task all the easier. During the months after the October Revolution, hundreds of socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks had made an unlikely alliance with thousands of Tsarist army officers who had fled to Siberia, where the Bolsheviks' weak authority continued to be diluted by the region's vastness. The estimated active anti-Bolsheviks in western Siberia alone approached 7,000 in mid-May, and these proved only too willing to join the Czechs. In Novonikolaevsk, one eyewitness remarked, their battle with the local Reds was over in 40 minutes. In June 1918, the Czech Legion found the Allies no better prepared for its first victories than the Bolsheviks, for no one in France, Britain, or the United States had expected its eastward march to revive the prospect for reopening a second front against the Germans. Indeed, the Brest-Litovsk Treaty had made the Allies fearful that the Germans would force millions of Russians into industrial and military service to help their war effort on the Western Front. Germany is not hampered, like the Western powers, by any standards of Christianity, One British statesman insisted as he warned that his country's enemy would show no hesitation at using starvation and flogging, backed by machine guns, to bring Russians in the lands occupied by the German army into the trenches of the Central Powers. Indeed, the author of one British government report in mid-May 1918 even had forecast a return in the German Empire to the conditions of the ancient Roman Empire, with legionnaires fighting on her frontiers and slaves working at home, both recruited from subject races. Then, Lord Robert Cecil, Britain's Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, had told Parliament the great foundation stone of Britain's policy must be to see Russia remain a great and powerful non-Germanic nation. In mid-May, Lord Cecil had urged his nation's allies to consider using the Czech Legion to reopen a second front against the Germans rather than transport them to the battlefields of France. Angrily, the French had rejected his proposal and continued to insist, as they had since the Great War's outbreak, that all resources must be concentrated against the Germans in the West. "This is not the hour," France's Premier Clemenceau wrote indignantly, "for you to think of depriving us of soldiers who are courageous, well-trained, and profoundly devoted to our cause." At the very moment when its final rupture with the Bolsheviks was in the making, Britain and France thus agreed to keep in force the initial plan to transport the Czech Legion around the world to fight on the Western Front. The Czechs' unexpected victories all along the route of the Trans-Siberian Railway finally convinced the French that Allied intervention in Siberia could be of great value in their war against the Germans. In Allied headquarters all around the globe, anticipation of large-scale action hung heavily in the air, especially since Britain, China, and Japan already had landed token forces on Russian soil, beginning with the Chinese guards who had driven the Russians from the Chinese Eastern Railway in December 1917. Early 1918 had seen the British dispatch small intervention forces to other parts of Russia at almost monthly intervals. At the end of January, General Dunsterville led the beginnings of Dunster Force from Baghdad toward Baku. Then the Royal Marines landed at Murmansk at the beginning of March, and finally, 50 more Marines marched into Vladivostok in conjunction with a larger Japanese contingent in early April. Although he had been unyielding in his insistence that the Czech Legion join the Allied forces on the Western Front, even Francis Clemenceau had spoken of some form of Allied intervention in Siberia after receiving exaggerated reports of French citizens being killed in Irkutsk at the beginning of January. Only the United States continued to stand resolutely against military intervention. Although America's Secretary of State Robert Lansing insisted that the hope of a stable Russian government lies for the present in a military dictatorship backed by loyal, disciplined troops, President Wilson continued to resist committing troops against the Bolsheviks. Din and the Don Cossacks, he remained convinced, would restore stable government in Russia. With President Wilson still refusing to support military intervention against the Bolsheviks at the beginning of 1918, his allies had placed their hopes for an anti-Bolshevik force in Siberia in the person of the corrupt and rapacious Siberian Cossack Ataman Grigory Semenov, who, at 27, looked every inch the bandit he was. Colonel John Ward, commander of the forces the British eventually sent into Siberia, remembered most of all Semenov's eyes, that belong rather to an animal than a man, when he wrote about him a few years later. "The whole pose of the man," he added, "is at first suspicious, alert, determined, like a tiger ready to spring, to rend and tear." Instinctively, Semenov understood that any man who commanded an armored train and a few hundred men had the strength of an army in the far-flung spaces of Siberia, and he used his armored trains in much the same fashion as a naval commander might use destroyers or battleships to subjugate enemy ports. In all but the most desperate circumstances, legitimate governments shunned alliances with men of Semenov's type. During the first months of 1918, the French, British, and Japanese thought they had no other choice. The Czech Legion's first successes allowed the Allies to shape their policy around a more legitimate and reliable military force than Semenov's, and even the United States began to think of exploiting the Legion's unexpected victories. It would be a serious mistake to remove the Czechoslovak troops from Siberia, America's Minister to Peking wrote to Secretary of State Lansing in mid-June. If they were not in Siberia, it would be worthwhile to bring them there. The most dramatic policy reversal, however, came from France. In scarcely more than 2 months, Clemenceau turned from demanding that all detachments of the Czech Corps should be transported with the swiftest means to the Western Front, April 26, to urging that all our efforts must now be directed to diverting the action of the Czechs to the complete occupation of the Siberian Railway, in order to prepare quick progress for Japanese intervention, July 12. Clemenceau had good reason to center his hopes for reopening a second front upon the forces of Japan. Of all the allies with armed forces in the Far East, the Japanese stood most ready, able, and willing to render military and logistical support to the Czech Legion, and their efforts to achieve their national objectives in Siberia's eastern maritime provinces influenced the course of events more directly in 1918 than the actions of any other great power. Ever since the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895, Japan had pursued an aggressive policy on the Asian mainland that had brought her into direct confrontation with Russia and had produced important shifts in her alliances with the great powers of the West as the 20th century moved toward the end of its first decade. Perhaps most important, Japan's expansion into Manchuria and Korea put her increasingly at loggerheads with American statesmen whose plans to expand their nation's commercial and political interests in the Far East included efforts to acquire a measure of control over the railways of China and Siberia. The Americans had looked especially to the opening of the Panama Canal in 1914 to strengthen their position in Asia, for they expected that monument to modem engineering to place their country at the very center of the world's shipping lanes. A scant fortnight before the canal opened, the outbreak of the First World War offered opportunities for the Japanese to expand onto the Asian mainland that even her most aggressive statesmen had not thought possible. While the storm that burst upon Europe drew the attention of the other great powers away from Asia, and with some of the most influential elements of Japanese public opinion insisting that such an opportunity will not occur again for hundreds of years, Japan moved quickly to occupy German territories in the Far East, strengthen her foothold on the mainland, and weaken the position of her American rival. The Russian Revolution broadened the prospects for Japan to expand even further as her diplomats and military planners focused their attention upon the railways that connected European Russia, Manchuria, and the Far East. Yet any movement by the Japanese into northern Manchuria and eastern Siberia threatened to bring them into conflict with those American financiers and politicians who continued to be fascinated by the prospect of linking their nation's Great Northern Railway with the Trans-Siberian by means of shipping lanes that stretched from Seattle to Vladivostok. Like the Japanese, these men hoped to profit from Russia's domestic turmoil, and, again like the Japanese, they identified their schemes with their nation's interests and pressed their government to support them. In the spring of 1917, the United States therefore sent a Railway Advisory Commission to Vladivostok and Petrograd for the publicly announced purpose of helping the provisional government restore its collapsing rail system. Headed by John Frank Stevens, former chief engineer of the Panama Canal, and supported by the Railway Service Corps, which the United States sent later in the year under the command of the Great Northern Railway's general manager George Emerson, this commission became the instrument of men dedicated to strengthening America's position in Asia. As they moved quickly from advising Kerensky's government to managing Asiatic Russia's railways, their presence strengthened their nation's sphere of influence in eastern Siberia at the expense of the Japanese. Both Americans and Japanese thus looked to some form of intervention to strengthen their interests in the maritime provinces of Asiatic Russia, although each had different goals and very different types of intervention in mind. The Americans hoped that a restored railway network could help the whites reestablish a strong Russia, one mighty, aspiring democracy, President Wilson's envoy had said the previous summer, that could prevent the Japanese from strengthening their foothold in the Far East, while the Japanese preferred a breakdown of Russia's railways that would enable them to broaden their influence on the Asian mainland. Both hoped to legitimize any intervention in the Far East by tying it to actions by other Allied powers, yet at the beginning of 1918, each hoped to prevent the other from seizing the initiative. While their allies debated what policy to adopt toward Russia's new Bolshevik government, the United States and Japan made preparations to intervene in Russia's far eastern lands, the Japanese by taking military action and the Americans by committing great sums of money and supplies to strengthen Siberia's railroads. While insisting that the success of any such undertaking as military intervention will depend largely upon the wholehearted support of all the great powers, the Japanese had begun their preparations to march into Siberia nearly 3 months before the Czechs won their first victories. Japanese military preparations are being completed rapidly. America's ambassador Roland Morris reported from Tokyo at the beginning of March. Troops are concentrating at West Coast ports, and 2 divisions have already been sent to Korea. At the beginning of April, some of these newly mobilized Japanese troops found themselves aboard the cruisers Asahi and Iwami, which stood at anchor in Vladivostok Harbor alongside the USS Brooklyn and the H.M.S. Suffolk. In response to a small incident, in which the Russians killed 3 Japanese, Admiral Kato sent 500 Marines into Vladivostok on April 5, and the commander of Britain's Suffolk sent 50 British troops ashore to support them. Although the Japanese insisted that their Marines would be withdrawn as soon as possible, the first military intervention in Siberia had been accomplished. It is almost inevitable that the Japanese will advance, Lenin warned when he received news of their landing. Undoubtedly, the Allies will help them. That gloomy prediction proved all too accurate. Within 6 months, the handful of forces from the Asahi, Iwami, and Suffolk had swelled into invading armies. Before the end of 1918, 73,000 Japanese, 2,500 English, 1,000 French, 1,500 Italians, and over 8,000 Americans had entered Siberia to support the Czechs. While the Allies marched into Russia's far eastern provinces, those anti-Bolshevik forces that had made their way to Siberia after the October Revolution replaced local Bolshevik regimes with new governments. At first centered upon the intellectuals and politicians who had gravitated to the Siberian university city of Tomsk, the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia claimed its legitimacy from the Siberian Regional Duma dispersed by the Bolsheviks at the end of January 1918. First headed by an obscure socialist revolutionary by the name of Petr Derber, some of the dispersed Duma deputies formed an anti-Bolshevik government the moment they learned of the Czechs' first victories and raised a green and white flag as the symbol of the forests and snows of the autonomous Siberia they hoped to create. Within a month, this government had set up its headquarters in the western Siberian city of Omsk, moved sharply to the right, annulled all laws issued by the Bolsheviks, and restored all confiscated private property to its former owners. Typical of anti-Bolshevik movements all over Russia, Lenin's Siberian opponents squandered vital energy and resources in conflicts among themselves. None fought more bitterly with the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia during the summer of 1918 than the Committee of Members of the Constituent Assembly, known by its Russian acronym COMIC, whose leaders proclaimed an independent government the moment that units of the Czech Legion drove the Red Guards out of the Volga River city of Samara. Comprised mainly of socialist revolutionaries, the COMIC government proclaimed its support for a united independent free Russia and demanded that Russia's dispersed constituent assembly be restored. Like the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia, the COMIC government returned privately owned factories to their former owners. Repudiating all socialist experiments, the committee, i.e. COMIC, considers that it is impossible to abolish capitalist forms of industry at the present time. Its leaders announced, "Capitalist forms of industry must exist, and capitalists as a class must be allowed to direct them." More dramatically than any other white government to date, COMIC promised to reopen the Eastern Front against the Germans and Austrians in return for Allied aid against the Bolsheviks, and began to mobilize all men between the ages of 20 and 23 for military service in an army from which all political organizations, assemblies, and speeches were to be excluded. Like the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia further to the east, the COMIC government expanded its territory quickly during the summer of 1918. Led by Colonel V. O. Kappel, whose genius for using small detachments of land forces in conjunction with a fleet of river boats allowed him to strike far in the rear of his red adversaries, the forces of the COMIC government seized the key cities of Ufa and Simbirsk, the birthplace of Lenin, before the end of July. Then, on August 7th, the COMIC army troops drove the Bolsheviks from Kazan, ancient capital of the Tatars and scene of Ivan the Terrible's great victory over them in 1552. Famed for the university that once had been the home of the great 19th-century mathematician Nikolai Lobachevsky, Kazan had long been a center of Russian learning, trade, and industry and stood as the last major military obstacle between the COMIC forces and Moscow. With their commander confessing to a chaos of unpreparedness among his forces in which many units proved incapable of fighting in mass because of lack of preparation and discipline, the Bolsheviks fled Kazan so precipitously that they abandoned a gold reserve worth more than 650 million rubles that the Tsarist government had stored in the city's state bank. Unlike the volunteer army in the south, or the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia to the Alast, the COMIC government thus emerged from its first battles in the summer of 1918 with the financial resources to fight a serious war. If the COMIC government enjoyed the means that other whites lacked, it also suffered a fatal flaw. The government was socialist revolutionary, a party unconciliatory even with the cadets. One of its leading generals pointed out, while its army consisted of right-wing elements hostile to the socialist revolutionaries, The men destined to fight and win the battles of the comic government therefore stood unalterably opposed to the politics of its socialist revolutionary leaders, who also failed to win the broad social base of mass support needed to sustain any successful long-term opposition against the Bolsheviks' government of workers and peasants. The Whites' early successes only added to the Bolsheviks' fears. As fragile Bolshevik defenses collapsed in lands far from Russia's red center, Lenin and his comrades faced the terrifying prospect that the Whites and their allies might weld their separate offensives into a solid ring that could squeeze the life from Russia's red heart. White forces churned up the frontiers of the Russian land in a manner unknown since the troubled times of which Shalyapin had sung in Mussorgsky's Boris Godunov, and even Trotsky, the Bolsheviks' indefatigable commissar of war, wondered, at least for a moment, if the end had come. Yet, the divergent aims of the Allied intervention, coupled with a volatile mixture of nationalist strivings, ideological rigidity, and political conflict that kept the volunteer army of Denikin, the Cossacks of Krasnov, the army of the comic government, and the forces of the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia at loggerheads spared the Bolsheviks from facing a united white movement. As the year neared its end, the balance of forces began to shift in Russia. War communism, the system of mobilization compounded from the emergency of war and the dogma of socialism that Lenin proclaimed in the summer of 1918, gave the Bolsheviks the means to hold fast against their enemies and to exploit the antagonisms that began to separate the Whites. The expropriation of the expropriators. Neither the discipline nor the dogma of war communism had seemed much in evidence when Petrograd's leading Bolsheviks discussed the formation of a new government on October 26, 1917. Rejecting the title minister as a foul, worn-out term, Lenin had seized upon Trotsky's suggestion that the men who would lead Russia's first revolutionary socialist government be called People's Commissars, a type born in the fires of revolution, and that the government as a whole be known as the Soviet, that is, Council of People's Commissars. Between them, these 15 men had spent more than 2 centuries in exile and czarist prisons. 5 among them had been imprisoned for their political activities within the previous 3 months, and Lenin had ended a life as a fugitive from Kerensky's police a scant 48 hours earlier. Asterisk. Asterisk chaired by Lenin, Russia's first Soviet of People's Commissars, or Sovnarkom, included Trotsky, Foreign Affairs, Alexei Rykov, Internal Affairs, Vladimir Miliutin, Agriculture, Alexander Shliapnikov, Labor, Viktor Nagin, Industry and Commerce, Anatoly Lunacharsky, Education or Enlightenment, Nikolai Krylenko, Vladimir Antonov-Ovsenko, and Pavel Dybenko, as a committee of 3 to head the Commissariat of Military and Naval Affairs, Georgii Lama-Vapakov, Justice, Ivan Skvortsov, Stepanov, Finance, Ivan Teodorovich, Food Supply, Nikolai Glebov-Avalov, Post and Telegraph, and Iosif Jugashvili-Stalin, Nationalities. Less than a month later, Alexandra Kollontai, Public Welfare, Eduard Essen, State Control, Valerian Obolensky-Osinski, Supreme Economic Council, Nikolai Podvoisky, Military and Naval Affairs, and Lenin's brother-in-law Mark Elizarov, Transportation, joined their ranks. Yet, finding men to bring down Kerensky's government proved much easier than naming statesmen to replace it. If ever triumphant revolutionaries lacked experience in the business of governing, it was Russia's first Soviet of People's Commissars. None among them had ever held a government post or even worked in a government office, and none could claim any first-hand experience with the sorts of problems that their commissariats needed to resolve. We did not even know how to set about the job, and we had to resort to the office messengers who had worked in the department for 2 decades and had seen dozens of bosses change for advice. One Bolshevik confessed when he recalled his first days at the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs. Such messengers, he added wryly, as if sensing the absurdity of the situation, turned out to be quite well informed. Thus many Bolsheviks moved bravely to build their new world with only a vague sense of what needed to be done or how to accomplish it. Lenin knew his comrades' failings all too well, yet in the heady naivete of victory, he believed that revolutionary dedication, boldness, and Bolshevik party discipline could offset the inexperience that afflicted them all. How helpless, spontaneous, and incidental were our first steps, he wrote later. To govern seemed to us, then, to be the easiest thing of all. Some weeks before, when he had spoken of the new institutions that would follow a Bolshevik seizure of power, Lenin had cautioned that This new apparatus is bound to make mistakes in taking its first steps. Still, he remained certain that 250,000 Bolsheviks could govern Russia far better than 130,000 landowners who have condemned the vast majority to inhuman toil and semi-starvation. The mystique surrounding Russia's old bureaucracy must be shattered, stripped of every shadow of privilege, of every semblance of official grandeur, and people made to understand that state administration had long since been reduced to such exceedingly simple operations of registration, filing and checking that they can be easily performed by every literate person. He promised that the bold, universal move to hand over administrative work to proletarians and semi-proletarians will rouse such unprecedented revolutionary enthusiasm among the people, that much that seemed impossible to our narrow, old, bureaucratic forces will become possible. When one of his comrades tried to refuse a post in the Sovnarkom, Lenin asked, "Do you think that any of us has any experience in this?" The backgrounds of the men in the Bolsheviks' first government proved without any doubt that his question was far from rhetorical. Aged between 28 and 33, and charged with commanding soldiers and sailors who walked away from the war without so much as a backward glance, People's Commissars Pavel Dybenko, Vladimir Antonov-Ovchenko, and Nikolai Krylenko had considerably less than a decade of military experience between them, and none had held a position of authority. After 4 years as a common seaman, Dybenko had been sent to prison for leading a mutiny on the battleship Emperor Paul I. A death sentence, commuted to 20 years in a prison from which he soon escaped, had cut short Antonov's brief career as an army ensign in 1906, and Krylenko, a student of history and law at St. Petersburg University, had served the Bolsheviks for a decade as a labor organizer before the Tsarist authorities sent him to the front in the spring of 1916 as punishment for his revolutionary activities. When Antonov took command of Red forces fighting against the Whites along Russia's southern frontiers, and Krylenko assumed command of Russia's Supreme Army headquarters at Mogilev, Nikolai Podvoisky took their place on the Sovnarkom. A man who had studied for the priesthood before he became a revolutionary, Podvoisky had been wounded during a street battle in the provincial capital of Yaroslavl in October 1905, but he had held no post of military command before the night of October 25, 1917, when he and Antonov had commanded the Bolsheviks' assault against the Winter Palace. Nor were the other appointees to the Sovnarkom any better prepared. The Bolsheviks expected Ivan Skvortsov-Stepanov, the schoolteacher son of a provincial factory worker, to face an urgent crisis of his nation's war-torn economy as People's Commissar for Finance with no experience in banking, and they looked to Viktor Nagin, a dedicated party activist whose only experience with anything related to trade and manufacture had been as a teenage dyer, to avert the collapse of Russia's industry and commerce that the chaos of revolution had made all but certain. Aside from a childhood and adolescence spent in the Caucasus, and the fact that he had written an essay on the subject in 1912 that had caught Lenin's eye, Stalin had no claim to any expertise in dealing with the complex national antagonisms that threatened to tear the lands of the fallen Russian Empire asunder. And nothing in the long revolutionary career of Ivan Teodorovich, the son of a Polish surveyor from Smolensk, prepared him for solving the desperate problems that demanded his immediate attention as People's Commissar of Food Supply. These men and their comrades moved confidently during the first weeks of their victory nonetheless. It seemed to them, one onlooker later explained, that if one could liberate state life from the political domination of the bourgeoisie and its allies, then all questions arising in the government would become so clear and uncomplicated that a small dose of ordinary everyday gumption would be more than enough to resolve them. From the start, however, they found it difficult to see to the day-to-day affairs of their offices. Civil servants and other white-collar workers in Petrograd greeted the October Revolution by staying away from their desks, so that the Bolsheviks found many government offices empty when they arrived to take command. At the former Ministry of Internal Affairs, newly appointed Bolshevik officials found only a heap of scrap papers, locked desks, and cabinets without keys, while Trotsky found mainly empty offices from which absent officials had removed all code books and keys to safes that held important documents when he took up his duties as Commissar for Foreign Affairs. Elsewhere, sullen officials threw away their pens and poured out all the ink. Bank employees stubbornly refused payment on drafts signed by People's Commissars, and diplomats who had represented the provisional government abroad refused to speak for the Sovnarkom in the capitals of Europe and America. Despite office workers' hatred for the Bolsheviks and the Bolsheviks' diatribes against bureaucrats who had served the old regime, neither dared to do without the other for very long. Lenin quickly conceded that it was impossible to talk about destroying the bureaucracy immediately, everywhere, and completely, and Russia's old regime bureaucrats soon decided that even Bolshevik masters were preferable to none at all. A longing for the routine to which they were accustomed, one observer explained, soon drove many of Petrograd's bureaucrats back to their desks to immerse themselves in the comforting and certain routines to which they had dedicated their lives. One needed only to see the passion with which they seized upon memoranda, reports, and the subtleties of office routine, he went on, to understand that it would be more difficult for them to live without this atmosphere of papers and documents than without bread or boots. Men who had rendered dedicated service to Tsarist and provisional governments therefore returned to serve the Bolsheviks, and the Bolsheviks, despite Lenin's insistence that the remuneration of all servants of the state should be reduced to the level of workingmen's pay, soon began to buy the expertise of these experienced bureaucrats at premium wages. The Bolsheviks' efforts to govern from their revolutionary command post at Smolny added to the confusion of their first attempts to bring order to Russia. All the world seemed to have business at Smolny, John Reed's companion Louise Bryant remembered. At Smolny, the busy, humming hive, the heart and soul of the revolution, Russia's new people's commissars stood in the revolution's vortex. There, Trotsky had established the revolutionary command post from which the Bolsheviks had overthrown Kerensky's government, and Lenin had taken his rightful place as the Bolsheviks' commander-in-chief. To all who shoved their way through the joyous jostling throng that guzzled cauldrons of cabbage soup and wolfed great hunks of meat and black bread in Smolny's low-ceilinged basement dining room, it seemed certain that Russia's brave new world was being shaped in the crowded corridors above them. None among the Bolsheviks wished to stand apart. Destined never to be forgotten as the command post of the Bolshevik Revolution, Smolny nonetheless could never become its general headquarters, and the Bolsheviks' failure to understand that simple truth proved to be one of the first tragedies of the October Revolution. Only the bureaucratic centers housed in Russia's former ministries stored the vital information needed to grapple with the nation's crises, and only those centers controlled the vital chain of command that could carry new laws and regulations into Russia's remotest corners. Every hour that the People's Commissars rode the revolutionary whirlwind at Smolny therefore delayed their contact with the world beyond, where people continued to freeze, starve, and be shot by the tens of thousands. Nor did moving the capital to Moscow, where newly arrived commissars and commissariats jousted for place and preference well into the spring of 1918 in what Trotsky once labeled a fierce struggle for office space, improve the Bolsheviks' understanding of the land and people they had to govern. "What a mess we're in!" Lenin exclaimed as he struggled to maintain contact with feuding government offices that had scattered themselves all across the city. For several crucial weeks, it seemed impossible to know what was going on in Moscow, let alone other parts of Russia. Combined with new and bitter rivalries in the Kremlin, such worries diverted Russia's revolutionary leaders from some of the most serious problems in the countryside. Unable to share the dreams and passions of rural folk, the Bolsheviks neither knew the ways of Russia's villages nor sensed their tensions. Too many among them remained urban revolutionaries to whom fate had given charge of a nation of peasants. While the Bolsheviks had struggled to seize their nation's industrial centers in 1917, rural Russia had seethed, its illiterate masses exhausted by war, overwhelmed by poverty, and bent upon revenge. For centuries, Russia's countryfolk had dreamed of sundering the chains of serfdom and claiming the estates held by men who did not share their labor in the fields. They had hoped in vain that the time for land and freedom had come after they had driven Napoleon's Grand Army from the Russian land in 1812, again after they had defended Russia's southern bastion at Sevastopol during the Crimean War, and yet again in 1861, when the Tsar Liberator Alexander II had decreed their emancipation. Always the lands their ancestors had looked upon with such longing had eluded their grasp. Now they would wait no longer. During the summer and fall of 1917, tens of millions of angry country folk stubbornly took control of Russia's woodlands, meadows, and farmlands. Malignant discord, stubborn, silent, and deep, therefore held undisputed sway as rural Russia moved through its first revolutionary year. Outside the cities, no formulae applied save one: the land belongs to those who till it. Among Bolsheviks, who for a quarter-century had paid scant attention to the wants of Russia's petty bourgeois peasants, none sensed the deep urgency that seized rural Russia in 1917 more certainly than Lenin. If the peasants take the land, he warned those who had opposed his demand that the Bolsheviks declare themselves in favor of transferring all land to the peasant Soviets immediately. You can be certain that they will not ask us for permission to do it, nor will they give it back. As one provisional government cabinet after another had met the rising violence in Russia's countryside with solemn insistence that any decision about dividing up the land must await the end of the war and the opening of a constituent assembly, Lenin had called boldly for the abolition of private landed estates without compensation. If power is placed in the hands of the Soviets, he promised, the landowners' estates will immediately be declared the inalienable property of the whole people. Certain that the peasants' call for land must be answered, Lenin spoke some of his first words after the Bolsheviks' victory to them at the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies on the evening of October 26. Solemnly and deliberately, he set down the principles that private ownership of land shall be abolished forever, that all land shall pass into the use of all those who cultivate it, and that the right to use the land shall be accorded to all citizens of the Russian state, without distinction of sex, desiring to cultivate it. A number of other generally stated principles, most of them taken directly from the long-standing program of the socialist revolutionaries, filled out Lenin's brief speech. We want no details in this decree, he explained. We trust that the peasants themselves will be able to solve the problem correctly, properly, and better than we could do it. Peasants, not bureaucrats, must settle peasant affairs. Most of all, the peasants should be firmly assured that there are no more landowners in the countryside, and that they themselves must arrange their own lives. In Smolny's great hall, the stale smells of tobacco smoke, damp boots, and human sweat contrasted strangely with the freshness of Lenin's words. Some years later, his wife recalled an elderly peasant whose face shone with a peculiar waxen transparency, and whose eyes glistened with a certain special light, as he had come to understand that, for the first time in Russia's thousand-year history, the land would belong to those who toiled upon it. So plunged the Bolsheviks ahead. The radical young American journalist John Reed concluded. They were the only people in Russia who had a definite program of action, while others talked for 8 long months. Lenin's words rekindled visions long held among his nation's peasants, and the people whom Gorky once called the half-savage, stupid, slow-witted folk of Russia's hamlets began the long-awaited Cherny Perdel, the Black Repartition, that promised justice, economic security, and the dawning of a new era to the poorest among them. Within a few months, Russia's peasants had increased their landholdings by something over 50 million acres, yet even 50 million acres, almost twice the size of modern-day East Germany, proved all too little when divided among nearly 100 million peasants. Cherny Perdel therefore brought none of the economic improvements that the peasants had expected, and like so many of their dreams, the long-awaited panacea of the Lord's land thus proved an empty hope. If one were to divide all the Lord's lands among the peasants, an expert had written from Oral Province just a few months before the Bolsheviks seized power, then each would get about 1/3 of an acre. Amazingly, that crudely formulated prediction, based upon the conditions in a single province in Russia's overpopulated Black Earth Center, proved sadly close to accurate for Bolshevik Russia as a whole. When it came to relieving the terrible poverty that had gripped Russia's villages for so many centuries, the peasants' determination to seize those lands that belonged to lords, church, or state counted for little. During the winter and spring of 1917 to 1918, Cherny Perdel undid more than a decade of careful government efforts to develop capitalistic agriculture in Russia by doing away with the peasant commune. Long regarded as a major reason for the primeval backwardness that ruled the Russian countryside, the peasant commune had come under heavy attack in the wake of the revolutionary events of 1905. After a year in which orderly crowds of peasants and workers had been shot down in front of the Winter Palace, mutiny had tomed the Black Sea Fleet, and a general strike had blanketed the Russian Empire during October, Russia's statesmen had begun the complex task of transforming their nation's ancient autocracy into a constitutional monarchy. A critical part of that process had been an effort by the last great Tsarist statesman, Petr Stolypin, to shape his nation's peasants into a conservative political force by encouraging a comparative handful of energetic peasant farmers to consolidate their scattered landholdings into separate farms and break away from the commune altogether. An unvarnished attempt to sharpen distinctions between haves and have-nots in Russia's villages, Stolypin's reforms thus had aimed to reward hard-working peasants at the expense of those who were not and to increase crop yields that ranked among the lowest in Europe. Soaring agricultural output had rewarded his efforts. On the eve of the First World War, Russian grain production reached a level that the Soviet state would not match until the 1960s, and it was clear to all that the days of Russia's peasant communes were numbered. Then, during the winter of 1917 to 1918, Lenin's vaguely stated decree on land gave them a new and unlooked-for lease on life. By attempting to force Stolypin's newly created class of independent farmers back into traditional peasant villages, Russia's rejuvenated communes undercut more than a decade of progress toward modernizing agriculture. At the same time, they worked against the Bolsheviks' desperate efforts to seize surplus grain from Russia's villages during the spring and summer of 1918. The toiling peasantry, thus proved far less biddable than urban-oriented Bolshevik theorists had expected when they began to put the rigid mobilization measures of war communism into effect during the summer of 1918. Even when organized into those 130,000 committees of the poor that blanketed Russia's countryside by the end of 1918, poor peasants proved reluctant to seize the grain of their communal brethren, and they continued to hinder Bolshevik efforts to mobilize the human and material resources of the Russian countryside until the Civil War's end. In addition to millions of recalcitrant peasants, other sections of the population and economy commanded the Bolsheviks' attention as Russia entered what Lenin, quoting Marx, referred to as the period of the expropriation of the expropriators, which heralded the transition from capitalism to socialism. First and foremost, the Bolsheviks set nationalization of Russia's banks as one of their chief goals because, as Lenin warned at one point, for any revolutionary government to try to govern without doing so would be like trying to snatch at odd kopecks, while closing one's eyes to millions of rubles. Yet, despite Lenin's confident prediction that it was merely a question of breaking the resistance of an insignificant minority before a single state bank, the biggest of the big, with branches in every rural district and in every factory, could be established, Russia's banks at first posed problems that Russia's proletarian revolutionaries found particularly awkward to overcome. Banks in Petrograd opened and shut their doors unpredictably, permitted or refused withdrawals as they saw fit, and refused to honor drafts signed by Russia's new People's Commissars or by representatives of those factories in which workers had seized control. When failed attempts at negotiations, compromises, and informal agreements left them without even the cash needed to meet day-to-day government expenses and factory payrolls, the Bolsheviks resorted to force. The iron hand that destroys also creates, Lenin told the Sovnarkom on December 14. The Bolsheviks, he insisted, must adopt extraordinary revolutionary measures in order to normalize the country's economic life immediately and comprehensively. Even as Lenin spoke, Red Guards and loyal Bolshevik sailors occupied Russia's banks. The day before, after several days of careful preparation, Nikolai Podvoisky, now the full-fledged People's Commissar for War, had ordered his forces to take control of all bank vaults and arrest all bank officers. "We must tear the entire machinery of banking from the hands of plunderers, marauders, and speculators," he explained in a secret memorandum. "We must drive out these saboteurs and replace them with honest servants of the people." Within 24 hours, Podvoisky's units had seized all the major banks in Petrograd and Moscow. "We acted quite simply," Lenin reported to the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets a month later. In the morning, the banks were occupied, and in the evening the Central Executive Committee issued a decree stating, "The banks are declared national property." When bank employees greeted the government's nationalization decrees by going on strike, the Bolsheviks responded with still sterner measures. 2 weeks after seizing the banks, the Sovnarkom prohibited all transactions in stocks and bonds and suspended the payment of interest and dividends as a first step toward canceling the foreign loans that the Russian government had contracted before October 25, 1917. Withdrawals from personal bank accounts could not exceed 600 rubles a month, a figure that the Bolsheviks reduced to 500 rubles in February and then raised to 750 in April. Government representatives registered the contents of every deposit box in Russia's banks and confiscated all gold, platinum, silver, and precious gems they found in private hands. "Gold will cease to have power," one decree promised. The exact opposite occurred. As all traditional hedges against inflation disappeared from legal exchange, its price soared on the black market. By the spring of 1922, The price of a 10-ruble Tsarist gold piece reached 24 million paper rubles. Far more complicated than nationalizing banks, the Bolsheviks' attempts to nationalize industry added substantially to Russia's economic crisis. At the root of the difficulty stood Lenin himself, for at no time before late October 1917 had he encouraged his comrades to look far enough into the future to see the time when they might wield power themselves. "We have not yet won power," he had reminded them at the beginning of October. "Socialism has not yet been achieved, and we have not achieved even the beginning of the world's socialist revolution. It therefore would be inexpedient, premature, and even harmful," he cautioned the fiery Nikolai Bukharin's young Bolshevik extremists, "to inject into the party's economic program an overdose of detail." Even as Kerensky's government entered its final days, the Bolsheviks continued to debate the prospects of power, not its uses. By late October 1917, they still had not formulated a concrete program for Russia's economic transformation from capitalism to socialism that went much beyond the April Theses, in which Lenin had called upon Russians to repudiate the war, confiscate the lands held by church, state, and landlords, abolish the police, the army, and the bureaucracy, and transfer all power to the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. How to take control of Russia's industry thus remained at best a question that consigned the methods and timing of nationalization to the realm of Marxist theory. While Lenin and the Bolsheviks had concentrated upon political questions during the summer and fall of 1917, Russia's factory workers had demanded higher wages and an 8-hour day. As spring had turned into summer, and as Russia's economic crisis had deepened, proletarian factory committees in Petrograd had called upon the city's workers to save the nation from disaster by taking control of their workplaces. "Those who stand at the workers' benches must save revolutionary Russia," they insisted. "It is up to the workers to demonstrate initiative," another worker added, "where the industrialist enterprisers do not." Echoing Lenin's vaguely stated call for real, not fictitious workers' control, the First Petrograd Conference of Factory and Mill Committees, therefore, had concluded at the beginning of June 1917 that the path of escape from disaster lies only in the establishment of effective workers' control over the production of manufactured goods. Despite later claims that the factory committees comprised one of the brightest pages of the revolutionary workers' movement in 1917, and that workers' control became the best school of economic administration for many thousands of those who stood in the workers' vanguard, neither became the panacea that their defenders envisioned. Certainly, a number of factory committees struggled valiantly to protect the workers against the worsening economic conditions that gripped Russia, especially during the fall of 1917. But supported as they were by armed Red Guards units, which some called the bulwark of the revolutionary working class, factory and mill committees sometimes proved more anxious to take part in the expropriation of the expropriators than to oversee the revolutionary transformation of Russia's industries. In the coal mines of the Donbass, workers extorted large sums of back pay from fearful employers. Elsewhere, some demanded exorbitant raises and cash bonuses, while others simply took over factories, sold their stocks and machinery, and walked away with the cash collected from the sale. There was at least one report of workers ordering the directors of a factory to fill several large sacks with war profits of the past 3 years, or be put into the sacks and thrown into a nearby river. Lapses into extortion and outright banditry did not blind Lenin to the value that Bolshevik-dominated factory committees might have as platforms for launching political action during the fall of 1917. "If we are speaking of a proletarian state," he wrote at the beginning of October, "then workers' control can become a countrywide, all-embracing, omnipresent, most precise, and most conscientious accounting of the production and distribution of goods." Yet, as the months after the February Revolution already had shown, men and women who had spent their lives at looms and lathes could not be transformed into managers easily, even in a proletarian state. Without the help of specialists skilled in management and technology, Russia's factories would founder, and such men could be found only among the industrialists of the old regime. "We must compel the capitalists to work within the framework of the new state organization," Lenin insisted. "We must employ them in the service of the new state." Lenin therefore called for countrywide, all-embracing workers' control over the capitalists, in order to assure that these men served the people with the same energy that they had dedicated to their private interests before the revolution. We shall place them under comprehensive workers' control. He promised in his pamphlet, Can the Bolsheviks Retain State Power? We shall achieve the complete and absolute operation of the rule. He who does not work, neither shall he eat. Lenin thus envisioned workers' control as an instrument for overseeing the financial and commercial activities of Russia's industries, not as a means by which workers could take over management. Factory committees must now become instruments for extending government authority, not for defending the workers' interests against the government. In a proletarian state, government and workers would be one and the same. The Sovnarkom extended workers' rights beyond Lenin's proposals and opened the way for factory committees to continue their intervention in the management of Russia's industries when it approved the Decree on Workers' Control on November 27, 1917. Yet the Bolsheviks' deep belief in centralized economic planning condemned any form of workers' control that functioned outside their government to a brief existence. Complaining that strengthening factory committees dissipates control over production instead of concentrating it, Solomon Lozovsky, an elegant and articulate Bolshevik trade union organizer whose diplomatic and political skills would enable him to emerge unscathed from the purges that later claimed so many of the men who stood with Lenin in 1917, warned of the chaos that workers' control would create. On reflection, even Vladimir Miliutin, the 33-year-old author of the decree, hurried to excuse it as the unfortunate product of a moment when life overtook us. Workers continued meddling in factory management, and their persistent hostility to those industrialists to whom the Bolsheviks turned to manage the factories in their proletarian state posed political and ideological dilemmas that the Sovnarkom preferred not to face. Lenin therefore had little difficulty in winning its support for centralizing the direction of Russia's industries in the Supreme Council of National Economy, which, he soon assured the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets in mid-January, will make it possible for us to begin work to build up a new socialist economy. Established by the Sovnarkom on December 1, 1917, the Supreme Council of National Economy became the Bolsheviks' chief instrument for bringing Russia's industries under government control. The historical moment has arrived, Lenin wrote soon after it came into being. When theory is being transformed into practice, vitalized by practice, corrected by practice, tested by practice, and when the words of Marx, every step of real movement is more important than a dozen programs, become particularly true, but reality failed to support his claims. As in the Bolsheviks' first efforts to nationalize the land and banks in Russia, disorganization and confusion of purpose dogged the early steps that the Supreme Council of National Economy made toward nationalization. Contrary to the claims made by Lenin and scores of later Soviet commentators, the nationalization of Russia's industries followed no clear and certain plan before mid-1918. Certainly, the nationalization decrees issued by the Supreme Council of National Economy reflected little coherent planning, and in only about one case in four did they even implement policy decisions initiated by the Council itself. Far more often, the Supreme Council worked to prevent factories from being shut down by anti-Bolshevik managers or to offset crudely conceived local seizures that threatened important factories and mines with inept management by homegrown Bolsheviks. Taken together, the nationalization decrees issued by the Supreme Council during the first 6 months of 1918 thus proved to be a far cry from the Red Guard assaults against capital, of which so many Soviet commentators liked to speak in Stalin's time. They had little in common with the process that Marx and Engels had envisioned when they had predicted, in the Communist Manifesto, that the proletariat will use its political power to gradually deprive the bourgeoisie of its entire capital and centralize all means of production in the hands of the state, that is, the proletariat. At best, the Supreme Council's first attempts to nationalize Russia's industries reflected the Bolsheviks' overwhelming concern for self-defense and survival. Men and women thrown out of work when industrialists locked their factory gates, workers deprived of essential goods, food, and services by factory shutdowns and factories crippled by shortages of raw materials and fuel all added confusion to efforts by the Supreme Council to formulate broad policies and apply them consistently. The Bolsheviks' cherished dream of building socialism had little to do with the decision by the Supreme Council of National Economy to announce the immediate nationalization of all heavy industry and joint stock companies on June 28, 1918. Despite later Soviet claims that the dictatorship of the proletariat thus gained the opportunity to carry through to a victorious conclusion the armed struggle against the foreign and domestic forces of counter-revolution, the The Supreme Council's hastily prepared decision proved to be nothing more than an effort to sidestep the provisions of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty that required the Soviet government to pay direct compensation to German investors whose industries were nationalized after July 1, 1918. Nonetheless, the decree marked a step toward more effective nationalization, even though it took the better part of 2 years to bring individual industrial complexes and groups of industries under state control. By 1920, the Bolsheviks thus had established a permanent grip upon their nation's industry. Although the vagaries of the process and the disruptions inflicted by the Civil War had exacted such a terrible price that the industrial output of Central Russia, the red heart of the Bolsheviks' new state, had fallen to a mere 18% of what it had been on the eve of the Great War. The unsettled conditions in which factory workers lived and worked after the October Revolution reflected the disorganization of the Bolsheviks' efforts to nationalize their nation's economic life. Unemployment drained workers from Russia's cities so rapidly that Petrograd lost nearly 3/4 of its industrial labor force before the end of 1918, while Moscow lost 2 workers out of every 5 who had been in its factories when Nicholas II was driven from the throne. A similar exodus swept other cities in central Russia. As epidemics combined with shortages of fuel, housing, and food to cloud their vision of the future, Russian proletarians dared not look beyond the present. "We have reached the direst period in our revolution," Lenin told the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets in the summer of 1918. "There never has been a more difficult period in workers' and peasants' Russia." Less than a month before, Gorky had published a 6-paragraph story about a horse that had collapsed in one of Moscow's streets from hunger and overwork. As he described the big, dirt-stained tears that flowed from the dying beast's thin, convulsively moving eyelids, Gorky commented matter-of-factly, "We will all soon die for lack of food, people too." As peasants and workers proceeded with the expropriation of the expropriators in Russia's cities and villages, bitter doctrinal disputes divided Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and socialist revolutionaries. Should both large and small industries be nationalized, and how quickly? Should Russia's future be determined by the Constituent Assembly that liberals and revolutionaries had dreamed of for decades, and to the supposed wisdom of which they had referred countless complex problems throughout 1917? Or had the October Revolution transformed the Constituent Assembly, as Lenin insisted when he announced its dissolution, into a bourgeois and counter-revolutionary instrument that threatened the very foundations of Russia's new proletarian socialist order? When the Constituent Assembly met for its single-day-long meeting in January 1918, Mensheviks and so-called right socialist revolutionaries had stood on one side and the Bolsheviks on the other. "Between us everything is over," one of Moscow's leading Bolsheviks exclaimed as he faced his proletarian socialist rivals in the refurbished assembly chamber of the Taurida Palace. "We are carrying the October Revolution against the bourgeoisie to its culmination. We and you are on different sides of the barricades." Yet even among the Bolsheviks disagreements burst forth. That same month, the Fourth Conference of Factory and Mill Committees in Petrograd called for immediate nationalization of all means of production, factories, and workshops, while the First Trade Union Congress insisted at the same time that the financial exhaustion of the country dictates a definite gradualism in doing so. Clearly, men and women dedicated to the cause of revolution found it easier to agree on principles than on the practical methods for putting them into practice. Such disagreements reflected persistent theoretical conflicts in the ranks of Russia's revolutionaries. Most long-standing and bitter was the cleavage between the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks that had festered ever since the embryonic Russian Social Democratic Labor Party had split in 1903. Then Lenin had insisted that only a strong organization of professional revolutionaries could give the party the strength and discipline it needed to merge into a single whole the spontaneous destructive force of the masses and the conscious destructive power of the revolutionaries' organization. By contrast, with a dedication that had matched Lenin's own, Martov had insisted that the party must require no more than moral commitment to revolution from its members and ought not to demand their unswerving dedication to its realization. Party organization and decision-making must remain democratic, Martov had warned, and it must not follow the rigidly centralized model that Lenin favored. Guided by Lenin's precepts, the Bolsheviks had seized power in October 1917, while their Menshevik rivals had continued to argue that the laws of history forbade them to take power because Russia's bourgeois revolution had not yet run its course. More broadly based than the Bolsheviks, The Mensheviks had attracted more supporters than the Bolsheviks throughout 1917, but the socialist revolutionaries had outnumbered them both. Large, loosely organized, and without the fixed dedication to ideology of their Bolshevik and Menshevik rivals, Russia's Socialist Revolutionary Party had sprung from neo-populist roots that had little consistency other than a long-standing dedication to the abolition of private landownership. A conglomerate of discordant elements contending for possession of a label that commanded the goodwill of rural Russia. In the words of one of their leading chroniclers, the socialist revolutionaries had drawn their main support from Russia's tens of peasant millions, not her hundreds of proletarian thousands, and that fact alone had convinced Lenin to incorporate their agrarian program into his decree on land. Led by Viktor Chernov, whose talent with a pen far exceeded his ability to sway revolutionary crowds, the socialist revolutionaries had never unified their ranks enough to take full advantage of their huge following. In 1917, one of them later wrote, they had functioned not as a single party but as a jumble of feuding political groups which could make up an entire parliament. Perpetually on the brink of schism, their left, right, and center factions had intensified their feuds as the provisional government struggled through the summer and early fall. Then, as Kerensky's government tottered toward its final collapse, the party tilted sharply leftward. Urged on by Maria Spiridonova, a dedicated terrorist whose passion for peasant revolution had survived a decade in Siberian prisons, the left socialist revolutionaries had called for a general armistice, workers' control of industry, and land for the peasants. Distrust of the Bolshevik-dominated Soviets of workers' and soldiers' deputies had led these left SRs to insist that peasants have a voice in government equal to that of the workers, but they had shared enough in common with the Bolsheviks in those days to join them in a stormy alliance until their differences drove them to a final break in the summer of 1918. Nowhere did their conflicting visions of Russia's revolutionary present and future divide Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and socialist revolutionaries more explosively than at the tumultuous Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets that assembled at Smolny on the evening of October 25, 1917. The revolution had taught the art of filling space. Trotsky later wrote as he described how the throng in search of Russia's future had crowded into Smolny's Great Hall. Although he had long since grown accustomed to addressing revolutionary crowds in Russia's capital, he was surprised to see how overwhelmingly proletarian the assembly had become in the 4 months that had passed since the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets had met in June. A gray color prevailed uninterruptedly, in costumes and in faces, Trotsky remembered. The plebeian nation had for the first time sent up an honest representation made in its own image and not retouched. Such men and women of the people cared much less about the fine points of party programs than they did about land, peace, and bread, and they had little patience with any who did not share their view. Trotsky could not forget how their heavy and cracked hands, with wrists reddened from too much cold and fingers yellowed from smoking too many cigarettes, had thrust up among bristling bayonets when they had voted against the moderation urged by Martov's Mensheviks and the right-wing socialist revolutionaries. Their coats torn, their elbows frayed, these men and women of the people, crude and ignorant folk whose devotion to the revolution was spite and despair, while their socialism was hunger and an unendurable longing for rest. In the words of the Menshevik diarist Nikolai Sukhanov, voted that evening to change Russia's course forever. As passionate as any left SR or Bolshevik in his dedication to Russia's revolution, America's John Reed remembered how Trotsky had turned upon those who had proposed compromise with Kerensky's shattered government that night, letting out his rich voice in cool contempt, while his pale, cruel face measured the impact of his words upon his audience. "You are pathetic bankrupts," he had stated with unconcealed disdain. "Go where you belong from now on, into the trash bin of history." The Bolsheviks' rivals had no defense against such arrogance. "I didn't believe in the victory, the success, the rightfulness, or the historic mission of the Bolshevik regime," Sukhanov confessed as he watched the Bolsheviks celebrate their victory that evening. "I watched this celebration with a heavy heart." Yet their triumph in the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets did not assure the Bolsheviks and their left SR allies of unchallenged authority in the new worker state they hoped to bring into being. During the next several months, many socialists dedicated to the ideals of peasant revolution, popular freedom, and social justice hurried to Russia's borderlands to join the armies of Denikin, the Czechoslovak Legion, and the forces of the Comic government in Siberia rather than acquiesce in the Bolsheviks' crude seizure of power, while others remained in Petrograd and Moscow to challenge the Bolsheviks' proletarian dictatorship more directly. Chernov, whose unyielding insistence upon the impossible dream of party unity had paralyzed the socialist revolutionaries throughout 1917, stood prominently among them. National elections for Russia's Constituent Assembly in mid-November 1917 gave Chernov his first opportunity to challenge the policies of the Sovnarkom. So long awaited by Russia's revolutionaries and so long postponed by the provisional government, the elections once again showed the Socialist Revolutionary Party's wide appeal, as SRs of various leanings and colorations won more than half of the 40 million votes cast that month. Yet, if read another way, the elections of November 1917 showed that political power had shifted decisively away from the Chernovs feuding SRs. Not only had the Bolsheviks received nearly 10 million of the votes cast in the Constituent Assembly elections, but their strength had become extremely concentrated and well-placed. Decisive majorities in Moscow, Petrograd, and other industrial centers gave Lenin and his lieutenants control of the garrisons and Red Guards in all the key areas of central Russia. Beyond that, although the SRs outpolled them by some 200,000 votes, slightly less than 5% of the total votes cast, among Russia's army and navy units, the Bolsheviks scored their most decisive victories among the soldiers and sailors who were in the best positions to influence political events in Moscow and Petrograd. Soldiers assigned to the Northern Front voted 2-1 for the Bolsheviks over the SRs. On the Western Front, they preferred Bolsheviks to SRs by a margin of almost 4-1. The naive failure of Chernov and his allies to perceive the threat posed by the Bolsheviks' strategically placed power base prevented them from claiming the fruits of their election victory at the Constituent Assembly, which, as a confrontation between purveyors of ideals and brokers of power, proved an unequal contest from the moment its delegates assembled on the afternoon of January 5, 1918. The SR party, one commentator remarked, lost its nerve at the moment it was due to launch its decisive battle, and nothing proved that more dramatically than its members' failure to act decisively. Under the chairmanship of Yakov Sverdlov, a Bolshevik whose imposing presence commanded more respect among men twice his age than his youthful 32 years might otherwise have merited, the SRs elected Chernov the Assembly's chairman. Rambling, evasive, and inept, the vague formulas and flowery rhetoric in Chernov's opening speech revealed countless flaws in the SR's armor, into which the brilliant young Bolshevik orator Nikolai Bukharin thrust his verbal rapier with consummate skill when it came his turn to reply. Savage, logical, speaking in a voice which plunged and struck. According to John Reed's account, Bukharin heaped scorn upon Chernov and his SRs. "Is what you want a miserable little bourgeois republic?" he asked with unconcealed contempt. Did Chernov propose to take centuries to win socialism for Russia? In the name of the great Soviet Republic of Labor, Bukharin concluded, "We would declare war to the death on such a government," while drunken workers, Red Guards, and Bolshevik sailors in the galleries hooted, cursed, and amused themselves by aiming their rifles in Chernov's direction. The SRs stubbornly pressed on with what the Bolsheviks knew, and many others feared, would be little more than a legislative charade. To cheers from the galleries, the Bolsheviks announced their withdrawal. Some hours later, to more cheers from the onlookers, the left SRs did the same. Then, at 4 o'clock in the morning, the Bolshevik and left SR guards demanded that Chernov bring the session to a close. Hurriedly, Chernov presented a flurry of legislative acts for the approval of those who still remained. Then, as the galleries chanted, "That's enough! That's enough!" each phrase punctuated by the ominous clicks of rifle bolts being slammed shut, Chernov announced that Russia's Constituent Assembly would reconvene that afternoon. The Bolsheviks decreed otherwise, explaining that the Constituent Assembly could only serve as a screen for the struggle of the counter-revolutionaries to overthrow Soviet power. They announced its dissolution several hours before the delegates returned. To the armed men who closed the entrances to the Taurida Palace on orders from the Sovnarkom, the higher form of democracy, to which Lenin had referred in Pravda a few days earlier, could be described in the most simple terms. "We will not," one of them stated flatly, "exchange our rifles for a ballot." Led by Spiridonova, who would always offer her followers more inspiration than leadership, many of those left SRs who had joined the Bolsheviks in walking out of the Constituent Assembly concurred with such sentiments. "The Constituent Assembly has died," they announced. "Long live the Soviets." Unwilling to follow Spiridonova, Chernov and his allies insisted that the Constituent Assembly is not dead. But there was more bravado than belief in their promise that, at the call of its president on the day set by him, the Constituent Assembly will gather to continue its work. A future as painful as any endured by their earlier monarchist and liberal opponents awaited many SRs as they began their wanderings to Siberia and beyond. At first their dream of a Russian republic flickered along the Volga, as the early successes of the comic government offered them a brief moment of hope. A few months later the dream revived further to the east in Ufa, only to be snuffed out by the rise of Admiral Kolchak's authoritarian government in November 1918. Kolchak drove Chernov's SRs further toward the historical trash bin to which Trotsky had consigned them. Although the Socialist Revolutionary Party had been the beacon toward which millions of Russians had turned for guidance during the heady days of 1917, it remained only a will-o'-the-wisp flickering across Siberia's vastness a year later. The Bolsheviks' Menshevik opponents fared no better than Chernov's SRs. The elections to the Constituent Assembly showed all too clearly that the Mensheviks' failure to heed the demands of Russia's proletarians had reduced their strength to a fraction of its former dimensions. Not counting the votes cast in the faraway Caucasus region, the Mensheviks won less than 1 million votes in November 1917. Denied any significant role in the Constituent Assembly, and unable to compel the Bolsheviks to moderate their policies, the party of Plekhanov, Martov, Tseretelli, and a score of other luminaries fell beneath the darkening shadow of Bolshevik absolutism. Briefly they regained some of their strength in the spring of 1918 and then, in response to tightening Bolshevik repression, became as impotent as their one-time socialist revolutionary rivals. While left and right SRs stubbornly held to their principles, a number of Mensheviks abandoned theirs. Although the more resolute among them joined the socialist revolutionaries in Siberia's various white governments or made their way into exile after being expelled from the All-Russian Central Executive Committee in June 1918, those who remained in Russia's red heart purchased political survival at the terrible price of acknowledging that the Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917 had been historically necessary and the Constituent Assembly counter-revolutionary. In return, the Bolsheviks briefly allowed them to publish a journal in Moscow. "We are quite willing to legalize you, Menshevik gentlemen," Lenin told them at the end of 1918. "But we shall reserve state power for ourselves alone. The Mensheviks' future in the Soviet state would be uncertain at best." As Lenin called for a relentless war against Menshevism, he emphasized that, although he considered it more sensible to come to an understanding with petty bourgeois Democrats, they must expect no concession. "It is a mistake to think we shall surrender 100th or even 1,000th part of the position we have won," he warned. "We shan't budge an inch." Before spring came in 1918, the left SRs remained the only non-Bolshevik political force in Russia's government. Convinced that the October Revolution had tied the fate of the revolution to the fate of Bolshevism, they had abandoned their comrades on the right and agreed to a mariage de convenance with their adversaries. Yet Spiridonova and her passionate followers found little romance in their union with Lenin's cold and calculating Bolsheviks. Divorce was all but certain from the moment they began their courtship, for the left SR's lonely position as the Bolsheviks' only adversaries never induced them to moderate their views. TWO issues split them apart almost immediately. Lenin's insistence that Russia accept the ruinous terms that Germany imposed at the Brest-Litovsk peace negotiations and the Bolsheviks' cold-blooded determination to inject the poison of class conflict into the veins of the peasant society upon which the left SRs still hoped to build socialism in Russia. In January 1918, the Austro-German proposals at Brest-Litovsk to deprive Lenin's government of raw materials, vital industrial centers, and some of Russia's best agricultural lands outraged Bolshevik and left SR alike. A mere 15 members of the Bolshevik Central Committee supported Lenin's call for peace with Germany at any price, while 16 supported Trotsky's proposal that Russia withdraw from the war but reject the Germans' peace terms, and 32 sided with Nikolai Bukharin's left communists, those Bolshevik Young Turks, who preferred to fight a revolutionary war against Germany rather than accept her peace terms. Like Bukharin's left communists, Spiridonova's left SRs much preferred a revolutionary war, a holy war of Russia's proletarians against the bourgeoisie of Europe, to signing what Trotsky once called a peace written, with the sword on the flesh of living nations. For a brief moment, opposition to Lenin's call for peace at any price threatened his leadership. "If there were 500 courageous men in Petrograd, we would put you in prison," one of Bukharin's allies exclaimed to Lenin at one point. Lenin's reply showed his confidence in the forces he commanded. "If you will calculate the probabilities," he replied icily, "you will see that it is much more likely that I will send you to jail than you will send me." Most importantly, Lenin still commanded the loyalty of the Cheka. Emotionally drawn by Bukharin's call for a revolutionary war, Dzerzhinsky nonetheless followed his head, not his heart, and warned his angry colleagues that even the worst peace imaginable must be thought preferable to a war to be fought simultaneously against German imperialism, the Russian bourgeoisie, and the section of the proletariat headed by Lenin. Although he thought Lenin's policy fatal for the revolution, even Bukharin drew back from pressing his left communists' opposition to the point of rupture. Was it really possible to declare war on Lenin and the Bolshevik Party? He asked his comrades at one point. "No," he concluded. "Don't let us deceive ourselves." After bitter debate and a disastrous experiment with Trotsky's formula of no war, no peace that cost more territory than would otherwise have been lost, the Bolsheviks signed the treaty they so despised. Although the left SRs had little choice but acquiesce, they carried the rancor of their dispute over into other debates in the coming weeks. Confident in the creative power of the masses, still certain that the revolution would create its own institutions, and dedicated to those millions of peasants who lived from the fruits of their own labor, the left SRs resolutely opposed the Bolsheviks' decision to bring class warfare to the Russian countryside. As Lenin and his allies moved to unite the poorest of the peasants against all who stood above them on the village economic ladder, they found themselves locked on a collision course with the left SRs. The Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets became their final battleground. On July 4, 1918, the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets convened in Moscow's Bolshoi Theater, its shining white and gold interior still reminiscent of the not-so-long-ago days when dashing Tsarist officers had accompanied bejeweled ladies to the operas of Rimsky-Korsakov and the richly choreographed ballets of Tchaikovsky. In those days, the Bolshoi had seen the great Shaliapin, his basso profundo reverberating through the highest balconies, give his unforgettable operatic rendering of Boris Godunov, the Tsar who had been destroyed by an earlier time of troubles, when Russia had stood at the brink of collapse as she did now. From the glittering Imperial box, now crowded by favored newspaper reporters and foreign guests, Nicholas and Alexandra once had watched Glinka's Life for the Tsar, in which a loyal peasant sacrificed his life to save Moscow from foreign enemies. Now prisoners of the Bolsheviks in the faraway Siberian town of Ekaterinburg, Russia's fallen autocrats had less than a fortnight to live before the bullets of a Bolshevik firing squad would cut them down. On the Bolshoi's great stage, where the great ballerinas Pavlova, Karsavina, and Ksinska had danced the dance of the dying swan, the members of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee now sat in serried rows. Both Mephistopheles and Lucifer of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky was prominent among them, his striking features contrasting sharply to the modest, schoolmasterly appearance of Lenin. Few disputed Trotsky's genius as polemicist, orator, revolutionary tactician, military commander, and diplomat, although many among the left SRs thoroughly despised his impassioned brilliance. Probably none hated him more than Spiridonova, who, at 32, now stood as undisputed leader of the left SRs. An assassin at the age of 20, victim of brutal beatings and Cossack rapes during her years of penal servitude in Siberia, Spiridonova presented to the world a simple appearance that belied her iron will and inner torment. To the British diplomat Robert Bruce Lockhart, she looked for all the world like Olga, the schoolmistress in Chekhov's Three Sisters. Yet Olga's eyes had never burned with the pain and passion of Spiridonova's. The earnest, almost fanatical expression in her eyes forced Lockhart to conclude that her sufferings have affected her mind. Sharply divided in their commitments to Trotsky and Lenin or to Spiridonova, the men and women of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee sternly awaited the confrontation they knew must come. As if an omen of things to come, the sets from one of the most dramatic scenes of Mussorgsky's Boris Godunov stood behind them. Her revolutionary dedication already legendary in a milieu filled with revolutionary legends, Spiridonova came forward on the stage of the Bolshoi on the second day of the Congress to curse Lenin for betraying the peasants. Her hysterical passion stirring her fellow left SRs into a frenzy. This woman of noble birth who had dedicated her short life to Russia's masses condemned the dictatorship of abstract theories, the dictatorship of individuals in love with their theories, and warned for one last time that the Bolsheviks' grain requisitioning detachments and the committees of the poor they had formed to carry class warfare into each of Russia's villages would kill all the good feeling which the peasant has for the Soviets. As Spiridonova's anger rose, Lockhart's friend and colleague, the French military attaché Captain Jacques Sadoul, heard Lenin's mocking laughter from the stage behind her. A moment later, he knew how deeply it had stung her when he heard Spiridonova exclaim that, if Lenin, Trotsky, and their allies on the Sovnarkom did not end their treason against the Russian people, she would take up again the revolver and the hand grenade, as she had done in Tsarist times. Pandemonium, Lockhart remembered, greeted Spiridonova's final words. Not the tall, broad-shouldered, black-bearded Sverdlov, who presided over the assembly, not even Trotsky, whose words so often bewitched crowds and bent them to his will, could calm the uproar. Only Lenin, whose expansive and sincere laughter, Sadoul noted, gave the impression of extraordinary strength, could master the throng that cheered and cursed in the theater before them. As he did so often when he was preparing to speak in public, Lenin stepped forward, his hands thrust deep into his trouser pockets. Writing at different times, in different places, and from very different points of view, Lockhart, Sadoul, and Konstantin Postovsky all marveled at the way in which this short, excessively ordinary-looking man shaped the passions of the crowd. He did not give a speech but spoke lightly, as if chatting with a few of his friends rather than with an audience in a huge auditorium, Postovsky remembered. It seemed to him that, at any moment, Lenin might begin to talk about gathering mushrooms or fishing, or about the need to make scientific weather forecasts, so natural were his voice and movements. Lockhart, who thought Lenin's self-confidence almost irritating, was surprised that he spoke with strangely little gesticulation, as if he were addressing a Sunday school meeting, but was impressed at how quickly the sheer personality of the man and the overwhelming superiority of his dialectics conquered his audience. For the present, the essence of socialism is to obtain bread, Lenin told his listeners. Only when we take possession of the surplus grain and divide it among the toiling population will we be in a position to take care of the toilers and poorest peasants. Only a union of the city workers with the village poor who do not speculate, he concluded, can save the revolution. Yet Lenin's spell could not last beyond his moments at the rostrum. Perhaps angered even more by what Lockhart remembered as the overwhelming superiority of his dialectics, Lenin's left SR enemies unleashed torrents of abusive rebuttals as they condemned the Bolsheviks' stupid and criminal measures that had brought make-believe socialism to Russia. To Sadoul, the left SRs seemed courageous, but he thought their remarks disordered, demagogic, clumsy, unjust, enlarged by passion, but not convincing. Bitter at the conflicts that had set them upon separate paths, the wounds opened by the day's debates untended and festering, the Bolsheviks and left SRs therefore carried raw hostility in their hearts as they left the Bolshoi theater that night. Although Sverdlov had announced that the Congress would reassemble the following afternoon, few thought that their differences could be resolved by debate or that they even had any common ground left upon which to stand. Fanatical, sentimental, and romantic, the left SRs had not come to the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets merely to trade accusations with their rivals. As the Bolsheviks soon learned, they had come prepared to stake their lives on one last desperate gamble in the streets of Moscow. The stage revolution of yesterday, Lockhart later explained, had been transferred to the streets and to the barricades. Although few of the onlookers who had returned to the Bolshoi on the afternoon of July 6th to watch the verbal battle continue between Spiridonova and Lenin knew it at the time. Like Lockhart, Postovsky at first was surprised to find that the Bolsheviks had failed to appear as expected and wondered why the left SRs had assembled in unexpectedly large numbers. As the SRs began to press toward the stage, Postovsky understood the reason for their excitement when Spiridonova, dressed in black, ran forward, her heels clicking sharply upon the boards beneath them. His reporter's eye always alert for details. Postovsky noted that she wore a scarlet carnation pinned to her breast and held a small steel Browning pistol in her hand. Suddenly, she raised her weapon high above her head. "Long live the revolt!" she shouted to an audience that readily took up her cry. And that, Postovsky concluded, is how we reporters learned about the beginning of the revolt of the left SRs in Moscow. Earlier that afternoon, two left SR assassins carrying papers bearing the forged signature of Dzerzhinsky himself had entered the German embassy and killed the German ambassador Count Wilhelm von Mirbach. Fearful that Germany might retaliate by ordering her armies to march deeper into Russian territory, Dzerzhinsky had rushed to arrest the assassins, only to be taken prisoner himself. With the chief of the Chaika as their hostage, and supported by several thousand soldiers and sailors who sympathized with their views, the left SRs had seized Moscow's Central Telegraph Office, one of the keys to communicating with the rest of Russia. That had marked the high point of their success. Suffering from all the confusion inherent in their fanatical romanticism, the left SRs had made no move against the Kremlin and had failed even to seize the Bolshoi theater. As Spiridonova had issued her challenge from the center of the Bolshoi stage, Postovsky remembered that all the left SRs pulled revolvers from beneath their jackets and from their pockets, only to become victims of the Bolsheviks' ability to anticipate the unexpected. At that moment, Postovsky reported, the calm, hard-edged voice of the commandant of the Kremlin spoke from the gallery. "Gentlemen, leftisers, if you attempt to leave the theater or to use your weapons, we shall open fire from the upper galleries. I advise you to sit down quietly and await a decision about your fate." Quickly, the Bolsheviks restored order in Moscow. The left SR's failure had destroyed the last opposition to their power. It remained only for the Bolsheviks to create the legal framework for their new world. While the left SRs had fought their last bitter battles against the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and had raged against the decision to unleash class warfare in Russia's villages, a quieter but no less decisive battle had been fought in government meeting rooms in Moscow. There, a special committee that pitted left SRs led by the jurist Mikhail Reisner against the imposing Bolshevik troika of Sverdlov, Bukharin, and Stalin, labored to draft a constitution for the workers' state that the October Revolution had brought into being. During the spring and early summer of 1918, these men had worked to prepare what might best be described as a political prospectus for Russia's transition to socialism. They had clashed on 3 issues, each, perhaps, more vital to the future of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic than their conflicts over Brest-Litovsk and the peasantry. Should the government be weak or strong? Should its authority be dispersed or rigidly centralized? Should federalism bind diverse regions together loosely? Or should they be welded firmly into a single republic? On all 3 propositions, the left SRs defended the first alternative, while the Bolsheviks stood firmly for the latter. In each case, the stern realism of the Bolsheviks triumphed over the SR's hopeful idealism. The draft constitution that the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets approved on July 10, 1918, represented a Bolshevik victory of unprecedented dimensions, for it made certain that Bolshevik power would dominate Russia from the smallest village assembly to the national parliament. The constitution of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, the state formation that would oversee the expropriation of the expropriators, thus was to be an institutional expression of the dictatorship of the proletariat, or, in the Bolshevik phrase, the autocracy of the people. Outraged at the Bolsheviks' rigidity, the left SRs opened a campaign of assassinations like that which they had waged in their 2 decades-long battle against the autocracy of the Romanovs. When the Bolsheviks responded in kind and in full measure by unleashing a reign of terror of their own in the summer of 1918, a new and more brutal phase of Russia's civil strife began. The bourgeoisie are prepared to commit the most heinous crimes. Lenin had warned his followers soon after their October victory. Now the Bolsheviks added to that number all socialists who would not accept their vision of a powerful and stern centralized government that would rule sternly while they awaited the withering away of the state that Marx and Engels had promised. In reply to the Bolsheviks' challenge, left SR terrorists unsheathed the weapons they had used to such terrible effect during the days of the Romanovs. None would be safe from their bombs and bullets that summer and fall. Soon they counted even Lenin among their victims. First days of terror. On August 26, 1879, 15 young men and women met secretly in a forest near the St. Petersburg suburb of Lesnoy. As they slipped back into the city at different times and by different routes later that evening, all understood that they had been part of a momentous event that would transform Russia's revolutionary movement. That day, they had agreed that Tsar Alexander II should be assassinated. The will of the people. They had announced, demanded it, and the people's will must be served. Their first efforts to carry out their terrible verdict failed. 18 months later, the young terrorists of the people's will party killed Alexander II by shattering his lower body with a hand grenade made of metal shards packed around 2 vials of nitroglycerin. 4 men and 1 woman paid for that crime on the gallows, and several more spent long years in prison. Yet none of them ever believed that terrorism should become an end in itself or that it should be used for personal revenge. Terrorism for its own sake was never our goal. A woman who plotted Alexander's death wrote after the Revolution of 1905 had freed her from the dungeons of the Schlüsselburg fortress. It was a means of protection, of self-defense. It was also a vital instrument, she insisted, for bringing about a national uprising which, the young terrorists hoped, would begin the revolutionary transformation of Russia. From the moment that the stalwart young revolutionaries of the People's Will made their decision in Lesnoy Forest, terrorism became a part of Russia's political landscape, and it continued to cast its fearsome, yet strangely compelling, shadow across the land until 1917. Although new generations took the places of those who fell in the battle against autocracy, their conviction that terrorism could never serve personal ends remained remarkably constant during the 36 years that separated Alexander II's murder from the Romanovs' overthrow. Always, a code of honor that demanded great personal sacrifice guided Russia's romantic young terrorists. Almost always the terrorist combined his deed with the voluntary sacrifice of his own life and freedom. Maria Spiridonova once explained, "I believe that only thus was it possible to justify the terrorist act." Such a code had guided Lenin's elder brother Alexander, who had died on the gallows in 1887 for his attempt to kill Alexander III, and it had guided those who followed him at the beginning of the 20th century. By 1917, Russia's terrorists could count among their victims more than a score of generals and provincial governors, including the governors-general of Moscow and Finland, one minister of public instruction, two ministers of internal affairs, and a Grand Duke. Yet terrorism, used as a weapon by angry and desperate revolutionaries against a government whose forces threatened to crush them at any moment, was not the same thing as terror. Terror was a system of violence, dispensed from above. I.N. Steinberg, the left socialist revolutionary who served briefly as the Bolsheviks' Minister of Justice, explained later, "It was a planned and quasi-legal program to intimidate and terrify a people into submission." Such systematic terror as Steinberg described had its origins in the experience of revolutionary France, when, in the words of one of its great chroniclers, a shadow fell over the minds of the people of France, eclipsing the sentiments of sympathy and humanity, obscuring the principles of liberty and justice. Those were the very principles for which the French had overthrown their king in 1789, and the ones they had struggled to defend through a succession of political, economic, and military crises during the 5 years that followed. Yet, as the armies of Europe's monarchs pressed against their borders, the time came when the French set aside their defense of liberty, equality, and fraternity in the name of national security. Beginning on September 5, 1793, they launched a reign of terror that claimed the lives of 1 out of every 600 citizens of France. When the terror finally subsided into the Thermidorian reaction, following the execution of Robespierre nearly a year later, it had claimed the lives of some 40,000 French men and women, most of whom came not from the hated nobles and merchants but from the lower classes. Like France in 1789, Russia's revolutionary experience in 1917 had at first been free of terror and dedicated to the quest for liberty, justice, and equality. As in France during the revolution's first months, peasants had wrought havoc in the countryside, and city mobs had done serious damage, but terror, deliberately imposed from above, was even more foreign to Russia's revolution in 1917 than it had been to France's in 1789. Men and women only recently freed from Tsarist jails and Siberian exile struggled to forgive in order to forget and develop legitimate political processes to accommodate those who disagreed with their government's course. Along with hundreds of others, Ekaterina Breshko-Breshkoevskaya, affectionately known as the little grandmother of the Russian Revolution, who had first set foot in a Tsarist prison 43 years earlier, Fania Kaplan, the anarchist from Western Russia who had spent more than a third of her life at convict labor in Siberia, some 3 years of which had passed in terrifying temporary blindness, Felix Dzerzhinsky, the scion of lesser Polish aristocrats and longtime ally of Lenin, whose term of hard labor had just been extended for another 6 years when the revolution freed him. Boris Savinkov, the terrorist who had fled abroad to escape a death sentence after he had helped to assassinate a Grand Duke and a Minister of Internal Affairs, and who once had been described by someone who knew him well as a soul choked in blood. All had emerged from dungeons, Siberia's frozen wastes, or foreign exile to speak out for freedom in Petrograd that spring. Caught up in their newly won political freedoms, Many revolutionary Russians thus remained remarkably tolerant of political dissent. Men and women long would remember how, in March 1917, Kerensky had marched, like the flaming torch of revolutionary justice, through angry crowds of armed soldiers to save fallen Tsarist ministers. Pallid and with an outstretched arm, one observer wrote, he had pleaded with the mob to keep the revolution undefiled by shameful bloodshed. And Petrograd's enraged masses had heeded his words, just as they had heeded Trotsky during the tumultuous July days when he had called upon them to free Chernov. Between February and October, Russians had allowed the revolution to follow its turbulent course rather than use force to bring their ebullient countrymen under control. There had been such a reluctance to soil the revolution with blood in those days that, in the spring of 1917, the Petrograd Soviet had abolished the death sentence and only with the greatest reluctance had restored the authority to execute deserters to Russia's frontline generals. Although such grossly corrupt Tsarist statesmen as Alexei Khvostov and Boris Sturmer had been called to account before a Supreme Investigating Commission, they had suffered no punishment beyond imprisonment for their crimes during 1917. Given the reluctance of newly freed revolutionaries and terrorists to rule their countrymen by force, all of the imperial family, and every one of the Tsarist ministers, except for those who died of natural causes, still remained alive when the Bolsheviks seized power on October 25. The October Revolution changed Russia's mood and policy as the Bolsheviks began to rage against the vileness of the bourgeoisie and of its crowned and uncrowned hangmen abroad, who threatened to drown the workers' and peasants' revolution in blood. Now, criminal plunderers, saboteurs, degraded elements, wolves, jackals, and mad dogs, lackeys of the moneybags, and lickspittles of the exploiters seemed to lurk in every corner of the land, and the Bolsheviks called for a merciless suppression, a war to the death, against those henchmen of the bourgeoisie who threatened Russia from within. What will the revolution offer that is new? Gorky asked from the offices of Novaya Zhizn as the Bolsheviks entered their second month in power. How will it change the bestial Russian way of life? Gorky had not long to wait for his answer. Less than a week before, Trotsky had warned that, in no more than a month's time, terror will assume very violent forms. And on the same day as Novaya Zhizn had published Gorky's column, Lenin had begun to make clear what Trotsky meant. The bourgeoisie, the landowners, and all the rich classes are making desperate efforts to undermine the revolution, he warned his colleagues on the Sovnarkom. They are prepared to commit the most heinous crimes, and have even gone so far as to sabotage food distribution, thereby menacing millions of people with famine. Certain, as he had said on the day after the Bolsheviks took power, that it was an inadmissible weakness to even think of accomplishing a revolution without shooting, Lenin was prepared to go to any lengths to defend the new order that he and the Bolsheviks had brought into being. The international imperialist bourgeoisie have slaughtered 10 million and maimed 20 million in their war to decide whether British or German vultures are to rule the world, he explained in an open letter to the workers of America some months later. If our war, the war of the oppressed and exploited against the oppressors and the exploiters, results in 500,000 or 1 million casualties in all countries, the bourgeoisie will say that the former casualties are justified while the latter are criminal. Terror, Lenin concluded, was just and legitimate when the bourgeoisie in France and England resorted to it for their own benefit against feudalism, but became monstrous and criminal when the workers and poor peasants dared to use it against the bourgeoisie. In those days, Trotsky remembered, Lenin emphasized the absolute necessity of terror and warned that only unusually strong measures could save the revolution. Do you think we can be victors without the most severe revolutionary terror? He exclaimed when Commissar of Justice Steinberg objected to having the statement, enemy agents, profiteers, marauders, hooligans, counter-revolutionary agitators, and German spies are to be shot on the spot, appear in a proclamation that the Sovnarkom approved at the beginning of 1918. If we are not ready to shoot a saboteur and white guardist, Lenin asked his comrades on the Sovnarkom at one point, what sort of revolution is that? We can't expect to get anywhere, he told the assembled delegates of the Presidium of the Petrograd Soviet, unless we resort to terrorism. None agreed with Lenin more emphatically than Felix Edmundovich Dzerzhinsky, who pronounced the October Revolution in clear and present danger, even as it scored its first triumphs. Standing like a monk in soldier's clothing, according to one account, Dzerzhinsky told his comrades on the Sovnarkom at the beginning of December that they must have an organization for taking revenge in the name of the revolution against any who would seize it from them. Without hesitation, the Sovnarkom agreed. That very day, December 7, 1917, they established the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission to Combat Counter-Revolution and Sabotage, the VCHK or Chaika, and named Dzerzhinsky its chief. Dzerzhinsky quickly proved to be the staunch Jacobin Lenin had urged his comrades on the Sovnarkom to find. Terror is an absolute necessity during times of revolution, he explained a few months later. We terrorized the enemies of the Soviet government in order to stop crime at its inception. With the grim gallows humor with which they had long been accustomed to comment upon their government's policies, Russians already had begun to point out that the initials VCHK stood not only for Vsorossiyskaya Kresvykainaya Komissia, the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission, but also for Syakomu Kelaviku Kaput, death to every man. Few were more suited to command the Chaika than Dzerzhinsky. Tall and thin, his aquiline nose and almond eyes framed by high-set cheekbones, and a Van Dyke beard whose sharply sculpted point mirrored a hairline that receded sharply at his temples, Iron Felix bore a disconcerting resemblance to those devout Spanish grandees who had served the Inquisition 300 years before. His perpetually raised eyebrows gave him a look of permanent disbelief, and high-necked uniforms that encased his neck like the collar of a priest accentuated his inquisitorial image. The most remarkable thing about him was his eyes. The British diplomat Lockhart remembered some years later. They blazed with a steady fire of fanaticism. They never twitched. His eyelids seemed paralyzed. Others shared Lockhart's opinion. Steinberg, who fought a losing battle against Dzerzhinsky's growing power in the spring of 1918, remembered that a dry flame of fanaticism gleamed behind his glasses. "We don't want justice," Dzerzhinsky replied to Steinberg's repeated complaints. "We want to settle accounts." An unquenchable hatred of his class enemies, Steinberg recalled, seared Dzerzhinsky's soul and drove him onward. Yet he was not one who sought power for general gain or even personal comfort. Iron Felix lived a life of such austerity that he once reprimanded a subordinate who brought him bacon and potatoes during Russia's terrible days of hunger. And his legendary capacity for work at all hours and under any conditions left none in doubt about his dedication to the revolutionary cause. Sleep and food were for him an unpleasant necessity, one of his Chaika associates recalled. He had absolutely no personal life whatsoever. 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, he carried on his struggle, as he ate and slept in his office and remained separated until 1919 from the wife and son he had not seen since his arrest in 1912. "I am in the front line of battle," he wrote to them in the spring of 1918. "My thought induces me to be without pity, and there is in me an iron determination to follow my thought to the end." Not even his own crumbling health slowed Dzerzhinsky's frenzied pace. "Something needs to be done about Felix Edmundovich," a worried subordinate told one of the Central Committee's secretaries. "He is coughing up blood and refuses to hear about taking any rest." Dzerzhinsky saw himself as the moral guardian of those values around which the Bolsheviks hoped to shape their brave new world, and he differed little in that respect from Count Benkendorf, head of Russia's security police during the time of Tsar Nicholas I, or Joseph Fouchet, the dedicated chief of police who had helped Napoleon shape the First Empire. Dzerzhinsky's devotion to the battle against the Bolsheviks' enemies thus stemmed not from a fascination with power or from a perverse love of inflicting pain and suffering, as was the case with too many who served under him. His was a moral mission that, even under the most adverse circumstances, obliged him to remind his subordinates that their first task must always be to better Russia's future. "Concern for our children's welfare," he once told one of his deputies, "is one of the best ways to wipe out counter-revolution." Nearly a third of an adult life spent in the prisons of Nicholas II had forged in Dzerzhinsky an iron will that never yielded to adversity. He knew all too well the dungeons of Warsaw's citadel and the cells of Moscow's notorious Buturki prison, and his years in Tsarist jails had prepared him for the task he now faced. "When I weigh in my mind and heart what prison has given me and what it has deprived me of," he once confessed to his prison diary, "I know for certain that I should curse neither my fate nor my long years behind bars." To every situation, Dzerzhinsky brought a seasoned prisoner's patience and a flint-hard revolutionary spirit. One learns patience in prison, he told a British sculptor when she apologized for having kept him so long at a sitting, and it was his endless patience and stubborn determination that allowed him to unravel the tangled plots and counterplots that threatened the revolution he had sworn to defend. In the moments of freedom that had punctuated his 6 arrests in Tsarist times, Dzerzhinsky had founded 2 radical newspapers, rebuilt the Polish Social Democratic Party, and led mass demonstrations, industrial strikes, and prison riots. For a decade before the revolution he had worked closely with Lenin, and during the October Revolution he had led the assault against Petrograd's post and telegraph offices that had given the Bolsheviks control over communications between the capital and the rest of Russia. Immediately afterward, Dzerzhinsky had taken charge of security at the Bolsheviks' revolutionary headquarters at Smolny and, from there, had moved on to preside over the Chaika in its first offices at No. 2 Gorokovaya Street. In those days, Iron Felix had carried the records of the Chaika in his briefcase and could safely leave its entire cash resources of 1,000 rubles in an assistant's desk drawer. By the end of 1917, he still did not have a typist and continued to write out arrest orders in longhand. When he finally acquired a secretary, she still had to do double duty as an investigator. New Year's Day 1918 witnessed the first assassination attempt against Lenin, when a would-be assassin fired 4 shots into his automobile as it passed a crowd. From that moment, Dzerzhinsky began to transform the Chaika into the instrument of swift punishment and certain death that earned it the name of the revolution's avenging sword. Just 3 months after it had moved into the former headquarters of the Anchor and Lloyd's insurance companies on Moscow's Lubyanka Square, the Chaika had 43 district and provincial branches in operation. It employed more than 1,000 men and women in its Lubyanka offices alone, and another 1,000 had been enlisted in the elite combat detachment that served as its military arm. By mid-1918, the Chaika also had control of Russia's frontier areas and was about to establish special units at important railroad and river traffic centers. "There is no sphere in our life," an officer in charge of training its agents wrote, "where the Chaika does not have its eagle eye." As Lenin found in Dzerzhinsky a man who shared his willingness to defend the revolution by any means and at any cost, the Chaika gained the power of life and death over Russians. Fearful that the Russians were too soft and not capable of applying the harsh measures of revolutionary terror he thought necessary, Lenin continued to insist that there must be a war to the death against the rich and their hangers-on, in which any display of weakness, hesitation, or sentimentality would be an immense crime. Never in modern Russia's history had any leader called for the death penalty so frequently and so openly as Lenin did in those days. Let them shoot on the spot every 10th man guilty of idleness. Late December. We can't expect to get anywhere unless we resort to terrorism. Speculators must be shot on the spot. Mid-January 1918. Enemy agents, profiteers, marauders, hooligans, counter-revolutionary agitators, and German spies are to be shot on the spot. Late February. Why do we bother with a commissariat of justice? Stormed Steinberg when Lenin criticized his opposition to the Chaika's summary executions. Let's call it frankly the Commissariat for Social Extermination and be done with it. His face brightening at the thought, Lenin considered Steinberg's remark. "Well put," he reportedly exclaimed. "That's exactly what it should be." Dzerzhinsky supported Lenin's views as emphatically as Steinberg opposed them. As with Lenin, a cold hatred for the exploiters of Russia's workers consumed him to such an extent that not long before the Bolshevik Revolution he had suggested to a comrade that it might be possible to alter the correlation of political and social forces that determined the nation's constitution through the subjection or extermination of some classes of society, sparing neither brother nor friend. As he once told a correspondent from Gorky's Novaya Zizn, Dzerzhinsky allowed nothing and no one to stand in the way of victory in his battle against the Bolsheviks' enemies. "Only saints and scoundrels," Dzerzhinsky once said, "could serve in Russia's secret police." In fact, there were never even a handful of saints in the Chaika, and to this day the motives of some of Dzerzhinsky's crudest and closest associates remain completely open to question. None who entered his command shared his rigid asceticism or his unswerving dedication to Lenin's revolutionary principles, nor did they share his exalted belief in the Chaika's revolutionary mission. Dzerzhinsky's deputies took pleasure from the terror they inflicted. while their chief carried deep within him a sense that his work in the cause of the revolution had stained his soul. "I have spilt so much blood that I no longer have any right to live," he reportedly lamented as he and other Bolshevik leaders greeted the new year at the Kremlin in 1919. "You must shoot me now." Perhaps aware that some who did not share his fervid revolutionary commitment might have second thoughts about killing for purely ideological reasons, Dzerzhinsky added subtly blended national hatreds to their incentives. Even in the Chaika's highest ranks, non-Russians outnumbered Russians by a margin of 3-1. To the Ukraine, where the native population had assembled a long and sorry record of violent antisemitism, Dzerzhinsky sent Jewish Chekists in such numbers that more than 7 out of every 10 in the Chaika's headquarters in Kiev were Jews. Likewise, he sent Armenians to Georgia and, in Russia itself, relied heavily upon a brutal core of Latvians who, according to some estimates, made up more than 3/4 of the staff at Lubyanka. Neither of Dzerzhinsky's closest lieutenants was a Russian, although both had been BOM within the Russian Empire. Iakov Peters and Martin Latsis had begun as farm laborers in Latvia, and each had been active in the revolutionary movement for more than a decade before 1917. Both figured prominently in the October Revolution, and both entered the Chaika before Dzerzhinsky moved its offices to Moscow in March 1918. No one set down the principles that guided them more candidly than Latsis. "The Chaika," he remarked, "does not judge the enemy, but smites him. The first question one ought to put to a prisoner should be, to what class does he belong? What are his origins? What is his upbringing, education, origins, and profession? The answers to these questions ought to determine the fate of the accused. This is the implication and meaning of Red Terror." One of Latsis's supporters spoke even more bluntly. "What purpose is served by all these questions of origins and education?" he asked at one point. "One needs only to go into the kitchen of the accused and look into his soup pot. If there is meat in it, then he is an enemy of the people. Stand him up against a wall." Russians' readiness to stand their enemies up against a wall in 1918 emphasized the deepening brutality of their civil war. All too quickly, Red and White Terror erased those legitimate means of expressing dissent that Russians had enjoyed between the revolutions of February and October. Along Russia's frontiers, white military leaders killed their enemies with reckless abandon and wielded absolute authority over the civilian governments that depended upon their protection. In Russia's Red Center, the Bolsheviks took firmer control that spring. It would be extremely stupid and absurdly utopian to assume that the transition from capitalism to socialism is possible without coercion and without dictatorship. Lenin wrote as he explained that there is absolutely no contradiction in principle between Soviet, that is, socialist democracy, and the exercise of dictatorial powers by individuals. Russians must learn discipline and obedience. Unquestioning subordination to a single will, he concluded, is absolutely necessary. We must learn to combine the public meeting democracy of the working people, turbulent, surging, overflowing its banks like a spring flood, with iron discipline while at work, with unquestioning obedience to the will of a single person, the Soviet leader. Especially those uncompromising enemies of despotism who once had fought Tsarist repression with terrorism responded angrily to the Bolsheviks' tightening dictatorship. As Russia began her second revolutionary year, Fania Kaplan, Irina Kakhovskaya, and Maria Spiridonova, whose dedication to liberty had been tested in some of Siberia's most terrible prisons before the revolution, turned against those whose arrogance threatened their new-won freedom. Convinced that the Bolsheviks intended to use the breathing space that had been bought so dearly at Brest-Litovsk to crush all opposition to their power in Russia, Spiridonova and her comrades among the left SRs rededicated themselves to renewing the struggle against imperialism that the Bolsheviks had set aside. Although they insisted that it was both practical and expedient to organize a series of terrorist attacks against the leading representatives of German imperialism, they knew from the beginning that the Germans were not to be their only targets. In view of the fact that the Bolsheviks may take aggressive counteraction against our party, Spiridonova warned, we are determined, if necessary, to resort to an armed defense of the positions we have occupied. The left SRs planned to begin their terrorist campaign with an attack against Germany's recently arrived ambassador, Count Wilhelm von Mirbach, when the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets assembled in Moscow's Bolshoi Theater early in July. Although Spiridonova later claimed full responsibility, The key figure in the attack was Yakov Blyumkin, a 20-year-old former errand boy who, in the early days of the revolution, had commanded the Socialist Revolutionary Iron Volunteers of Odessa. Well connected in Bolshevik and left SR circles, and a frequent visitor to Moscow's literary cafes, Blyumkin proved unusually adept at taking advantage of the conflicting loyalties that reigned in revolutionary Moscow. As head of the counterespionage section of the Cheka that Dzerzhinsky and Latsis had organized to spy upon the German embassy the moment that diplomatic relations between Russia and Germany had been restored, he had ready access to every scrap of information about the German embassy and its personnel that could be found in the files of the Soviet intelligence services. He therefore knew the habits and character of his prey in detail, and he had an accurate floor plan of the building in which he would launch his attack. Thus able to draw directly upon all the resources of the Cheka, the left SRs had every hope of success. On the morning of July 6th, a Saturday, Blyumkin dressed in black and went to Lubyanka, where he typed on one of the Cheka's official message forms, "The All-Russian Extraordinary Commission to Combat Counter-Revolution empowers its member Yakov Blyumkin and the representative of the Revolutionary Tribunal Nikolai Andreev to enter immediately into discussions with the German ambassador to Russia, Count Wilhelm Mirbach, upon a matter of direct personal interest." He then forged Dzerzhinsky's signature, affixed the proper seals, and calmly requisitioned an official car. Not long before 3 o'clock that afternoon, he and Andreev entered the newly opened German embassy, later remembered by a British diplomat as a magnificent private house near the center of town, insisted upon speaking directly with Mirbach, and, a few minutes later, shot him. Wounded, Mirbach tried to flee, but his killers brought him down with another shot that entered his head at the rear and emerged between his eyes. For good measure, they threw a hand grenade behind them and fled, with Blyumkin being wounded and breaking his leg in the process. They took refuge in the Pokrovsky barracks, home of the Cheka Combat Detachment, whose left SR sympathies made it a key instrument in the uprising against the Bolsheviks that Spiridonova and her colleagues were about to begin. News of Mirbach's assassination filled the Bolsheviks with consternation. Fearful that the Germans might renew their war against Russia, Lenin immediately ordered the tightest security precautions to prevent any further incidents, while Dzerzhinsky rushed off to learn the details of the crime from the Germans. From the German embassy, he raced to the Pokrovsky barracks to demand that the combat detachment's commander surrender Blyumkin. A dedicated left SR himself, the commander refused and, with the help of several other members of the left SR Central Committee, placed Dzerzhinsky under arrest. Before 8 o'clock that evening, the left SRs had seized Moscow's Central Telegraph Office and had even arrested Latsis at Lubyanka. With 2 of Moscow's 3 leading Cheka officials in their custody, the left SRs could well afford to exult. Some hours earlier, Spiridonova already had hurried to the Bolshoi Theater to announce her party's triumph to the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. The tide, however, had begun to turn. The moment Spiridonova uttered her first challenge at the Bolshoi, the Bolsheviks placed all of the left SRs at the Congress under arrest. Not long afterward, Peters recaptured Lubyanka with the support of loyal Latvian guards who had rallied behind him as a fellow countryman. Then, early on the morning of July 7th, the Latvians' commander, Colonel Vatsidis, led his entire division against the rebels after promising Lenin that he would have Moscow under control by midday. With artillery and armored cars to support them, the Latvians made short work of the rebels as their cannoneers began to fire directly into the left SR headquarters. Not long after midday, they had taken more than 400 rebels into custody and Moscow was quiet, just as Vatsidis had promised. Taking into account her particular former services to the revolution, the Bolsheviks eventually sentenced Spiridonova to a year in prison and granted her an immediate amnesty, but other left SR leaders fared far worse. Before nightfall, Dzerzhinsky had executed 13 in the cellars of Lubyanka. Blyumkin made good his escape. He would reappear in the Ukraine, where he launched new terrorist attacks against the Germans and their Ukrainian sympathizers. Even before the left SRs launched their July uprising, other plots against the Bolsheviks' tightening dictatorship had begun to take shape. Perhaps none was more complex than that shaped by Boris Savinkov, the son of a czarist prosecutor, whose terrorist career reached back into the beginning of the 20th century. At one time a protege of Breshko-Breshkovskaya, Savinkov had turned to terrorism in 1904, when he had helped to kill Minister of Internal Affairs Vyacheslav Plev and Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich. after a long exile in France whence he had fled to escape a death sentence, and during which he had fought in the First World War for nearly 3 years as a French volunteer, Savinkov had returned to Russia to seek his fortune in his homeland's revolutionary flood. His passion for conspiracy soon enmeshed him in a tangle of sordid schemes that elevated him to the post of deputy war minister in Kerensky's government but also led the socialist revolutionaries to expel him from their ranks. He had fought first against the Bolsheviks with the Cossack forces that General Krasnov led to the outskirts of Petrograd at the end of October 1917. December found him trying to work his way into the confidence of Kornilov and Alexeyev in Novichokhovsk, and in January he arrived in Moscow, where he established the Union for Defense of the Motherland and Liberty with their blessings. A man whose expression was as bland as his soul was black, Savinkov moved easily in Russia's political chaos, making and reshaping alliances for his personal aggrandizement. In Moscow, he proclaimed that the Union for the Defense of the Motherland and Liberty should make no distinctions as to party or politics, and that its members need only share a sincere patriotism, a commitment to overthrow the Bolsheviks, and a pledge to re-enter the war against Germany on the side of the Western Allies. Anxious to spread his organization across Russia as a base from which to launch a broad assault against the Bolsheviks, Savinkov especially sought out former Tsarist army officers. By the end of May, he had enlisted over 5,000 and claimed to have solemn promises of French aid. At that moment, the Cheka came upon his trail. Although the Cheka arrested 100 of its members soon afterward, the Union's center, Latsis later admitted in his official report, survived and continued to work at a faster pace. Just more than a month later, it launched 3 revolts within 3 days. Although no evidence ever has been found to link the two events, men from Savinkovi Union attacked Yaroslavl, a city of 100,000 inhabitants situated on the upper Volga River some 250 kilometers to the northeast of Moscow, on the very day that Blyamkin shot Mirbach. Before dawn on July 6th, 100 ill-armed Union fighters broke into the city from the south and east. Our entire stock of weapons numbered 12 revolvers, their commander later wrote, but soon after daylight his force had driven their enemies from all but the western edge of the city. The inhabitants rejoiced as if it were a holiday, and from early morning great crowds of people besieged our staff, wanting to join our detachments as volunteers, one white officer reported. His comrades took some comfort from the studied neutrality of Yaroslavl's factory workers and drew more encouragement from the support that some of the city's railroad workers seemed about to give. The next morning, the revolt spread about 100 kilometers to the northwest to Rybinsk. Once the center of Russia's pre-revolutionary caviar industry, Rybinsk sheltered great stores of artillery and ammunition that the Reds intended to use against the Czech Legion as it marched toward the Volga from Siberia. This time, one of the Union's members warned the Reds in advance and the attack failed. But the Union continued its revolt the next day, July 8th, in the small 1,000-year-old town of Murom, where the Reds had established an army headquarters. There, whites infiltrated the town at night, seized the arsenal and other key points, and arrested the entire Red headquarters staff. Hurriedly, they posted notices calling the people of Murom to arms against the Bolsheviks. "Down with the Soviet of People's Commissars," they proclaimed. "Only by overthrowing them can we have bread, peace, and liberty. Long live unity and order in Russia." The next day, the clergy held a Thanksgiving service, and the local merchants showered the Union men with food and supplies. They did so without the sympathy of Murom's proletarians. Soon, peasants from nearby villages joined the workers of Murom and drove out the whites, leaving the Reds in control once again. When a Bolshevik court investigated the Murom uprising some 7 months later, the summary justice meted out by the Cheka already had exterminated most of those who had supported Savinkov's Union. While the Reds crushed the Union's forces in Murom and Rybinsk, the battle for Yaroslavl went on. During the first hours of fighting, the whites killed the city's 3 senior Bolshevik officers, abolished all organs of Soviet power, and annulled all Soviet laws and decrees. In a desperate attempt to win mass support, they announced that the entire region was aflame with revolt and that Moscow itself was encircled by an ever-tightening ring of anti-Bolshevik forces. As the fighting went on, they exchanged their Russian rifles and ammunition for Japanese ones in order to save the Russian ammunition for their few machine guns. Yet their efforts did nothing more than give Yaroslavl a fortnight's respite before the Bolsheviks brought up heavy artillery and prepared a full-scale assault. It is recommended to all to whom life is precious that they evacuate the city within 24 hours, the Bolshevik Extraordinary Staff of the Yaroslavl Front announced on July 20th. Our heavy guns will rain the most pitiless hurricane fire of high explosives and chemical shells upon the city, and all who have not fled will perish beneath the rubble along with the rebels, traitors, and enemies of the revolution of the workers and poor peasants. 2 days later, the ancient city of wood and stone that dated back to the time of Prince Yaroslav the Wise, whose Church of the Transfiguration had been built at the time of Paris's Notre Dame, and whose beautiful Church of John the Baptist had boasted no fewer than 15 magnificent gilded domes, lay in ruins. Nothing remained of the city that once had been so rich in architectural monuments, one eyewitness reported. Everything was in ruins except for a small piece of the center and the part of the city around the railroad station. Neither the French nor British aid that Savinkov had been promised had come in time. The Reds now fell upon Yaroslavl in a fury. Although the official proclamation of Red Terror still lay 6 weeks in the future, the violence of the Bolsheviks' reprisals gave Russians a foretaste of the brutality that was soon to come. Comrades of Yaroslavl, the city's Red victors proclaimed, how many hundreds of vermin and parasites would you exterminate as payment for the precious lives of our 3 friends? The 3 senior Bolsheviks killed at the beginning of the fighting: priests, officers, bankers, industrialists, monks, merchants. It's all the same. Neither cassock nor uniform nor diploma can give them protection. No mercy to the White Guardists. Remember what the 5th All-Russian Congress of Soviets announced. Soviet Russia must reply to all criminal enemies of the people with mass terror against the bourgeoisie. In the city's main theater, the Reds found 57 whites in hiding and shot them all before nightfall. A few days later, they chose 350 more victims at random and killed them as well. Convinced that their enemies would only try to escape and continue their anti-Bolshevik activity if revolutionary courts sent them to prison, the Cheka simply killed them whenever they could be found. It is essential not merely to destroy the active forces of the enemy, but also to demonstrate that anyone raising the sword against the existing order will perish by the sword. Latsis wrote 2 days after the Bolsheviks had retaken Yaroslavl. The meaning of civil war, he concluded, is kill that you may not be killed. By July, the Cheka no longer even saw public execution as a deterrent and moved its shootings from town squares into jail cellars. Here there is a dance of life and death, a moment of truly bloody battle. Dzerzhinsky wrote to his wife from Moscow. The killing of the civil war had begun its awful crescendo. Nowhere did Dzerzhinsky's dance of life and death play itself out in a more macabre fashion than in Ekaterinburg, a provincial town some 2,000 kilometers east of Petrograd and Moscow, in which Russia's fallen sovereigns had been held prisoners since the middle of May. Ever since their arrest by Russia's first provisional government in March 1917, the Romanovs had faced an uncertain fate. At first, England's ambassador Sir George Buchanan had informed Russia's new leaders that his king and government would offer them asylum and, in principle, the provisional government had agreed to his proposal. Our captivity at Tsarskoe Selo, wrote Pierre Gilliard, the tutor who had taught the imperial children for more than a decade, did not seem likely to last long, and in March 1917 circumstances seemed to support his opinion. Indeed, it had seemed extremely unlikely that Nicholas, Alexandra, their 5 children, and loyal servants would not be able to reach the safety of the Finnish frontier, just a few hours away by railroad, or take the newly built rail line that ran from Petrozavodsk to Murmansk, whence they could leave Russia by sea. But the Romanovs' days of captivity stretched into weeks and months, and Gilliard's hope proved unfounded. The German government gave the necessary assurances that it would allow a ship carrying the Romanovs safe passage to England, but the British withdrew their offer of asylum, evidently out of fear that support for Russia's fallen rulers would stir unrest in England at a critical point in the war. Yet even this unexpected turn of events at first gave little cause for concern. Kept under guard in a wing of Tsarskoe Selo's Alexander Palace, the Romanovs' continued presence posed no serious problem for the provisional government that spring. Then, as Russian public opinion began the leftward march that would open the way for the Bolshevik victory in October, Kerensky began to fear that he might find it difficult to keep the revolution unstained by the blood of his former sovereigns. Among Kerensky's rivals on the left, Lenin had never concealed his conviction that the Romanovs must be killed. If, in such a cultured country as England, which had never known a Mongol yoke, bureaucratic oppression, or the tyranny of a military caste, it was necessary to behead one crowned brigand in order to teach kings to be constitutional monarchs. He had written in 1911. Then, in Russia, it is necessary to behead at least 100 Romanovs. Fearful for his prisoners' safety should they remain in the vicinity of Petrograd, and unable to set them free without outraging Russia's proletarians, Kerensky had made plans to move them to Tobolsk, once Russia's gateway to Siberia's rich fur lands. But, in 1917, a sleepy town of 20,000 people. Perched on the high right bank of the Irtysh River, Tobolsk lay 200 miles from any railhead and some 4 days' journey by river steamer from the Siberian center of Omsk. My choice fell upon Tobolsk, Kerensky explained, because it was a truly isolated place, and, in the winter, was almost entirely cut off from the outside world. When Kerensky sent his captives to Tobolsk at the beginning of August 1917, he took particular care to conceal their departure from the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. We made all the preparations for their departure in the greatest secrecy, he later wrote. Only 5 or 6 people in all of Petrograd knew about it. A special train bearing signs that falsely identified its occupants as members of the Japanese Red Cross mission carried the Romanovs to the Siberian fur trading center of Tyumen, from which a small river steamer took them on to Tobolsk. It was an ironic touch, but one of which he was probably unaware, that Kerensky guaranteed the safety of Nicholas and his family during their journey by placing them under the protection of those very Japanese to whom Russia's fallen Tsar habitually applied the word macaque, little short-tailed monkeys. Along with several close friends, the Romanovs had traveled to Tobolsk with several freight cars of baggage, 6 chambermaids, 2 valets, 10 footmen, 3 cooks, for assistant cooks, a clerk, a nurse, a doctor, a barber, a butler, a wine steward, and 2 pet spaniels, and their lives were far from unpleasant during the winter of 1917 to 1918. Tucked away in Kerensky's well-chosen Siberian retreat, they had remained insulated from the Bolshevik Revolution and untouched by its growing violence. Their first contact with Russia's new regime had not come until February 25, 1918, when the commander of their guards received orders to place them on soldiers' rations and to limit each prisoner's expenses to an average of 600 rubles a month. Sadly, Nicholas and Alexandra had decided they must send 10 of their servants away and give up butter and coffee. But their daily menu still included grouse, wild duck, and veal, a far cry from the fare that prisoners usually endured. Only in late April had their lives changed significantly for the worse, when the authorities in Moscow had ordered them moved from Tobolsk, where monarchist sympathies had remained strong, to Ekaterinburg, where the fiercely loyal Bolshevik Regional Soviet of the Urals held sway. By mid-May, Nicholas, Alexandra, all their children, and their remaining handful of loyal servants had been confined in the House of Special Designation, the former home of a family of prosperous merchants by the name of Ipatiev, a large stone building that served as a lumpy crown for the highest of the low hills upon which Ekaterinburg had been built. The House of Special Designation had windows that had been whitewashed on both sides so that no one could look in or out. A high wooden fence of rough sawn boards hammered together in the lopsided, uncaring manner of Russia's provinces surrounded the entire building and yard, all of which was guarded by an intricate network of sentry posts and machine gun emplacements. Dedicated Bolshevik workers, their hearts hardened by long years of privation and revolutionary struggle, now replaced Kerensky's benevolent guards, and their commander made no effort to conceal the hatred he bore for his captives. According to some reports, these guards sketched pictures of Alexandra engaged in sexual acts with Rasputin upon the walls of the single toilet that they shared with their 11 prisoners, and they insisted upon pointing them out to the young Grand Duchesses at every opportunity. Their meals now limited to black bread and tea, supplemented by rough fare sent in from a nearby workers' eating house, the Romanovs began to know fear, brutality, and deprivation of prison for the first time. As they had so many times in the past, Nicholas, Alexandra, and their children took refuge in their unshakable faith in God's mercy. They met for prayers every morning before a makeshift altar covered with the delicate lace bedspread that once had adorned the Empress's chaise longue at Tsarskoe Selo. When their captors interrupted their meditations by roaring out revolutionary songs and obscene ballads, Alexandra and her daughters responded by singing hymns. Olga, the eldest, who had just turned 22, shared her mother's fervent piety and wrote a number of hymns during their long captivity. Grant us, Heavenly Father, patience, in these dark days of strife and gloom, to bear our people's persecution. One of them began. On the threshold of the grave, breathe, O Lord, thy love into our hearts. As the Romanovs' guards drank and shouted curses at Nicholas the Bloodsucker in the rooms below, the grave was closer than any of them knew. As June turned into July, Russia's fallen rulers had less than 3 weeks to live. At the beginning of July, a new jailer entered the Romanovs' lives. Born in the Siberian village of Kainsk, to which his father had been exiled as a common criminal, Yakov Mikhailovich Yurovsky was a Jew of little education who had converted to Lutheranism during a year in which he had wandered through Germany and Central Europe. One of his brothers remembered him as a man who liked to oppress people, and his sister-in-law thought him both a despot and an exploiter. Despite his long-standing revolutionary sympathies, Yurovsky had built prosperous businesses during the twilight of Imperial Russia, first as a watchmaker and then, after the Tsarist authorities exiled him to Ekaterinburg, as a portrait photographer. A dedicated Bolshevik since the revolution's beginnings, Yurovsky became a member of the Ural Regional Soviet and a trusted figure in the Cheka after Lenin's October victory. With the fearsome power of the Cheka behind him, he immediately brought order to the chaos that he found in the House of Special Designation when he took command on July 4, 1918. For a brief moment, the Romanovs took hope from his appearance. The door to the shed containing our baggage has been sealed, Nicholas wrote with satisfaction in his diary 4 days after Yurovsky had taken command. If only that had been done a month ago. Yurovsky's first concern, however, was not to protect his prisoners' baggage but to prevent their escape. As the Czechoslovak Legion and its white allies advanced against Ekaterinburg at the beginning of July, Yurovsky's guards began to intercept secret messages that carried promises of liberation and restoration. The hour of liberation is at hand, and the days of the usurpers are numbered. One such message began. Another was signed, "Someone who is ready to give his life for you, a Russian officer." Fearful that the whites might rescue his captives, Yurovsky reinforced their guards and ordered metal gratings installed over the windows in the room Nicholas shared with Alexandra and Alexei. "We like this type less and less," Nicholas wrote in his diary at that point. "We have no news whatever from outside." Fears that the Romanovs would escape plagued others besides Yurovsky. Earlier that month, with the whites' advance heightening their sense of urgency, the Regional Soviet of the Urals had voted unanimously for the Romanovs' execution. Before carrying out the sentence, they sent Philip Galashchekin, who had been an unemployed dental school graduate from Riga before he became Regional Party Secretary and Military Commissar of the Urals, to obtain approval from Sverdlov and the All-Russian Executive Committee in Moscow. Galashchekin returned with instructions to stage a public trial of the Romanovs in which Trotsky would serve as the government's chief prosecutor. Trotsky later claimed that he had wanted the trial to be broadcast to the entire nation by radio, a preposterous scheme because electricity had not yet been brought to most of Russia's countryside, but that Lenin had warned that there might not be enough time to arrange it because of the speed with which the whites were advancing. At about that point, the Ural Regional Soviet received word that the Czechs and the whites menaced Ekaterinburg on 2 sides and that the city probably could not be held for more than a few days. Lest their captives be liberated, the Regional Soviet decided, and it seems that higher authorities in Moscow approved, to carry out the execution without waiting for the formality of a staged trial. As one of Lenin's confidants reportedly explained to Trotsky a few days afterward, "Ilich, that is, Lenin believed that we shouldn't leave the whites a live banner to rally around." At about 7 o'clock on the evening of July 16th, Yurovsky ordered Pavel Medvedev, commander of the Cheka Guards who was on duty that night, to bring all of the pistols that could be found to his office. Not long afterward, Medvedev returned with 12 7.62 mm. Nagant revolvers, the standard sidearm of Russia's army during the World War I era. From other sources, Yurovsky obtained at least 19 mm. Browning pistol, an American Colt .45 semi-automatic pistol, and 2 other weapons, whose bullets later could be identified only as having been fired from a 3-line, approximately .32 caliber, automatic pistol of American manufacture, and a 4-line, approximately .44 caliber revolver. Perhaps one of the weapons that the New England weapons maker Smith & Wesson had manufactured for the Russian army in the 1870s and 1880s. Yurovsky and his colleague Voykov carried 7.65 mm. Mauser pistols, which they preferred to the Nagant revolvers. Evidently apprehensive that the sharp crash of rifle fire would attract too much attention from people living in the vicinity of the House of Special Designation, Yurovsky had decided to use handguns to kill his prisoners because their duller reports would not carry as far. In the meantime, Petr Voykov, regional commissar for supply in Ekaterinburg, arranged for nearly 200 gallons of gasoline to be delivered to the abandoned Four Brothers mine, some 9 kilometers north of Ekaterinburg. Later in the day, he ordered a local chemical warehouse to send 50 gallons of sulfuric acid, without delay or excuses, to the same location. As the center of Russia's platinum industry, Ekaterinburg habitually stored quantities of sulfuric acid to leach out pure platinum from the ore surrounding it, but Voykov's order evidently created such a shortage that when Robert Wilton, special correspondent of the Times, tried to order a platinum ring when he visited Ekaterinburg to report on Admiral Kolchak's white government in 1919, he was told that the ring could not be made because there had been no sulfuric acid in the city since the previous year. While Yurovsky and Voykov made their preparations, Nicholas, Alexandra, their children, and servants ate a meager evening meal, chatted, and read before going to bed just before midnight as usual. At approximately 2 a.m., the darkest hour of the night because the daylight saving time that the Bolsheviks had introduced that summer was 2 hours ahead of standard time, Voykov arrived to say that all was ready. Medvedev later claimed that Yurovsky went to awaken the prisoners after Voykov arrived, while a number of eyewitnesses, as well as Medvedev's wife, insisted that Yurovsky had assigned that task to Medvedev. In any case, it seems quite certain that whoever awakened the Romanovs told them that they were to be moved to a different location because the Whites were about to attack Ekaterinburg. Hurriedly, the prisoners dressed, Nicholas and Alexei in military field shirts and forage caps, Alexandra and her daughters in ordinary dresses. Then Nicholas led the way, carrying Alexei, who was still recovering from the effects of a massive hemophilic hemorrhage. Behind him came Alexandra, the 4 Grand Duchesses, their family Dr. Yevgeny Botkin, their valet Alexei Trupp, the cook Ivan Karatanov, and the housemaid Anna Demidova, who, like 2 of the Grand Duchesses, carried pillows. When they reached the bottom of the stairs from their cramped second-floor lodgings, Yurovsky motioned them into a room that stood adjacent to a sealed storeroom, where he told them to wait until the cars that had been ordered to transport them arrived. Some 15 by 17 feet in dimensions, the semi-basement room into which Yurovsky ordered the Romanovs was barren of furniture. Boldly striped wallpaper covered its plaster, and large double doors filled about a third of the east and west walls. The room had but a single window at shoulder height on the south wall. Nicholas asked for chairs for Alexei, Alexandra, and himself, and Yurovsky obligingly sent one of his men to bring them. According to eyewitnesses, Alexandra sat in one of the chairs near the southeast corner of the room, her back to the east wall, the darkened window on her left. Almost in the center of the room, Nicholas and Alexei sat on the remaining chairs. Behind Alexandra stood the Grand Duchesses Olga, Tatiana, and Maria. Anastasia, her favorite pet dog Zemi in her arms, stood off to her mother's right and near to the east wall, along with Demidova, Trupp, and Karatanov. The Grand Duchesses had used their pillows to cushion their mother's and brother's chairs, while Demidova held her larger pillow in arms that she most probably kept crossed in front of her in typical peasant fashion. Sleepily they waited. During 16 months of captivity, they had grown used to strange instructions and, most of all, to delays. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and Yurovsky's explanation seemed entirely plausible. In fact, they could hear the rumble of the Whites' artillery in the distance. Whatever hopes for liberation the sound of their rescuers' guns may have stirred in the Romanovs soon were shattered. Precisely as planned, the 4-ton Fiat truck that Voykov had ordered arrived, and its driver began to race the engine as he had been told. In the entrance hall that stood just beyond the west wall of the room in which the Romanovs waited, Yurovsky made a final check with a detachment of 10 Chaika guards to make certain that each man knew which prisoner he was to shoot. A glance at his watch told him it was 2:45 a.m. Then, with a final reminder to his men that he reserved the execution of Nicholas and Alexei for himself, Yurovsky led them into the room where the Romanovs waited, still groggy from their sudden awakening. "Nicholas Alexandrovich," he announced, "by order of the Regional Soviet of the Urals, you are to be shot, along with all your family." Nicholas barely had time to leap to his feet and utter, "Kto? What?" before Yurovsky shot him in the head, turned slightly, and fired 2 shots at Alexei. Alexandra and one of her daughters managed to cross themselves before the bullets from their killers' revolvers tore into their chests, shattering at least 2 of the many large precious stones that they had carried concealed in heavily padded braziers ever since they had left Tsarsko Selo. The rest, including Demidova, who tried to protect herself with her heavy pillow, fell in a second barrage. Then, in the heavy silence that followed, Alexei moaned. Yurovsky stepped over and fired 2 more shots into his head. All were dead except for Anastasia, who cried out more from fear than pain since she seems to have been only slightly wounded. One of the Chaika guards picked up a rifle, drove its bayonet into her several times, and then reversed his hold on the weapon so as to shatter Zemi's skull with its butt. By that time, Medvedev later testified, there were many wounds in the victims' bodies. Their blood flowed in streams, he remembered. It lay in puddles, thick, like livers, on the floor. Yurovsky now moved quickly to complete his task. As dawn was breaking, he ordered his Chaika guards to load the bodies of Russia's fallen sovereigns, their children, and servants into the Fiat truck that stood waiting behind the House of Special Designation and ordered its driver to take them to the Four Brothers mine, so that peasants from any of the small villages that nestled in the nearby woodlands would not interrupt his men at their work. Yurovsky posted guards and closed the nearby road for 2 days and nights. As best we can determine, the Chaika men spent those 2 days in the grisly tasks of cutting the corpses apart, burning them in gasoline fires, and trying to dissolve the few larger bones that remained in sulfuric acid. While his men worked, Yurovsky apparently sat on a nearby pine stump and ate some of the hard-boiled eggs. He had ordered the women who supplied food to the inmates at the House of Special Designation to bring him the day before. He had even had the foresight to have had the eggs carefully packed in a basket. Their work done, Yurovsky's men gathered up the remains, shoveled them into the bottom of a nearby mine shaft, and covered them with nearly 2 feet of dirt. When they returned to Ekaterinburg, only the charred earth held a hint of what they had done. Criminal pathologists later found the soil beneath their fires had become saturated with melted human fat that had hardened like tallow once it had cooled. As the Whites crashed through the Bolshevik defenses around Ekaterinburg on July 25th, a detachment of monarchist officers raced to the House of Special Designation to free their emperor. They found the building deserted and clothing and personal effects of the imperial family strewn everywhere, but no clues to the prisoners' whereabouts. Pierre Gilliard, who had been separated from the Romanovs some weeks before and had come to Ekaterinburg with the Whites, found where Alexandra had penciled a swastika, her favorite good luck symbol, on one of the window frames, and discovered another that had been drawn in similar fashion on the wallpaper over her bed. Elsewhere in the house, the Whites found more than 60 of the family's small icons, including several that bore inscriptions from Rasputin. More thorough investigations yielded conclusive evidence that great quantities of blood had been scrubbed from the floor and walls of one of the semi-basement rooms, and a careful examination of the room's floor and walls produced no fewer than 22 bullets. Yet the final pieces of the puzzle did not begin to fall into place until early the next year, when the Whites took Pavel Medvedev prisoner in Perm. Only then did investigators hear the first eyewitness account of the killings that had occurred in the early morning hours of July 17th, and still more months passed before they learned the fate of the Romanovs' bodies. Nikolai Sokolov, the criminal investigator assigned by Admiral Kolchak to unearth the details of the Romanovs' execution, concluded that the Bolsheviks had subordinated moral principle to crime. The Bolsheviks thought otherwise. The execution of the Tsar's family was needed not only to frighten, horrify, and dishearten the enemy, but also in order to shake up our own ranks, to show them that there was no turning back, that ahead lay either complete victory or complete ruin. Trotsky explained later. This Lenin sensed very well. More lay behind the execution of the Romanovs than the Bolsheviks' attempt to frighten, horrify, and dishearten their opponents. More even than an effort to destroy figureheads around whom the Whites might rally. The cold-blooded killing of women, children, and servants flowed all too easily from a current of brutality that cut deeply through Russian life in those days as the law of the gun became the law of the land. The desperate and never-ending battle for food, the class warfare that the Bolsheviks fostered in town and countryside, and the political opposition that struggled not to admit its growing impotence against the organizational strength of the Bolshevik Party, the Chaika, and the Red Army, all contributed to a deepening sense that absolutes now must reign in Russia. As peasants fought to defend their food supplies against grain requisitioning detachments from the Commissariat of Food Supply, Bolshevik authorities reported 73 major revolts in July and August alone. All were suppressed with ferocious brutality. Lenin ordered his subordinates to instantly introduce mass terror wherever they encountered opposition. All across the lands that had once been the Russian Empire, violence begot greater violence during the summer of 1918. In the southwest, the commander of Germany's Army of Occupation, Field Marshal Hermann von Eichhorn, instituted a reign of terror that left a bloody trail of mass shootings and hangings across the grain fields of the Ukraine, and the peasants replied with partisan attacks that cost the Germans close to 19,000 casualties. Vowing that Eichhorn must be brought to account for having sown the Ukraine with gallows and corpses, Irina Kakhovskaya, Spiridanova's longtime companion in Tsarist Siberian prisons, and Boris Donskoy, a Kronstadt sailor, killed Eichhorn on July 30th. To the south and east, white forces instituted mass executions as they pressed in upon Russia's Red Center, and the Bolsheviks replied in kind. Even Petrograd, the cradle of Russia's revolution, became a terrorist battleground that summer. In June, an assassin killed Moise Volodarsky, a Jewish trade unionist from Philadelphia who had become commissar for press, agitation, and propaganda in Petrograd and the surrounding region. Then, on August 30th, Leonid Kanajizer, a youthful poet-turned-assassin, killed Moise Uritsky, head of Petrograd's Chaika. Ironically, Uritsky, the son of devoutly Orthodox Jews from the Ukraine, had been one of the few Bolsheviks who had opposed Lenin's and Latsis's summons to terror, for he feared that it only would deepen the hatred that had begun to consume the Russians. Although he always had stood closer to Trotsky, Bukharin, and Zinoviev than to Lenin, Uritsky was assured by the circumstances of his death of a place in the Bolshevik pantheon of revolutionary heroes. No sooner had word of his murder reached the Kremlin than Lenin ordered Dzerzhinsky to Petrograd to interrogate Kanajizer. Fearful that Kanajizer was part of a larger revolutionary conspiracy, Dzerzhinsky went immediately but returned even more quickly to Moscow when he learned, on his arrival in Petrograd, that another assassin had shot Lenin. With every reason to suspect that a much larger conspiracy was afoot, the Chaika proceeded to leave no stone unturned in its effort to learn how great the danger really was. Just hours after Dzerzhinsky's departure for Petrograd on August 30th, Lenin had gone to Moscow's Michelson Works, where he had spoken about the dictatorship of the proletariat and the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, to a meeting of workers at its hand Grenade assembly plant. Wherever Democrats are in power, you have real, bare-faced robbery. With the bourgeoisie endeavoring to delude the masses with empty promises of equality and fraternity, he warned them. Factory workers therefore must join in the struggle to make a workers' government a reality in which all who work have the right to enjoy the benefits of life. Their commitment could not be half-hearted. In the battle against the predatory bourgeoisie, who had condemned millions of workers to unrelieved destitution under the guise of parliamentary democracy, victory or death could be the only alternatives. As Lenin spoke, a plainly dressed, excessively ordinary-looking woman, distinguished only by the nervous manner in which she chain-smoked cigarettes, sat near the platform and seemed to hang upon every word that was spoken. When Lenin left the hall at about 7:30 that evening, so did she. As he walked toward his waiting automobile, the same woman reappeared, stepped from the crowd, and fired 3 times. One of the bullets struck Lenin in the chest, another passed through his left arm and lodged in his neck. Such terrible uncertainty reigned in those days that Stepan Gill, who had served as Lenin's chauffeur ever since the October Revolution, dared not take him directly to a hospital for fear that he might fall into the hands of a physician loyal to the left SRs. He therefore drove the wounded Bolshevik leader at breakneck speed to the Kremlin, where Lenin insisted upon trying to climb the 3 flights of stairs that led to his apartment. Gill then called Vladimir Bonchbruvich, secretary of the Sovnarkom and one of Lenin's oldest friends, who lived in a building nearby. With typical Bolshevik discipline, Bonchbruvich first put Red Army units on alert and reinforced the Kremlin Guard in case the attacks that had felled Lenin and Uritsky proved to be part of a larger plot to overthrow the government. He then rushed to Lenin's apartment, carrying whatever first aid supplies his physician wife kept at home. Vladimir Ilyich lay on his right side on a bed that stood near the window and groaned faintly. Bonchbruvich remembered as he wrote about those terrible minutes a few years later. "My chest hurts. My chest hurts a great deal," Lenin told his friend. "Your heart's not involved," Bonchbruvich assured him. "I can see the wounds. They're in your arm." Once he had calmed Lenin, Bonchbruvich called his wife at her clinic and asked her to summon other physicians whose medical skill and political loyalty she could trust. Bonchbruvich seemed not to know how to stop the bleeding. He tried to give Lenin first aid, although it seemed that he did little more than paint the bullet wounds with iodine. By the time his wife arrived with surgeons from her clinic to give Lenin serious medical attention, Lenin had fainted from pain and loss of blood. Meanwhile, Cheka agents searched for the young woman who had fled from the Michelson works after the shooting. A few blocks away, they found her leaning against a tree and breathing heavily. She had the look of someone who had just eluded her pursuers. Her captors later reported, and she was quickly taken into custody. At Cheka headquarters, she confessed that she was Fania Kaplan, daughter of a Jewish schoolteacher from Western Russia, whose parents had emigrated to America in 1911. Now aged 28, she had spent nearly 11 years in Siberian penal servitude, where she had met Spiridonova, who had convinced her to reject anarchism in favor of the peasant-centered principles of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Some expected that Kaplan's long record of dedicated service to the revolution would lighten her sentence, but her fate was sealed from the moment of her arrest. After several days and nights in the Cheka's interrogation chambers, she was taken into an out-of-the-way courtyard and shot, at 4 p.m. on September 3rd, by the commandant of the Kremlin. Red terror is not an empty phrase. Her executioner told himself as he struggled to overcome his scruples about shooting a woman. There can be no mercy for enemies of the revolution. The living spirit has abandoned the revolution. Spiridonova lamented bitterly from the Kremlin cell to which she had been confined at the beginning of July for her part in the failed Left SR uprising. How much better it would be for Lenin to live in insecurity if only that living spirit were preserved. Not since October 1917 had a single day's events so altered the revolution's course as Kanizhizer's murder of Uritsky and Kaplan's attack against Lenin. Kaplan's interrogation at Lubyanka had hardly begun when the Red Terror fell upon Russia in all its fury. The bullet was directed not only against Comrade Lenin but also against the working class as a whole. Dzerzhinsky's brutal Latvian deputy Iakov Peters warned, as he urged Russia's proletarians to take stem measures to defend themselves. "Let the enemies of the working class remember that anyone caught in possession of arms without the required permission will immediately be shot," he announced on August 31st. "Anyone daring to agitate against the Soviet government will immediately be arrested and placed in a concentration camp." The Cheka, Peters promised, would reply to the criminal designs of the enemies of the working class with mass terror. "All enemies of the working class," Peters promised, "will be destroyed and crushed by the heavy hammer of the revolutionary proletariat." The next day, the official newspaper of the newly formed Red Army took up the cry for bloodshed and revenge. "We will kill our enemies in scores of hundreds," Krasnaya Gazeta proclaimed. "Let them be thousands. Let them drown themselves in their own blood. For the blood of Lenin and Uritsky, let there be floods of blood of the bourgeoisie, more blood as much as possible. From now on, the hymn of the working class will be a hymn of hate and revenge," Pravda added that same day. "The counter-revolution, this vicious mad dog, must be destroyed once and for all." For days later, People's Commissar for Internal Affairs Grigory Petrovsky published a formal circular that stated the government's views and gave directions to its agents, condemning the unusually mild measures of repression that the Reds had employed up to that point. Petrovsky called for an immediate end to this state of affairs. Mass terror must follow in the wake of the events of August 30th. The least opposition, the least movement among the White Guards, should be met with wholesale executions, and all of the government's resources must be directed toward making certain that there was no hesitation or indecision whatever in carrying out mass terror. Should there be any doubt that Petrovsky spoke for a united government, the Sovnarkom published a resolution the same day with the ominous warning that the Soviet of People's Commissars finds that under present circumstances it is necessary to safeguard its rear by means of terror. This meant, most simply, shooting all persons associated with White Guard organizations, plots, and conspiracies. Less than a week after Kaplan's attack against Lenin, the Petrograd Cheka shot 512 hostages, among them several prominent Tsarist officials, including the corrupt one-time Minister of Internal Affairs Alexei Kvostov, in whom Alexandra had placed great faith, and the notoriously reactionary Minister of Justice in 1914-1915 Ivan Sheglovitov. Taking seriously their leaders' promise that for every drop of blood shed by our leaders in their fight for the ideals of socialism, the proletariat will drown the bourgeoisie in their own blood. The revolutionary sailors of Kronstadt killed 400 hostages in a single night. During those days, no prisoner was safe and everyone lived in fear. Those of us who were lying in Buturki prison at that terrible time will never forget the soul-racking experience. One former prisoner wrote, "Especially heartrending was the nightly necessity of hearing, and sometimes of seeing, prisoners removed for execution. Many were killed by chance. Some were killed even after they had been declared innocent of any wrongdoing. Owing to the great mass of condemned, the people's prosecutor told one distraught father, 'Your son has been shot in error.' People began to say that the much vaunted breathing space or perodipska that Lenin claimed to have won for the revolution at Brest-Litovsk was turning into a zadishka, a death by strangulation. Throughout the fall of 1918, the killings soared as the Red Terror spread into Russia's provinces. We are resorting to Red Terror as a vaccine to inoculate the bourgeoisie," the Cheka in the town of Morshinsk explained, while its counterpart in Torzhok promised that, for every head and life of our leaders, hundreds of heads of the bourgeoisie and their helpers will fall. In Perm, the Cheka shot 36 hostages, in reply to the assassination of Uritsky and the attempt on the life of Lenin. While in Penza the Cheka announced that, for the murder of one comrade, the Whites paid with 152 lives, and promised that severer measures will be taken against the Whites in the future. There was not a single locality where shootings because of Lenin failed to be carried out. The historian Sergei Melganov reported after spending part of 1918 in a Cheka prison. "The Cheka does not pardon," Latsis announced at one point. "It destroys all who are caught on the other side of the barricade. As far as the bourgeoisie are concerned," he added elsewhere, "the tactics of mass extermination must be introduced." Latsis once estimated that the Cheka had shot more than 8,000 people in the 20 provinces of central Russia before the end of July 1919, but by all accounts that figure was a gross underestimate. Even as late as 1981, the author of what must be regarded as the definitive history of the Cheka to date could make no accurate estimate of the number of the victims. Appalled at the Bolsheviks' brutality, the representatives of foreign governments expressed their deep indignation against the regime of terror established in Petrograd, Moscow, and other cities. In reply, Russia's new Commissar of Foreign Affairs Georgiy Shishirin promised merciless war against the bourgeoisie at home and abroad. In Russia, violence is employed only for the sake of the sacred interests of liberation of the masses, he announced loftily. We most vigorously decline the interest of the neutral capitalist powers in favor of the Russian bourgeoisie. The Bolsheviks now dealt in death as never before. Besides reason, desertion, mutiny, espionage, and counter-revolutionary activity, Russians faced execution for looting, robbery, drunkenness, insubordination, issuing false exemptions from military service, prostitution, and, with a view to combating prostitution, for having syphilis. The threat of death hung in the air at every moment, one survivor remembered. The thought of death became so commonplace that the very word death ceased to be fearsome. Never had a modem society killed its people so readily and for so many different reasons. People began to speak of the bloodlust of Bolshevism, while the Bolsheviks insisted that they were only responding to white tea error. In vain did Gorky warn that physical violence will always be an incontestable proof of moral impotence, that punishment by death does not make people better than they are, and that killing proves nothing, except that the killer is stupid. Gorky's was not a voice that the Russians wanted to hear, for they had begun to live by other principles and abide by other rules. In civil war, there are no courts of law for the enemy, Latsis wrote. If you do not kill, you will be killed. The Russian masses, Gorky once had insisted, were cruel beasts, deformed by cynical violence, hideously cruel and, at the same time, incomprehensibly kind-hearted. Convinced that violence, cruelty, and discipline were needed to harden the revolution, Lenin worried that Russia's proletarians would prove too tender-hearted. "It's a bowl of mush we have, not a dictatorship," he had lamented to Trotsky not long before Kaplan's bullets struck him down. "Russians are too kind. Russians are lazybones, softies." In the fall of 1918, Russia's Bolshevik leaders looked for a hardened revolutionary force to emerge from the crucible of violence and class warfare that the Red Terror had brought into being. "The revolution suffered an inward change," Trotsky later wrote. "Its good nature gave way. The party steel received its last tempering. At last, the Bolsheviks began to bring the Russian revolutionary spirit, so volatile and so voluble in 1917, under stern control. In the autumn of 1918, the Great Revolution really occurred," Trotsky explained. "Of the pallid weakness that the spring months had shown there was no longer a trace. Something had taken its place, it had grown stronger. Nowhere was this new sense of discipline and strength of purpose more evident than in the infant Red Army that Trotsky forged from the undisciplined masses that had fled before the Whites' advance that summer. On September 10th, his forces retook the great Volga River city of Kazan and pressed on against Simbirsk and the capital of the Comic government in Samara. The disasters of the spring and summer of 1918, the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, the German occupation of the Ukraine, the White victories in the south and east, the uprising of the left SRs, and the terrorist assaults against Mirbach, Uritsky, and Lenin, all seemed behind the Bolsheviks now, and the pendulum began to move in the other direction. "The Volga was cleared," Trotsky wrote as he looked back upon those days. "The revolution was strong in men. The tide in the Bolshevik struggle against their domestic enemies seemed to be turning that fall. Yet the shift proved to be neither rapid nor decisive, as a new array of hostile forces formed against Russia's proletarian rulers. Already invaded by their nation's enemies, the Bolsheviks now faced intervention by Russia's former allies. Well before they celebrated the first anniversary of their revolutionary victory, Lenin and his comrades saw armed men wearing the uniforms of England, France, Japan, the United States, and several other Western nations take up positions upon Russian soil. The Allies intervened. Rarely have statesmen woven stubborn misconceptions and false assumptions into a more tangled skein of diplomatic misunderstandings than did the Bolsheviks and Russia's former allies during the months after the October Revolution. From the moment the Imperial government had fallen at the beginning of March 1917, senior Allied diplomats had dismissed Lenin and his followers as the lunatic fringe of the Russian Revolution, and they had looked on in angry confusion as the political strength of these anarchists and extreme socialists had grown at the expense of more sober, less volatile men. Always, the Bolsheviks stirred deep resentment among Petrograd's diplomatic community. Sworn to end the imperialist war that had cost the lives of so many proletarians, the Bolsheviks opposed the Allies at every turn and condemned equally the imperialists of Germany, Austria, Britain, France, and the United States. America's ambassador David Francis, who once described Lenin as a man with the brain of a sage and the heart of a monster, condemned the Bolsheviks as inhuman brutes, and disdained them as men who should have been shot as traitors. Britain's Sir George Buchanan spoke of them coldly as men who could pull down, but could not build up, and at one point stated flatly that Bolshevism was at the root of all the evils from which Russia was suffering. In a similar fashion, the Bolsheviks made no secret of their hatred for those class enemies and imperialist robbers who, they claimed, had driven the working men and women of Europe into a war that had shed oceans of proletarian blood under the guise of national defense. The bloody history of bloody imperialism, Lenin insisted, was drawing to an end. The corpse of capitalism is decaying and disintegrating in our midst, polluting the air and poisoning our lives, enmeshing that which is new, fresh, young, and virile in thousands of threads and bonds of that which is old, moribund, and decaying. He wrote in 1918, "The hatred these watchdogs of imperialism express for the Bolsheviks, and the sympathy of the class-conscious workers of the world," he continued, "convince us more than ever of the justice of our cause. Against the German imperialist vultures and the Anglo-French and American imperialist sharks, the workers of the world would stand firm and eventually triumph. We are invincible," Lenin insisted, "because the world proletarian revolution is invincible." In an atmosphere so clouded by ideological rhetoric, the senior Allied diplomats in Petrograd proved singularly ill-suited to deal with Russia's new masters. Maurice Paleolog, the wartime French ambassador whose knowledge of Russia and the Russians exceeded that of any senior diplomat in Europe, had been recalled to Paris in May 1917. Broken in health and, for a time, uncertain in spirit, Britain's Sir George Buchanan, whose sober presence had graced the Russian scene throughout the war, had followed him to the west a few months later. Those who took their places in Petrograd could never fill the void they left behind, for the diplomats who represented the Allied governments in Russia in 1918 never managed to set aside their moral outrage at what they considered to be the Bolsheviks' betrayal of the Allied cause. Disdain and condescension filled every report they wrote and clouded every judgment they made. Unable to regard the Bolsheviks as equals, they insisted that their governments treat them as men of little consequence. As Dean of Petrograd's diplomatic corps after Buchanan's departure at the beginning of 1918, America's ambassador David Francis continued to be as uncompromising in his hatred for the Bolsheviks as he was unschooled in the complexities of the Russian land and people. A prominent and influential Democrat who had served as mayor of St. Louis, governor of Missouri, and briefly 1896 to 1897, Secretary of the Interior in the administration of Grover Cleveland, Francis had enjoyed a long and successful career in business and banking and had refused an ambassadorial appointment to Buenos Aires 2 years before he had accepted one to Russia. Habitually referred to as the governor by his associates in America's Petrograd embassy, he never became the ambassador, and he never succeeded in taking the proper measure of the Russians. Too coarsely homespun for the tastes of his more elegant European colleagues, Francis thought and acted in the unvarnished manner of America's Midwest. He retained the parochial outlook of late 19th century mid-America, narrow in its dimensions, but unshakable in its certainty. Courage, honesty, and stern self-discipline, but certainly not modesty, were the virtues that once led him to write, "I don't acknowledge that I have any appetite sick which I cannot control." Francis liked good cigars, good whiskey, and a good game of cards, but his taste did not extend to fine wines, subtly seasoned dishes, and elegant entertainment. Ruggedly individualistic, unashamed of his ignorance, yet confident of his ability to meet whatever challenge he faced, he neither hid his opinions nor apologized for them. In order to meet without quailing the heavy responsibilities and the unknown problems which lay before me, he wrote with unabashed modesty of his thoughts on arriving in Russia in the spring of 1916. I needed all the self-confidence born of my experience. Francis could never project that aura of sage judgment that had so distinguished Paléologue and Buchanan. Paléologue's successor, the former French Minister of War Joseph Newlens, remembered Francis only as a man who spoke French badly and exhibited a poor acquaintance with diplomatic practice and the principles of international law. Britain's diplomatic representative, Robert Bruce Lockhart, simply dismissed him as a charming old gentleman of nearly 80. Francis was, in fact, 67, who was strangely ill-fitted for the tasks with which history and his government had entrusted him. From his uninformed perspective, Francis perceived the Bolsheviks only in the crudest terms, and always against a backdrop of starkly painted blacks and whites from which all shadings of gray had been erased. One could wish for Francis's own sake, concluded a more generous and far more distinguished American ambassador to the Soviet Union, that he had been withdrawn betimes to the quiet old age he deserved, and that the post had either been given to a younger man of superior education and foreign experience or left in the hands of a career-charged affair. While Francis and his colleagues among the senior Allied diplomats urgently counseled their governments not to recognize the Bolsheviks, some of the most dynamic men of their staffs urged the opposite course. Colonel Raymond Robbins of the American Red Cross, Captain Jacques Sadoul of the French military mission, and England's Lockhart all served as unofficial liaisons between their chiefs and the new Soviet Commissariat for Foreign Affairs, and in the course of their work each came to regard Trotsky with great respect and to share his view that the Allies must not drive Bolshevik Russia into the arms of Germany. Although Russia could no longer continue as a full partner in the war, they reasoned, keeping the Bolsheviks in the Allied camp could at least deny the Germans the natural resources and raw materials they so desperately needed to extract from Russia. Less likely, but still within the realm of possibility, they argued German pressure against the Bolsheviks might convince them to allow the Allies to send men, weapons, and supplies into Russia to reopen Europe's eastern front against the Germans. When the Germans renewed their offensive against Russia in February 1918, that improbability suddenly seemed quite possible. As Lenin and Trotsky continued to rail against the moral and political failings of the American, British, and French imperialists, Robbins, Sadul, and Lockhart perceived a current of sense and substance beneath their raucous revolutionary rhetoric. Certain that Trotsky hoped to establish a workable relationship with the governments of Russia's former allies, all three agreed that their governments ought not to stand aloof from the Bolsheviks. We persist in denying that the world turns. That is to say, we continue to insist that the Bolshevik government does not exist, Sadul exclaimed angrily at one point. To his superiors' oft-expressed fears that Trotsky was in the pay of Germany, Robbins, who never minced words and thought Trotsky a four-kind son of a bitch, but the greatest Jew since Christ, bluntly remarked, if the German general staff bought Trotsky, they bought a lemon. Although Lockhart, Sadul, and Robbins urged their governments to take Trotsky and Lenin seriously, none of them was well suited for arguing such a case effectively with statesmen and officials too long accustomed to the glacial workings of official diplomacy. A lawyer whose socialist ideals had brought him to the attention of France's Minister of Munitions Albert Thomas, Sadul never managed to regularize his position within his country's Russian embassy, where Newlands, perhaps even more than Francis, was sensitive about his prerogatives and prestige. As a socialist, Sadul sympathized with many of the Bolsheviks' ideals and was sensitive to their views. 70 years later, the account of his experiences that he set down in a series of letters to Thomas remains a key source about life in Russia's capitals during the first months of Bolshevik rule. Sadul knew more about what was happening in the Bolsheviks' Commissariat for Foreign Affairs than anyone else in the French embassy, but his contempt for the policies of his superiors and his obvious disdain for working through regular diplomatic channels made him at best a less than consistently effective spokesman for Russia's new leaders. Similar in personality to Sadul, though by no means an advocate of his politics, Robbins had mined coal in Kentucky, panned gold in Alaska, and supported Theodore Roosevelt's Bull Moose Party before he had become one of the founders of the Progressive Party and chaired its 1916 convention in Chicago. Like Sadul, he admired Trotsky and moved freely in high Bolshevik circles, thanks in large part to the efforts of an impetuous and unlikely sidekick by the name of Alexander Gumberg. A son of Russian Jews who had fled the persecutions of anti-Semitic Tsarist Russia to seek their fortunes in the polyglot melting pot of New York City's Lower East Side, Gumberg had collaborated with Trotsky on New York's Russian socialist newspaper Novyi Mir New World, had followed him back to Petrograd in 1917, and had been well received. With Gumberg at his side as fixer and translator, Robbins therefore moved confidently through Russia's revolutionary maelstrom. Idealism, romanticism, and a robust confidence in his own abilities heightened Robbins's abiding faith in human progress. He commanded loyalty, and he gave it without reservation. I am not built on that principle, he told a group of senators who suggested that he disavow his association with that little Jew Gumberg in 1919. That little Jew went through fire with me, he told his inquisitors angrily. I am with him to the end of the road. Unlike Sadul and Robbins, Lockhart did not bear the burden of an ambassador who did not support his views, for Britain did not name a replacement for Buchanan for more than a decade. More cosmopolitan and far better educated, Lockhart was burdened neither by Sadul's ideological baggage nor by Robbins's romantic idealism. Yet he too came under the spell of Trotsky's powerful personality and described him as a revolutionary with the temperament of an carrot artist and with undoubted physical courage. But there was a cynical twist in Lockhart's measure of men that was conspicuously absent from the judgments of Sadul and Robbins. He strikes me as a man who would willingly die fighting for Russia, he wrote of Trotsky, provided there was a big enough audience to see him do it. With Robbins, Sadul, and Lockhart, and with the governments for whom they spoke unofficially, Trotsky met conciliation with conciliation and matched insult to insult. On occasion he answered their proposals with bitter invective, yet there were times when he seemed willing to go much further than they expected. Robbins was flabbergasted in January 1918, when Trotsky responded to the Allies' complaints about raw materials being smuggled into Germany by suggesting that the Allies themselves take responsibility for policing Russia's western borders. Send your officers, American officers, Allied officers, any officers you please, Trotsky reportedly told Robbins at one interview. I will give them full authority to enforce the embargo against goods into Germany all along our whole front. In that case, it was Robbins's superiors who barred the way to cooperation. According to the account Robbins gave to an inquisitive journalist a year or so later, the Allied and American governments, rather than admit the existence of Trotsky, Let the Germans do all the grabbing of Russian raw materials on the Russian frontier. Yet the men who argued so passionately for the Allies to support the Bolsheviks remained as unbalanced in their views as their superiors. Robbins, Lockhart, and Sadul never understood the depths of the Bolsheviks' ideological hatred for the governments they represented, and they failed to perceive how completely that hatred limited the possibilities for meaningful alliance with the capitalist nations of the West. Nothing expressed that growing rift more dramatically than the Allies' decision to relocate their embassies in the provincial town of Vologda when the Bolsheviks moved Russia's capital to Moscow. A sleepy provincial town of some 40,000, Vologda had been founded in 1147, the year in which the first mention of Moscow appeared in Russia's ancient chronicles. Situated some 560 kilometers to the east of Petrograd, it was widely known for the fine lace produced by its women, but claimed no other distinction aside from a church that Ivan the Terrible had ordered built on the model of the Kremlin's famous Cathedral of the Assumption. Thus set far to the side of history's mainstream, Vologda had nothing to recommend it as a center for Allied diplomacy except that it stood at the point where the Moscow-Arkhangelsk Railroad intersected the Trans-Siberian Railway. Should the Germans advance further into Russia, or should it prove necessary to flee with the Bolsheviks? Allied diplomats thus could escape from Vologda by sea in the north or by rail across Siberia to Vladivostok in the Far East. Should their governments intervene in Russia in force, Vologda could serve as a center from which to coordinate Allied advances from Siberia and North Russia against the Bolsheviks. Proud that he had led the way to Vologda, and with a touch of that arrogant condescension that darkened so many of his dealings with the Russians, Ambassador Francis announced at a dinner given by Vologda's mayor soon after his arrival that the city had become the diplomatic capital of Russia. Francis later noted with some satisfaction that the Russians present seemed very pleased that their town should receive that distinction. Lenin, Trotsky, and the negotiators on every side of the table at Brest-Litovsk thought otherwise. If the Allied ambassadors found Vologda's location appealing because it straddled two major escape routes and had the potential to serve as a center from which to coordinate intervention from Siberia and North Russia, they found its links with Moscow considerably less satisfactory. Reliable information sifted through very slowly from the Bolsheviks' new capital, but the most outlandish rumors made their way there with amazing speed. Unable to separate their hopes from the real situation they faced, the Vologda diplomats proved all too willing to believe the worst about Russia's new leaders. Vologda, Lockhart remembered, lived on the wildest anti-Bolshevik rumors. Isolated, uncertain, and widely suspicious, the chief Allied diplomats therefore found it impossible to gauge accurately the course of events in Moscow. The remarks Ambassador Francis delivered to the people of Vologda when the Americans celebrated July 4, 1918, spoke amply of the chasm that separated their self-delusion from reality. My country and all of the Allies consider the Russian people still in the struggle, he told his listeners with patronizing self-importance. The Americans, he assured Vologda's citizens, did not wish to dictate to the Russian people or to interfere in the internal affairs of Russia. The United States and the Americans wanted only for the Russian people to have the right to dispose of themselves. That right, Francis's remarks made clear, did not extend to letting the Russians abandon the war that had destroyed their dynasty, ruined their economy, and claimed the lives of millions of their people. Certain that every patriotic Russian, who loves his country and looks with pride upon her greatness, would want to continue the war rather than submit tamely to Russia's dismemberment and humiliation. Francis urged his listeners to renew the struggle against Germany. Russians should take heart from America's promise that she would never consent to Germany making Russia a German province, he explained. The U.S. government now insisted that all branches of the Slav race should be completely freed from German and Austrian rule, he announced proudly. What an inspiration, he exclaimed in conclusion. This should be to the Russians. The Vologda ambassadors' misunderstandings of Russian events had taken them far afield indeed. It was as if these foreign ambassadors were trying to advise their governments on an English cabinet crisis from a village in the Hebrides, Lockhart later wrote. General Romei, the Italian military attaché who had gone to Moscow with Lockhart rather than to Vologda with his country's ambassador, described the fiasco much more bluntly. If we had put all the Allied representatives there in a cauldron and stirred them up, he once remarked, not one drop of common sense would have come out of the boiling. While Francis and the other Vologda ambassadors failed to take proper measure of the Bolsheviks and the political situation in Russia, those Allied representatives who had gone to Moscow grossly oversimplified the case for establishing relations with Russia's new rulers. Sadul, Lockhart, and especially Robbins accepted far too uncritically some of the statements made by Lenin and Trotsky during the confusing weeks that surrounded the ratification of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty by a special Congress of Soviets in mid-March. In particular, they took some of those remarks to mean that, like the Allies, the Bolsheviks held the Germans in particular contempt. They therefore failed to understand that the Bolsheviks despised all imperialists equally, and that they made no real distinction between the motives and principles that guided Allies, Germans, or Austrians. True, there was a brief opportunity for a temporary alliance, for the Bolsheviks would join any imperialists in any action that might strengthen the revolution's chances for survival. But in any such alliance, Trotsky and Lenin told Robbins, the internal and foreign policies of the Soviet government will continue to be directed in accord with the principles of international socialism, and that the Soviet government retains its complete independence of all non-socialist governments. No one on the Allied side fully understood the significance that the Bolsheviks attached to that caveat. Nor did any understand that, when Lenin pronounced himself in favor of taking potatoes and weapons from the bandits of Anglo-French imperialism, he indeed regarded them as bandits and fully expected to deal with them as such at some point. At neither Vologda nor Moscow did Allied diplomats sense the absolute certainty with which Lenin anticipated Allied armed intervention in Russia. The Russian Socialist Soviet Republic, he warned, still remains a lone island in the stormy sea of imperialist robbery. So long as the Great War in the West continued to split the world's imperialists into two hostile camps, Russia might be spared their combined assaults. But Lenin urged his countrymen not to take false comfort from the Allies' continued battles with Austria and Germany, for he was certain that the conflicts that presently shielded Russia must inevitably shift to an alliance against her. This position can change in a few days, he warned. The American bourgeoisie, now at loggerheads with Japan, can tomorrow come to terms with her because the Japanese bourgeoisie are just as likely tomorrow to come to terms with the German bourgeoisie. Their basic interests are the same. The main thrust of the Bolsheviks' diplomacy with the Allies, Lenin insisted, must be to buy time. In considering the tasks of the foreign policy of Soviet power at the present moment, he wrote, the greatest caution, discretion, and restraint must be observed. Until Russia could defend herself against foreign attack, the Bolsheviks must maneuver, withdraw, bide our time, and continue our preparations with all our might. Judged by the standards employed by their probable foreign adversaries, the Bolsheviks at the time of the Brest-Litovsk peace treaty commanded only one battle-worthy force, the Latvian Rifle Division that guarded the Kremlin and suppressed the Left SR uprising at the beginning of July. Motley collections of Red Guards might win scattered battles against disorganized domestic foes, but they could not defend Russia's Bolshevik government against the foreign imperialist attack that Lenin thought inevitable. Nor could the early Red Army formations with their heavy leavening of common criminals bent upon plunder be expected to do any better. Ready to flee at the approach of any hostile force, such Red Army units distinguished themselves by their brutality to civilians and their cowardice in battle. The general opinion of all commanders, one telegram from the Ukrainian front read, is that it would be better to send units of better quality even if they were only 1/10 as large. When Trotsky became Commissar for War and President of the Supreme War Council in the middle of March, Soviet Russia had no real army in the field, no officer and non-commissioned officer corps to train one, and no means for mustering recruits. Brest-Litovsk had cost thousands of factories, hundreds of thousands of square miles of Russia's richest and most densely populated lands, and vast stores of natural wealth. Her industry and transport, the two sinews of modern warfare, lay in such shambles that, by October 1918, all the lands under Bolshevik control contained no more than 21,000 kilometers of railroads. These were hard facts, and facts, as Lenin once said, are stubborn things. But the most difficult obstacle that Trotsky faced during the spring of 1918 was one for which the Bolsheviks themselves, and perhaps he most of all, had to shoulder the blame. From the moment revolution had broken out, the Bolsheviks had focused much of their propaganda effort upon convincing Russia's common soldiers to abandon the Great War. In his speeches to the assembled multitudes at Petrograd's vast Cirque Moderne, at party meetings, at the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, and at Smolny, Trotsky had hammered home his message with all his dazzling oratorical skill. Together with the war weariness that consumed Russia's fighting men, Bolshevik propaganda had destroyed the army's will to fight well before fall had begun to turn into winter. If Soviet Russia hoped to defend herself in 1918, Trotsky needed to repair the damage wrought by the anti-war propaganda with which the Bolsheviks had so thoroughly poisoned the army's organism the year before. To do so, he had to attack the two most fundamental documents that Russia's soldiers had brought forth from the revolutionary crucible of 1917, Order No. 1, which had placed military discipline and command decisions in the hands of elected committees of soldiers' representatives, and Order No. 8, the Declaration of Soldiers' Rights that had bestowed upon Russia's soldiers full personal and political rights, including even the right to engage in anti-war activity. Discipline had to be restored and decision-making removed from the hands of those ubiquitous, chaotic soldiers' committees that debated orders to attack at length every time they arrived at frontline positions. Without the full support of the party, such an undertaking would prove fatal. Even with it, Trotsky's task promised to be very difficult. Proclaiming that the question about forming an army is at this moment a matter of life and death, Trotsky took up his duties with the blunt announcement that only work, discipline, and order will save the Soviet Republic. The danger was great, the time left to act very short. The Soviet Republic must have an army that can fight battles and win, he insisted. Therefore, the revolution must pass from its first, destructive, phase to a second one in which workers, peasants, and soldiers all would work toward constructive ends. This would require stern discipline and stubborn dedication. Trotsky therefore demanded that, in these threatening days, every honest citizen must be both a worker and a soldier. Every one of Soviet Russia's defenders must swear, before the toiling classes of Russia and the entire world, that, as a soldier of the army of workers and peasants, he or she would conscientiously study military science and spare neither strength nor life in the struggle for the Russian Soviet Republic, for the cause of socialism, and for the brotherhood of peoples. With his brilliance at organization and his genius for leading men, Trotsky understood that Russia's embryonic Red Army could not develop without a large corps of officers trained in the technology of modern warfare. Because few Bolsheviks had the training or experience to lead armies in battle, Soviet Russia therefore must turn to the officers who once had served the Tsar. The Red Army Officer Corps, Trotsky insisted, had no choice but to take in men who once had stood upon those very pinnacles of power that the Bolsheviks had sworn to destroy. Just as our factories need engineers, and just as our farms required trained agronomists, he explained, so military specialists are vital for matters of defense. It is essential for us to have a real military force, one that is properly organized according to scientific military principles, he announced elsewhere. The active and systematic participation of military specialists in all aspects of this task, therefore, is a matter of vital importance. Many Bolsheviks heard Trotsky's words with outrage, and even Lenin at first refrained from fully approving his plan. If the Red Army must enlist Tsarist officers, some of Trotsky's comrades argued, then they must simply be used and used up, like lemons. Former Tsarist officers therefore had every reason to fear the consequences of service in Trotsky's new army. Yet, even without Lenin's open support, Trotsky boldly gave them firm assurances. To those who feared being squeezed and thrown away like a lemon, Trotsky replied, "Those former Tsarist generals who work conscientiously under the present difficult and unfavorable circumstances will, despite their conservative outlook, deserve incomparably more respect from the working class than those pseudo-socialists who pursue intrigue in various out-of-the-way corners. By demanding that Russia's victorious revolutionaries make a place for the men who once had defended the old order, Trotsky extended the scope of his revolutionary vision beyond that of most men. Perhaps no other Bolshevik understood, as well as he, that revenge directed for too long against the elites of the old order would yield dangerous returns the young Soviet state could not afford. To push Russia into the abyss of barbarism would only make her climb back up the ladder of civilization more arduous, and Trotsky therefore hoped to halt the revolutionary excesses before they inflicted greater damage. Still, he remained remarkably sensitive to the dilemmas that the sudden revolutionary transformation of 1917 had posed for ordinary Russians. The colossal shock of the revolution awakened the human personality in the most downtrodden, persecuted, illiterate peasant. He explained to a group of cadets at the ceremony's opening Moscow's new military academy that fall. Although initially expressed in rude, violent, and destructive ways, this awakened personality held the key to the future and therefore must be cherished. Now it only needed to be fitted into the framework of the broader socialist community to become the force for progress and accomplishment that Russia so desperately needed. Among other things, Trotsky hoped that such awakened personalities could rise to positions of command in the Red Army, and that the Army special schools for training Red commanders would produce a new generation of proletarian officers and NCOs to lead it. Red commander schools could not provide even a tenth of the officers that the Soviet government required during Russia's Civil War. In addition to non-commissioned officers and expert technicians, the Red Army needed more than 50,000 officers before the end of 1918, and in 2 more years those requirements rose nearly tenfold. 7 out of every 10 who filled those positions had served in the army of Nicholas II, and the Bolsheviks had very legitimate fears that they would betray their commands to the Whites. Certain that only the lives of families and friends could provide security against betrayal, Trotsky took hostages with cold determination and methodical cruelty. He did not begin to do so until the end of September, when the events of that summer and early fall had shown that neither concentration camps nor executions could ensure the loyalty of men forced to serve a regime they held in contempt. Let the deserters know that they are betraying their own families, their fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, wives, and children, Trotsky announced as former Tsarist officers continued to slip away to the Whites. I am ordering the staffs of all armies of the Republic to communicate by telegraph a list of all officers who have gone over to the enemy camp, together with all necessary information about their families. He concluded his brief decree with orders that the necessary measures be taken for the detention of the families of all deserters and traitors, so that such men might be discovered before they fled to the enemy. Trotsky placed loyal Bolshevik commissars at the side of every former Tsarist officer to report upon his actions. Flanked on the left and right by commissars with revolvers drawn, Trotsky announced such officers would serve as he required them to. Certain that the Bolsheviks would avenge themselves upon their families and friends for any failure or betrayal on their part, such officers began to serve Russia's new rulers better than they had intended. If we had not compelled them to serve us, Lenin later confessed, we would never have been able to build an army. His enemies agreed. The Soviet authorities, General Denikin wrote with reluctant admiration, can take pride in the skill with which they enslaved the will and thought of the Russian General Officer Corps, and the Officer Corps more generally, by making them unwilling but obedient instruments of its growing strength. To supply the Red Army with weapons and ammunition proved even more difficult than to provide it with officers. One of the ironies of Russia's wartime failure had been that her soldiers' will to fight had collapsed, destroyed partially by the inhumanity of the trenches, where soldiers had waited for their comrades to be killed so they could take up their weapons, just as Russia's supplies of arms and ammunition began to equal those of her adversaries. Generous shipments of weapons by Russia's allies had played an important part in establishing their equality, but it also reflected the soaring production of Russia's own industries, which had begun to meet the demands of wartime production for the first time toward the end of 1916. Guns, bullets, and shells had not been in short supply during Kerensky's offensive in the summer of 1917. In some battles, Russian artillery had outnumbered the enemy's heavy guns by a margin of more than 5-1. The Russian soldiers who had marched away from the war that fall therefore had been well armed indeed. When they marched back to their villages in February and March 1918, Russia's demobilized armies left behind 2.5 million rifles, well over 1 billion bullets, nearly 12,000 cannon, and more than 28 million shells. Unused to the complexities of military supply, desperately short of freight cars and locomotives, and still clinging to the naive belief that their infant socialist state would not require a regular standing army because the revolution was about to spread into the countries of their enemies, the Bolsheviks at first had not tried to save the weapons that Russia's war-weary soldiers had left behind. German soldiers advancing into the Ukraine seized great quantities of Russian guns and ammunition, and many more fell into the hands of the Whites. Trotsky's effort to establish orderly collection points and inventories came too late. By the end of 1918, the Bolsheviks had managed to save only a tenth of the cannons and rifles, a quarter of the bullets, and less than a fifth of the artillery shells that Russia's collapsing armies had abandoned 9 months earlier. able to salvage less than a 20th of the weapons needed to arm their new Red Army from the wartime arsenals of Russia's old regime. The Bolsheviks had to manufacture the balance just when their nation's industrial production fell to a small fraction of its former output, and when large-scale efforts to move weapons factories from Petrograd to less exposed cities in the interior made arms production especially difficult. Attacks by Russia's former allies heightened the urgency of Trotsky's effort to rebuild Russia's shattered armies. At first, Allied intervention in Russia had been limited to a company of Royal Marines that the British had sent ashore at Murmansk at the beginning of March and a handful of Japanese and British troops that had disembarked from warships in Vladivostok harbor a month later. The arrival of the first British troops, therefore, had coincided with the last stages of the Brest-Litovsk peace negotiations, and the Bolsheviks had reacted quite moderately to the Royal Marines landing in North Russia. Still uncertain about the Germans' intentions, Trotsky had ordered the Murmansk Soviet to accept any and all assistance from the Allied missions and use every means to obstruct the advance of the German plunderers. And the Royal Marines had fought on the side of the Bolsheviks in several small engagements against the German-supported forces that anti-Bolshevik Finns sent against them. Beginning in April, partly as a consequence of Britain's participation in the Vladivostok landings, and partly because of subtle changes in the Bolsheviks' relations with Germany, tension had mounted on both sides. As the Bolsheviks drew back from any further common action with the British prepared to intervene at Murmansk on a much larger scale. Once described by a fellow officer as one of the most confirmed optimists it has ever been my fortune to meet, and a man who had no great liking for a study of detail and the trammels of red tape, England's Major General F.C. Poole stubbornly pushed his government toward intervention in North Russia that spring. Hopeful that intervention could reopen Europe's Eastern Front and secure valuable railway and timber concessions for the British, Poole had, in early April, won the support of Lord Robert Cecil, Britain's Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, for a plan to occupy Murmansk. By the middle of the month, Cecil had convinced the cabinet to order the Admiralty to make the necessary preparations. Now committed to intervention, a course which their American allies still firmly opposed in principle, the British sought an invitation from Lenin's government, hoping, even into late April, that Lockhart could win Trotsky's support by arguing that Allied troops could help to forestall further German incursion into Russian territory. Although Trotsky and Lenin had toyed with the idea of accepting aid from the Allies in order to lessen German pressure against their western frontier and the Ukraine in February and March, they concluded that a modest rapprochement with Germany might offer more attractive prospects in May. For that reason, in a major report on foreign policy, to a joint session of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee and the Moscow Soviet, Lenin bluntly condemned the landings at Murmansk. The British landed their military forces at Murmansk, and we were unable to prevent this by armed force, he said in reference to additional detachments of Royal Marines that had been put ashore at the beginning of the month to engage a force of several hundred Finnish whites. Consequently, we are presented with demands almost in the nature of an ultimatum. If you cannot protect your neutrality, we shall wage war on your territory. The Bolsheviks now wanted no Allied forces camped within their borders. While such forces remained in Russia, Commissar for Foreign Affairs Shishirin insisted a week later the Soviet government would not join them as allies and would protest against their actions on Russian territory. The Bolsheviks were not the only ones whose attitudes toward Allied intervention in North Russia underwent critical changes during the late spring of 1918. Firm in his belief that the United States ought not to interfere in Russia's internal affairs, America's President Woodrow Wilson had opposed intervention of any sort. Urged on by his Secretary of State Robert Lansing and his British allies, Wilson began to shift that position, and by the beginning of June, Lansing could report to Britain's ambassador that the United States was entirely willing to send troops to Murmansk. Wilson's shift did not mean that he or his government had abandoned caution. Every foreign invasion that has gone deep into Russia has been swallowed up. America's vice consul at Arkhangelsk wisely warned his superiors in one of the rare statements of common sense to come from an American diplomat in Russia at the time. If we intervene, we shall have sold our birthright in Russia for a mess of pottage. The British thought differently. While President Wilson, his Secretary of War, his military representative to the Allied Supreme War Council at Versailles, and the Army's Chief of Staff now viewed intervention in terms of limited operations to protect the large stores of Allied weapons and war supplies that had been stockpiled at Murmansk before the Brest-Litovsk peace, General Poole and his allies had begun to think in terms of offensive military action to establish a firm foothold in North Russia. Although Poole became the key figure in launching the Allied landings in North Russia, his military experience had failed to prepare him for the complex diplomatic role that task required. His well-meant optimism in no way matched the gravity of the situation he faced, and his jovial condescension proved ill-suited for dealing with Russians whose education, military experience, and sophistication exceeded his own. He treated the two chief representatives of the anti-Bolshevik forces in the north rather as a housemaster might treat a couple of his prefects, giving them to understand that they must realize their responsibilities, yet determined nonetheless that no action taken by them should run contrary to his own preconcerted plans, General Maynard remembered. Poole thought the special diplomatic envoy the Bolsheviks sent from Moscow to be quite a good old bird, and during the weeks after his arrival in North Russia on May 24th, he put together an outrageously distorted estimate of the forces he faced. The Bolsheviks, he concluded, could offer no serious resistance. At the same time, he estimated that at least 15,000 Finnish whites, there were, in fact, no more than a few hundred, already had begun to advance against his positions. Such wildly inflated estimates reflected Poole's gross inability to take accurate stock of the Allies' position. Yet his judgment of the situation was not so blatantly one-sided as his misreading of the enemy forces arrayed against him might lead one to think. Poole clearly perceived that the presence of troops wearing the uniforms of governments who refused to recognize them as Russia's rulers must offend the Bolsheviks, and he urged his superiors to grant the Bolsheviks the diplomatic recognition that the Allies had withheld since October. "We shall be obliged to recognize them as the de facto government, which policy I have always advocated," Poole wrote in a report to Britain's Director of Military Intelligence. Otherwise, the Bolsheviks must consider any Allied efforts to defend the Murmansk region against the Finnish whites and their German allies a hostile act. Composed of Royal Marines, U.S. sailors, Serbian infantry, and a handful of French artillerymen, Poole's force numbered less than 2,000. But it was supported by Allied warships and posed a particularly serious dilemma for Alexei Mikhailovich Yurev, chairman of the Murmansk Regional Soviet, who had to answer to his superiors in Moscow for the manner in which he dealt with it. Once described as a colorful figure, tall, with dangling limbs, a long horse-like face, and constantly smoking a large underslung South African pipe, Yurev had made his way as an oiler and ship's fireman since the age of 14 and had been practicing that trade when he arrived in Murmansk in November 1917. Instinctively dedicated to a primitive sort of political anarchism, he neither understood the scientific Marxism of the Bolsheviks nor shared the views of those who held him responsible for dealing with the Allies' landings. "The Allies will not leave Murmansk," he reported to the Sovnarkom after several meetings with Poole. "The advantage of superior forces is indisputably on their side." Yurev did not dispute the Allies' imperialist purposes, but unlike his superiors, he thought that their presence could be used to practical advantage. The Allies, he explained in a telegram to Moscow, could be counted upon to defend the region against the Germans and the Finns, give all aid possible to the local population and to any who fight against the Germans, and support the authority of the regional Soviet. Sympathetic to the Bolsheviks, but not prepared to recognize them as the absolute masters of North Russia, Yurev and his comrades at Murmansk therefore recommended that Lenin's government attempt to reap whatever advantages could be gotten from the Allies' presence. No other course seemed reasonable or, for that matter, possible. "It is impossible," he concluded bluntly, "to force the Allies to leave." In Moscow, Lenin, Trotsky, and Commissar for Foreign Affairs Shishirin insisted that it must be otherwise. The English landing must be considered a hostile act. Lenin and Trotsky telegraphed to Yurev in response to the landing of a second force under Britain's General Maynard at the end of June. Any assistance, direct or indirect, to the invading hirelings must be regarded as treason. With a grand flourish, Lenin and Trotsky ordered Yurev and the Murmansk Regional Soviet to administer a decisive rebuff to the hirelings of the British, French, and American capitalists, but they spoke only vaguely about how that could be done. Warning that "we will all go to hell" if they failed to come to terms with Poole's and Maynard's forces, Yurev fired off a series of angry telegrams to Lenin and Trotsky. "It is impossible to retrieve one's losses with phrases," he announced stubbornly. "I ask you to give precise instructions on what it is necessary to do. Playing with phrases cannot help." Outraged by Yurev's bold insubordination, Lenin and Trotsky declared him an enemy of the people on July 1st. That night, Shishirin made one final effort to bring the Murmansk Regional Soviet chairman to heel with vague assurances that the Soviet army will do its duty to the very end, and that we shall fight with all our power against any imperialist invasion. Yurev remained unmoved and insisted that the Bolsheviks must support their grand rhetoric with shipments of food, arms, and men if they expected him to resist the Allied landings. You constantly utter beautiful phrases, but not once have you told how to go about realizing them, he told Shishirin bitterly. The Germans are strangling us, and you go on hoping that they will become magnanimous. If you know a way out of our condition, please tell it to us, and the toiling people will follow you. Your duty, Shishirin replied, is to protest against the invasion, make no agreements with the imperialist plunderers, and to defend Soviet Russia. Can you supply the region with the food which we are now lacking and send us a force sufficient to carry out your instructions? Yurev asked stubbornly. If not, there is no need of lecturing us. Tell the admirals who put you up to this that, in the event of an armed intervention into the territory of revolutionary Russia, they will encounter a popular uprising. Shishirin replied in an insulting insinuation that Yurev no longer remained his own master. If you persist in thinking of me in this way, Yurev retorted, then I can say that I have the impression that Count Mirbach is standing behind your back and suggesting these thoughts to you. Clearly, the break could not be repaired. 3 days later, the Bolsheviks cut the telegraph lines and blew up the key railroad bridges that connected Murmansk and North Russia with Petrograd and Moscow. In reply, Yurev and the Murmansk Regional Soviet concluded an agreement for the defense of the Murmansk region against the powers of the German coalition, with the British, American, and French military representatives on July 6. As they had done on previous occasions, the Allies hurried to deny any territorial ambitions in North Russia. The sole reason for concluding this agreement, they stated, is to save the Murmansk region in its integrity for the great undivided Russia. Some among the Allies did not share their government's high sense of moral purpose, and Poole viewed the break between the Russians at Murmansk and Moscow in decidedly practical terms. The break of Yurev and his comrades with Moscow, he wrote to the War Office, has put the rope around their own necks, and if they show signs of faltering, I shall be there to stiffen them. A week later, he added, now that they have broken with Moscow, they realize their dependence on us for everything, so they will become more and more pliable. Combined with the Allied Supreme War Council's decision to send several more battalions to Murmansk and Arkhangelsk, the agreement signed with the Murmansk Regional Soviet on July 6 opened the way for full-scale Allied intervention in North Russia. It would have been difficult enough to fight a limited defensive campaign, but General Poole's plan to occupy Arkhangelsk with 5,000 Allied troops and to launch a major offensive into the interior once he had augmented that force with 100,000 anti-Bolshevik Russians approached the realm of pure fantasy. To this day, it remains anyone's guess how Poole expected to recruit that number of anti-Bolsheviks from a region whose population numbered approximately 500,000, nor is it clear how he planned to feed a population that had been cut off from its traditional sources of food supplies in Russia's hinterland. But that was the plan that the Allied Supreme War Council at Versailles approved at the urging of England's First Lord of the Admiralty. By mid-July, the Allies had committed themselves to wage a full-fledged defensive campaign in some of the roughest terrain and most inhospitable climate to be found anywhere in the Western world. The beginnings of the Allies' intervention in Arkhangelsk coincided with the flight of their ambassadors from Vologda, where, during the late spring and early summer, the dead calm of Russian provincial life had surrounded them. The placidity of the provinces, the glacial slowness of the provinces, and the boredom of the provinces all had been lamented by Russia's greatest writers from Pushkin to Chekhov, and none had ever disputed the truth of their descriptions. As a rule, thoughtful and ambitious Russians fled the provinces to make their way in their nation's capital cities. Yet it was precisely those qualities of provincial life that the Russians sought to escape that had insulated the Allied ambassadors at Vologda from the revolution's growing turmoil. Outrageous rumors had come in profusion to Vologda, and those had disturbed its tranquility from time to time. But judging from Francis's accounts of endless card games played with his fellow diplomats and his report of their efforts to lay out a crude golf course, the life of Vologda's diplomats had been none too distressing during the months when the Bolsheviks had made peace with the Germans and the Allied forces had prepared the first stages of their intervention. Upon this unsuspecting, peaceful scene of senior Allied diplomats playing golf under the walls of the local monastery, reports of the Left SR's uprising, subsequent outbreaks in Yaroslavl, Urum, and Rybinsk, news of the assassination of Count Mirbach, and Pul's announcement that he intended to occupy Arkhangelsk within the next 2 or 3 weeks all burst with fearsome suddenness during the second week of July. Fearful that they might be taken hostages by the Bolsheviks, Allied diplomats decided to move to Arkhangelsk. "I had held a special train on the Vologda tracks for 5 months," Francis later explained. On July 23 he decided to use it, only to have Chicherin forbid its departure. When Chicherin released the ambassador's train after nearly 2 days of negotiations, Francis led the Vologda diplomatic corps northward shortly before dawn on July 25. They arrived in Arkhangelsk the next day and left by steamer for the British-held port of Kandalaksha 2 days later. Within a week, Pul's forces entered Arkhangelsk to establish an anti-Bolshevik government sworn to restore all liberties and institutions of true popular government to Russia, under the presidency of Nikolai Tchaikovsky, a distinguished veteran of Russia's revolutionary movement and a moderate socialist. Like the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia in Omsk and the forces of Kamyk in Samara and Ufa, Tchaikovsky's Supreme Administration of the North claimed to derive its authority from the fallen Constituent Assembly. In a jagged arc that stretched some 1,500 miles southeastward from Murmansk above the Arctic Circle, to Ufa in western Siberia, and then to Samara, Simbirsk and Kazan on the Volga, men united against the Bolsheviks by the dream of a freely elected Russian Constituent Assembly had spread their forces across Russia's north and east by mid-August 1918. They had done so with the direct support of those allies who had vowed repeatedly that the domestic policy of Russia is a matter for Russia alone, and that, whatever government the Russians desire to have, the Russians ought to have, and it is not for us to interfere in any way in that matter. Now, those same statesmen took a different view. To re-establish order in Russia will be a Herculean task, England's Lord Robert Cecil told the War Cabinet in September. No half-baked constitutionalism could possibly succeed in it. The only possible way out seems to be a provisional military government. Not without reason did Lenin speak with bitterness against those imperialists whose systematic policy, he claimed, was designed to throttle Soviet Russia so as to again drag Russia into the ring of imperialist wars. The intervention Lenin feared was not to be confined to North Russia, and Trotsky's fledgling Red Army soon had to face foreign troops in Siberia as well. On July 6, America's President Wilson suddenly announced at a special meeting attended by his closest advisors that the United States would send arms, ammunition, supplies, and 7,000 troops to Vladivostok in support of the Czechoslovak Legion, whose valiant soldiers had continued to fight their way back and forth along the Trans-Siberian Railway. At the same time, Wilson insisted America had no intention to interfere in the internal affairs of Russia and would guarantee that her troops would not impair the political or territorial sovereignty of Russia. Military action, he wrote in a famous aide memoir that went out over Secretary of State Lansing's signature on July 17, would be admissible in Russia only to help the Czechoslovaks consolidate their forces and get into successful cooperation with their Slavic kinsmen, and to steady any efforts at self-government or self-defense in which the Russians themselves may be willing to accept assistance. This, he stated firmly, is in the interest of what the Russian people themselves desire. President Wilson's change of heart opened the way for massive Allied intervention in Siberia. Vladivostok, Imperial Russia's mistress of the East, upon whose main street stood a monument bearing words, "Where once the Russian flag has been raised, it must never be lowered," became the gateway through which a new wave of Allied men and weapons flowed into Russia. Beginning on August 3, with 800 men of Britain's Middlesex Regiment, the city played host to the French, a contingent of 500 colonial troops, which arrived on August 9, the Japanese 12th Division, August 11, and the Americans August 16, followed by men wearing the uniforms of Poland, Czechoslovakia, China, Serbia, Canada, and Italy. Some of these comprised only token forces. Others counted as formidable armies. By the middle of September, the U.S. forces under the command of Major General William S. Graves numbered more than 8,000 men. 2 weeks later, the number of Japanese fighting men in Siberia's maritime provinces reached 73,000. Together with some 60,000 soldiers of the Czechoslovak Legion and various white units, the anti-Bolshevik forces in Siberia in the fall of 1918 outnumbered those in any other area of Russia several times over. As in North Russia, the Allies proved more willing to dispatch troops to Siberia than to define the scope and duration of their involvement. Initially, the French and British concentrated upon organizing and arming Czech and Russian forces to fight against the Bolsheviks in an effort to reopen Europe's Eastern Front against Central Powers. The large military missions they sent to Siberia for that purpose quickly became embroiled in the quagmire of Russian revolutionary politics, and the fact that no firmly established anti-Bolshevik government comparable to Tchaikovsky's Supreme Administration of the North or Denikin's government in the South had appeared in eastern Siberia by the fall of 1918 further complicated their efforts. The French and British at first had looked to the anti-Bolshevik forces further west, to the Czechoslovak Legion, to the armies of the Comic government in Samara, and to the forces of the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia in Omsk, to support their plans, and General Poole had planned to advance southeastward from Arkhangelsk to link up with the Czechs. That had been impractical once the Czechs made it clear that they had no intention of seeking a northwest passage out of Siberia. As Poole's countrymen entered Siberia from the Far East, they therefore looked to other anti-Bolsheviks for support. "Unite with us in defense of your liberties," they urged. "Our one desire is to see Russia strong and free, and then to retire and watch the Russian people work out its destinies in accordance with the freely expressed wishes of the people." Because their limited armed forces in Siberia obliged the French and British to rely upon intrigue to strengthen their position, their meddling quickly inflamed an already volatile situation. With their sympathies ranging from monarchist to socialist, the Comic government, the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia, and the Czechoslovak Legion all remained suspicious of each other's political programs, and Siberia soon was awash with rumors and intrigue. There are rumors about revolutions in the purely Mexican style. A prominent white commander wrote in his diary in mid-October as General Knox, head of Britain's military mission in Siberia, came and went with messages from the warring factions. "It's an absolute farce," he continued. That fall, Siberia seemed like Mexico in the midst of snow and frost. As ready to intrigue among themselves as they were to fight Bolsheviks or Germans, these groups of whites quickly fell victim to the Allies' meddling. Before winter came in 1918, the Czechs ceased to take any active part in the Civil War, while the Omsk Directorate superseded the Comic government and the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia, only to be replaced a few weeks later by the government of the military strongman Admiral Alexander Kolchak. With relief, as 1918 drew to a close, the chief statesmen of those nations whose soldiers had shed so much blood to make the world safe for democracy welcomed Kolchak's dictatorship in Siberia. After a brief reminder to his colleagues in Britain's cabinet that a permanent military despotism in Russia would be a very serious menace to the peace of the world, Britain's Undersecretary of State for Foreign Affairs Lord Robert Cecil nonetheless argued that, in Siberia, Britain must aim at securing military chiefs whom we can trust, and make her support indispensable to them in order to guarantee their loyalty. By contrast with the British and French, the Japanese and the Americans had come to Siberia to broaden their foothold in the Far East. But the presence of nearly 10,000 Americans, and 7 times as many Japanese, produced tensions fully as volatile in Siberia's Far East as the meddling of Britain and France had produced in the regions further to the west. In May, Lenin had predicted that Japan and America must inevitably come to a desperate clash in the Pacific lands of the Far East, and as their armies vied for control of Siberia's far-flung railways in the sparsely settled regions east of Lake Baikal, they came perilously close to making that prediction come true. On balance, the specter of strengthened Japanese influence in Siberia concerned some of America's leading statesmen considerably more than the prospect of Bolshevik control in Russia. "I do not know that I rightly understand Bolshevikism," Secretary of War Newton Baker wrote that November. "So much of it as I do understand I don't like, but I have a feeling that, if the Russians do like it, they are entitled to have it." On the other hand, Baker deeply feared the Japanese. "The difficulty of securing Japanese withdrawal is growing every hour," he warned General Graves. "I dread to think how we should all feel if we are rudely awakened someday to a realization that Japan has gone in under our wing and so completely mastered the country that she cannot be either induced out or forced out." No American faced the Japanese more directly in those months than Major General William S. Graves, the American commander who found himself pitchforked into the melee at Vladivostok, to quote his own picturesque description, without any precise information as to the military, political, social, economic, or financial situation in Russia. Until July 1918, Graves had known nothing about Siberia, Russia, or the Japanese. After spending most of the First World War at the War Department as Secretary of the General Staff, he had finally gotten a long-hoped-for field command, the 8th Division, which was waiting to be shipped to France from its base at Camp Fremont, California, in mid-July, only to receive 2 weeks later secret orders to take part of the division, along with the 27th and 31st Infantry Regiments from the Philippines to Vladivostok. Far less prepared for the delicately balanced diplomatic situation that awaited him than his Japanese counterparts, and with no more precise instructions than Wilson's ambiguously worded and somewhat contradictory aide-memoir that Secretary of State Lansing had issued on July 17, Graves fought an unevenly matched battle against Japanese influence in Siberia. That America's interests did not suffer more than they did was a tribute to his tenacity, personal integrity, and raw courage. Strengthened by Allied support, the Czechoslovak Legion, the armies of the Comic government, and the forces of the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia drove the Bolsheviks in disordered retreat all along Russia's frontiers. As Bolshevik power crumbled in Ekaterinburg, Ufa, Samara, Simbirsk, and Kazan, Lenin's claim that "our Republic of Soviets is invincible" seemed improbable, if not absurdly fanciful. By late August 1918, when Soviet Russia had shrunk to the size of the medieval Muscovite state over which Ivan the Terrible had begun to rule in 1547, even Trotsky began to have doubts about the future. At times, one had the feeling that everything was slipping away and falling to pieces, he recalled. One wondered if a country so exhausted, so ravaged, and so desperate had enough life left in it to support a new regime and preserve its independence. For a moment, it seemed that the Bolsheviks' enemies would coordinate a gigantic assault against them. More and more, the front of the Civil War was taking the shape of a noose that seemed to be closing tighter and tighter around Moscow, Trotsky wrote. The soil itself seemed to be infected with panic, he concluded. Everything was crumbling. There was nothing to hold on to. The situation seemed hopeless. Trotsky could spur men in times of crisis to find deep within themselves those hidden wellsprings of strength and determination that few men realize they possess. To shore up the Bolsheviks' crumbling defenses along the Volga, he readied a special train that arrived at the front just as the fleeing soldiers of the Red Army reached Sviazhsk, some 15 miles to the west of Kazan. Like so many of the tens of thousands of nondescript small towns that dot Russia's landscape, Sviazhsk claimed no distinction whatsoever, and its one brief moment in history had come when Ivan the Terrible had presided over its founding during the course of his long siege against Kazan in the early 1550s. Yet it was to be at Sviazhsk that the course of Russia's civil war shifted decisively. During August 1918, Sviazhsk became the Valmy of the Russian Revolution, the point where the Bolsheviks, like the armies of revolutionary France in 1792, first halted the advance of armies that marched to restore the old order, which had crumbled so readily at the first onslaught of revolution. The train Trotsky took to Sviazhsk included a printing press, a telegraph apparatus, a radio station capable of receiving messages from Moscow and Western Europe, its own electrical generating system, a library, a mobile Russian bathhouse, and a garage that held several automobiles and a large reserve of gasoline. With artful sensitivity, Trotsky produced boots for the barefooted, tobacco, medicines, watches, food, even field glasses and machine guns, to raise the morale of Red Army fighting men at critical points along the front. Tens, even hundreds of times, he later wrote. The train's resources served as that one shovelful of coal needed at a particular moment to keep the fire from dying out. By direct wire from his train, he ordered weapons, ammunition, and supplies from Moscow and then arranged for their delivery under some of the worst conditions that ever confronted a military commander. Perhaps no account better captured the psychological brilliance of Trotsky's accomplishment at Sviazhsk than that left by Larissa Reisner, the beautiful 22-year-old wife of the dedicated commander of the Bolsheviks' Volga River Flotilla, who headed its intelligence section in 1918. Trotsky once described Reisner, who died of typhus before she reached 30, as an Olympian goddess who combined a subtle, ironical wit with the courage of a warrior, and she spoke of him as an organizing genius. During the terrible days when the infant Red Army faced defeat at Sviazhsk in August 1918, Larissa Reisner wrote, Trotsky beat back the current to fight against the weariness of 4 years of war, and against the stormy waters of the revolution itself, which, over the whole country, was sweeping aside the old hated discipline like so much flotsam. At Trotsky's side, she remembered, we could die in battle with the last cartridge gone, oblivious to our wounds, for Trotsky incarnated the holy demagoguery of battle. This, she concluded, is what we used to whisper among ourselves on those nights of a quick freezing autumn, lying jumbled in our heaps over the station floor at Sviazhsk. Reisner's comrades were few, for armies at Kazan counted in the hundreds, not the tens of thousands as in the First World War. Neither side had more than 3,000 men when Kazan fell to the Whites in August, nor were the numbers substantially different when the Reds recaptured it in September. Most of all, Trotsky brought discipline to the Bolsheviks' shattered forces at Sviazhsk. An army cannot be built without repression, he once wrote. The commander will always find it necessary to place the soldier between the possibility that death lies ahead and the certainty that it lies behind. Trotsky therefore brought to Sviazhsk the stern belief that only the harshest measures could bring the tattered Red Army back to life. Vowing that all cowards, self-seekers, and traitors will not escape the bullet, he moved quickly to prove that he meant what he said. When a regiment abandoned its position, he promptly executed its commissar and commander, and then proceeded to shoot randomly selected soldiers from its ranks. A red-hot iron, he explained with grim satisfaction, has been applied to a festering wound. Brutal treatments sometimes yield remarkable cures, and Trotsky's red-hot iron produced striking results. During the month after his special train arrived at Sviazhsk, he regrouped the Red Army. Gunboats to bombard Kazan from the river and airplanes capable of carrying 1,600-kilogram bombs made striking additions to his forces that strengthened morale. Reisner remembered how fresh artillery made its way to Sviazhsk across sabotaged railways, and others recalled the decisive impact made by the handful of dedicated young fighters Trotsky summoned from Moscow. At the same time, Trotsky assembled a group of officers from whose ranks arose a number of brilliant Red Army commanders, and these would form the core of its command staff in the battle to retake Kazan. Mikhail Tukhachevsky, a 25-year-old nobleman from the western Russian province of Smolensk, ranked high among them. Behind his bland expression and slightly protruding, heavily lidded eyes lay a brilliant mind that was particularly adept at military planning and organization. Destined to become a marshal of the Soviet Union at the age of 42, just 2 years before he was shot in Stalin's purge in 1937 to 1938, Tukhachevsky rose to command the First Red Army on the Volga within 6 months after he joined the Bolsheviks. On September 12, 2 days after Red forces took Kazan, he breached the Volga at Simbirsk by hurling his forces across a kilometer-long bridge in the face of heavy enemy gunfire. Tukhachevsky thus solidified the Reds' hold on the Volga's eastern bank and opened the way to capture the capital of the Comic government at Samara a month later. By that time, army communiques from the Volga front reported masses of deserters, sometimes as many as 200 in a single day, fleeing from the Comic army to join the Red forces. Yet, Tukhachevsky's experience in 1918 did not match his daring, and Trotsky therefore placed the Bolsheviks' Volga High Command in other hands. To lead the assault against the armies of Comic, Trotsky turned to Ioachim Vatsidis, a man of proven accomplishment, whose dedication had been tested during some of the Bolsheviks' most desperate moments. Bald at the age of 45, his heavy jowls flowing into a thick neck that always seemed too large for his high-standing military collar and endowed him with a look somewhat akin to Mussolini, Vatsidis was not much to look at in the opinion of some of his contemporaries. Short, so fat that he seemed as wide as he was tall, this son of a wretchedly poor Latvian farm laborer suffered an ailment that made his eyes appear perpetually inflamed, but he had nonetheless risen to the rank of colonel in the armies of Nicholas II through bravery, talent, and an appropriate measure of good luck. A man whose only vices were his love of abundant food and drink, Vatsidis had joined the Bolsheviks immediately after their October victory in 1917 and had commanded the Latvian Rifle Division that had crushed the July uprising of the Left SRs in Moscow. Now, as commander of the Bolsheviks' Eastern Front, his first duty was to carry out Trotsky's harsh commands and prepare the fledgling Red Army to take the offensive. He did so with a stubborn single-mindedness that Trotsky much admired. Vatsidis was enterprising, energetic, and resourceful, Trotsky later wrote. He never lost himself in the chaos of the revolution, but cheerfully wallowed through, appealing, exhorting, and giving orders. Vatsidis had been among the last to leave Kazan when it had fallen to the Whites. Now, with Trotsky's help, he made ready to fight his way back. The taking of Kazan means merciless revenge against the enemies of the revolution, Trotsky told the soldiers of the Fifth Red Army. It means rest and rewards for all brave and staunch defenders of the revolution. At the same time, he assured Kazan's defenders that the Soviet government is making war only upon the rich, the usurpers, and the imperialists. And he appealed to all workers and peasants among them to join the Red Army that was mobilizing at Sviazhsk. To all workers we extend a fraternal hand, he announced. Each of you who comes over to our side voluntarily will receive a full pardon and a fraternal welcome. To the enemies of working people, the landlords, the capitalists, the officers, and their Czechoslovak mercenaries, Trotsky promised death. Those peasants and workers who have sold themselves to the White Guards and voluntarily do not throw down their weapons, he decreed, will be shot, along with those dear sons of the bourgeoisie, officers, and landlords, the counter-revolutionary bandits of Kazan, Simbirsk, and Samara. He warned, would be wise to remember the pitiless manner in which the Red Terror had been waged in Yaroslavl after it had been retaken. Bourgeois conspirators, foreign agents provocateurs, and White Guards officers, he concluded, will be exterminated without exception. The workers and peasants must know where their duty lay in the battle against such enemies. Do not allow the enemy to move a step further, he exhorted. Tear Kazan from his hands. Drown him in the Volga. Forward to Kazan. Supported by gunfire from Raskolnikov's river flotilla, Vatsitis launched the Fifth Red Army's final assault against Kazan at 3:30 on the morning of September 10th. As his men stormed its walls from the north, south, and west, the city's defenses collapsed, and by early afternoon the Reds once again held sway. September 10th is to be a red-letter day in the annals of the Socialist Revolution, Trotsky announced that afternoon. Units of the Fifth Army had torn Kazan from the grip of the White Guards and Czechoslovaks. This is a turning point, he exulted. The advance of the bourgeois armies had been stopped at last. The next day, Pravda spread the news across the Bolsheviks' domains. The taking of Kazan is the first truly major victory of the Red Army, it rejoiced. The Red Army has learned how to fight. Trotsky could not let the victory at Kazan pass without one final oratorical flourish. Why are we fighting under the walls of Kazan? Why are we fighting on the Volga and in the Urals? He asked a huge crowd that had gathered at the Kazan theater on the day after the Reds' victory. We are fighting, he answered, to settle the question of whether the homes, palaces, cities, sun, and heavens will belong to the people who live by their labor, to the workers, peasants, and the poor, or whether they will belong to the bourgeoisie and the landlords. Trotsky could well afford a moment's jubilation as the Red Army moved on to take Simbirsk and Samara that fall. The lowest ebb of the revolution, the moment of the fall of Kazan, now was behind us, he explained later. The revolution was on the move once again. Yet, simply to be marching forward did not guarantee victory in the year ahead. As the Red Army stormed into Samara to drive the comic government into exile several hundred miles to the east in Ufa, Germany's struggle on Europe's Western Front collapsed, leaving the Allies free to dedicate greater resources to the support of the Whites. The year 1918 was coming to an end after having swept across Russia like a wild whirlwind. Alexei Tolstoy wrote at the end of his great Civil War novel 1918. But all of this only marked the beginning of the great struggle, only a deployment of forces before the critical events of the year 1919. At every point where Red confronted White, the Allies increased their commitments to the Bolsheviks' enemies in terms of money, weapons, supplies, and men so that the new year brought new defeats to the Bolsheviks before it brought them new victories. In the south, Denikin drew new strength from French and English weapons, supplies, and fighting units. In North Russia, Britain and the United States deepened their commitment to intervention and tightened their defenses, while in Siberia, the stern government of a military strongman, the dictatorship of Admiral Kolchak, provided the focus for political and military action that the governments of Japan, the United States, Britain, and France had sought in vain ever since the Bolshevik victory in October 1917. At the same time, Germany's defeat in the West decisively altered the balance of forces in those areas of Eastern Europe where Russian and German had come into conflict. In the Ukraine, a resurgence of Ukrainian nationalism accompanied the departure of the German armies and the fall of Hetman Skoropadsky's puppet government to produce a more brutal and bitter conflict between the Bolsheviks, the armies of Denikin, the nationalist guerrilla forces of Simon Petlura, and the peasant partisans of the anarchist Nestor Makhno. To the north, in the newly independent Baltic states of Latvia and Estonia, a new threat arose in the person of General Nikolai Yudenich, whose British-supported troops soon threatened Petrograd itself. As the tide again turned against the Bolsheviks, the summer and fall of 1919 would see them lose much of the ground they had gained the year before. Enemy forces came closer to Petrograd and Moscow in the fall of 1919 than at any other time in the Civil War. Part 2, 1919. Denikin and the Cossacks. Vazidis's storming of Kazan on September 10, 1918, began to transform the Russian Civil War from a conflict of small, disordered units into a war of more substantial armies fighting along fronts laid out according to standard military principles. During the next year, Reds and Whites each put approximately 500,000 men into their front lines and supported them with several thousand machine guns and hundreds of cannon. Now certain that volunteers could never provide the quantities of men needed for their war effort, and no longer obliged to take the protests of the left SRs into account, the Bolsheviks turned to conscription to fulfill Lenin's call for an armed force of 3 million men. Although 3 out of every 5 men drafted eventually deserted, reliable official estimates placed the strength of the Red Army at 2 million men in mid-1919 and 3 million by the end of the year. At the end of 1920, its numbers exceeded 5 million. Such forces could never become as overwhelming as their numbers made them appear because Trotsky's Red Army suffered from a chronically bloated rear that kept as many as 9 out of every 10 men in uniform out of the battle line. Still, during 1919, the Red Army changed decisively and permanently from a motley assortment of unruly workers, ill-trained peasants, Austro-Hungarian prisoners of war, and migrant Chinese and Korean laborers into a sternly disciplined military force with a well-established chain of command. Unable to match the Reds' manpower, the Whites nonetheless developed substantial resources of their own during the year after their defeat at Kazan. Allied troops held most of the frontline positions along the Murmansk-Arkhangelsk front, while at least 200,000 more helped the Whites to compensate for their shortage of rear-echelon reserves in the Ukraine, the Caucasus, and the rail centers of Siberia. Because Imperial Russia had developed few armaments industries in her border areas, the Whites had to depend upon foreign sources for their weapons. On all fronts, the Allies supplied them with weapons, ammunition, and vital lines of credit, especially after the Central Powers surrendered in November 1918. Just between March and September of the following year, the Allies sent Denikin's volunteer army nearly 1,000 field guns, more than 250,000 rifles, over 7,000 machine guns, 100 tanks, nearly 200 airplanes, several million shells, and several hundred million rifle cartridges. According to Denikin's own estimates, half of those weapons and material came from the British. The Allies sent similar shipments to other fronts at about the same time. At one point, the United States sent over 250,000 rifles, nearly 2,000 machine guns, and 400 pieces of artillery to the White forces in Siberia. Neither profligate nor indiscriminate in their aid, the Allies were at times surprisingly open-handed in view of the difficulties involved in shipping armaments and ammunition over supply lines that stretched nearly halfway around the globe. Such distances alone made it inevitable that the Whites at times would suffer shortages, and at those moments, they stood only too ready to condemn the Allies for refusing to give them blank checks to draw upon the arsenals of Western Europe and America. General Yudenich, who began his advance against Petrograd in mid 1919 with an army of less than 20,000 men, lamented that the Allies had supplied him with only 50,000 rifles and 90 million cartridges. Some of his artillery units had as many as 5,000 shells per gun in reserve, considerably more than the Germans had set aside for the massive artillery bombardments they had unleashed against the Russians in 1915, but he thought that number insufficient. Although it was by no means clear how he could have kept them in proper repair or even have supplied them with gasoline if the British had agreed to send them, Yudenich thought it miserly indeed that the Allies refused his request for more than 200 planes, 15 tanks, and 15 armored cars before he began his advance. While the Whites in 1919 had to rely upon supply lines that stretched from Odessa and Sevastopol to Marseilles and Newcastle, and even lengthier combinations of sea lanes and rail lines that stretched from Seattle and San Francisco into Siberia, the Reds enjoyed the comparative luxury of more compact lines of communication and supply within their constricted domains. Trotsky's Red armies also had the advantage of marching to a single, insistent drummer and sharing a common sense of purpose. As the lands under their control shrank, as they bore the scourge of famine and epidemics, and as their White foes pressed more persistently toward Moscow, the Reds had their backs to the wall and pulled together accordingly. Politics, Lenin once said, drawing upon the study he had made of Clausewitz's writings in 1915, is the reason, and war is only the tool, not the other way around. Neither he, nor Trotsky, nor Stalin, nor anyone else who held a high position in the Bolshevik government during the Civil War ever lost sight of that maxim. The Reds therefore kept their political goal of uniting the lands of the former Russian Empire under a single Bolshevik government first and foremost in mind, and that gave a clear focus to their military actions. Whenever they advanced, or any time they held advancing white armies at bay, the beleaguered Reds could claim victory. For the Whites, victory could come only through continued advance. Moscow must be taken. No matter what else they accomplished, if they failed to take Moscow, they would have to admit defeat. While the Reds pursued their course with single-minded stubbornness, the Whites allowed politics to divide them continually and irreparably. In retrospect, they spoke of a white idea that had united them in a common cause, as simple as the heart of a true patriot, as strong as his will, and as intense as his devotion to the motherland, an idea that summoned men to sacrifice their personal interests in the name of the common good. But at no time during the fighting of the years 1918 to 1921 did such beliefs actually unite the Whites. From the very beginning, the nationalist strivings of Ukrainians, Estonians, Lithuanians, Finns, Poles, and a dozen other ethnic and national groups cut deep and unbridgeable chasms between them and the Russians, who were themselves bitterly split by political commitments to monarchy, democracy, republicanism, and several forms of socialism. Fearful of dividing their followers, very few white leaders offered any clear sense of direction to the many Russians who struggled to find a way through the treacherous currents that swirled around them. Following Alexeyev's early example, such men concealed their vision of Russia's future and spoke only of the present. What right have we, a small group of people, to decide the fate of our nation without the knowledge and consent of the Russian people? Denikin asked an assembly in the Kuban. I place the happiness of our motherland above all else, he added at another point. I am working for the liberation of Russia. The form of its government is a question of secondary importance. Strained denials that they preferred any form of government to any other, and continued promises that a constituent assembly would decide such vital questions as land reform after the war's end, set white leaders dramatically apart from those Bolsheviks who presented every crisis as a challenge that Russia's masses must meet if they hoped to open the way to a better future and be worthy of it when it came. The Soviet Republic is surrounded by enemies, Lenin told Russia's workers after the Czechs had seized the Trans-Siberian Railway and the Whites had taken Kazan in August 1918. Lenin bluntly portrayed the gravity of the crisis his listeners faced, but he never left any doubt that proletarian justice, right, and socialism could prevail. A rising spirit will ensure victory, he promised. The triumph of the world workers' revolution is not far off. Trotsky spoke in the same vein. These are extremely difficult days and weeks for our young Soviet Republic, he told a mass meeting in Moscow as the crises of 1918 deepened. Russia faced hunger and disease. She had endured the losses of Brest-Litovsk only to see the Germans move into the Ukraine and the Czechoslovak Legion seize Siberia. But even from these losses, Trotsky drew words of encouragement. Although we are still weak, he told his listeners, the course of events has raised us up to an immense height. Yes, things are bad for us right now, he concluded. But the Russian working class has been the first to draw itself up to its full height and say, this is where I begin to learn how to steer the ship of state. While Lenin and Trotsky spoke of triumph in defeat, the Whites spoke in gloomy tones, even in victory. In Murmansk, in Arkhangelsk, in Ekaterinburg, and along the Volga during the summer of 1918, white leaders emphasized only the uncertain future that lay ahead when they announced their victories. Great difficulties stand in the way of regenerating Russia, they insisted, for there was terrible ruin, and rehabilitation would demand incredible effort. We are a sick people, they maintained. We have become weak and spiritually impoverished. Even after his triumphant armies had battered their way more than 800 miles into the heart of Red Russia and stood less than 100 miles from the Great Tula armories and just more than 200 miles away from Moscow in the fall of 1919, Denikin told Odessa's workers that our state has been demolished, ravaged, and destroyed, and that to rebuild everything anew will be a colossal task. He then returned to the theme that Russia must have a powerful, united army to destroy Bolshevism and open the way for a constituent assembly to decide the people's fate. Always, he spoke as a general, as an honest but stubborn soldier. One of his fellow officers remembered. He was completely lacking in the flexibility and crafty wisdom so essential for a diplomat. Of all the white regimes that rose and fell in those days, only the comic government dared proclaim that the land has irrevocably become the property of the people, and promised that it would not permit any attempt to return it into the hands of the landlords. Elsewhere, the whites insisted that the masses must be ready to sacrifice their lives in battle against the Reds while they waited in uncertainty for an as yet unelected constituent assembly to shape their future. Perhaps nowhere did political dissension, nationalist strivings, and economic conflict persevere more stubbornly among the whites than in the relationships between Denikin's volunteer army and Krasnov's Cossacks. As happened too frequently among the whites, Denikin and Krasnov had pursued different courses against Bolshevism after their hostile meeting in Menekeskia at the end of May 1918. Certain that he could not drive the Bolsheviks from the lands of the Don without German aid, Krasnov continued to seek favor with the German occupation army in the Ukraine during the summer and fall. Yet, despite the weapons and ammunition the Germans could offer, he remained aloof from them in the arena of international politics, just as he did from the Allies. "Remember," he told one Cossack audience, "that neither Germans, nor English, nor Japanese can save Russia. Not even Russia herself can save Russia. Russia will be saved by her Cossacks." For several months, it seemed that Krasnov spoke the truth. Able to triple the number of Cossacks under his command between mid-May and mid-July, he quickly drove the Reds from the Don lands and began to move against Tsaritsyn, the great industrial city on the Volga whose petroleum storage tanks, armaments works, and railroad repair shops had served the Reds as a citadel and communications center ever since their first victories. To seize Tsaritsyn meant to take control of the railroads in Russia's southeast and to gain access to the output of some of the greatest armaments works outside of Petrograd, Moscow, and Tula. For that reason, the Reds defended it with all the resources they could muster. Tsaritsyn became the Red Verdun, draining red and white alike in a series of bloody battles that stretched from early fall 1918 into the summer of the next year. Two men of no previous military experience, both of them little known outside inner Bolshevik party circles, led the defense of Tsaritsyn in a manner that won them permanent places in the Red Civil War pantheon. The son of a poor railroad worker from South Russia, Kliment Voroshilov had joined the party in the year Lenin had split with the Mensheviks, and he had been a loyal Bolshevik from that day forth. A metal worker by trade, he had served the Bolsheviks as a labor organizer in the Donbass, in the oil center of Baku, in Petrograd, and in Tsaritsyn. Because he had spent much of the First World War in prison and Siberian exile, Voroshilov had never fired a shot in anger or faced enemy bullets before the October Revolution. A passionate defender of the new world that the Bolsheviks hoped to create, this man whom some called the locksmith of Lugansk, proved to be utterly fearless under fire as he led the Donbass miners against the German armies that invaded the Ukraine in the spring of 1918. When his 5th Red Ukrainian Army could stand no longer against the Germans, Voroshilov fell back from Kharkov to Tsaritsyn, some 400 miles to the east, where he added regiments of Tsaritsyn factory workers to his Donbass miners and turned to meet the attack of Krasnov and his Cossacks. Supported by Seaman Budenii, the 35-year-old Tsarist sergeant major who had risen to lead the Red Cavalry in the south, Voroshilov launched a bitter attack against those former Tsarist officers to whom Trotsky had given positions of responsibility in the Red Army. In that he received the wholehearted support of Iosif Vissarionovich Stalin, the Bolshevik Commissar of Nationalities, whom Lenin had sent to the lower Volga that summer to oversee the collection of grain from the region's stubborn and hostile peasants. A swarthy, pockmarked man who stood somewhat short of 5.5 feet in height and whose left arm had been slightly withered from a near-fatal childhood bout with blood poisoning, Stalin had a genius for organization that surpassed that of Trotsky and rivaled that of Lenin. Born in the humblest of circumstances in the ancient Georgian mountain village of Gori, he had begun adolescence as a seminarian and had ended it as a full-blown revolutionary wanted by the police. Later, he had changed his name from Dzugashvili to Stalin, the Man of Steel, and his revolutionary career, filled with imprisonments, daring escapes, and escapades that included bank robberies, convinced others that his revolutionary pseudonym was well-deserved. In 1917, the February Revolution had found him in Turkinsk, a remote prison colony above the Arctic Circle where the brutal climate made escape impossible. Nonetheless, Stalin reached revolutionary Petrograd a full 3 weeks before Lenin and some 2 months ahead of Trotsky. He supported Lenin at every turn. Instinctively, he opposed Trotsky whenever possible. Still, his early arrival in Petrograd and the influential position he held on the editorial boards of several Bolshevik newspapers and in the party's Central Committee failed to make Stalin a prominent public figure that year. Throughout 1917, he remained a gray shadow, always working behind the scenes, but never stepping into the forefront of Russia's revolutionary turmoil. Although few outside the party's inner circles knew him, he had carved out for himself a powerful position in the party's central apparatus by the time the Bolsheviks seized power in October. As Commissar of Nationalities, Stalin exercised a decisive influence upon some of the Civil War's most important events. At Tsaritsyn, he quickly became involved in the military opposition of Voroshilov and Budenii against Trotsky's former Tsarist officers and encouraged outright insubordination against such despised bourgeois figures. Raging against Trotsky, whom he continued to criticize at every opportunity, Stalin seized control of Tsaritsyn's defense effort not long after Lenin sent him to speed up grain shipments from the surrounding region. "I must have military powers," he wrote Lenin in mid-July. "I will remove those army commanders and commissars who are ruining things. That's what the interests of the cause bid me to do." Thus Stalin began his career as a dictator, yet his first effort followed a rocky course. Grandly and arrogantly, he promised the capture of Baku, of the North Caucasus, and even of Turkestan. When none of these victories came to pass and Tsaritsyn still remained in danger, Trotsky pressed for Stalin's removal. "I insist categorically on Stalin's recall," he telegraphed to Lenin at the beginning of October. "We have a colossal superiority of forces, but there is utter anarchy at the top. I can put a stop to it in 24 hours, provided I have your firm and clear-cut support." The next day, Vatsitis added his plea to Trotsky's. "Stalin's activities," he telegraphed to Lenin, "undermine all my plans." In mid-October, Lenin approved the course Trotsky and Vatsitis demanded. But the fruits of victory must have tasted sour to Trotsky when he learned that Stalin had returned to Moscow to sit upon the newly formed Soviet of Workers' and Peasants' Defense as Lenin's deputy. In the meantime, the struggle for Tsaritsyn continued. On 3 separate occasions, in October and December 1918, and again in January 1919, Krasnov's Cossacks surrounded Tsaritsyn, and each time the Red Army broke free. On the first occasion, they were saved from disaster only by the sudden appearance of Dmitry Zloba's Steel Division, whose commander had defied the orders of his superiors in the North Caucasus in order to march to Tsaritsyn's defense. Concealing their movements by forced night marches, Zloba's 15,000 men covered 800 kilometers in 16 days. On the 17th, they broke through Krasnov's unguarded rear. For the next month, Reds and Whites remained evenly balanced. Then, in December and January, the sheer weight of numbers began to tilt the balance in favor of the Reds, who by early 1919 outnumbered and outgunned their enemies by a margin of 3-1. In contrast to the previous spring, the quality of these increased forces now proved to be decisively better than many of the units Krasnov commanded. Not more than half were fit for combat, Krasnov wrote of one corps that arrived from Kiev to reinforce his Cossacks. The remainder were priests, nurses, miscellaneous females, officers of counterintelligence services, policemen, aged colonels who had been signed up as commanders of non-existent infantry regiments, artillery divisions and cavalry squadrons, and finally various personalities, all of them with a more or less colorful past, who were in search of positions as governors, vice-governors, and mayors. Before the end of January, the Red Army pushed Krasnov's forces back along a wide front. With his German supporters now defeated in the west and no longer able to supply him with arms and weapons, and with the Allies intervening in the south in support of Denikin, Krasnov merged his forces with Denikin's volunteer army and resigned in the middle of February. Although Krasnov remained first and foremost a Cossack in his political vision and war aims, Denikin thought in broader, all-Russian terms. For Denikin, the principles that dictated the destruction of Bolshevism were simple truths. He believed in freedom and in justice, but he insisted that these could flourish only if men and nations lived by the law. Most of all, he believed in a united, great, and indivisible Russia, in which all nationalities and classes would live in harmony. "It matters not whether you stand on the left or the right," he pleaded at one point. Love our tormented motherland and help us save her. Any questions about what form of government should follow a white victory, he insisted, faded into insignificance when compared with the desperate need for Russia's liberation from the yoke of Bolshevism. He therefore called upon all men and women who loved freedom and justice to set aside their political and social differences and to dedicate themselves to a fight to the death against Bolshevism. He simple truths of freedom, God, and country that seemed so self-evident to Denikin were not so to others. All through the towns and cities of Russia's southern lands, men bitterly debated whether the volunteer army should stand for monarchy or democracy, and few seemed willing to set the issue aside until the battle for liberation had been won. To such men Denikin replied that, in all good conscience, I consider it equally possible to serve Russia honestly under a monarchy or a republic, but that any statement of preference for one or the other could only weaken the struggle against Bolshevism. Why raise the monarchist flag? He asked when some of his senior officers urged that the volunteer army's high command declare itself in favor of a restoration. In order to divide us immediately into two camps and start an internecine struggle? For the present, the battle for Russia's liberation must take precedence. I shall not fight for any particular form of government, Denikin announced simply. I am fighting only for Russia. The greatest irony of all was that this single-minded dedication to the principle left the destiny of the land he sought to liberate in the hands of the very politicians he scorned the most. While Denikin's armies marched against the Reds, constitutional Democrats, monarchists, moderate socialists, and more radical socialist revolutionaries, all those who had failed so miserably to gauge the nation's pulse in 1917, intrigued in his rear. While Denikin called for unity of purpose, these men sowed the seeds of discord and then lamented the bitter cup those seeds brought forth. Intent upon establishing a safe southern base from which the volunteer army could operate, Denikin had launched his second campaign into the Kuban just as Krasnov had begun to concentrate his forces against the Reds at Tsaritsyn at the beginning of June. Less than 9,000 men, supported by 21 field guns and 2 armored cars, marched with him. Outnumbered 9-1 by the Reds, and outgunned by an even greater margin, Denikin and his chief commanders nonetheless advanced with greater confidence than they had a few months before. In February, the volunteer army had been little more than a band of tattered refugees fleeing before the columns of triumphant Red Guards. Now, as they faced Red forces among whom Trotsky's STEM discipline had not yet taken hold, they advanced toward clearly conceived strategic objectives. Intent upon severing rail connections between Moscow, Tsaritsyn, and the main centers of the Caucasus, Denikin's generals concentrated upon key rail junctions that promised to yield priceless reserves of weapons and ammunition. In less than a month, Denikin's forces had stormed the rail centers of Torgovaya, Velikognezhskaya, Tikhoretskaya, and Kushchevka, and were poised once again to assault Ekaterinodar. By the beginning of July, they had severed the Reds' link with Kuban and had increased their arsenal by more than 50 field guns, 3 armored trains, and great stores of small arms and ammunition. Denikin paid a high price for these victories, despite the ease with which his forces routed the Reds in the early days of the Second Kuban Campaign. Most costly of all, the Second Kuban Campaign cost the life of General Markov, the officer with whom Denikin had shared life on the battlefield since the first days of the Great War. Together, the two men had led the famed Iron Brigade to victory on Russia's southwestern front in 1915 and 1916. Together, they had taken command of that front when Kornilov had become Russia's supreme commander in the summer of 1917, and together they had shared a cell at Baikov prison in the weeks after the Kornilov revolt. Denikin's second in command throughout the Great War, Markov had prided himself on being a fighting general and served the Whites as a frontline commander. A man of gallantry and a dedicated monarchist from his first day to his last, Markov had given the First Kuban Campaign the name of the Icy March and had fought his way through enemy fire repeatedly during the early days of the Civil War. On one occasion, he had personally led his men in a daring attack against a Bolshevik armored train and had emerged unscathed and laughing at the ease of his victory. In mid-June, the next to the last shell fired by another retreating armored train at an out-of-the-way railroad station took Markov's life. To Denikin, the loss of his closest friend was a shattering blow. Many others among the volunteers thought it the worst disaster since the death of Kornilov, for Markov had possessed a genius for winning men's hearts that had drawn his soldiers to him. His death left a great void in the army, Denikin later wrote. How many times, when we were searching for a real man among the frightening array of nonentities, he remembered, we would say sorrowfully, if only Markov were still alive. Without Markov, Denikin leaned increasingly upon Romanovsky, another close personal friend and longtime comrade. Ivan Pavlovich Romanovsky is the only man alive in whom I have absolute trust and from whom I have no secrets, he told the Volunteer Army's chaplain some months after Markov's death. I can tell him things that I would not even tell my wife. To others, however, Romanovsky seemed unworthy of such trust. Once the Quartermaster General of Russia's armies under the fallen provisional government, Romanovsky had the outward appearance of an eternal staff officer. Yet behind the bland features that seemed so much more like those of a bureaucrat than a general lay courage as great as Markov's, although of a cooler, more measured sort. I have never seen anyone so cool as Ivan Pavlovich, one of his fellow generals remarked. If a grenade were to explode at his feet, he would not even blink an eye. Markov's fiery daring had drawn men to him, while Romanovsky's icy calm formed a barrier between him and comrades who thought him arrogant and cold. Except for Denikin, who had absolute faith in his integrity, almost none among the white officers trusted him, and few could sense his political views. Markov's personality had helped to offset Denikin's own lack of personal magnetism. Romanovsky's only accentuated it. Men called him the evil genius of the volunteer army. Eventually, Denikin's loyal defense of the man whose great virtues others never recognized cost him the support of his own army's high command. Knowing that Markov's black, cross-marked banner would never again wave above a battlefield, Denikin ordered the final storming of Ekaterinodar just before the middle of August and entered the city with his victorious troops on the 16th. No longer were Denikin's soldiers nomads, for the volunteer army had at last secured a geographical base and a political center. 10 days later, units of the volunteer army went on to capture the port of Novorossiysk to gain an important outlet to the sea. Quickly, Ekaterinodar replaced Kiev as the political capital of White Russia. From this new center of white power, Denikin proceeded to shape the volunteer army into the largest and best-led force that the Red armies faced during the fall, winter, and spring of 1918 to 1919. His first task was to replace the army's terrible losses, which, he estimated, totaled nearly 30,000 men, even though its ranks had never held more than 10,000 at any one time. Such replacements could not be expected to come from volunteers. The bloody, mortally exhausted face of the ordinary Russian, Denikin once confessed, stared out from between the lines of communiques that joyfully announced victories to remind him that common folk had grown tired of fighting. Like Trotsky, he understood that the masses of Russia would no longer go to battle willingly, and like the Bolsheviks, he turned to conscription to increase his forces. Within a month after the fall of Ekaterinodar, Denikin had close to 40,000 men, supported by nearly 100 cannon and more than 250 machine guns, under his command. That spring, the volunteer army had barely survived its icy march. Now it had become a significant military force able to fight campaigns spread out along several hundred kilometers of front. No longer dependent upon men who had consented to support his cause for a few weeks or months, Denikin now began to think in more grandiose terms. The volunteer army has not ended its crusade, he wrote soon after he entered Ekaterinodar. Desecrated by Soviet power, Russia awaits her deliverance. Intent upon that mission, Denikin prepared to march against Moscow. If victory brought Denikin a new sense of confidence, it also brought new problems, most of which lay in the political arena, where he suffered the greatest disabilities. Even as he liberated Ekaterinodar, he had to contend with advocates of Kuban regionalism who rejected his call to march against the Bolsheviks in Russia proper and demanded that the Kuban become a sovereign state with an independent foreign policy and its own armed forces. Always the blunt soldier and staunch Russian patriot, Denikin was quick to challenge the Kuban politicians' self-interested particularism. It is time to cast aside disputes, intrigues, and regionalism, he pleaded. Russia must be liberated. It will not profit you to do otherwise, for your own well-being will become a plaything in the hands of domestic and foreign enemies of Russia and the Russian people. The volunteer army, he promised, would recognize now and in the future the widest possible autonomy for all the component parts of the Russian state, with the most solicitous attention being paid to the ancient traditions of the Cossacks. But Bolshevism could never be conquered by separate and independent forces. There must be a united Russian army, with a united front and a united command, he insisted. Russia must be united and undivided. The Kuban leaders insisted that it could not be so. For the next year, this juxtaposition of opposites caused bitter conflict in the south. Denikin spoke of the strange today, in which the Kuban flag waved over the palace of the Kuban Cossacks' chief, and looked forward to the joyous, happy tomorrow when the tricolored Russian national flag would replace it. At one point, he even considered using the crack Kornilov regiment to disperse those Kuban politicians who argued that their government should separate from the volunteer army. Intended to forestall dissension by postponing discussions on all questions about liberated Russia's future, Denikin's insistence upon unity until the Bolsheviks had been defeated eventually proved more divisive than unifying. Even those who supported Denikin's call for a great, united, and undivided Russia were by no means at one in their political views. Or did their visions of Russia's future agree? The most powerful and best organized non-revolutionary political party before 1917, the Cadets hoped to play a major role in Denikin's Russia, but even they found it difficult to agree on a program of political action. After the October Revolution, many cadets had made their way to Kiev, where Milyakov had allied his party with the Germans. Many of his colleagues found that alliance, designed to seek a base of support and real power in the midst of chaos and disorder to resurrect the fallen Russian state, impossible to accept, and turned away from Milyakov in Kiev to Denikin and the dying Alexeyev in the Kuban. Certain that the precepts of Russian constitutional democracy would supply the fundamental principles upon which post-Bolshevik Russia would be based, a number of prominent cadets hurried to Ekaterinodar, where, despite Milyakov's objections, they agreed to support Denikin as supreme leader of the volunteer army and the territorial administration it represented. The key in leading the cadets into an alliance with Denikin and the volunteer army in the fall of 1918 was Nikolai Ostrov, a 49-year-old Moscow lawyer whom the uncertainties of war and revolution had turned into a prominent politician. Although a number of cadets argued that any movement against the Bolsheviks must begin by building regional bases of support from below, and although Milyakov continued to dream of a return to monarchy in Russia, Ostrov and his Moscow allies firmly opposed both courses on the grounds that either would hopelessly fragment any attempt at unity. True to his cadet heritage, Ostrov emphasized legality and legalism, while Denikin and his fellow generals called for victory over Bolshevism and the creation of a great, united, and indivisible Russia. Ostrov and his cadet comrades spoke about a constitution and the need for carefully worded administrative regulations. Typical of civilians everywhere, Ostrov's cadets found military rule disturbing. It was necessary, Ostrov later explained, to force the agents of military authority into some new way of thinking, to prevent the continuation of methods whereby military authority ran roughshod over local populations and social organs. He and the cadets therefore thought first of protecting personal rights and private property, neither of which had much meaning for those masses to whom the Bolsheviks appealed directly with slogans and crude proclamations. Dedicated to the quest for unity and order, Ostrov and his cadet comrades could neither compete with the Bolsheviks for the loyalty of Russia's masses nor moderate the arbitrary authority that Denikin's commanders wielded over civilians. Helpless, they looked on while the reactionary General Dragomirov began the persecutions of Jews that would turn into full-fledged pogroms the next spring, and the sadistic General Pokrovsky hanged socialists en masse in the courtyard outside his window to improve the appetite. A growing toleration for conservative and reactionary views among some of Denikin's generals increased the tension in those areas of Russia's southern borderlands where regionalists, moderates, and socialists struggled to clarify their relationship to the advancing forces of the volunteer army during the fall and winter of 1918 to 1919. As their victories increased, Denikin's generals called more loudly for the liberation of a united and indivisible Russia and became less tolerant of any who spoke for separatism or regionalism. In vain did the Cossack Ataman Krasnov plead for more modest regional goals. "It is still too early to speak of the future of Russia as a whole," he wrote to one of Denikin's deputies in October. "We cannot start to divide the hide of the bear before he has been killed. It will be difficult, almost impossible, in fact, for any of us to kill this bear on his own," he concluded. "We must unite." Yet the firm unity that Denikin and his supporters demanded in the fall of 1918 could not coexist with movements for national autonomy and independence. As fall turned into winter that year, the anti-Bolshevik forces in South Russia stood sharply divided. In the Don, the Ukraine, and the Crimea, Krasnov, Skoropadsky, and General Suleiman Sulkovich, a Lithuanian Muslim who had commanded a special Muslim corps for the Germans in Romania and whom the Germans had installed as ruler of the Crimea in the spring of 1918, all had based their separatist regimes upon German support. Although Krasnov had made his peace with the Germans only after considerable soul-searching, and only on the condition that he remain free to pursue his own course against the Bolsheviks, Skoropadsky and Sulkovich had been German puppets from the beginning. Both had enjoyed the support of fugitive whites from Moscow and Petrograd as Milyakov had called upon his cadets to support a pro-German policy in Kiev, and as other cadets had taken the same position in the Crimea. Insofar as we have become cultured Europeans, it is only thanks to the Germans, one of them explained. Our science, our technology, and philosophy, all are fruits of German cultural influence. Even economically, we are tied to Germany and not to England or France. Throughout the spring and summer of 1918, all three regimes had supplied the Germans with badly needed foodstuffs in return for weapons, and Sulkovich and Skoropadsky had depended heavily upon German occupation forces to defend their unpopular governments. So long as the Germans held their own in the West, the situation could be expected to continue, but any shift in the balance of force promised to change political relationships in the East. By early fall, it had become clear to anti-Bolshevik forces all across South Russia that Germany was losing the war in the West and that the days of German occupation in the East were numbered. Skoropadsky and Sulkovich both hurried to seek broader support for their regimes, the former among white Russian officers who had taken refuge in Kiev, and the latter by currying favor with a number of influential cadets who had been seeking to build popular support from below for a regional Crimean government. Neither succeeded. In the Crimea, a coalition of cadets overthrew Sulkovich in mid-November, and in December the forces of Petlura's Directory forced Skoropadsky to flee the Ukraine disguised as a wounded German officer. Germany's defeat and the collapse of Skoropadsky's and Sulkovich's governments by no means united the whites in South Russia, for the more liberal regimes that replaced them proved to be even more staunchly separatist and more rigidly opposed to Denikin's program of a united and indivisible Russia. 10 days after the Allies signed an armistice in the West, an array of anti-Bolshevik politicians, including Milyakov, former Tsarist Minister of Agriculture Alexander Krivoshein, Baron Alexander Meller-Zakhamelsky, known both for his brutal suppression of mutinies during the Revolution of 1905 and for his key role in forming the Progressive Bloc in 1915, and some 20 others assembled in Jassy, the temporary capital of Romania, to form a united front against the Bolsheviks. As the Jassy delegates spoke at length with Allied representatives, each emphasized his narrow personal interests or those of the group he represented as the key to defeating the Bolsheviks. Yet their common hatred of Bolshevism was not strong enough to let them set aside their differences, even with the possibility of Allied aid looming large upon the horizon. Clearly sensing how divided Russia's anti-Bolshevik forces really were, some of the Allies began to have second thoughts about intervention. In the words of its leading student, the Jassy Conference would become a fiasco for the white movement. Supported by Milyakov, a number of politicians at Jassy called for a temporary dictatorship under Russia's former Supreme Commander Grand Duke Nikolai Nikolaevich, while others argued for a dictatorship under Denikin, a directorate, and several other alternative but unrealistic schemes. Reflecting their chief's hatred for Denikin, Krasnov's representatives insisted that the Don Cossacks could not be subordinated to the volunteer army so long as Denikin retained command. Dictatorship, democracy, republicanism, separatism, regionalism, and the dream of all-Russian unity each had its champions among men who arrogantly believed that they alone knew the path the whites must follow. Once again, the intellectual rigidity and contentious personalities of the men who sought alternatives to Bolshevism prevented them from uniting against the Red Menace that threatened them all. Germany's precipitous retreat from Eastern Europe and the Allies' decision to intervene in South Russia thus magnified the political problems Denikin faced at the end of 1918. He had to plead the whites' case with those Allied representatives who came to Ekaterinodar at precisely the moment when other whites sought to undermine his status with the Allies at Jassy and, after its occupation by the French in mid-December, at the great Black Sea port city of Odessa. As the Allied landings and shipments of weapons and supplies made clear, the French and British had long since agreed upon their respective zones of activity in Russia's southern lands. Based upon the Anglo-French Convention of December 23, 1917, The British took responsibility for the lands between the Don and Volga rivers, the Transcaucasus and Central Asia, while the French concentrated upon the territory that had been occupied by the Austro-German armies to the west of the Don after the Peace of Brest-Litovsk. The British therefore took it upon themselves to supply the volunteer army and to occupy Baku and Batum, while the French attended to the Ukraine, where they increased their initial 2,400-man force to more than 60,000 before the end of February. For the British, the choice of alliances was between the all-Russian Denikin and the Cossack separatist Krasnov. For the French, it was between Denikin, whose volunteer army began to extend its influence north and west from the Kuban, and the Ukrainian nationalist forces of Petlura. The British more readily, and the French more reluctantly, both chose Denikin. Shipments of Allied weapons and munitions, and the prospect of even greater Allied aid to come, strengthened Denikin's authority as the chief commander of anti-Bolshevik forces in South Russia. At the same time, the collapse of German authority brought Krasnov's downfall in the Don lands. Despite his protracted efforts to postpone the inevitable, he had no choice but subordinate his forces to Denikin once he no longer could depend upon German weapons to arm his soldiers. Named Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of South Russia at the end of December 1918, Denikin gained undisputed control at the beginning of February, when Krasnov resigned as ataman of the Don Cossacks. By early March 1919, his northern front, defended by over 40,000 troops, stretched more than 750 kilometers from Mariupol in the west to a point approximately 100 kilometers southeast of the Tsaritsyn-Ekaterinodar Railroad in the east. Although the Red Army continued to outnumber his forces, Denikin had the advantage of better officers and superior cavalry. The superiority of his cavalry in the first period of the struggle, Trotsky once said, proved to be a great asset for Denikin and allowed him to deal us a series of very heavy blows, reinforced by the first Allied shipments of munitions and weapons. These two assets made it possible for Denikin to inflict serious damage upon the Reds in the early months of 1919. Nonetheless, the first months of the new year were not a time of uninterrupted success for Denikin's army. Early January 1919 had seen the Volunteer Army establish undisputed control of the North Caucasus and its key cities of Novorossiysk, Ekaterinodar, and Stavropol. Yet, the same month also brought Krasnov's final retreat from Tsaritsyn in a defeat that shattered the Don Cossacks and drove their leader from office. This left Denikin to defend the Don lands against Red forces that stood poised to advance from Tsaritsyn in the northeast and from the eastern Ukraine to the northwest, where new Bolshevik units had moved into the vacuum left by the Germans' departure. All along their front, Denikin's men faced 3-to-1 odds. This overwhelming numerical superiority allowed the Bolsheviks to pose an awesome threat despite their shortage of cavalry and first-rate commanders. The man who did the most to halt the Reds' advance in March and April 1919 was General Vladimir Zinanovich Maimaevsky, the man whom Denikin had placed in command of the Volunteer Army's left flank when he assumed supreme command in February, and whose 12,000 men had to face General Kozevnikov's newly formed and well-equipped 13th Red Army in the Donbass. Grossly overweight, his small pig-like eyes accentuated by oval steel-rimmed glasses that sat above flabby cheeks, fleshy jowls, and a triple chin, Maimaevsky looked every inch the dedicated drunkard that he was. His pear-shaped body encased in a uniform that exaggerated its decidedly unmilitary proportions, no one could have imagined that he did anything but dedicate himself to the vodka and women whose presence in his headquarters perpetually outraged some of his military superiors. If he had not worn a uniform, you would have taken him for a comedian from a little provincial theater, General Wrangel later wrote. He knew how to make himself pleasant, and success had not robbed him of his hearty manner. But his conduct at his headquarters in Rostov roused the indignation of every honest man. Despite his unmilitary bearing and the orgies that made his headquarters notorious, few in Denikin's command better deserved the accolade of fighting general than this man whose stomach protruded so far that he never saw his own boots on parade. He commanded intense loyalty from his men, who respected his great courage, overlooked his faults, and nicknamed him Kutuzov, after the general who had commanded Russia's armies during the defeat of Napoleon in 1812. If the weather had been against the Whites on the icy march, it took Maimaevsky's side in the late winter and early spring of 1919. The first thaws in the spring turned roads into rivers of mud and fields into oozing seas that held the boots of men and the hooves of horses in a stubborn grip. As mud sucked the wheels of guns and wagons down to their axles, The Reds suffered immense communication and supply problems, while Maemaevsky, who had a dense and well-developed rail network at his back, found it comparatively easy to move against them. Taking full advantage of this rare occasion when his forces enjoyed a tactical edge, Maemaevsky held the Reds at bay until the roads and fields dried toward the middle of May. Then the Volunteer Army, now officially named the Armed Forces of South Russia to signify that Denikin had incorporated the Don Cossack Army of General Sidorin and the Caucasian forces of General Wrangel into his command, moved to the offensive. This proved to be a propitious moment. In the east, the Siberian armies of Admiral Kolchak had seized Ufa and once again threatened Kazan and the Volga. At the same time, the Cossacks in the northernmost section of the Don territory rose against the Bolsheviks. As the Bolsheviks struggled to contend with these crises, Denikin launched his armies northward in a massive triple thrust designed to converge on Moscow. Within a fortnight, a line of victories marked his entire front. On his left, the stiff, lean General Kutupov, once commander of the elite Tsarist Preobrazhensky Guards, and destined to be kidnapped in Paris by Bolshevik agents a decade later, took Belgorod on June 23. 2 days later, Maemaevsky's forces broke through to the vital Ukrainian industrial center of Kharkov, and on June 30, General A.G. Skuro seized Ekaterinoslav. In Denikin's center, Sidorin's Don Cossacks drove back the 8th and 9th Red Armies. Most dramatically of all, the Caucasus Army of General Wrangel stormed into Tsaritsyn, the Red Verdun on Denikin's right that the Bolsheviks had sworn never to surrender, on the evening of June 30. No commander among the advancing whites projected a conqueror's image better than Baron Petr Nikolaevich Wrangel, the 40-year-old aristocrat whose towering self-esteem more than matched his remarkable height. A man of extreme vanity, Wrangel cut an imposing figure at a time when combat and disease had all but emptied the white ranks of charismatic leaders. The daring Kornilov and the dashing Markov were dead, their only legacy being the elite divisions that bore their names, and the commanders who had taken their places could hardly rule men's hearts in the way they once had done. A World War I guerrilla chieftain-turned-general, Skuro was scarcely more than a glorified bandit. Maemaevsky, whose bravery won him his men's respect, was a drunkard whose unmilitary bearing accentuated his inability to remain sober. General Pokrovsky's love of mass hangings clearly marked him as a sadist, and General Slashchev was a morphine addict who stood all too often on the brink of madness. Honest, forthright, and incorruptible, Denikin had none of the personal magnetism that even these men of flawed character possessed. In 1919, only Wrangel combined will, talent, and an unshakable belief in his ability to save Russia with an aura of genuine charisma. Disdainful of those spurred and laced officers whose unconquerable aversion to the endless whining of bullets and the bursting of shells kept them far to the rear, Wrangel began his career as a fighting lieutenant and ended as a fighting commander-in-chief. Well over 6 feet tall, his booming voice proclaiming his leadership over the men around him, Wrangel came from a family of Baltic barons whose various branches had served the sovereigns of Prussia, Sweden, and Russia with distinction. A graduate of Russia's prestigious General Staff Academy, he perpetually shunned the staff positions to which his education entitled him in favor of field commands. Always he commanded Cossacks. Denikin thought him the best cavalry commander in the south and gave him a brigade the moment he offered his services. Dedicated in his service to God, Tsar, and Russia, Wrangel despised the Bolsheviks to the deepest depths of his soul, and mercy to such enemies was never numbered among his virtues. When several thousand Bolshevik prisoners were brought before him in October 1918, he shot nearly 400 of them on the spot and then offered the rest the choice to atone for their crime and prove their loyalty to their country, or face the same fate. Able to speak well of democracy and republics if the situation required, Wrangel always remained a monarchist at heart. From his first day to his last, an observer once wrote, he remained an officer of the cavalry regiment of His Imperial Majesty. In command of the Caucasus Army, Wrangel celebrated the arrival of spring with a resounding victory at Velikoknyaskaya, a key railway junction located at the point between Ekaterinodar and Tsaritsyn where the Novorossiysk-Tsaritsyn Railway crossed the Manik River. There, his Kuban Cossack cavalrymen shattered the 10th Red Army and came away from 4 days of fighting in the middle of May with 55 cannon, more than 100 machine guns, and 15,000 prisoners. At Velikoknyaskaya, Wrangel promised Denikin that he would be at Tsaritsyn's gates in 3 weeks, even though his men still had to cross 200 miles of steppe and salt marshes, where food proved to be scarce and water rarer still. With newly arrived British tanks and armored cars to open a way through Tsaritsan's barbed wire defenses, Wrangel carried the Red Verdun after another 4 days of heavy fighting at the end of June in one of the greatest white victories of the Civil War. 2 armored trains, one named for Lenin and the other for Trotsky, 131 locomotives, 10,000 trucks, including more than 2,000 that had been loaded with munitions, 70 cannon, and 300 machine guns comprised the war material that fell to the Whites that day, together with 40,000 prisoners. It was, Wrangel later wrote, an immense amount of spoil. With Ekaterinoslav, Kharkov, and Tsaritsyn in his hands, Denikin turned his eyes toward Moscow. On July 3, after he had attended a solemn high mass in Tsaritsyn's cathedral, Denikin reviewed Wrangel's victorious troops. Tsaritsyn has been taken, and we are now on the march into the heart of Russia, he told the men who stood at attention before him. With rare elation, he announced, "Today I have ordered our armed forces to advance against Moscow," described in more detail in what became known as his Moscow Directive. Denikin's plan was for Wrangel to march north against Saratov and Penza and then to turn westward, first against Nizhny Novgorod and then against Moscow. In the meantime, Sidorin's Don Cossacks were to march against Moscow by way of Voronezh and Ryazan, while Maimevsky's volunteer army would attack Kursk, Oryol, and Tula, after sending units against Kiev to protect his exposed western flank, before launching assaults against Moscow from the southwest. Denikin began to believe that victory was within sight and that an advance along a broad front, the goal for which commanders had strived in vain throughout the First World War, could be accomplished. Wrangel thought just the reverse. The advance on Moscow, he wrote, was nothing more nor less than a death sentence for the armies of southern Russia. When Denikin issued his Moscow Directive, his armies occupied a front that extended some 800 miles in a great, meandering arc from Ekaterinoslav in the west through Kharkov in the north to Tsaritsyn in the east. Although his frontline forces now exceeded 100,000, and roughly equaled the numbers of their Red opponents, the length of his front obliged Denikin to stretch his forces dangerously thin. Beyond that, he had allowed himself no time to consolidate the newly liberated lands from which he would draw reinforcements and supplies in his rear. Not even the Kuban, let alone the Don territory and the lands that lay to its north and east, could be counted upon for unqualified support. Some of them, especially such cities as Rostov, Tsaritsyn, and Kharkov, whose large concentrations of factory work forces sympathized with the Bolsheviks, could be expected to support the Reds whenever an opportunity presented itself. Yet proletarians who sympathized with the Reds was one of the least of the problems that plagued Denikin's rear. Former Tsarist bureaucrats, whose standards of integrity had never been high, and former Tsarist officers, whose loose living and hard drinking left them perpetually short of cash, created a fertile and fetid atmosphere in which corruption flourished. Shortages of every kind plagued the Whites' Russia, just as they did the Bolsheviks' domains, and the money and supplies sent that summer by the Allies provided great opportunities for speculation and theft. I did not, during the whole of my service with the army in Russia, ever see a nurse in a British uniform, but I have seen girls, who were emphatically not nurses, walking the streets of Novorossiysk wearing regulation British hospital skirts and stockings, wrote John Hodgson, a British war correspondent sent to report about life in Denikin's Russia. I saw and talked to young ladies of good social standing, who were wearing costumes made of British officers' serge. He added, as he wrote of men at the front who went into battle, wearing practically nothing but a print shirt and a patched pair of trousers. Almost every minor bureaucrat in South Russia seemed to have a new, crisply creased British summer uniform. It is impossible to believe, Hodgson reported, that we sent out clothing for the benefit of lawyers and petty civil officials. Complaints about the brutal behavior of drunken officers and soldiers who terrorized civilians and fired their weapons indiscriminately in city streets filled the newspapers of Denikin's Russia that summer. In Rostov, soldiers took food, wine, and wealth from unarmed civilians at gunpoint, and one white general openly sold protection to the city's gambling dens. Violence became a way of life as the Whites failed utterly to bring a rule of law to the lands they governed. Surprisingly, they now called these areas occupied territory, not liberated lands, and treated the men and women of what once had been their homeland as conquered enemies. The fundamental bases of civil liberties are violated throughout the territory occupied by the Volunteer Army. A South Russian trade union Congress complained that summer as its members reported illegal arrests, robbery, and murder by Denikin's civil and military officials. Eventually, the people of South Russia came to prefer predictable and orderly exploitation at the hands of the Reds rather than face the capricious and uncontrolled rapacity of the Whites. When that moment came, all hope for the White cause collapsed. Denikin took no part in such corruption and remained poor while others grew rich. "My last pair of trousers has come apart and my summer tunic is too short to cover them," he replied simply when one of his aides asked why he continued to wear a winter overcoat that summer. To set an example, Denikin turned back half of his pay to the Volunteer Army's treasury, and General Lukomsky accepted a salary that barely provided food for himself and his wife. Yet men such as these were tiny islands in the midst of a swollen sea of corruption. Helplessly, Denikin looked on as officers in whom he had placed his trust stole, swindled, took bribes, and peddled influence. "From the lowest to the highest, the Russian people has fallen so low that I cannot foretell when it will be able to rise from the mire," he lamented in a letter to his wife that spring. Yet, unlike Wrangel, who readily ordered men shot or hanged for theft and drunkenness, Denikin remained reluctant to order the brutal punishments needed to curb the greed of Russia's would-be liberators and always drew back from doing so. Nor would the majority of his senior officers, most of whom declined to follow Wrangel's example, take stem measures. Dedicated to drunkenness and debauchery, Maimaevsky could be counted upon to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to such goings-on. General Shkuro, who readily condoned banditry, scarcely could be expected to put an end to the black market any more than could Generals Pokrovsky and Slashchev, both of whom permitted widespread looting. All of them encouraged pogroms against the large population of Jews in South Russia and allowed their officers and men to rob and rape freely. "Depravity has reached the point of absolute shamelessness," wrote Father Georgii Shavalsky, the chaplain of Denikin's armies. "Thievery, speculation, corruption, and outright shamelessness have rotted the army's spirit. A pillaging army is not an army," he concluded sadly. "It is nothing but a gang of thieves." Too late, Denikin realized his mistake. "We should have started at the top in our efforts to wipe out corruption," he wrote in his memoirs. "Instead of that, we went after the rank and file." Transferred to the military sphere, such massive corruption quickly proved destructive. While Denikin's desperate commanders tried to break through Red fortifications with infantry, British tanks sat on the dock at Novorossiysk. Although Hodgson found it was always possible for a local profiteer to bribe railway officials and obtain freight cars on a colossal scale, it proved impossible to find trains or trucks to move the tanks inland. "One night," Hodgson noted sadly, "a typical Black Sea storm caused one of the tanks to slip its moorings, and the whole consignment of 10 slid quietly to the bottom of the harbor." Nor was that an isolated instance. While men dying from typhus and dysentery lay on rotting, lice-infested sacks, Hodgson watched the equipment for an entire 200-bed British hospital disappear at wharfside. Beds, blankets, sheets, mattresses, and pillows disappeared as if by magic, he reported. They found their way to the houses of staff officers and members of the Kuban government. Denikin's decision to advance while these problems plagued his rear was not so much a product of wishful thinking as his critics have insisted, for there were solid arguments to be made in support of his plan. Certainly the momentum that he had won by his rapid advances that spring and summer would have been lost had he waited to consolidate his position as General Wrangel urged him to do. Furthermore, if it was not to be overwhelmed by the mass army that Trotsky had begun to create, the volunteer army had to increase its numbers, and that could be done only if Denikin advanced into Russia's more densely populated center. Denikin therefore had to take the limited opportunity that fate presented in mid-1919. He had no choice but to make the most of it. Denikin's victories stirred a bitter debate within the Red High Command about whether to continue its victorious advance against Kolchak's armies in Siberia or to strengthen the sagging southern front against Denikin. More cautious now that he had become commander-in-chief of the Red Armed Forces than when he commanded the Bolshevik Siberian Front, Vatsitas urged that the Reds halt their advance at the Urals and use the coming winter to assemble the reserves needed to launch a final, crushing blow against Kolchak in the spring of 1920. Certain that the chief threat now lay in the south, Trotsky shared Vetsudis's opinion, but Sergei Kamenev, a 38-year-old former Tsarist colonel who had replaced Vetsudis on the Siberian front, took a different view. Convinced that Vetsudis and Trotsky had overestimated Kolchak's reserves, Kamenev argued that Kolchak could be crushed that winter if the Red Army continued its pursuit. Even if the High Command diverted several of his divisions from the Eastern Front to strengthen its forces in the south, Kamenev insisted that the fighting must continue in the east. To end the debate, Vetsudis replaced Kamenev with General Samolov, a former Tsarist officer who had commanded the 10th Army before the revolution. Yet Samolov brought neither sound strategy nor common sense to his new command. When he changed the direction of his main attack 5 times in 10 days, even Trotsky had to agree to Kamenev's reinstatement. The conflict between Vetsudis and Kamenev masked a far more sinister and deadly rivalry. The feud between Stalin and Trotsky that had raged so openly during the siege of Tsaritsyn in the summer and fall of 1918 had by no means ended when Wrangel had stormed the city. As each rival watched for openings to attack the other, Stalin quickly displayed the virtuosity at party infighting that would make him Lenin's successor in less than a decade. When Kamenev proved correct in his estimate of Kolchak's forces, Stalin therefore moved quickly against Vetsudis and, on July 3, 1919, convinced the Bolshevik Central Committee to name Kamenev as a replacement for Trotsky's hand-picked commander-in-chief. At the same time, Vetsudis and 3 of Trotsky's close friends on the key Revolutionary War Council were removed and replaced by Kamenev and 3 other reliable allies. 88 As Commissar for War, Trotsky remained the council's chairman, but Stalin's allies could outvote him by a margin of 2-1. This new balance of forces on the Revolutionary War Council produced a decisive shift in the Bolshevik strategy. As carefully chosen units under Tukhachevsky and the brilliant peasant cavalryman Vasily Blücher drove Kolchak's forces from western Siberia and seized the key city of Zlatoust with its large armory, the Red High Command shifted the bulk of its forces to the south, where the powerful 9th and 10th Red Armies formed the core of Kamenev's assault forces. Then, with troops from the Eastern Front strengthening his force as he marched along the Volga toward Tsaritsyn, Kamenev planned to continue his attack southwestward through the Don Valley against Novocherkassk and Rostov. Judged on purely military grounds, it was a sound plan. The recapture of Tsaritsyn would prevent Denikin from linking his forces with the Whites in Siberia, and Red control of the Tsaritsyn-Novocherkassk-Rostov line would make it impossible for him to receive the Allied supplies that were pouring into Novocherkassk by separating the Kuban from the Don lands. Immediately, Trotsky attacked Kamenev's plan. While Kamenev, the graduate of the Imperial General Staff Academy, thought first of strategy, Trotsky, the revolutionary tactician, thought more in terms of the political and social revolution he had so carefully shaped. If it had not been a time of civil war, he later wrote, Kamenev's plan would have been perfectly correct. As it was, however, a Red assault against the Don lands would only drive everyone capable of bearing arms in that region into the ranks of the White Army. 90 from Tsaritsyn to Rostov, Trotsky warned, Red armies would be operating in hostile territory, for the Cossacks had shown themselves unsympathetic to the Bolsheviks in the past and now would join firmly with Denikin in defense of their homes and lands. He therefore argued that the main blow against Denikin must be centered upon the Donbass and aimed toward Kharkov and Ekaterinoslav further to the west. Although it would be more difficult to move troops from the Eastern Front to the Donbass than to the Volga, such a campaign would have the great advantage of fighting in areas that had heavy concentrations of industrial workers, who resented their recent liberation by the Whites and remained sympathetic to the Bolsheviks. The advantages of operating in territory inhabited by a friendly population, with a dense network of roads and railways to bring in reinforcements, ammunition, and weapons, Trotsky insisted, would more than offset the difficulties of attacking Denikin's stronger center rather than his weaker flank. 2 days after they had relieved Vetsudis, the Bolshevik Central Committee voted to follow Kamenev's strategy in the south. Certain that the error of the plan was clear beyond any doubt, Trotsky offered to resign as Commissar of War and to leave the Central Committee and the Revolutionary War Council. At that point, Lenin intervened, anxious to keep Trotsky's services, and fearful that any open discord between the man who had led the October uprising in Petrograd and forged the Red Army would produce great disquiet. He insisted that Trotsky's resignation could not be accepted. To show his personal confidence, he issued a blanket endorsement without reservation of any order that his Commissar of War might issue. Time soon proved Trotsky correct and justified his apprehensions to the fullest. In mid-August, some 50,000 troops of the elite 8th and 9th Red Army struck at Tsaritsyn, while General Solovychev, who once had served under Denikin on Russia's southwest front in 1917, led 40,000 less experienced troops against the main force that Denikin had sent from Kharkov and the Donbass toward Moscow. With the disputes in their high command not yet resolved, the Reds proved no match for the Whites, and Solovychev's advance quickly turned into a retreat. "What is going on?" Lenin wrote angrily to the Revolutionary War Council. "We outnumbered the enemy 4-1. What is happening? How did we let such chances slip through our fingers?" When, after 6 weeks of hard fighting, Wrangel finally halted the Red advance against Tsaritsyn, it became clear that Kamenev's strategy was in danger of failing. In early September, the Whites reached Kursk. 10 days later, on September 17th, Shkurov's cavalry took Voronezh, and at the end of the month, Denikin's 1st Army Corps stormed Orel. 100 miles to the northeast lay the Great Tula Armory, for 2 centuries the largest producer of rifles for Russia's army. 120 miles directly north of Tula stood Moscow, which now seemed very much in danger. As the Reds struggled to launch a counteroffensive against Denikin, the cavalry of the Don Cossack General Mamontov wrought havoc in their rear. Recruited from among those Cossack communities which had suffered especially at the hands of the Bolsheviks, Mamontov's 8,000 cavalrymen broke through the Reds' front on August 10th and began a lightning campaign that caught their opponents completely off guard. Moving swiftly across the monotonous flatness of Russia's Black Earth region, long famed for the richness of its soil and the fullness of its crops, Mamontov's Cossack cavalrymen were in the provincial capital of Tambov within a week. From there they moved north by northwest to Rainenburg, and then, when their Red pursuers increased in number, they turned south by southwest and burned and looted their way to Voronezh, once headquarters of the 5th Imperial Army Corps, which stood near the confluence of the Voronezh and Don rivers. On September 19th, 40 days and 500 miles after they had begun their foray, they burst through the Reds' front once again and joined General Shkurov's Kuban Cossack cavalry some 50 miles south of Voronezh. Mamontov's raid planted kernels of apprehension in the hearts of many Bolshevik commanders. Yet cavalry such as his could not be relied upon consistently, because it served itself before it served any larger goals. Himself insubordinate too often, Mamontov undercut much of the tactical advantage that could have been derived from his raid on Bolshevik supply lines by ranging over too large an area rather than concentrating on the rear of the powerful 8th and 9th Red Armies, which were pressing so hard against Wrangel's defenses at Tsaritsyn. Too much dedicated to plundering enemy towns and cities, and too little subjected to proper discipline, his raging cavalrymen eventually inflicted nearly as much damage upon the Whites as they did the Reds. "An army taught by the example of its leaders to loot and drink," Wrangel remarked angrily, "could not restore Russia." Indeed, Mamontov's cavalrymen's brutal pillaging caused many Russians who might otherwise have supported the White cause to turn against it, for the Cossacks drew few distinctions between Bolshevik property and that of peasants, workers, merchants, or nobles. Despite its long-range failings, Mamontov's raid still counted as another in Denikin's string of impressive victories. Now the great southern ports of Novorossiysk, Odessa, and Nikolaev lay to his rear. So did the important industrial and trading centers of Kharkov, Kursk, Rostov, and Tsaritsyn. With about 40 million people, roughly equal in population to modern France, Denikin's domain was more than 3 times its size, with nearly 750,000 square miles of territory. By the end of September 1919, his advance units stood slightly more than 200 miles south of Moscow, and there was good reason for the Reds to fear further White victories that fall. As Denikin made ready to continue his advance against Tula, the British-supported White armies of General Nikolai Yudenich were approaching Petrograd in the north, so that both Red capitals were threatened simultaneously. The tone of Bolshevik directives therefore became increasingly strident and bitter. Soviet power would remain to avenge the deaths of working men and women long after the Whites had gone, Trotsky wrote threateningly at one point. All provincial counter-revolutionary vermin who were inclined to support the Whites, he warned, should keep that in mind. Everything must be thrown into the battle to save Bolshevism. Every reserve of revolutionary energy that our party possesses must be used in the struggle against Denikin. A circular from the Central Committee announced at the end of September. Denikin must be destroyed, and will be destroyed, by a new upsurge of our proletarian communists' revolutionary will. At the end of September, Few whites saw anything beyond desperate posturing in such proclamations. For a moment, even Denikin had visions of reaching Moscow before winter. "Do not worry," he told the cadet leader Nikolai Ostrov at one point. "I will drink tea in your house in Moscow." Yet, as Denikin's armies scored their most dramatic triumphs, the terrible uncertainties that plagued his rear began to take a toll. Far too quickly, his subordinates had established too many institutions in the newly liberated territories that seemed dangerously reminiscent of the regime that had been overthrown in 1917. They kept saying that it was terrible under the Bolsheviks, that it was impossible to live under a Soviet regime, one observer wrote. But they never made clear precisely what political and social structure they proposed to set up in place of the Soviet one. Old officials, old landlords, old policemen were apt to follow in the wake of Denikin's victorious armies, another commentator added, and their authority was too readily and too often defended by Cossack whips, just as it had been in the days of the old regime. Men and women of wealth and rank looked for the rebirth of the world from which they had been driven in 1917 in the south of Russia. "Look! Look!" One cadet happily greeted a friend as he arrived in Ekaterinodar after Denikin's government had been established there. "There are our gendarmes, yes, indeed our old, pre-revolutionary gendarmes." Such obvious delight at seeing again those who represented the long-discredited institutions of the old order left too many with the fear that a white victory would herald a triumph of reaction and a return of the old regime. In September 1919, these fears kindled the flames of revolt in the rear areas of Denikin's armies. Preferring the uncertainty of the Bolsheviks' brave new world to the possibility of returning to the crumbling edifices of old Russia, the peasants and workers began to shift their support from the whites to the reds. First on Denikin's left flank, and then in his rear, the peasant partisans of the anarchist leader Nestor Makhno seized large segments of the Ukraine. Other peasants launched other revolts in Denikin's rear, and the mountain tribesmen of Dagestan rose in insurrection. Even as he took Oral at the end of September, Denikin had to shift desperately needed reserves from his front to defend the security of his exploding rear areas as he and his generals turned to make war upon the very peasants they had sworn to save from the abuses of Bolshevism. At that moment, the Reds' new strength made itself felt all along Denikin's front. Between September 1st and November 15th, the Red High Command had increased its combat forces on the southern and southwestern fronts by more than 100,000 men. That they supplied those fronts with more than 4,400 machine guns and nearly 1,000 pieces of artillery showed that the Soviet weapons industry had begun to play a part in the conflict. Perhaps most important of all, the Reds finally matched the Whites' superior cavalry. During 1918 and part of 1919, Trotsky had opposed any thought of forming cavalry on the Red side because he saw it as an outdated weapon of an aristocratic old order that was in the process of withering away. Although his front commanders had called repeatedly for mounted troops, he had remained adamant until Mamontov's raid changed his mind. Then, suddenly fearful that cavalry had become the most powerful means for defense and attack in the hands of the most conservative and decaying classes, Trotsky insisted in September 1919 that Russia's workers and peasants must tear this weapon from their hands and make it their own. "A powerful cavalry is vital for the Soviet Republic," he concluded. "Red cavalrymen, forward! Proletarians to horse!" Others, especially Voroshilov and Stalin, the defenders of Tsaritsyn against Krasnov's Cossacks in the fall and winter of 1918, had understood the role that cavalry forces must play in the warfare of the Russian steppes long before Trotsky began to do so. Trotsky's ideological strictures to the contrary, the Bolsheviks set out to increase the cavalry forces at Tsaritsyn toward the end of 1918. To do so, they turned to Semen Mihailovich Budenyi, the son of a poor Cossack sharecropper who knew horses and horsemen as few other proletarian fighting men did at the time. Budenyi had been drafted into the Tsarist army in 1903 and had shown a natural talent for leadership. After the Russo-Japanese War, he had been appointed to the Imperial Cavalry Riding School in St. Petersburg, had graduated first in his class, and had entered the First World War as a sergeant major in the elite Imperial Dragoons. Always, Budenyi cast an imposing shadow. Tall and big-boned, his mustaches swirling upward dramatically in a pair of impressive handlebars. He had a well-deserved reputation for bravery and had won all the decorations for valor that the Imperial Army could bestow. Budenyi began his career as a Red Army commander just a few weeks after the October Revolution. During the next year, he led increasingly larger cavalry forces against the Whites, first in the Don lands and then at Tsaritsyn, where he formed a close alliance with Stalin and Voroshilov as men who believed in the new proletarian style of warfare that stressed mobility. With their support, Budenyi shaped his forces into the 1st Red Cavalry Corps, which became the 1st Red Cavalry Army at the end of 1919. Astride the best mounts that could be found on what remained of the Imperial stud farms, and denied the freedom to loot what their white counterparts enjoyed, Budenyi's horsemen soon proved more than a match for Mamontov's Cossacks. On October 24th, they decisively defeated the vaunted white cavalry at Voronezh. Within a month, Budenyi's 1st Cavalry Corps had driven a wedge between Denikin's right and his center. By early January 1920, Red cavalrymen cantered through the streets of Rostov-on-the-Don, the scene of the first white victory, in December 1917. Budenyi's first triumphs coincided with a major shift in the Reds' strategy. During late September and early October, Denikin's victories at Orel and Voronezh had thoroughly discredited Kamenev's grand strategy in the eyes of the Soviet High Command, and Trotsky had won their consent to split the cumbersome wedge that Kamenev had aimed at Tsaritsyn into 2 more mobile groups, each capable of striking against Denikin's main force in the vicinity of Orel and Kursk while they continued to apply pressure against Wrangel's defenses around Tsaritsyn. Now, Denikin's elite Kornilov and Markov divisions faced the Reds' best forces, not their weakest units, and with his few reserves tied down by Makhno's peasant partisan forces in the Ukraine, Denikin had nothing with which to shift the balance. Once Budenyi's victory at Voronezh had opened the way for the Reds to cross the Don and split the Don and volunteer armies, Denikin had no choice but retreat. As the towns and cities that the Whites had occupied so recently fell again to the Reds, Denikin struggled desperately to salvage the fortunes of his cause. Commanders who had failed to unite in victory now grew more acrimonious in defeat. When Denikin replaced Maimaevsky with Wrangel, and Wrangel sanctimoniously removed both Mamontov and Shkuro, the Cossacks' morale collapsed. By the end of the year, Mamontov's once seemingly invincible cavalry refused even to face Budenyi's forces. Bitterly disheartened, Denikin removed Wrangel from command just a fortnight after he had appointed him. By that time, the Reds had advanced more than 700 kilometers against Denikin's best forces. Although at some points more than 300 kilometers from their front headquarters, they continued to press on. Only at the end of February 1920 did their offensive come to a halt as Denikin's crumbling armies finally held firm on the banks of the Kuban River. Surrounded by conspiracies and intrigues, Denikin tried to rebuild his crumbling defenses while his commanders feuded more rancorously than ever. "I am sick at heart," he wrote to his wife as he complained of the power which has oppressed me like a heavy yoke and tied me like a slave to a cart too heavy to pull. He had just more than a month left before he would lose his command. On April 3, 1920, he left Russia forever after his army's senior officers had chosen General Wrangel to command in his stead. "I am spiritually broken and I am physically ill," he had told his new chief of staff a few days before he left on a quarter-century's journey that took him to Constantinople, London, Budapest, and Paris before he reached Ann Arbor, Michigan in 1947. "The army has lost faith in its leader and I have lost faith in the army." Denikin and the Cossacks had represented White Russia's best hope in 1919, but it had not been the only one. Earlier that year, events in Siberia had given rise to equally great hopes and expectations, as Admiral Alexander Kolchak's stern dictatorship had welded together those unlikely allies that had formed feuding white governments in Omsk, Samara, and Ufa earlier in 1918. Ranging across the entire political spectrum, from radical socialists who sang the Internationale at political meetings to reactionary former Tsarist officers who roared out the lines of "God Save the Tsar" in the cafes of Omsk, Siberian political life had been a morass of intrigue and violence during the year after the Bolsheviks had taken power. Kolchak had changed that in an instant. On the night of November 17 to 18, 1918, a number of officers and Cossacks of the Omsk garrison, probably with the approval of their superiors, had arrested several prominent socialist revolutionary politicians and installed Kolchak as supreme ruler. Summoning the Siberians to unity, to struggle with Bolshevism, to labor, and to sacrifices, Kolchak then launched a campaign against the Bolsheviks that took his armies nearly to the banks of the Volga in the spring of 1919 and threatened the Reds from the east at about the same time as Denikin was beginning his advance from the Kuban. Indeed, The rise and fall of the Arctic explorer-turned-dictator, whose great personal integrity contrasted so dramatically with the corrupt self-seeking of his associates, comprised one of the most striking episodes in the history of the Russian Civil War. Siberia's supreme ruler. While the Cossacks' long heritage as Russia's defenders drew some of the Bolsheviks' most prominent enemies toward the southern borderlands in 1918 and 1919, the vast spaces of Siberia stirred visions of freedom on a grand scale in the minds of many others. A place where nature and history had juxtaposed striking opposites, Siberia encompassed some of the world's most sparsely populated lands with its greatest accumulation of natural resources. A frozen white sea in winter, when it endured the most extreme cold of any inhabited region on Earth, Siberia became a mass of flowers in summer. More than a quarter of the world's timber grew within its boundaries, and for at least 300 years it had been Europe's richest storehouse of rare furs. Its mines yielded great supplies of gold, silver, and platinum. Its diamonds, rubies, and emeralds ranked among the finest in the world. Vast quantities of oil, coal, zinc, manganese, lead, copper, natural gas, and every mineral known to man still lay buried beneath Siberia's frozen surface at the beginning of Russia's Civil War. Her mighty rivers were among the world's most powerful, the potential source of billions upon billions of kilowatts once they were harnessed. No lake on the Eurasian continent came close to equaling the expanse of Siberia's Lake Baikal, and none in the world surpassed its depth of more than 6,000 feet. Men always had been awed by Siberia, but in 1918 they had just begun to learn the extent of her wealth and potential. The greater part of Siberia's mineral wealth is as yet lying waste, and is scarcely even known, a government source had noted in 1900. Even on the eve of the First World War, shortages of capital and labor still prevented many of Siberia's known gold deposits from being mined. Siberia's great distances, and the fact that much of its territory lay at latitudes well to the north of New York and Chicago, meant that time and space took on different dimensions within her boundaries. Daylight at midnight in summer became darkness at noon in the winter, and men counted distances not in single miles but in scores and hundreds. People who had not journeyed through Siberia could not imagine its vastness. In an effort to impart that sense to his readers, George Kennan, the American scholar and journalist who traveled across Siberia just before the Trans-Siberian Railway was built at the end of the 19th century, explained that, if a map of Siberia were drawn according to the scale used in Britain's famous Ordnance Survey maps, it would require a sheet of paper nearly a half-mile in width. To add to its many contrasts, history had made Siberia a land of great freedom and heavy servitude at one and the same time. Its more than 5 million square miles of land had remained untouched by the yoke of serfdom that had held millions of men and women in European Russia in bondage for centuries until the emancipation of 1861 had set them free. From the 17th century until the 19th, Siberia had been the home of semi-nomadic natives, hunters and Russian trappers who recognized no master but the Tsar and ranged freely across the vastness of Eurasia to gather the pelts of the elusive ermine, sable, lynx, fox, marten, and otter. Later, miners and a few settlers had joined them. Combined with a goodly number of men and women dedicated to turning a fast ruble, these rough and ready folk had made 19th-century Siberia into a version of America's Wild West magnified by at least a factor of 10 and set against an oriental backdrop that made it all the more exotic and complex. In this land of great cold and great natural wealth, hard drinking and hard living took a heavy toll. Vodka was Siberia's universal currency, its universal entertainment, its universal plague, and the basis upon which a number of eminent and respectable men built great fortunes. Gennady Yudin, the Siberian bibliophile whose great library forms an important part of the Library of Congress's Slavonic collection, parlayed a handful of rubles into a fortune worth millions by building a distillery in Krasnoyarsk. By the time of the Russo-Japanese War, Karbon, the Aladdin city, that the Russians built at the end of the 1890s on a land concession obtained from the Chinese in Manchuria, had a distillery that produced 3 million gallons of vodka a year, and there were dozens more whose output was equally large. As in all boomtown cultures, Siberians generally preferred to dispense vice and vodka than to foster learning. In the late 1880s, Kennan discovered from official sources that Siberia had at least 30 taverns for every school. If Siberia knew more freedom than other parts of Russia, it also served as the Tsar's greatest prison. To Siberia's mines and places of exile Russia's rulers sent more than 1 million men and women before the revolution, with the number of new victims rising well beyond 10,000 a year during the last decades of the 19th century. Hundreds of thousands of men and women found guilty of crimes ranging from murder to vagrancy dug gold and silver for the Tsar's treasury from Siberia's mines during the century before 1917. Over 100,000 more braved winter storms, raging rivers, perpetual hunger, and incessant fevers to build the Trans-Siberian Railway that, at the beginning of the 20th century, finally made it possible to travel from one end of the Russian Empire to the other by modem transportation. Men and women condemned to suffer the bonds of penal servitude aged quickly and died young. Too often they perished by their own hands rather than face years of physical abuse, psychological torment, malnutrition, and disease. Many of the men and women sent to Siberia thus found life hard beyond belief, and such revolutionaries as the Menshevik leader Martov, who contracted tuberculosis of the throat in the years during which he was condemned to live at the edge of the Arctic Circle, bore the scars of Siberian suffering to their graves. Yet others among the exiles found a surprising amount of freedom in the vast lands that stretched from the Ural Mountains to the Pacific. In the late 1850s, careless Tsarist authorities had allowed the revolutionary anarchist Mikhail Bakunin to travel so freely in Siberia that he eventually journeyed 2,000 miles down the Amur River to its mouth and boarded a ship for Yokohama to complete his escape. George Kennan found Alexander Kropotkin, younger brother of the well-known anarchist, living in a rather spacious log house with a good working library of 200 or 300 volumes, even though he had been exiled to Siberia for political untrustworthiness. Even at the end of the century, Lenin still found it possible during the 3 years he spent in Siberian exile to find the leisure and research materials needed to write The Development of Capitalism in Russia, a book long praised for its detailed statistical examination of Russia's agricultural development after the abolition of serfdom. During the 2 decades that separated Lenin's exile from the Bolshevik seizure of power in October 1917, the completion of the Trans-Siberian Railway transformed some of Siberia's towns and cities, the largest of which numbered less than 50,000 in 1890, into a string of boom towns that stretched from Chelyabinsk, in the eastern foothills of the Urals, to Vladivostok more than 4,000 miles to the east. Omsk, site of the infamous prison where Dostoevsky labored for 4 years and headquarters of the 4th Siberian Imperial Army Corps. Novonikolayevsk, a favorite gathering point for big game hunters in search of the elusive wapiti and ibex. Krasnoyarsk, the site of Yudin's distillery and home of the railway technical school built to train engineers for Siberia's railways. And Irkutsk, the Paris of Siberia, which stood 3,384 miles east of Moscow and boasted 2 professional theater companies, which its citizens subsidized to the tune of nearly 100,000 rubles a year, all soared to more than 80,000 inhabitants before 1914. Beyond Lake Baikal, Chita, famous as the place where 2 of Russia's most prominent princesses had joined husbands exiled for their part in the abortive Decembrist uprising of 1825, now served as the gateway from which travelers either continued their journeys on the Chinese Eastern Railway through Karbon to Vladivostok or boarded a river steamer at Sretensk for a 1,500-mile journey downstream to Khabarovsk, where they began another 500-mile rail journey to Vladivostok. These, and a number of other centers set astride the Trans-Siberian spur lines, grew at an unprecedented rate during the new century's first decade. The populations of Ekaterinburg, one of Western Siberia's key mining centers, and Tomsk, home of Siberia's only university, more than quadrupled between 1895 and 1914, and smaller cities grew even faster. Founded less than a quarter-century earlier, Karbon saw its population approach 100,000 by the beginning of the First World War. All things about Siberia, its climate, natural resources, daily life, and conditions of development, differed from those found anywhere else in Russia, and these made the revolution and civil war different there as well. Although revolution came quickly to Siberia along the railroads, it did not touch those towns and hamlets that lay beyond the railroad's reach until weeks and months later. The Civil War followed a similar course. In other parts of Russia, fighting spread out along broad fronts connected by major urban centers in late 1918 and 1919, as the armies of Denikin pressed north from the Kuban and those of Yudenik marched against Petrograd from Estonia's Baltic coast. As a result of Siberia's vastness, warfare centered more directly upon the railroads as armored trains plied the region's few rail lines to bombard railheads and vital industrial centers. Carrying their own fuel, weapons, troops, and food, these land-bound batships became fighting machines unto themselves. the destroyer and armored train used by the Cossack guerrilla Grigory Semenov in the Transbaikal region, carried a contingent of 57 men and officers, protected its 10 machine guns with half-inch armored plate backed by 18 inches of reinforced concrete, and carried 2 3-inch guns and 2 1-pounder cannon, while the Orlik, the famed eaglet built by civil engineers who fought as part of the Czech Legion, had guns mounted in armored turrets similar to those used in heavy battleships. Using the railways, the Bolsheviks had established Soviet power in all of the major towns and cities between Chelyabinsk and Khabarovsk by February 1918. Thus, as the Bolsheviks' Chronicle of the Civil War in Siberia triumphantly recorded, Omsk, Tomsk, Irkutsk, Ekaterinburg, Chita, and Blagoveshchensk all had placed themselves under the authority of the Soviet of People's Commissars before the October Revolution celebrated its 4-month anniversary. Yet, by the time local Soviets took control of Vladivostok in May, the Bolsheviks' hold had begun to slip further to the west. As units of the Czech Legion moved triumphantly back and forth along the Trans-Siberian that spring and summer, Bolshevik power centers fell like ninepins. The Czechs took Novonikolaevsk, Chelyabinsk, and Tomsk before the end of May. Omsk fell on June 7th, Vladivostok before the end of the month, and Irkutsk in mid-July. Well before the end of September, all the remaining centers of Soviet power in Siberia had been destroyed. The Czech Legion was only in part responsible for the Reds' rapid collapse in the lands east of the Urals during the summer of 1918. Between the Volga and the Pacific, no less than 19 governments, some directed by sober men to promote the general welfare and others used chiefly to advance the self-interest of corrupt, self-serving leaders, arose to oppose the Bolsheviks. Most prominent among the former, the government of Kamyk in Samara and the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia in Omsk, vied to establish their claims as the Constituent Assembly's legitimate heirs since both had been formed by men and women whom the Bolsheviks had driven from Petrograd's Constituent Assembly chamber in January 1918. Each mistrusted the other, and neither could establish hegemony in Siberia on its own. Nor could either become a focal point for Siberia's anti-Bolshevik forces. Until late 1918, Siberia's whites remained fragmented, disunited, and working at cross purposes, despite the efforts of responsible Russians and their anxious allies to unite them. None proved more persistent in urging such unity upon the warring Russians that summer and fall than the French and the Czechs. At 2 conferences at Chelyabinsk, first in mid-July and again in late August, both tried in vain to establish some sense of common interest among the contentious Russian whites but failed to accomplish anything beyond emphasizing the conflicts that separated them. A struggle for power between Samara and Omsk had become inevitable, one member of the Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia wrote, even before the Second Chelyabinsk Conference opened. By August, as petty politicians squabbled more over precedents than principles, the 2 governments actually became embroiled in a tariff war over freight shipments, including weapons and other war material, that passed across the Urals. That this would make it possible for the Red Army to destroy its enemies bit by bit, one white general wrote sadly, evidently never occurred to them. If squabbling politicians seemed unable to see the forest for the trees, the men in command of Siberia's military forces saw the need for unity more clearly. The army and its officers are awaiting an all-Russian government, one observer reported. Supported by the Allies, who wanted a single stable white government to replace Siberia's confusing array of petty political centers working at cross purposes, senior military officers began to insist that politicians cut short their senseless chatter and concentrate upon supporting their efforts to beat back new Red attacks. As the Siberian summer neared its end, politicians and soldiers agreed to debate the question of unification once more at Ufa, the capital of Bashkiria and the last city before the railroad from Moscow crossed the Urals and connected with the Trans-Siberian. Founded during the reign of Ivan the Terrible as an outpost from which to collect tribute and impose the power of Moscow upon the warlike Bashkirs, Ufa in 1918 preserved little of its military beginnings. Described by Baedeker a few years earlier as prettily situated in the European foothills of the time-worn Ural Mountains at the confluence of the Belaya and Ufa rivers, Ufa was irreparably scarred by the soul-chilling boredom of Russia's provinces. It suffered from the not particularly lively character of a provincial town. One observer wrote in a masterful understatement, even though its population of slightly more than 100,000 had more than doubled since the beginning of the century. Because life in Ufa moved at the turgid pace that had stirred the scorn of every major Russian urban writer since Alexander Pushkin, the descent of more than 150 delegates representing 14 different Siberian governments, and 9 political parties and groups upon its Grand Siberian Hotel at the beginning of September created a particular stir. Flags, placards bearing political slogans, and huge crowds milling in the streets were not a part of everyday life in any Siberian city, and particularly not in Ufa. Although the Siberian whites had failed repeatedly to unite, the Ufa delegates all spoke of unity as their chief concern. As he called the conference to order at its opening session on the evening of September 8, Nikolai Avksentiev, Russia's Minister of Internal Affairs in August 1917 and President of the Council of the Republic on the eve of Kerensky's fall, called upon the delegates to take a solemn oath not to leave this place without establishing a unified Russian state. Russia could no longer afford the luxury of fragmented political allegiances. The time had come, he insisted, to create at last, out of all the scattered fragments of our land, one mighty, free, independent Russian state. Treason had built its nest at the very heart of Russia, he warned. Only a strong government inspired with the ideal of Russia's freedom and independence could repel the enemy trampling underfoot the Russian people, its liberty and state. As Avksentiev spoke, events added substance and urgency to his words. Already, Trotsky had begun to assemble assault units on the Middle Volga for the attack that would return Kazan to Bolshevik hands 2 days later. The fall of Kazan on September 10, and young General Tukhachevsky's success in breaching the Volga at Simbirsk 2 days afterward, put the Comic government in serious danger and put its rivals on notice that the time left for settling differences had grown very short. As their representatives debated the form that a unified government should take, one Siberian government after another relinquished its claims in favor of a single source of authority. On September 23, the Ufa State Conference proudly announced that the supreme authority throughout the entire Russian state has been entrusted to the Provisional All-Russian Government, which would be composed of an elected directorate of 5 people. Both socialists and non-socialists had a place. Among the former, Avksentiev, the moderate socialist Nikolai Tchaikovsky, who at that moment presided over the supreme administration of the North at Arkhangelsk, and Petr Volогодsky, a socialist revolutionary attorney from Tomsk who had led the provisional government of autonomous Siberia that spring and summer as the chairman of its Council of Ministers, were the conference's first choices, while Nikolai Ostrov, who was far away in Denikin's newly captured Ekaterinodar, and General Vasily Boldyrev, who had risen from a poor peasant family to command Russia's Fifth Army on the eve of the October Revolution, represented Russia's liberals and moderates. Boldyrev became commander-in-chief of the Directorate's armed forces. Clearly, the Directorate could hardly claim to be all-Russian, given the existence of Tchaikovsky's supreme administration of the North and Denikin's government in the south. That proved to be all the more the case when both Tchaikovsky and Ostrov refused the posts the Ufa Conference offered them. The Ufa Conference therefore replaced Ostrov and Tchaikovsky with Vladimir Zenzanov, a socialist revolutionary who had served on the executive committee of the Petrograd Soviet in 1917, and Vladimir Vinogradov, a Moscow-educated cadet attorney who had lived much of his life in Siberia and had been elected to the 3rd and 4th Dumas as a delegate from Astrakhan. Together, in General Boldyrev's words, these men took shelter in the Grand Siberian Hotel in a city thick with intrigue and hostility to proclaim that, in the name of saving our homeland from final ruin, and at the unanimous request of representatives of all classes and sections of the population, the all-Russian provisional government would establish a united, independent, free, and great Russian state. As Trotsky's revived Red armies pressed eastward past Kazan and Simbirsk toward Samara, it was clear that the Bolsheviks thought otherwise. So did a number of socialist revolutionaries who angrily repudiated the meeting at Ufa as a Walpurgis night, a night of witches and sorcerers. At the other end of the political spectrum, the conservatives in the provisional government of autonomous Siberia and elsewhere continued to demand a dictatorship to unify Siberia's diverse political forces. The Ufa State Conference's effort to create unity out of Siberia's chaos had failed even before it had a chance to begin. Although obvious in retrospect, that failure was not immediately apparent to Avksentiev and his colleagues, and the disdain of both left and right did not prevent them from trying to establish a government at Omsk during October. As they labored to organize a stable council of ministers, the thick cloud of intrigue that had enveloped Omsk since the day of their arrival grew darker and more ominous. Plots and counterplots simmered in out-of-the-way corners, back rooms, government offices, and military headquarters as conservatives and socialists laid plans to rid themselves of each other. "There's murder in the streets," General Boldyrev wrote in his diary in late October, as knives, pistols, and garrotes began to claim their prey. The authorities frequently could not determine whether the victims had fallen at the hands of bandits or political assassins because both flourished so abundantly in the atmosphere of treachery, violence, and disdain for the law that pervaded Omsk that fall. More and more clearly, a strong government led by a resolute leader seemed to be the only solution to the problems that the Omsk authorities faced. Yet even ineffective efforts to bring order out of chaos stirred other fears, especially among men who owed their prime allegiance to the left. "Repression and the general political situation in Siberia frighten me greatly," Zenzinov confided to his diary in mid-October. With characteristic exaggeration, he added, "Military cliques reign supreme everywhere." The military had not yet become supreme, but soon it would be. A fortnight later, Zenzinov's apprehension had deepened appreciably. "We live, as it were, on a volcano which is ready to erupt at any moment," he and Avksentyv wrote in a joint letter to some of their socialist revolutionary comrades. "Every morning we sit and expect that they will come to arrest us." In vain, the Directorate sought a middle path and proclaimed their profound belief that every part and nationality of the great Russian state would unite in a single mighty whole, under the resolute guidance of the all-Russian supreme authority, to lead our tormented fatherland out of the abyss of disintegration. They had delayed too long. Events of Russia's civil war were moving quickly to push them to one side as men and women left too long in uncertainty began to look for a leader resolute enough to respond effectively to the advancing Red armies. Ironically, as October neared its end, the Czechoslovak Legion became the only military force willing to defend the Directorate, yet its soldiers did so only at the cost of abandoning the front they had held against the Bolsheviks for 5 months. "The way to Ufa is almost entirely open," a worried Boldyrev noted in his diary on October 15. "The 1st Czechoslovak Division has abandoned the front." A fortnight later, he reported that all the Czechs had gone to the rear to re-establish order. Yet, even as the Czechs urged decisive action, the Directorate refused to use its last weapon of self-defense effectively. "Everyone is afraid that we are not resolute enough to hold power," Boldyrev confessed at the beginning of November. "This disturbs the advocates of stern authority immensely. It disturbed the Czechs even more. Still sympathetic to socialist ideals, they remained ready for one moment more to support men such as Zyazanov and Avksentyv against the rising wave of sentiment in favor of a Siberian dictatorship." Within 2 days, one Czech officer told Avksentyv and Zenzinov, "We can clear Omsk of all the reactionary scoundrels." 33 The Directorate thought that too high a price to pay for safety. "The Directorate," General Boldyrev insisted proudly, "does not shoot people and does not put them in prison." In disgust, the Czechs abandoned the struggle. As the armies of Germany and Austria prepared to capitulate in the West, and as Masaryk announced Czechoslovak independence in Prague on October 28, they had no reason to continue their battle in the East. They had decided, one observer explained, that they had fought enough for Russia and that it was time to go home to a free Czechoslovakia. Without the Czechs, the Directorate had no defense against Siberia's rising call for a strong government. Just as the officers of the volunteer army had named Denikin a dictator to unify the ranks of the whites in South Russia at the time of Alexiev's death, so did Siberia's whites seek to replace rampant unfettered democracy with military dictatorship. They did so with a great deal more urgency than had the whites in the South. As October moved into November, few doubted that the time that remained for action had grown very short. Even as the Directorate finally formed a government at the end of October, more resolute men had begun to lay plans for its overthrow. "It is very disappointing," England's General Knox wrote in a document he signed with Boldyrev at that time, "that Russia's leaders have for so long failed to come to an agreement about the composition of a provisional government. We have the right to insist," he concluded, "that all personal and political interests be set aside, and that an authoritative government be formed which would place no obstacles in the way of establishing an army for the salvation of Russia." General Boldyrev knew that Knox already had found his candidate for the dictatorship he hoped would come in the wake of the Directorate's fall. In political and military circles, the preference for a dictatorship grows stronger and stronger, he noted in his diary at the end of October. Most likely, this idea will be tied in some way to Kolchak. Alexander Vasilyevich Kolchak, the man upon whom Russia's military men and allies had begun to focus their hopes in the fall of 1918, had turned 44 on November 4, the day the Directorate named him its Minister of War and Navy. Tall and dark, with piercing black eyes, a well-shaped aristocratic nose and an elegantly cleft chin, he looked every inch the hero whom rumor and legend proclaimed him to be. A proud Russian patriot and a man whose old-fashioned code of honor surrounded him with an aura of integrity in a milieu known for its corruption and self-interest, Kolchak had dedicated himself to following in die footsteps of his naval officer father from the moment he entered St. Petersburg's Naval Academy. Famed as a polar explorer and a friend of Britain's Admiral Jellicoe, he had a well-deserved reputation as one of the best officers in a navy whose history included few accomplishments and fewer victories. In October 1917, the Bolshevik seizure of power had found him at sea, en route to Russia's far eastern lands after a series of inconclusive diplomatic discussions in the United States, and he began his anti-Bolshevik career in Japan before he ever returned to Russia. For the next year, Kolchak moved between Japan and the Russian Asiatic mainland, at times attempting to organize white units in Manchuria and, at others, seeking a position in the British Armed Forces. During August 1918, Kolchak met several times in Japan with General Sir Alfred Knox, England's military attaché to Russia throughout the First World War and the anti-Soviet head of the military mission the British sent to Russia after the Bolsheviks took power. Any government that hoped to stand against the Bolsheviks, Kolchak told Knox, must lean on an armed force. Without an army and the will to use it, he insisted, any anti-Bolshevik government in Siberia would be a fiction and be destined to fall victim to anyone else who has an armed force at his disposal. Kolchak and Knox therefore agreed that only a military dictatorship could oppose the Bolsheviks in Siberia. Somewhat more than a month later, the two men traveled from Vladivostok to Omsk in Knox's special train. Knox already had reported to Britain's Director of Military Intelligence before they left Vladivostok that Kolchak was the best Russian for our purpose in the Far East. Kolchak's views about power and the obligation to use it mirrored the opinions that Undersecretary of State for Foreign Affairs Lord Robert Cecil had expressed to his colleagues in the British cabinet at the beginning of September 1918. Certain that half-baked constitutionalism could never restore order in Russia, Lord Cecil had concluded that only a provisional military government could hope to succeed in that Herculean task. Yet, if what he had gone on to call military dictatorship offered a solution to the immediate problem of Bolshevism, Cecil feared its long-term consequences. A permanent military despotism in Russia, he had warned his colleagues, would be a very serious menace to the peace of the world. Cecil therefore had concluded that the British must aim at securing military chiefs whom we can trust, while making ourselves indispensable to them so as to make it more difficult for them to slip out of control. Both Cecil and Knox wanted someone to head a white government in Siberia who would crush dissent and do their bidding. It was, Knox stated bluntly a few weeks later, a matter of indifference of what complexion the government may be so long as it is strong and just and willing and able to defend the new Russian army from internationalist and other harmful propaganda. Exactly how or whether the British advanced Kolchak's candidacy probably never will be known. Certainly the claim made by Colonel John Ward, commander of a small British detachment in Omsk, that my machine guns commanded every street leading to the Russian military headquarters, to make it impossible for sympathetic Czech units to come to the rescue of Kolchak's opponents adds substance to the view that the British played an important part in Kolchak's coup d'état, and Zenzinov's report that Knox once recommended that Chernov, the Socialist Revolutionary's founder and most respected leader, ought to be shot strengthens that image. But other evidence points in the opposite direction. Without doubt, Knox and Kolchak had become friends, and as a friend, the English general enjoyed considerable influence. Yet Knox on occasion tried to slow the march of events, not hasten it. Early in November he evidently warned Kolchak that any attempt to overthrow the Directorate would at present be fatal. He then left Omsk and did not return for nearly a month. When the coup that overthrew the Directorate occurred, Knox was in Vladivostok, more than 3,500 miles to the east. While Knox appears to have remained cautious, others in Siberia had grown very impatient. Although the socialist revolutionaries had preserved a more effective organization east of the Urals than elsewhere in Russia, Siberia nonetheless remained a stronghold of conservative opinion in which thousands of former Tsarist army officers found support among thousands more anti-Bolshevik politicians and relatively prosperous peasants. In addition to Siberia's many avowed monarchists, the cadets played a prominent role in white politics that winter. Even more than those of their comrades who had followed Milyukov and Ostrov to the south, the Siberian cadets placed their faith in authoritarian principles, called for firm statesmanlike authority and businesslike administration, and put their hope for the future in a strong dictatorship. The time of charming myths and illusions has passed. A cadet speaker had announced to stormy applause in Omsk that summer. Public opinion has come to the conclusion that, in a country where the passions of civil war are raging, there must inevitably be established a firm one-man authority capable of saving the state. Now disdainful of democracy and openly hostile to socialism, the cadets had little confidence in the socialist-dominated directorate. Neither did the Cossacks and former Tsarist officers who filled the cafes and assembly halls of Omsk as winter returned in full force. By mid-November, few among them were not willing to see the directorate overthrown. Knox and his British comrades therefore needed to do little more than lend a sympathetic ear, and there is little to indicate that they did more than that before the coup broke out. Certainly, no hard evidence has yet come to light to support the repeated French claim that the British brought Kolchak to power in an effort to prevent them from strengthening their influence in Siberia that winter. Although murky questions about who stood behind the plots and conspiracies that fouled the Omsk air in mid-November must remain unanswered, the sequence of events of the coup d'état that overthrew the directorate on the night of November 17, 1918, is clear enough. After dinner that evening, Avksentyv and Zenzanov went to a private meeting at the apartment of Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs Yevgeny Rogovsky, who, like them, belonged to the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Around midnight, a group of Cossack officers stormed into the apartment, arrested Avksentyv, Zenzanov, Rogovsky, and a member of the Socialist Revolutionary Central Committee and dragged them into the street, where about 300 men, according to Avksentyv's account, surrounded them, loaded them into a truck, and took them to an army headquarters on the outskirts of Omsk. Long before the sun rose on the morning of November 18th, 3 leading socialist members of the Directorate and its Council of Ministers thus found themselves under heavy guard by officers who thought their political views dangerous if not outright seditious. Word of the arrest spread quickly. Premier Vologodsky received word almost immediately and called an emergency meeting of the new government. "The Directorate has been arrested," his secretary announced as he made the calls. "There's to be an emergency meeting of the Council of Ministers immediately." Kolchak, who had just returned from a tour of frontline positions, was among the first to appear when the ministers began to assemble sometime before 6 that morning. Without much discussion about how to secure the release of Avksentyv, Zenzanov, and their comrades or punish the men who so flagrantly had violated the law by placing them under arrest, the cadet attorney Vinogradov, in addition to Vologodsky, the only member of the Directorate still at liberty in Omsk, posed the question, "Will we have a dictatorship?" Briefly, the council considered the question and, among the ministers appointed by the Directorate, all but one voted to replace the government that had put them in power with a dictator. "I lived through some minutes of extreme agitation," one member later wrote. "Who could be dictator? After our theoretical discussions about the form of governmental power, we had to face this fateful question." It appears that Kolchak and the Army's Chief of Staff both proposed General Boldarev, the Commander-in-Chief, who at that moment was 700 miles to the west in Ufa. Yet Boldarev was at best a man of regional reputation whose name commanded little recognition outside of Siberia. Only Kolchak, the friend of British generals and admirals, renowned polar explorer and resolute naval commander who, rumor had it, had been ruthless in crushing socialist agitation when he had commanded the Black Sea Fleet in 1917, had the prestige to become a credible dictator. When the council members voted that morning, all but one cast his ballot for Kolchak. Daylight still had not yet lightened the leaden Siberian winter sky on the morning of November 18, 1918, when Alexander Kolchak became supreme ruler and commander-in-chief of all the land and naval forces of Russia. Taking up the cross of this authority under the extremely difficult conditions of civil war, he telegraphed to all parts of Siberia, "I shall follow neither the path of reaction nor the fatal course of partisan politics. My main objective will be to organize an effective army and to triumph over Bolshevism. Kolchak's terms would not be easy, and he did not promise the glorious future that Lenin and Trotsky perpetually held before their audiences. Fellow citizens, he concluded as he took up the reins of power offered to him by the crumbling directorate, I summon you to hard work and to suffering. All in the same day, he ordered the socialist revolutionary ministers freed, arranged to have them escorted safely out of Russia, appointed a special court to investigate the circumstances of their illegal arrest, and promoted 3 of the officers who had broken into Rogovsky's apartment on the night of November 17th. 2 of them were promoted to the rank of colonel. Their leader received the rank of major general. Kolchak might well speak of the time when the people will freely choose the form of government they desire. In the meantime, socialists would find life very difficult under his regime. Kolchak had no illusions about the dimensions of the crisis that faced him when he took power in Omsk. Russia is broken into parts, her economy is in shambles, and she has no army, he announced at a meeting to which he had summoned the editors of several Siberian newspapers. They call me a dictator, he went on. Well, let it be so. After reminding his listeners that the Roman Senate had named dictators to guide the Republic in times of crisis, he assured them that he viewed his appointment as supreme ruler in similar terms. I am firmly convinced, he told them, that a government can function and develop in our times only on the basis of firm democratic foundations, and Bolshevism, he warned, betrayed those precepts. Everything must be dedicated to a merciless, implacable struggle against the Bolsheviks. He insisted, and the army must be restored immediately for that purpose. Like Denikin, Kolchak saw the army as the key to Russia's future. If the intelligentsia is the brain of a nation, he concluded, its army is the source of its strength and its fortress. Only a strong army could defeat the Bolsheviks, unite Russia, and make it possible to summon the National Assembly that would shape Russia's future. Certain that only a madman would try to carry out such a program alone, Kolchak called Siberia's citizens to join him in the resurrection of Russia. It was one thing to speak of strong armed forces, a united people, legality, and order, but it was another thing entirely to create them out of the chaos that reigned in Siberia at the end of 1918. To shape the lands east of the Urals into a unified realm, Kolchak had to bring together pillaging bands of peasants and Cossacks who recognized no authority beyond their own, establish some grounds for common action between the feuding Japanese, Americans, and British intervention forces, all of whom had come to Siberia mainly to undercut each other's influence, and, at the same time, organize viable institutions of government. He could not control Siberia unless he held the Trans-Siberian Railway firmly, and none of the forces he commanded at the end of November 1918 held much of the Trans-Siberian east of Omsk. The Czech Legion held some sections, the Japanese held others, and the Americans held others still. Those sections not held by one of those 3 remained the domain of the 2 Cossack chieftains Semenov and Kalmykov, both of whom already had earned wide notoriety for their barbarity in a war that saw atrocities committed by both sides all too often. As Kolchak took power in Omsk, armed forces other than his own controlled 3,500 miles of the military lifeline upon which he depended. From the first, he would be dependent upon others for his survival. Kolchak drew his main support from the British, the armorers, and the financiers of his government. In him, they found the military strongman they had sought in Kornilov, Kaledin, and Krasnov. Here at last was a commander who spoke of legality, order, freedom, and firm democratic foundations and did not consign capitalists to the purgatory of world revolution. Perhaps best of all, he had come to power with the firm promise to undertake to pay in full all legitimate financial obligations of the Tsarist government. Kolchak, Knox reported, was honest, patriotic, and capable. The Americans recognized his patriotism, but doubted his dedication to democratic ideals and freedom, despite the urgings of their consul general at Irkutsk to lend him friendly sympathy and assistance in his efforts to restore law and order. Unmoved by such pleadings, General William Graves, commander of more than 8,000 American soldiers strung out along the Trans-Siberia Railway, reported repeatedly on the brutality of Kolchak's regime. Others supported his view. I must report, America's ambassador to Japan, wrote to his superiors in the State Department in mid-1919 that the Kolchak government has failed to command the confidence of anybody in Siberia except a small discredited group of reactionaries, monarchists, and former military officials. Still searching for a policy in Siberia, the Americans withheld recognition of Kolchak's government but sent arms, ammunition, and loans while its diplomats and politicians debated the supreme ruler's commitment to democracy. An effective fighting force and victory over Bolshevism, Kolchak had said when the Directorate collapsed, were to be his first concerns as supreme ruler. He had at his command the crumbling armies that had fought so well for the Comic government that summer, the armed forces of the fallen Omsk Directorate, and a number of independent Cossack units, some of which operated perilously close to the line that separated partisan warfare from brigandage. These numbered less than half of the anti-Red forces in Siberia at that time, but the others recognized Kolchak's authority only nominally or not at all. Supported by Japanese gold and weapons, the Cossack and peasant bandit forces of the self-styled atamans Grigory Semenov and Ivan Kalmykov now fought their own campaigns for their own purposes in Siberia. Kolchak could count upon them only in those rare instances when their aims coincided with his. Far more often, they threatened his supply lines and siphoned off desperately needed war material as it passed along the Trans-Siberian Railway through the territory under their control. Siberia also held close to 100,000 Allied troops, whose arrival in the summer and early fall of 1918 their governments had justified on the grounds that they would help the Czech Legion reopen the Eastern Front against Germany and Austria. The armistice signed on November 11 had eliminated that justification for intervention, but none of the Allied governments had dared openly commit their forces in Russia to fight against the Bolsheviks, although they obviously had been sent for that purpose. With the exception of units of the English Hampshire Regiment that had been in Omsk at the time of Kolchak's coup d'état, the Allied forces were spread along the 2,000 miles of eastern Siberian railroads that stretched from Lake Baikal to Vladivostok. At various times during the next 18 months, parts of these forces would be called upon to fight against the Reds, against Kolchak, against Semenov and Kalmykov, and against each other. Beyond these forces in late 1918, Siberia held a horde of ex-Tsarist officers who had remained aloof from the Siberian White Armies of 1918 because they opposed the presence of socialists in the governments they defended. Certain that socialists would have no place in Kolchak's government, these men now flocked to Omsk to join his forces and brought with them all of the most objectionable characteristics of the old Tsarist army. More concerned, as one American diplomat remarked, with the reconquest of former grafts than with fairness, justice, or the public welfare, too many of these men dedicated themselves to mindless discipline and the corrupt pursuit of personal advantage. The worst excesses of Tsarism and none of its virtues thus appeared in Kolchak Siberia, as these former Tsarist officers interpreted the supreme ruler's order to wipe out Bolsheviks in a particularly broad and brutal fashion. In Siberia, America's General Graves wrote in disgust, "The word Bolshevik meant a human being who did not give encouragement to the restoration to power of representatives of autocracy in Russia. Oh, draw together those forces who would serve him, and to woo those who remained neutral or uncommitted." Kolchak appealed to civic virtue. All officers, all soldiers, and all military support personnel must stand aloof from any form of politics. He announced less than a week after he took power in Omsk. "I insist," he went on, "that officers and soldiers exclude all political discussions and party conflicts from their midst." Like Denikin, Kolchak believed that the army must be the government's instrument and defender, not its moral arbiter or the creator of its policies. "Without an army there is no independence, no freedom, not even a state," he once wrote. The Siberian army, a new young army, held the key to life or death, well-being or misery. Only its victories could free Russia from Bolshevism and the threat of shameful slavery. Yet, to talk of victory in Omsk at the end of 1918 seemed nearly as absurd as it had been for Lenin to speak of victory in Moscow a few months before. Kolchak's rise to power as Siberia's supreme ruler had so incensed most of the Czech Legion's leaders that they had withdrawn their units from the conflict. Now concerned only to return to their newly independent homeland, the well-trained Czech and Slovak soldiers whose stubborn courage had played such a part in the White victories during the summer of 1918 turned their backs on the fighting. The soldiers who filled Kolchak's armies in their place needed boots, uniforms, weapons, ammunition, and training in how to use them. Dependent upon supply lines that stretched more than halfway around the globe from England, France, and the west coast of the United States, Kolchak's armies received war material only in fits and starts. Always they remained at the mercy of the Allies' uncertain commitments, the vagaries of Trans-Siberian railway schedules, and the goodwill of Semenov and Kalmykov, who, on more than one occasion, appropriated large Allied shipments for themselves. There's too much intrigue, too many power struggles, too much personal ambition and greed. One of the few honest officials in Kolchak's administration lamented to his diary. Staff and support groups served themselves generously to the clothing and boots that reached Kolchak's western front before they sent them on to men in the field. On occasion, senior staff officers went so far as to divert entire trains and sell their contents on the black market. With their men clothed in rags and shod only in bark shoes as they fought through snowdrifts, desperate commanders at the front began to take supplies from each other at gunpoint in the spring of 1919. Kolchak had come to power preaching victory over Bolshevism, at a time when Trotsky's new Red Army was marching from victory to victory on its eastern front. Led by the indefatigable 25-year-old idolizer of Napoleon and one-time Imperial page Mikhail Tukhachevsky, the First Red Army had stormed into the comic government's former capital at Samara on October 8, less than a month after it had smashed across the Volga at Simbirsk. Supported by the 4th and 5th Red Armies on his right and left flanks, Tukhachevsky then had pressed on to take both Orenburg and Ufa before the end of the year. By the beginning of 1919, his armies stood in the western foothills of the southern Urals. Further to Tukhachevsky's north, the Second Red Army had crossed the Volga above Kazan to march against Izhevsk, home of the Izhevsk Armament Works and nerve center of the best-known and most enduring working-class rebellion against the Bolsheviks during the entire Civil War. Early that August, Izhevsk had burst into revolt, and its citizens had formed the Izhevsk People's Army, which, within a month, had seized 8,000 square miles of territory with a population of nearly 1 million. The capture of Izhevsk by the Second Red Army after nearly a month of fighting on November 7 had crushed the revolt, but it left the Third Red Army on the extreme left flank of the front without support when the Reds had encountered heavy white opposition between Perm and Ekaterinburg. While the 2nd, 5th, 1st, and 4th Red Armies had advanced during the last weeks of 1918, the Third Army therefore had stumbled and then collapsed as its soldiers retreated 200 miles in 20 days. The morale and efficiency of the army were deplorable owing to the weariness of the units, the result of 6 months of continuous fighting without relief. Stalin and Dzerzhinsky concluded when they investigated the disaster. As the soldiers of the Third Red Army struggled through deep snow and temperatures that stood at 35 degrees below zero, their morale broke. The commanders of the Third Army's engineers and transport groups and many other senior officers defected to the Whites, causing Stalin and Dzerzhinsky to lash out once again at Trotsky's policy of recruiting former Tsarist officers into the Red Army. On the day before Christmas, the battle-weary soldiers of the Third Red Army, some of whom begged their comrades to shoot them to spare them from going on, finally gave up Perm, center of the Ural mining industry and home of the Motovilka artillery works. As the Whites stormed into the city, they captured a treasure trove of spoils. Reluctantly, the Reds admitted that their losses included at least 43,000 tons of coal, 1.2 million tons of ore, nearly 350,000 tons of smelted and manufactured metals, 297 locomotives, 3,000 freight cars, 250 machine guns, 20,000 rifles, 10,000 shells, 10 million rifle cartridges, and nearly 20,000 men. As heavy blizzards and paralyzing cold made further offensives impossible at the beginning of 1919, Reds and Whites regrouped their forces. Perhaps encouraged by the unexpected fall of Perm, probably enticed by the will-o'-the-wisp of linking his forces with the Anglo-American force in North Russia and launching a joint assault against Moscow, and certainly too envious of Denikin's growing success in the south to consider forcing his advance in that direction, Kolchak positioned nearly half of his 112,000 troops to face the 2nd and 3rd Red Armies in the northern Permyaka sector of his front more than 600 miles north and west of Denikin's forces. Anxious not to lose the momentum he had gained with the capture of Perm, Kolchak hurried to resume his offensive even though heavy snow still clogged the mountain passes that connected his front and rear. On March 6, he attacked the 5th Red Army, and within a week the Whites had retaken Ufa, split the Bolsheviks' eastern front at the point where the 5th and 2nd Red Armies joined, and broadened their advance to cover a front that stretched nearly 700 miles from the deep forests of the northern Urals to the Orenburg steppes. By the middle of April, The Whites had driven a wedge more than 100 miles wide between the 5th and 2nd Red Annies and had regained nearly 200,000 square miles of territory with a population of more than 5 million. Their advance units stood less than 60 miles from Samara, less than 70 from Simbursk, and a mere 56 miles from Kazan. At one point, ski detachments from some of Kolchak's northernmost positions met reconnaissance forces from the Russo-Allied forces in North Russia. It was the closest Kolchak's forces ever came to linking up with any other White front. For the Reds, Kolchak's victories represented an unlooked-for and shocking setback. At first, Lenin minimized the danger. "Victory will be ours," he promised at the end of March. "The Red Army is invincible because it has united millions of working peasants with the workers, who become steeled after slight reverses and are more and more boldly marching against the enemy. The enemies the Red Army faced in Siberia," he told a plenary meeting of the Moscow Soviet a few days later, "were the forces of a decrepit, dying, hopelessly sick old man, international capitalism." Nonetheless, he dared not conceal from his listeners that Kolchak's gangs of volunteer White Guards were of imposing dimensions and were receiving vast quantities of arms and munitions from England and the United States. "Kolchak's victories on the Eastern Front are creating an extremely grave danger for the Soviet Republic," he reported to the Bolshevik Central Committee a week after. "Our efforts must be exerted to the utmost to smash Kolchak." So serious did Lenin think the danger that he dared not rely only upon exhortation, political propaganda, and coercion to assemble the reserves needed to shore up the Bolsheviks' crumbling defenses in the foothills of the Urals. "It must be made clear to every mobilized man," he insisted, "that his immediate departure for the front will mean an improvement in his food situation. At the front," he promised Petrograd's hungry proletarians, "soldier workers will obtain food for themselves and will be able to send food parcels to their families. We need methods that are new, decisive, and revolutionary," he insisted. Shishkin, 1960, page 69. Guy, 1926, pages 11-12to, his comrades on the Bolsheviks' Central Committee. "By giving each volunteer the right to send 2 20-pound parcels of food home each month, and by allowing these parcels to be sent free of charge, we shall, at the same time, improve the food situation of our starving capitals and northern provinces." As always, Lenin and the Central Committee relied upon dedicated communists to instill courage in their less resolute comrades in the most dangerous areas of the front. Petrograd sent a special battalion of elite workers, and the Executive Committee of Penza Province sent a communist shock regiment. The West Russian city of Vitebsk assigned 1 union member in 5 to the struggle against Kolchak, and Novgorod assigned 1 out of every 2. Bolshevik party organizations in Moscow, Vologda, Kaluga, and Nizhny Novgorod sent at least 1 member in 10 and sometimes as many as 1 in 4. In April, nearly 1,000 dedicated communists joined the battered Third Red Army in the defensive positions it had taken up 100 miles to the west of Perm, while specially chosen men from 22 provinces converged on assembly points at Vyatka, Kazan, Simbursk, and Samara to march to the aid of their beleaguered comrades at the front. Before the end of May, some 20,000 Bolshevik party members and another 60,000 elite workers had been sent to the east. The newly organized Komsomol, the Communist Youth League, sent 3,000 of its best members, while the Central Committee arranged for 10 to 20,000 peasants who had proved their dedication to the Bolshevik cause to be sent from each county. "Peasants!" a special newspaper published by a propaganda train named October Revolution exclaimed. "It is now your turn to defend what the revolution has won for you. Kolchak is coming to take away your lands and to make you slaves of the landlords and village police chiefs again. Poor peasants to arms. Everyone into the battle against Kolchak." At the same time, Papa Kalinin, the peasant who had risen to become president of the Bolsheviks' All-Russian Executive Committee, added his own special summons. "Let us strengthen the fraternal union between the workers and peasants," he urged. "Smash the evil band of landlords and capitalists." Determined communist fighters alone could not defeat Kolchak's white armies. The scathing report that Stalin and Dzerzhinsky had submitted to the Bolshevik Central Committee at the end of January about the Third Army's collapse had admittedly been shaped partly as an attack against Trotsky and Vetsidis, but it also had contained some hard and painful conclusions that had to be taken seriously. Entire regiments and battalions had deserted under fire, and others had melted away as they marched to relieve battered frontline units. At least 2 regiments of the 3rd Red Army had attacked their comrades in the rear. One entire brigade had been ordered into battle before many of its men had learned how to use their rifles. A key bridge had not been destroyed when the army retreated from Perm, no evacuation plan had been prepared, and little had been done to protect the railroads in the army's rear against sabotage. More generally, some of the problems that had afflicted the Third Army affected the entire Eastern Front. The practice of fighting without reserves must be stopped, Stalin and Dzerzhinsky warned. Otherwise, disaster will be inevitable. Yet reserves could not be deployed without better communications and a more effective chain of command. An army cannot operate as a self-contained and absolutely autonomous unit, Stalin and Dzerzhinsky emphasized. It is necessary to establish a system of strictly centralized control of the operations of various armies. Their conclusions proved by Kolchak's continued successes. Stalin's and Dzerzhinsky's stern warnings brought new commanders to the front and sent others to the rear. None proved more vital to the success of the coming campaign than Mikhail Vasilyevich Frunze, the 33-year-old Bolshevik millworker whose first battle experience had come when he had led a brigade of Moscow workers and soldiers against the forces of the Provisional Government in October 1917. As the Civil War had spread across Russia, Frunze had displayed a talent for organization and a flair for succeeding at difficult tasks. At first he had worked in the rear of the Red Army to organize new units and supply ones already in the field. Yet Frunze was not a man to be satisfied with rear echelon service. For the better part of a year, his pleas for a frontline command fell on deaf ears. Then, on the day after Stalin and Dzerzhinsky submitted their report to Lenin and the Central Committee, Frunze received command of the disgruntled and rebellious 4th Red Army near Orsk, some 300 miles south and east of Ufa. The mutinous men of the 4th Army quickly learned that their young commander, who wore his beard neatly trimmed and his cavalry forage cap set at the jaunty angle favored by enlisted men of the time, had a will of iron and a heart of steel. Charged with anchoring the right flank of the Eastern Front, Frunze quickly instituted a strict regime that enabled him to hold the army together even as Kolchak's Cossacks forced it to retreat toward Orenburg and Uralsk. Kolchak's victories in March and April 1919 proved less decisive than they appeared at first, and the Reds soon began to profit from the tactical, strategic, and logistical problems that Siberia's supreme ruler could not put to rest. As had been the case with Denikin, disorder caused by corrupt subordinates and large numbers of proletarians sympathetic to the Bolsheviks in his newly occupied lands forced Kolchak to fight his battles in 1919 with his rear areas in turmoil. Omsk itself had a large and volatile contingent of workers, most of whom found employment in the railway workshops of Kolomzino, a proletarian suburb that had grown up across the river from the main part of the city, and Perm had its nearby Motovilica works, which for 2 centuries had produced cannon for the Russian army. These employed thousands of men and women who shared the Bolsheviks' vision of Russia's future. So did many more workshops in the smaller manufacturing centers that Kolchak's troops occupied as they moved across the Urals into European Russia. The bitterness that Kolchak's corrupt officials stirred among workers who feared a future in which they would be ruled by a government that bore disturbing similarities to the Tsarist regime surfaced very quickly. Anxious to crush all socialists of whatever stamp, Kolchak had decreed strict censorship for all newspapers and journals the day he took power, and he had moved quickly to organize a large counterintelligence service. Nonetheless, the Bolsheviks had kept a small core of conspirators within Omsk itself, and on December 22, these had led the railroad workers of Kolomzino in revolt. With 72 firearms, 50 of which were single-shot Burden rifles left over from the Russo-Turkish War of 1877, 3 hand grenades and 4 sabers among them, their midnight uprising had little hope of success, especially since Kolchak's counterintelligence almost certainly knew their plans beforehand. Still, the Bolshevik rebels seized the city prison and freed more than 100 political prisoners before the government forces crushed them with heavy gunfire. One could hardly expect Kolchak's officers to be any less brutal in crushing the Omsk uprising than the Bolsheviks had been in dealing with the revolt of the left socialist revolutionaries in Moscow and Yaroslavl the previous summer, and the figure of nearly 500 men and women killed in the fighting and executed by firing squads seems scarcely out of the ordinary in the atmosphere of deepening vengeance that marked Russia's civil war. Far more shocking were 15 executions carried out on the bank of the Irtysh River soon after the revolt had been crushed. Most of these victims had been prisoners whom the Bolsheviks had driven forcibly from Omsk prison, and as members of the Constituent Assembly who believed in legality and despised the Bolsheviks as thoroughly as did Kolchak's men, they had returned to prison of their own free will. Their faith in white justice had cost them their lives. On the very night they had returned, one of Kolchak's lieutenants had taken them to a field court-martial, and Weavitt had refused to convict them without evidence. He had shot them all. Nil Fomin, a gentleman of high and generous principles who had played a key role in overthrowing the Bolsheviks in a number of Siberian cities that spring and summer, had been among them. Kolchak later complained that such senseless acts of violence had been part of an effort to discredit him in the eyes of those Allied representatives at Omsk who were trying to convince their governments to support him. Yet such brutality could not help but be a part of any struggle in which men fought for ideologies and killed to eradicate visions of the future that did not coincide with their own. Prisoners reported seeing people who were literally covered with wounds and their flesh torn by flogging with iron rods before they met their deaths in ways that shocked men dedicated to legality, justice, and the preservation of human life. "We are returning to the prehistoric period in human history," one newspaper lamented in defiance of Kolchak's censorship decrees. "We are verging on the death of human civilization and its culture, for which so many generations of our more worthy ancestors have labored." Such mindless brutality did violence to the human spirit, yet it paled next to the tortures that the vicious renegade Cossack chieftains Semenov and Kalmykov inflicted upon their victims in the wild Siberian regions to the east of Lake Baikal. 27 At the time of the Bolshevik Revolution, Semenov had grown up in Russia's Transbaikal lands. The son of a prosperous Cossack father and a Buryat mother, he had entered the army in 1911 and had become a junior officer before the Great War. General Wrangel, who first met him when he took command of the Nerchinsk Cossacks on the Trans-Caucasus Front during the winter of 1916, thought him an exemplary soldier, especially courageous when under the eye of his superior, an observation that was not particularly difficult to make since Semenov wore the coveted St. George's Cross for extraordinary valor. Like so many able men of obscure origin, Semenov's fortunes had soared after the February Revolution. Kerensky had sent him to the Far East to recruit a Mongolian division, and when the Bolsheviks had seized power, Semenov had turned those troops against them. Until the Czech Legion had taken up arms against the Bolsheviks, his had been the only significant anti-Bolshevik force in Siberia. With Japanese support, he had turned the lands immediately east of Lake Baikal into a private fiefdom, with its capital at Chita. As other anti-Bolshevik forces had taken shape in Siberia during the second half of 1918, the British, French, and Americans had turned away from Semenov to leaders they thought more honorable and reliable. Especially America's General Graves scorned Semenov as a murderer, robber, and a most dissolute scoundrel, who could not have existed 1 week in Siberia if he had not had the protection of Japan. With Japanese gold, weapons, and ammunition, Semenov wielded undisputed power in the Transbaikal region throughout Kolchak's reign. There, he instituted a regime of terror and coercion that enabled him to confiscate the wealth of men and women who lived under his authority and steal anything that passed through his domains along the Trans-Siberian Railway. General Graves reported that his robberies included $500,000 worth of furs that belonged to a company in New York City. At one point, he even demanded 15,000 rifles from the Americans as a price for allowing another 35,000 to reach Kolchak's forces. Innocent men and women dangled by the scores from telegraph poles in the vicinity of his capital, and his men machine-gunned freight cars full of victims at execution fields along the railway. The bodies had been placed into 2 ditches, an appalled American soldier reported after he had visited the scene of one such mass murder. In one ditch, the bodies were entirely covered. In the other ditch, many arms or legs were left uncovered. Not surprisingly, being a Bolshevik or aiding the Bolsheviks was more than enough reason for a capital sentence in Semenov's domains. Yet Semenov executed most of his victims either to satisfy a whim or on the far more nebulous charge of being guilty of having hindered mobilization. Semenov owed a portion of his success to the wit, wisdom, and tactical genius of Baron Roman Ungemstemberg, perhaps the most bizarre of his lieutenants and certainly one of the most cruel. Once described by General Wrangel as the type that is invaluable in wartime and impossible in times of peace, Ungemstemberg, like Semenov, had been a squadron commander in the Nurchens Cossacks under Wrangel's command, and also like Semenov, he wore the St. George's Cross. Physically, mentally, and morally he was a tangle of contradictions. Wrangel thought him fair and puny-looking, but quickly discovered that he had an iron constitution and ruthless energy. Although appalled by the Baron's personal unicleanliness and lack of military bearing, Wrangel also remembered him as a man having the shyness of a savage. Not a professional soldier, Ungem Stemberg was a hunter and a killer of men. War was his natural element, Wrangel concluded. He was not an officer, but a hero out of one of Mayne Reid's novels. Wrangel's estimate, formed from remembrances of times before the revolution unleashed men's capricious madness, supplies only a partial measure of the man upon whom Semenov relied to extend his power into the far-flung lands of Mongolia that lay to the south of the Trans-Siberian Railway. The accounts of those who knew Ungern Sternberg during the Civil War paint a terrifying picture of a man grown used to killing and, perhaps, unhinged by having held too long the power of life and death over others. Baron Budberg once called him a specialist in floggings and shootings. And by his orders, men and women suffered death by beating, hanging, beheading, disemboweling, and countless other tortures that transformed them from living human beings into what one witness called a formless bloody mass. Ungern Stemberg's staff physician described one of his written orders as the product of the diseased brain of a pervert and a megalomaniac affected with a thirst for human blood, and recalled how he suddenly shrieked in falsetto when he wanted to add emphasis to his remarks. His fixed gaze made men feel as if he wanted to leap into their souls. In Ungem Stemberg's presence, this man who had dedicated himself to the preservation of life wrote, "I felt that my life was hanging by a hair." With Ungem Stemberg, Semenov controlled nearly 250,000 square miles of lands between Lake Baikal and the point where the Shilka River flows into the Amur. Further to the east, the sadistic bandit Ivan Kalmykov, who also was supported by the Japanese, ruled from Khabarovsk, a dreary, chilly, eastern Siberian provincial town where the average annual temperature stood just 1 degree above freezing. Not yet 30, with snake-like eyes that flicked from face to face, and curls that spilled over his forehead from beneath a tight-fitting caracal cap, Kalmykov had fought with Semenov and Ungem Stemberg in the ranks of the Nurchens Cossacks during the First World War and owed his position as ataman of the Ushuri Cossacks to having murdered the legitimate candidate for the position in the fall of 1918. No one ever thought him trustworthy, and General Graves once called him the worst scoundrel I ever saw or heard of. According to one report, Kalmykov ordered the summary execution of his entire military juridical department because he disliked some of the sentences they imposed. He was, in the words of Baron Budberg, who lived some months under Kalmykov's regime before he became a high-ranking official at Kolchak's Supreme Headquarters, a fully qualified war criminal. Early in 1919, men who lacked Kalmykov's stomach for senseless killings mutinied against him and sought sanctuary at General Graves' headquarters. After that, only men who shared Kalmykov's perverted pleasure in the killing of innocents remained under his command. Kalmykov, Semenov, and Ungem Sternberg were only the most notorious of an appallingly unprincipled group of men who violated the laws of God, man, and nature with impunity in Russia's Far East during the dark days of 1918 and 1919. He devotes himself exclusively to drinking and disorderly conduct, one War Ministry report said of Ataman I.N. Krasilnikov, the Cossack officer whose men had played a key role in Kolchak's rise to power but refused all orders to fight against the Red Army on the Ural Front in 1919. His soldiers violate women, carry out arbitrary searches for the purpose of robbery, the report continued. The whole population is eager for Bolshevism. The situation is critical. At the other end of Kolchak's domains, General Sergei Rozanov, a Tsarist army officer who first joined the Bolsheviks and then defected to the Whites to become Kolchak's plenipotentiary in the Far East, took hostages by the hundreds and killed them by the dozens. General Pavel Ivanofrinov rivaled Rozanov's cruelty and surpassed his graft to such a degree that, according to reliable sources, he spent 200,000 rubles on 2 banquets in Vladivostok while the ragged men in his command starved. Together, these men produced what Russians called the Atamanshchina, the reign of terror by robber princes and false Cossack chieftains supported by Japanese guns and Japanese gold that so effectively destroyed the stability of Kolchak's rear when the Reds renewed their advance in the spring of 1919. The influence of Atamanshchina is spreading wider and wider and becoming more and more dangerous. Baron Budberg wrote at the end of March. They wanted to create a force to shatter Bolshevism, he lamented, but ended up only helping the Bolsheviks by giving them a priceless opportunity to prove that their repeated warnings that the Hydra of counter-revolution has raised its bloody head were based on facts. A month later, Budberg added, Adamanchkina is helping Bolshevism more than all the preachings and propaganda of comrades Lenin and Trotsky put together. Sadly, he confided to his diary what he feared must be the end result. Finus Rashi, nor was arbitrariness, corruption, and unfettered cruelty limited to those areas where the Adamanchkina held sway. All over Siberia, there is an orgy of arrest without charges, of execution without even the pretense of trial, and confiscation without color of authority, America's ambassador Roland Morris reported. Panic fear has seized everyone. Men suspect each other and live in constant terror that some spy or enemy will cry Bolshevik and condemn them to instant death. To General Graves, it seemed that the word Bolshevik applied to everyone who did not support Kolchak and the autocratic class surrounding him. The political meaning of the word Bolshevik, as used in Siberia, Graves concluded, took in all the representatives of such elected zemstvo organizations of local self-government as were opposed to the ideas of Kolchak. In fact, Kolchak found it difficult to tolerate any sort of opposition and reacted very badly to it. He pounded the table with his fist, flung everything onto the floor, seized a penknife, and angrily slashed the arm of his chair. Georgii Jins, Deputy Minister of Education and Executive Secretary of the government, wrote of Kolchak during a meeting he had with several ministers who had asked to discuss improvements in the government's nearly immobile transportation system. "Leave me in peace." Jins remembered him shouting, "I forbid you to bring up such questions. Today I am going to the Council of Ministers and will order that there will be absolutely no reforms." Kolchak's unstable personality, his inability to choose subordinates, and his utter inexperience with land warfare aggravated the problems caused by the turmoil in his rear. Under pressure, he lost his temper too often, turned against men who spoke the truth too openly, and exhibited all those mean characteristics of a man whom fate has burdened with responsibilities beyond his limited abilities. Almost daily from his office in Kolchak's war ministry, Baron Budberg poured forth laments about the utter disorganization, the kaleidoscopic change in moods and decisions, the professional illiteracy of the army's high command, and the childish temper and conceit of Kolchak and his counselors. Many have already taken refuge in alcohol and cocaine, Budberg noted as he spoke of our inability to organize a real army and put talented and knowledgeable people in responsible positions. Corruption, moral decay, intrigues, and gross self-interest had thoroughly saturated Kolchak's Russia even before it had been fully created. The poison of Adamanchkina and the sweetness of living beyond the law has penetrated too deeply everywhere, Budberg concluded sadly. In all likelihood, it will devour us and then will perish in its own stench. The stench was everywhere. The sharp, acrid, heavily charged atmosphere of political struggle, of party and personal interests, of greed and speculation by politicians, merchants, and contractors, has enshrouded us in a stinking fog, Budberg wrote. Like Budberg, other sensible men sensed the danger that Kolchak's reactionary advisors posed to the vision of a free Russia. The general political situation is confusing, disturbing, and unstable. The cadet Nikolai Ustrialov wrote, "The darkest, most mindless sort of military reaction is developing. It's like living on top of a volcano all the time. Few have any real hope of defeating the Bolsheviks." Yet, for Ustrialov, the prospect of victory seemed scarcely more comforting. "This is not the new Russia, this is not the future, and there's nothing to celebrate in its triumph," he confided to his diary. "This is not the avant-garde of a renovated system of government," he concluded at the beginning of February. "It is the rear guard of a past that is slipping into eternity." Certain that Kolchak's government represented their best hope, Imperial Russia's fallen lords, landlords, bankers, politicians, and high officials had converged on Omsk in 1919 in hopes of regaining what the revolutions of 1917 had taken from them. They had come with their wives, their children, and their mistresses to live as best they could in a city whose population had risen nearly sixfold above its normal 100,000 in a few weeks. Men and women used to large mansions and luxurious apartments now lived in single rooms, yet they all sensed a dramatic improvement over life in the Russia from which they had fled. "We live well here," Ostrelov wrote as he compared life in Omsk with the Moscow chaos of the previous year. "The geese are extremely fat. Every day a milkmaid brings a jug of milk, and there's as much sugar as anyone could want. Yet such plenty proved to be a cruel and passing illusion at best. As hordes of hopeful men and women poured into Omsk, prices soared. In the space of a few months, the cost of flour rose by a fifth, salt by a quarter, and sugar and oil by a sixth. The price of bread and meat both doubled, and that of tea tripled. Victimized by rampant speculation at home and the depredations of Semenov and Kalmykov to the east, the economy of Kolchak's Russia began to crumble. This proved to be but one of many signs that heralded the fall of Siberia's supreme ruler. Despite Trotsky's misgivings, the Red High Command in April had given Frunze a force that included the Turkestan Army and the 1st, 4th, and 5th Red Armies. "Almost everywhere our forces were falling back," Frunze later wrote as he recalled the conditions under which he took up his new command. "We needed not only a colossal will but a clear and certain belief that only by going over to the attack could our situation be changed for the better." Supported by factories that more than doubled their production of rifles, machine guns, shells, and bullets between April and July, Frunze assembled his forces near Buzaluk, a rail depot about halfway between Samara and Orenburg. After promising his men that, with firm faith in the rightness of its cause, the Red Army will achieve miracles, he launched an attack toward Bugoruslan and Bugulma to the northeast. "Soldiers of the Red Army," Frunze's General Order of April 10 proclaimed. "Forward to the final decisive battle against the hireling of capitalism Kolchak. Forward to a joyful and shining future for working people." Aiming his attack with unerring precision, Frunze struck Kolchak's advancing armies in the flank and the rear to begin some of the most bloody fighting of the entire civil war. Frunze's first victories opened the way for the Red Army to begin a general offensive against Kolchak's forces on April 28. Urged on by Frunze's general orders, and reinforced by men sent from local Bolshevik organizations all across Russia, the Reds began an advance against the Whites that made heroes by the dozens and earned some of the leading Soviet World War II commanders their spurs. Vasily Chukov, who later commanded at Stalingrad, launched the Soviet assault against Warsaw and opened the attack against Berlin in the final days of World War II, commanded the 40th Red Infantry in those days, and Dmitry Karbyshev, one of Brusilov's brilliant young strategists in 1916 who became a hero of the Soviet Union in 1946, fortified several key centers in Russia's Transvolga provinces. Within a fortnight, Frunze's advance seemed so certain that Pravda had begun to describe it as methodical. By the middle of the month, Frunze's forces had forced Kolchak's front lines back 100 miles, and not even the bitter disputes between Trotsky, Stalin, and their factions in the Red High Command that changed the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front 3 times in as many weeks could halt his advance. "Our first step is to take Ufa," Frunze announced to the men of the Turkestan Red Army. "Our last will be to see all of Siberia freed from Kolchak. The initiative has shifted into the hands of the Reds," Baron Budberg wrote from Kolchak's war ministry in Omsk. "Our offensive has played itself out. It has become necessary to ask," he confided to his diary a week later, "if we shall be able to hold the Urals." As Frunze's forces pushed eastward, Kolchak's defenses began to crumble. Perhaps fearful of another unexpected reversal, and certainly impatient to cross the Urals quickly, Lenin urged his commanders to be vigilant. "Exert all forces to the utmost," he telegraphed to the men at the Eastern Front headquarters. "You are responsible for seeing to it that your units do not begin to break apart and that they don't lose courage." With the taste of victory ever fresh in their mouths, and supported by the 2nd and 3rd Red Armies to the north, Frunze's men continued their advance, while Kolchak desperately shifted commanders, placing his confidence first in the arrogant, inept Czech General Rudolf Geda, then in the sober but timid former Tsarist staff officer Mikhail Diderix, and then in the stupid and cocksure Dmitry Lebedev. None could stem Frunze's assault upon the Urals. By the beginning of June, Frunze's divisions were approaching Ufa, where Kolchak's commanders had begun their offensive 6 months before. On June 8, Frunze himself suffered a concussion when a white shell exploded nearby. His adjutant remembered how the elite White Shock battalions of General Capel, all of them men who had won the Cross of St. George during the First World War, had advanced the next morning with fixed bayonets, silent, holding their fire in their last effort to stem the Red advance at Ufa. With the skull and crossbones insignia mounted on their caps, sleeves, and epaulets, he wrote, they made a terrifying impression as they attacked through a field of rye. When the Reds' machine guns cut Capel's battalions apart, others took their places until more than 3,000 of Russia's bravest and best soldiers lay dead before the Red positions. That night, the men of the 25th Rifle Division, whose legendary commander Vasily Chapiv had been wounded in the struggle, occupied Ufa. Further to the north, the 2nd Red Army had taken Izhevsk 2 days before, and within a fortnight, the workers in the weapons factories of Izhevsk had begun to produce 500 rifles a day for the Red Army. Frunze's victory at Ufa posed a critical question for the Red High Command. Certain that Kolchak had greater reserves behind the Urals, Trotsky and Vetsudis wanted to concentrate upon destroying Denikin's forces in the south and wait until spring before they pursued Kolchak further. Stalin's faction, and particularly Kamenev as commander of the Eastern Front, insisted that the Urals could be breached and Kolchak's defenses shattered before winter. Kamenev's position particularly appealed to Lenin. Mobilize 3/4 of the members of the party and the workers' unions, he telegraphed to Eastern Front headquarters the day Ufa fell. Now we must work in a truly revolutionary fashion. Now in command of the 5th Red Army, Tukhachevsky by that time already had completed his plans for breaching the Urals and moving into the western Siberian plain. By the end of the month, the mountains had been crossed, their eastern foothills taken, and the 5th Army stood poised to assault Zlatoust. Once that key center fell on July 13th, the way to Chelyabinsk and Omsk lay open. Kolchak's future had become very uncertain. It is estimated, General Graves reported, that on July 1st, outside the office holding and military class, the Omsk government had less than 1% of followers. Baron Budberg stated the matter even more bluntly. Once the Urals were lost, he wrote in his diary, the central government needed to be not at Omsk but Irkutsk, some 1,500 miles further east, on the frontier between eastern and western Siberia. The Reds' victories in May and June raised tensions in Kolchak's government to a fever pitch. Men became more selfish and violent, less willing to compromise, and desperate to find a scapegoat. Kolchak supporters launched a pogrom against the Jews in Ekaterinburg in July that claimed some 2,000 casualties, which, in view of the city's comparatively small Jewish population, counted as an appalling massacre. In Omsk, the cadet Ustryalov, who had come from Moscow to serve in Kolchak's government, wrote that people are packing suitcases, and the poor openly rejoice and wait for the Bolsheviks to arrive. With a fatalism that had become typical of all too many in Kolchak's Russia, Ustryalov dismissed what he called the empiricism of savages, and concluded that one could live only for the moment. One lives a tense and intense life, he wrote. The summer heat, the dusty, airless streets of Omsk, all seem to close in on the dying Kolchak government. Will we have to flee again? Ustryalov asked. Why? Where? Isn't it all pointless? Even the cold, businesslike Budberg admitted the strain. After a meeting of the Council of Ministers, I came home feeling as mean as the devil, he confessed to his diary in mid-July. Can one really call this a government? He asked himself. Can one really call this clique of second-rate citizens who have fastened themselves onto Omsk a government? That summer, the cities of western Siberia fell like dominoes before the Red Army's advance. White soldiers surrendered by the thousands. Others fled even before they saw the enemy. As they advanced, the Reds gathered priceless Rojling stock, weapons, and supplies. At the important rail terminal of Chelyabinsk, the gateway to the granary of Russia, as some called it, Tukhachevsky's 5th Red Army took 15,000 prisoners and seized more than 3,500 freight cars and nearly 36 locomotives. You ordered us to take the Urals before winter, Tukhachevsky's soldiers wrote to Lenin on August 9th. The Urals are ours. We are now moving into Siberia. The front has completely collapsed, Budberg admitted as he surveyed the damage from Kolchak's war ministry. By the middle of August, the Whites had fewer than 15,000 men still in the field, a mere fifth of the force they had commanded at the beginning of May. Divisions had shrunk to less than 1,000 men, and some regiments had no more than 100. "It is impossible to attack because we have no infantry," Budberg explained. "In the government there is moral rot, dissension, and intrigues by men ruled only by ambition and egotism. In the countryside there is rebellion and anarchy. In society, panic, crude self-interest, bribery, and every sort of loathsome behavior reign supreme. In vain did Kolchak call for a holy war against the Reds, woo Siberia's Cossacks and peasants with promises of greater democracy, and warn his followers that no one, except yourselves, will defend or save you. Not even the bitter cold of Siberia's approaching winter could freeze the triumphant red tide that surged toward the east. If sin has a price, the corruption and gross self-interest of the men who governed Kolchak's Russia proved costly indeed. In no other theater of the Civil War did the masses support the Reds more energetically than in Siberia during 1919. All across the 4,000 miles that separated Chelyabinsk from Vladivostok, peasants long accustomed to thinking and acting more independently than their European Russian brethren, workers who saw no advantage in the return of Imperial Russia's world of industrial exploitation, and others to whom Kolchak's privilege-ridden Russia offered no vision of a better future took to the woods and hills that stretched along the Trans-Siberian Railway to attack supply trains and harass small detachments of white regulars as they moved through the countryside. Some carried rifles, pistols, sabers, even a hand grenade or two, but others had no better weapons than pitchforks or axes. Some partisan regiments could arm only every third or fourth man with a rifle. In one, there was one rifle for every 15. Particularly in western Siberia, where many peasants had experienced smelting and casting iron, partisan blacksmiths produced crude homemade cannon in desperate attempts to match the whites' superior weapons. Yet given their location, hundreds, even thousands of miles behind Kolchak's front lines, Siberia's partisan units inevitably suffered desperate shortages of weapons and ammunition that no amount of ingenuity could offset. In some cases, Siberia's partisans formed special units that fought throughout the entire year against Kolchak. In the Transbaikal region south of Nerchinsk, the Forest Commune was one such force. Further to the west, the Peasant Red Army of Western Siberia, which at one time claimed a strength of more than 15,000, was another. Where they were not strong enough to fight as combat units in the field, the partisans spread their secret organizations through Siberia's villages and used them to organize peasant uprisings. One group of Red partisans in central Siberia claimed to have organizations in more than 500 peasant villages and did considerable damage to a force of 12,000 that Kolchak sent against them in the summer of 1919. Further to the west, in the region south of Chelyabinsk, another uprising put more than 25,000 peasants into the field before Kolchak's regular forces crushed it in April 1919. Their hatred is terrible to behold. One white officer reported to his superiors, "Even women and 12-year-old children are fighting against us." Red Army soldiers flushed with 4 months of uninterrupted victories at his front and tight-lipped partisans and raging peasants in his rear, Kolchak faced a desperate situation as the first anniversary of his November coup drew near. Before the middle of August, the Reds had taken Uralsk, Orenburg, Ekaterinburg, and Chelyabinsk. As summer turned to fall, they moved more quickly and covered most of the 500 miles that separated Chelyabinsk from Omsk by late October. The unloading, that is, the evacuation of Omsk has been announced, Ostrelov wrote at the end of October. At the front things are bad, catastrophic. In fact, the fall of Omsk, evidently, is inevitable. Ostrelov spoke of mass panic, of people so desperate to flee that they went on foot when there were no trains. He felt fortunate to be leaving in a heated freight car. "If we actually reach Irkutsk," he asked, "what lies ahead? A reprieve? Will it be for a year, a week, or one night?" While he waited to leave Omsk, Ostrelov surveyed the ruins of the white movement. "Everywhere they are fleeing," he wrote in his diary. "Yudenik has been beaten at Petrograd. Denikin is in retreat. The counter-revolution has been smashed. Hail Revolution," he added in Latin. "We who are about to die salute you." One well-informed white journalist later reported that, when Kolchak's Council of Ministers left Omsk on November 10th, they had to bribe senior railway officials before their train was allowed to leave. State authority in Omsk, General Budberg added from the hospital bed, to which he had been evacuated because of a liver infection, has become a ghostly mirage. 4 days later, on November 14th, the Reds occupied Omsk and found that the Whites had abandoned 3 armored trains, 200 locomotives, 3,000 railroad cars, and 500,000 artillery shells, along with more than 40,000 prisoners of war, including 1,000 officers. They did not capture Kolchak, for he had left Omsk on November 12th with the last of the Imperial gold reserve that the Comic forces had seized at Kazan more than a year before. His ministers had made the 1,534-mile journey from Omsk to Irkutsk without great difficulty. But Kolchak now found that his delay of 48 hours had cost him dearly. Shuttled back and forth and shunted onto sidings by sullen railroad workers at every station, his train moved at a painful pace. 2 weeks passed, then 3, then 4. Slowly, Kolchak and his entourage moved toward Irkutsk, their route perpetually blocked by disabled trains and by Czech legionnaires, who used the opportunity to settle scores with a white leader whose politics and person they despised. At times, advanced Bolshevik units captured trains that followed in Kolchak's wake. As his journey passed into its second month, their front line moved more rapidly than his train. Briefly, Kolchak considered fleeing into Mongolia rather than trying to rejoin his senior statesmen in Irkutsk, but events overwhelmed him. At one point, he gave his personal guard the choice between going with him or joining the Bolsheviks. Almost to a man, the men in whose loyalty he had believed absolutely repaid his trust by joining the Bolsheviks. Even some of his officers suggested that he ought to place himself under the protection of the Allies because they could flee into Mongolia more easily without him. By early January, Kolchak had been reduced to traveling in a single second-class Pullman car that flew the flags of England, the United States, France, Japan, and Czechoslovakia. While Kolchak struggled to rejoin his government at Irkutsk, the last vestiges of his authority crumbled. The Czech General Geda, an Austrian army deserter who had begun his military career as a hospital orderly and had risen to become the commander of Kolchak's northern armies as they had advanced westward beyond Perm at the beginning of the year, staged a revolt against Kolchak's authority in Vladivostok on November 17th that was put down only at the cost of many Russian lives. Then, on Christmas Eve, revolt burst out in Irkutsk itself with a coalition of vengeful Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries seeking to oust Kolchak from power. Less than a fortnight later, on January 5th, they took control, announcing the formation of a government called the Political Center, which proclaimed an immediate peace with the Bolsheviks. The same day, in a gesture that was as futile as it was meaningless, Kolchak had transferred his title of supreme ruler to General Denikin, who was in full retreat himself. The final act in the drama of Kolchak's personal tragedy opened at 9:55 in the evening of January 15th, when the Czechs turned him over to representatives of the political center in Irkutsk. Although the political center itself was made up mainly of Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, large contingents of Red Guards filled the city's streets, making it clear that a transfer of power to the Bolsheviks must soon be accomplished. That time came more quickly than most observers expected, for the political center abdicated in favor of the Bolsheviks only 6 days later. On January 21, 1920, Kolchak thus passed into Bolshevik hands. An extraordinary investigating commission, formed before the Bolsheviks took power and therefore including a majority of Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, interviewed him that day and continued their interrogation over 9 lengthy sessions, the last of which ended on the afternoon of February 6. On several occasions, Lenin sent telegrams ordering that Kolchak not be executed, so that he could be brought to trial, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Early in February, remnants of those shattered white armies that had been driven aside by the Reds' rapid advance began to fight their way toward Irkutsk in a final effort to rescue Siberia's fallen supreme ruler. Fearful that Kolchak might escape, local Bolsheviks under the direction of the Irkutsk Chaika shot him on the morning of February 7, 1920, and cast his body into a hole cut in the ice of the Angara River. Chaos enveloped eastern Siberia in 1920 as the men who had been responsible for the Atamanchkina slipped totally out of control. The history of the civil war in the Far East during 1920 thus would become the story of the Bolsheviks' struggle to subjugate the guerrilla bandits commanded by Semenov, Kalmykov, and a dozen lesser leaders, to re-establish dependable transportation along the Trans-Siberian Railway, and to develop the instruments for an orderly exploitation of Siberia's resources. Their effort would be complicated by the presence of large Japanese occupation forces, which remained for more than 2 years after the Americans and other allies departed, mainly because the Japanese surrendered their dreams of empire in Siberia's easternmost regions only with the greatest reluctance. Red Army soldiers thus faced the Japanese and those of Semenov's, Kalmakov's, and Kolchak's forces that had taken sanctuary among them throughout 1920 and 1921. Even as late as 1921, the Japanese supplied Siberia's last white forces with 12,000 rifles, 50 machine guns, and over 300,000 cartridges. The Reds did not regain Khabarovsk until mid-February 1922 and did not retake Vladivostok until the end of October. Thus, the last efforts to stem the Red advance into Siberia were supported by the Japanese alone, for the Western Allies had long since departed. The departure of the Americans and their European allies from Siberia in the spring of 1920 indicated their realization that their greatest hope for victory over the Bolsheviks had collapsed. With Kolchak's defeat, the Allies' bright vision of a massive white assault against Red Moscow and Petrograd had dimmed to a distant, fading glimmer. Their hope in 1919 had been broader than Kolchak's Siberian dictatorship, broader even than Kolchak's and Denikin's dictatorships combined. At one time in 1919, the Allies had envisioned nothing less than a great three-pronged assault against Moscow and Petrograd, which involved the armies of Denikin from the south, those of Kolchak from the east, and an attack from North Russia and the Baltic by the combined Anglo-Russo-American forces on the Arkhangelsk-Murmansk front and the White armies of General Nikolai Yudenik in Estonia. Each assault had come tantalizingly close to its mark. Denikin had reached Oral. Kolchak had stood scarcely more than 50 miles from the Volga, the last great barrier separating his armies from Moscow. But if Kolchak and Denikin had come close, Yudenik, about whom the Allies had been the least certain, came the closest. Just as Denikin reached Oral in mid-October 1919, the armies that Yudenik had formed from repatriated prisoners of war reached Tsarskoe Selo, the summer palace of Catherine the Great, a mere 15 miles to the south of Petrograd. Is it a bad thing for us or a good thing that the Germans should equip a corps of Russians collected from their Russian prisoners and use them to attack the Bolsheviks? Winston Churchill had asked Lord Balfour in August. For a brief moment, as the Reds' Petrograd front seemed about to collapse, it had seemed that he had his answer. The Petrograd Front. In the lands of North Russia and the Baltic, the last half of 1918 produced dramatic changes that left Petrograd, once the well-guarded capital of Imperial Russia, dangerously exposed to attack. In less than 6 months, 5 new independent states emerged in the Baltic lands that once had been part of the Russian Empire, beginning with Poland in the west, and including Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland further east. Half a millennium of antagonism and conflict made it certain that all of these states would be anti-Russian. Looked at from the other side, the same historical experience meant that the Bolsheviks must inevitably deny these states their newly won independence. Further to the north, in the area centered around the white seaports of Murmansk and Arkhangelsk that British and American campaign chronicles spoke of as North Russia, the forces of Finland, the Allies, the White Russians, and the Bolsheviks clashed in further conflict. Here, no new states appeared, yet the antagonism between the Bolsheviks and the traditionally more independent peoples of the region offered little prospect for a peaceful settlement, especially as the Allies began to concentrate troops in that area during the late summer and fall. Looked at on a map, the new Baltic states and North Russia took the shape of a half-opened fan. Petrograd, home of Russia's shipbuilding and armaments industry, its imperial capital for 2 centuries, and a key gateway to Russia's interior, stood at its pivot. From the moment they had signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the Bolsheviks had faced the certainty that any renewed offensive by the Germans could sweep to Petrograd in a matter of days. Yet Germany's collapse in the fall of 1918 did nothing to lessen the danger. The frontier of newly independent Estonia stood a mere 100 miles from Petrograd's suburbs, and thanks to German efforts during the summer of 1918, Estonia's large, staunchly anti-Bolshevik army was well-trained and well-armed. To make matters worse, Finland's German-supported white government had crushed the last sparks of Red Finn resistance several months before the armistice in the West. With more than 70,000 men and women being put on trial for alleged communist sympathies that fall and winter, the White Finns in no way lagged behind the Estonians in demonstrating their hatred for the Reds. Similar situations developed in Latvia, Lithuania, and North Russia. At any moment, a well-supported, well-timed attack along any one of the handful of key railroads that once had connected the capital of the Russian Empire with its Baltic and northern lands, thus could bring enemies to the city's gates. Should the tangled skein of political strivings and nationalist dreams that kept Poles, Finns, Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians, and anti-Bolshevik Russians apart ever be unraveled sufficiently for them to act in concert, Petrograd's defenses almost certainly would fall. Although this danger loomed large in the fall, the armistice of November 11, 1918, which allowed the Allies to think of shifting reserves of men, weapons, and material to support the anti-Bolshevik forces in the Baltic and North Russia, made it larger still. None who ruled England or America shared the Bolsheviks' dream of a better proletarian world, and few did so in France. There was no shortage of statesmen in those days who hoped to bring down what Winston Churchill once called the foul baboonery of Bolshevism. Even as the guns of the Great War's last bitter battles had crashed out along Europe's blood-soaked Western Front, England, the United States, France, and even Serbia had sent troops to North Russia, and England had moved her fleet into the Finnish Gulf to threaten Petrograd's defenses at the Bolsheviks' naval base at Kronstadt. Months before the guns fell silent on the Western Front, the Allies thus had taken the first steps in a campaign that could have returned the Whites to Petrograd. In military terms, it required only that they enlarge their commitment after November 1918 to succeed. As long as they had faced the armies of Imperial Germany in the West, the Allied governments had claimed that the troops they landed in North Russia had been sent to defend those vital white seaports through which they had supplied the faltering armies of Russia until late 1917 and where immense stockpiles of Allied war supplies still remained. The purpose of such troops, President Wilson's aide-memoir of July 17 had stated, was to guard Allied stores, which subsequently may be needed by Russian forces, at Murmansk and Arkhangelsk, and to render such aid as may be acceptable to the Russians in the organization of their own self-defense. Germany's defeat rendered such statements of purpose meaningless. Unless Allied policymakers were prepared to apply them to the Bolsheviks, every argument which had led to intervention, as Winston Churchill later lamented, had disappeared. Wilson's aide-memoir had stated emphatically that American troops must not take part in organized intervention against the Bolsheviks, and Britain's Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour had spoken even more bluntly about the domestic political liabilities that intervention against the Bolsheviks would entail. This country, he wrote a fortnight after the armistice with Germany, would certainly refuse to see its forces dissipated over the huge expanse of Russia in order to carry out political reforms in a state which is no longer a belligerent ally. Political factors thus heavily outweighed purely military considerations in the Allies' efforts to confront Bolshevism in North Russia and the Baltic, although those were the areas in which it was easiest to strengthen their forces and supply them. Our armies were melting fast, Churchill later wrote. The British people would not supply the men or the money for any large military establishment elsewhere than on the Rhine, and it was highly questionable whether any troops raised under compulsion for the war against Germany would consent to fight anybody else in any circumstances. Hopeful that fate might yet shape their policy for them by allowing Russia's whites to shatter Trotsky's new Red Army, the Allies thus struggled to support anti-Bolshevik forces in Russia yet not anger their own people by large-scale intervention. No alternative is open at the present than to use such troops as we possess to the best advantage, and, in the case of the Baltic provinces, to protect as far as we can the nascent nationalities by the help of our fleet, Lord Balfour wrote. Such a policy must necessarily seem halting and imperfect, he confessed apologetically, but it is all that we can accomplish or ought in existing circumstances to attempt. The Allied governments thus directed their commanders on the Petrograd front to use their men and weapons to the best advantage, but gave them no clear guidance about how to do so. For all of them it was, as the American Secretary of War had warned General Graves a few months earlier, like walking on eggs loaded with dynamite. Yet it was scarcely better for the Reds, who had chosen a policy of restraint in North Russia and the Baltic in order to concentrate their limited resources in the south and east, where the danger seemed greatest. In the Baltic lands, the volatile forces of nationalism too long suppressed threatened to explode in ways that the Reds dared not think about, while, in North Russia, Allied commanders planned military victories their governments dared not allow them to claim. Although Petrograd remained secure in the days after the Great War's end, the Bolsheviks knew only too well that some commander or government might at any moment try to claim the military victory that dangled so tantalizingly just out of reach. The greatest threat seemed to be from North Russia, where the Allies had increased their forces rapidly between July and October 1918. There, the danger came not from the sober and cautious General Sir Charles Maynard, who remained content to employ the 15,000 troops under his command to defend the vital port facilities at Murmansk and the key Murmansk-Petrograd Railroad, but from General Poole, his arrogant and reckless counterpart in Arkhangelsk. Although he had told America's ambassador Francis that he could do little beyond playing a game of bluff against the Reds with the 16,000 men he commanded, Poole chafed to open an offensive. Recklessly, he sent strike forces from Arkhangelsk toward Vologda in the south and Kotlas in the southwest, where they risked being isolated deep in the hinterland of North Russia. The danger from Poole was not limited to his rash forays into the Russian hinterland. Unable to challenge the Bolsheviks effectively, he turned to meddle in the affairs of Nikolai Tchaikovsky's supreme administration of the North to an extent that no independent government could tolerate. During just 1 week in August, Poole decreed which flags could and could not be flown over government buildings, appointed an Allied military governor for Arkhangelsk over the objections of the Russians, and even threatened all city residents who spread rumors that might cause alarm or confusion among troops or civilians friendly to the Allies with execution. Tchaikovsky protested angrily and repeatedly. By the beginning of September, his conflict with Poole had grown so heated that one Allied diplomat described it as an open struggle. Poole made it no secret that he thought Tchaikovsky and his government of moderate socialists totally incapable in military matters, hopeless as allies, and not far removed from Bolsheviks in their politics. There is some evidence that Poole and his military intelligence staff even supported an ill-fated attempt by the conservative commander-in-chief of the White Forces in Arkhangelsk to overthrow Tchaikovsky's government at the beginning of September. Such condescension and arrogance irritated Poole's more sensible countrymen and outraged many of his allies. Only the violently anti-socialist French ambassador Joseph Newlands dared to speak of the British commander's loyalty and good sense, and commend his insensitive appointment of a French colonel as Governor-General of Arkhangelsk as a gesture of inter-allied friendship. Never one to conceal his low opinion of his nation's Russian allies, Newlands thought that the senior Allied diplomats at Arkhangelsk should be officious and benevolent guides for Tchaikovsky's Russians, who, because of being placed for the first time at the head of affairs, needed supervision and control. Neither the British nor the Americans shared that view. Britain's commissioner in North Russia warned repeatedly that Tchaikovsky's supreme administration must appear to have real authority if it hoped to win support among the Russians. And, although certainly no defender of left-wing politicians, America's ambassador Francis found Poole's crude actions offensive enough to complain that British soldiers have been colonizers for so long that they did not know how to respect the feelings of socialists. Half a world away in Washington, D.C., Francis's superiors took an even sterner view. Unless Poole became more considerate of the civil authorities in North Russia, an angry President Wilson told the British government at that point, America would withdraw her forces from North Russia. Since more than half Poole's force were Americans, President Wilson's protests bore weight. American and British diplomats sternly counseled Poole to rescind the most arrogant expressions of what one British diplomat bluntly referred to as the occupation regime he had imposed upon the Russians. Then, while Poole looked on with grudging and surly acquiescence, American and British diplomats asked Tchaikovsky to appoint a Russian governor-general with full authority in Arkhangelsk. Such changes could be accomplished readily enough, but the damage Poole had done to White Russian self-esteem could not be so easily repaired. By mid-September, few in London or Washington doubted that Poole must be replaced. After calling him to London for consultations at the end of the month, the British government never allowed him to return to North Russia. Acting Brigadier General William Edmund Ironside, DSO, CRM.G, KCB, and holder of the Croix de Guerre and Legion of Honor at the age of 38, officially replaced Poole a month later. Square-jawed and square-shouldered, his heavy brows knit in a perpetual frown, tiny Ironside stood 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighed over 250 pounds. A sandy-haired, blue-eyed Scot who had made his life in the British Army as his father had before him. He had fought for England in South Africa and in France and had spent most of the years between the two conflicts on the British General Staff. During the summer of 1918, he had commanded England's 99th Infantry Brigade in France and had left the trenches of the Western Front in September, confessing that he could hardly bear the thought of leaving the fighting behind. Ironside cared much for the army and not one whit for politics. He had no interest in the endless succession of schemes hatched by squabbling Russians and disheartened Allied ambassadors, all of them bored by the isolation they endured in faraway Arkhangelsk. Ironside's chief concerns were the welfare of his men and the difficult tactical position in which they would find themselves once ice closed navigation in the White Sea. "We were a tiny army of not very first-class troops, sitting on the edge of Russia's vast territory," he later wrote. "No one could tell what the outcome of this struggle would be, but we were inextricably mixed up in it for at least 6 months." By his own account, a man whose heart was always in the command of men, Ironside was every inch a soldier's soldier. "He typifies all that we mean by the perfect British soldier," one war correspondent wrote after spending the winter of 1918 to 1919 with him in North Russia. "He exudes a personality that submerges everything and everybody round him." Ironside so thoroughly captivated America's Ambassador Francis at their first dinner meeting that the dean of the Allied diplomats in Arkhangelsk hurried to list the new commander's virtues in a lengthy cabled dispatch to his superiors at the Department of State. Perhaps equating this British artilleryman's toughness with the legendary invulnerability of America's first full-fledged warship, and misreporting his name accordingly, Francis reported that General Ironsides is descended direct from the last Saxon king of England, was dismissed from St. Andrew's School when he was 10½ years old because he whipped the teacher, and speaks 6 languages with equal fluency: English, French, Russian, German, Italian, Swedish. With the admiration typical of a man who spoke no foreign language passably, Francis added that the new Allied commander could converse, although not fluently, in 11 other languages, and explained that, at the beginning of the Great War, he was the first British officer to land in France. Although his report somewhat exaggerated Ironside's linguistic and command achievements, Francis's enthusiasm was typical of the men with whom Ironside dealt in North Russia. Yet the replacement of a blustering commander by a more popular and efficient one could do little to lessen the difficulties the Allies faced in the north. Ironside might well confide in a nasty aside to his diary that Poole had suffered from the valor of ignorance during his months at Arkhangelsk. But he soon learned that the commanders of the anti-Bolshevik Russian forces were even worse. Without sufficient military or administrative knowledge, they were hopeless dreamers who, Ironside quickly determined, had done exactly nothing during the 2½ months they had been in office. Although convinced that volunteering was totally alien to the Russian mind, these men firmly rejected conscription as an alternative. "They rather haughtily told me," Ironside reported in amazement, "that conscription was undemocratic. If those Russians who might have been incorporated into the Allied forces in North Russia were of poor quality." Ironside quickly discovered that many of the Allied troops under his command were not much better. "Our troops were uniformly bad," he later wrote, "and 2 of the Allied contingents could hardly defend themselves." Certain that Poole's widely dispersed forces could not even be properly supplied during the winter, let alone stand against a Red offensive, Ironside decided to retreat from the advanced positions that the Allies had taken up in August in order to consolidate his forces closer to Arkhangelsk. "It was impossible for a small force such as that in Archangel to push its way far into Russia without a definite objective," he later explained. Until the Allies made larger commitments in North Russia or coordinated their operations with the Whites in Siberia, Ironside wisely concluded that no blow delivered by us against the Bolsheviks would be sufficient in itself. Merely defending Arkhangelsk, which, by November, had become like a hive of bees upset by an unwanted hammering from without, would be no easy task with the forces at hand. Only the fact that the Red Army faced far more serious dangers on other fronts and sent less than first-rate commanders to North Russia gave Ironside any grounds for optimism. "The Bolsheviks were badly led," he reported later, "and failed utterly in the task of turning us out of Archangel, which should have been an easy one.